Just as the boy was about to ascend the throne, commanding the fate of an entire nation, the great Sex intervened. Allied with other imperial princes, they launched a joint siege against him. Even his betrothed betrayed him, and the overlord lineage was utterly annihilated. Under the assault of countless powerful foes, his body was shattered to pieces. Everyone believed him dead, yet against all odds, he endured, even managing to escape the Great Qian Empire. As the wielder of the indomitable War Soul Constitution, he remained unyielding despite his dire circumstances, relentlessly struggling for survival and the path to fight another day. I couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This kid is amazingly tenacious, still pushing forward despite all this. Then I thought to myself, why can't he learn from me and just take a nap wherever he falls? How comfortable that would be. Chapter 2, A Waste? This is what truly defines a celestial prodigy. Scram! Get lost! This isn't where you belong, understand? Take this money and get out of here. The academy disciples impatiently shooed Qianbei away while some tossed him scraps of silver before physically dragging him off. Ugh. Qianbei struggled to raise his head, whimpering incoherently through his mouth, making it impossible to understand what he was trying to say. Seeing this, I realized his goal was clearly the Jisha monument and the luck bell in the arena. He seemed intent on participating in the academy's disciple selection. Damn! What's this supposed to mean? Is this guy actually here to join the disciple selection too? What a joke! Nowadays, even worthless strays think they can take part in our academy's disciple examinations? The spectators looked on in disbelief, whispering and pointing, making the academy disciples feel utterly embarrassed. If someone like him could participate in the examination, what would become of the academy's dignity? Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? Though displeased, those academy disciples didn't push things too far as they stepped forward to drag Qianbei away. At this moment, I spoke up. Wait, this disciple, I'll take him. Bring him to the Tao Repository Hall for me. My words instantly caused an uproar among everyone present. What, take him as a disciple? Good heavens, has this Tao Repository Palace elder lost his mind? Countless pairs of eyes instantly focused on me, everyone wearing expressions of astonishment. Even the elders were completely dumbfounded at first, but upon realizing what had happened, each of them secretly rejoiced. They had assumed I would compete with them for disciples, never did they expect me to choose such a waste. Junior brother, don't jest about this. Since you're here, you ought to select a proper disciple properly. I think Zhang Qiankuan here shows exceptional promise. If we take him under our tutelage, he could very well inherit your legacy someday. A commanding voice rang out, startling the presiding elders as their joyous expressions instantly faded. It was none other than sect leader Morong Shao making his appearance, clearly intending to forcefully intervene and claim this disciple for himself. Ahem, sect leader, choosing disciples is purely a matter of affinity. You can't make this decision for your junior brother. The Sword Palace elder was the first to lose his composure. Indeed, sect leader, each palace has its own authority. You cannot forcibly strip others of their rights like this. Sect leader, though our junior brother is young, we as his seniors ought to show him more consideration rather than strong-arming him. This conduct of yours goes against the rules. Sect leader, I believe our junior brother must have his reasons for choosing this way. Perhaps this individual possesses some hidden merits. The elders from the other palaces quickly chimed in, each making increasingly outrageous claims in their eagerness to snatch up promising disciples. Please, sect leader, I'm not suited for the Tao Repository Palace. Zhang Qiankuan hastily spoke up. He didn't want to be forcibly dumped on me, after all. I'm famously the biggest slacker in all of Great Zhou. Silence. One by one, where was all this kindness toward your junior brother on ordinary days? Why are you all suddenly so eloquent today? Who was it that just said this disciple has merits? Step forward, come tell us about his virtues if you want him accepted into our sect. Morong Zhao's rebuke left everyone speechless. The cultivation world was like this, while Jisho Academy didn't view common folk as ants like other sects, not just anyone could claim association with them. Junior brother, aren't you coming over to choose again? Morong Xian turned back to glare at me helplessly. With resignation, I replied, Senior brother, I've really made my choice. I think brother Dan Chenzi made a valid point. Each has their own merits. This disciple of mine might not be inferior to the others after all. You brat, are you really disobeying me now? I understand you pity him and want to take him in out of kindness, but this concerns legacy inheritance. How can we treat it as child's play? Fine, you'll take on a disciple first. As for how you wish to handle this individual, I'll respect your decision as your senior brother. Morong Shao glared, both exasperated and helpless. The other elders' faces darkened. This sect leader was simply too blatant in his favoritism. No, Zhang Qiankuan grew genuinely frantic. This Morong Shao was absolutely determined to shove this burden onto him. He thought to himself, if I truly choose him as my disciple, then even if he leaves afterward, I'll never agree to it. Senior brother, the point is I don't fancy anyone else. He's the one. I shook my head. also noticing Zhang Qinkuan's displeasure. He looks down on me? Well, I don't even want him. What kind of nonsense is this, daring to look down on me? My mountains of divine artifacts and weapons can't find takers. My endless supply of heavenly pills and spiritual materials have nowhere to be placed. He can't offer me the slightest benefit. Even if he begged me, I wouldn't take him. I ask you, are you willing to become my disciple? Without waiting for Morong Xiao to speak again, I turned to Chen Bei and asked. Beneath Chen Bei's disheveled locks, his bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Morong Xiao. His master had said before dying that if he could survive, the only person he could rely on was Morong Xiao. Only by becoming Morong Xiao's disciple would he have a chance to make a comeback. But in his current state, barely able to even speak, who would bother with him? Remembering how he had once been unrivaled among his peers, charging forward without hesitation, only to now be reduced to a worm in others' eyes, Chen Bei couldn't help but feel despair. Look at me, the so-called useless fish in others' mouths, yet I became his last hope. Chen Bei closed his eyes, trembling as he took a deep breath, then suddenly tilted his head back and struck the ground heavily 3 times in succession, symbolizing kowtowing to formally acknowledge his master. Good. Ha ha ha, my Tao Depository Hall finally has a successor. I burst into loud laughter. The elders grew even more excited. Indeed fate decides all. This master-disciple bond is destined to become a legendary tale for the ages. Little junior brother, congratulations. Junior brother, you finally have a disciple too, we're so happy for you. A group of elders charged forward excitedly. This was perfect, my quota for a first disciple was gone, and they no longer had to worry about me snatching disciples away. You little, sigh, utterly hopeless, Morong Xiao exclaimed in exasperation. With a frustrated flick of his sleeve that conveyed his disappointed expectation towards unpromising material, he stormed off indignantly. Without the quota for a first disciple, he didn't even bother watching the rest of the disciple selection process, certain that I could never compete with those old foxes. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. What a perfect match, a crooked pot finds its crooked lid, the ideal master-disciple pair. They say a great teacher breeds outstanding students, how true that is. A trash master is doomed to produce only trash disciples. Finally at ease, thank heavens I wasn't chosen. I'd rather die than join Tao Repository Palace, the crowd murmured in hushed tones. Though each voice was soft, their collective chatter created quite a din. A worthless disciple? This so-called worthless disciple of mine has survived sieges from all the great sects and sacred lands, which among you can claim such merit? I'll show you all what a true prodigy looks like. Hearing their mocking remarks, I curled my lip in secret and sneered inwardly. On the ground, Chen Bei's already crimson eyes grew even redder. A tiger at bay may be insulted by dogs. In all his life, when had he ever suffered such unbearable humiliation? Insulting him was one thing, but how dare they humiliate his master? He saw me as the only light that had ever pierced the darkness of his despair. This master, he had decided, was the one he would follow. His gaze swept over those who had spoken ill, and his heart silently swore an oath. One day, he would prove to the world what it truly meant for a renowned master to produce an exceptional disciple. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully taking in a disciple. The following rewards are now being issued. Just then, the system's voice echoed in my mind, making my eyes light up instantly. Good things, they've finally arrived. Chapter 3, wasn't he just a good-for-nothing? How's he so strong already? Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully obtaining the indestructible Battle Soul Constitution. Ding, tenfold return bonus activated. Congratulations, host, on achieving perfection in the indestructible Battle Soul Constitution. Ding, detected disciples cultivation at the 9th level of the life-stealing realm. Tenfold return activated. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 1st level of the divine ability realm. Ding, system reward Imperial grade divine weapon, Annihilation battle halberd. Ding, system reward Imperial grade cultivation technique, Oblivion. Ding, system reward 1 annihilation pill. Ding, system reward 1 dragon blood pool. Ding, system reward Supreme concealment technique, the vanishing one. The system's voice kept ringing out, and I couldn't help but feel my heart race. Though these subsequent rewards were all excellent items by themselves, what mattered most to me was that my bodily structure had finally undergone a transformation I could cultivate now. Before I could even revel in joy, my vision suddenly blurred, as if I witnessed heaven and earth transforming into a great furnace, with the Tao itself weaving strands of reformation through me. A sense of sudden enlightenment washed over me, cleansing my spiritual awareness. I distinctly perceived that my soul had undergone a fundamental transformation. It now seemed to contain the primal essence of battle from the universe itself. Simultaneously, a torrent of raw power erupted from the Tao's essence, wildly surging through my body. My cultivation realm broke through all barriers in a frenzied ascent. Body refining 1st stage, body refining 9th stage, foundation establishment 1st stage, Foundation Establishment 9th Stage, Innate Realm 9th Stage, Lifestealing Realm 9th Stage, Divine Ability 1st Stage. In just a few breaths, my cultivation broke through successive bottlenecks, stabilizing at a realm countless ordinary cultivators could never dream of reaching across their entire lifetimes. Simultaneously, the cultivation technique, the escaped one, flowed autonomously through me, instantly concealing my aura and leaving my appearance as ordinary as ever. Who could have imagined that in mere moments, this feeble mortal frame of mine had transformed into something extraordinary, now containing power capable of shattering heavens and extinguishing worlds? First layer of divine ability. Truly the first layer of divine ability. My heart trembled violently within me, my breath growing ragged with excitement. In the cultivation world, the cultivation levels are categorized as body refinement, foundation establishment, innate realm, life seizing, divine ability, Tao comprehension, unity. Each realm is further divided into 9 layers. 99% of cultivators never manage to break through to the foundation establishment's secret realm in their lifetime, let alone reach realms beyond it. It can be said that anyone who achieves foundation establishment is 1 in 100, while those who reach the innate realm become godlike figures, capable of moving clouds and mist, soaring through the heavens and diving into the earth. There's nothing they can't do. Across the entire Jisha Academy, even the personal disciples of the elders and the chief disciples rarely surpass the innate secret realm, and most of them are already in their late 20s or nearly 30 years old. Apart from Chu Chen, no other disciple in the entire academy had reached the life-seizing realm. Yet Chen Bei, at merely 16 years of age, had already cultivated to the 9th level of life-seizing, earning himself the title of a peerless genius across the ages. Even I, having broken through to the divine ability realm thanks to him, now stood on equal footing with the academy's many elders. Good, my excellent disciple. Rest assured, as your master, I will never treat you unfairly. Feeling the formidable power surging within me, I gazed at Chen Bei with growing satisfaction, crouching down to gently pat his head. Uncle Master, I'll escort you back to the Dao Storage Palace. Chu Chen shook his head and said, if there was anyone in the whole venue who cared about me the most, besides my sect master teacher, it would be him. Don't help him, let him carry him back himself. At this moment, Morong Zhao's voice came through. Clearly, he was genuinely angry. To punish me, he actually intended to make me carry a person for 100 miles. Seeing this, the crowd around us once again turned their gazes our way, most of them wearing mocking expressions. Even the elders who had cared about me just moments ago were now shaking their heads one after another, their expressions saying, since the sect master has punished you, there's nothing we can do. Uncle Master. Chu Chen also shrugged helplessly. He dared not disobey the master's orders. Woo, woo, woo. Chen Bei remained sprawled on the ground, looking up at me with his mournful whimpering, as if trying to convey his remorse. After all, it was because of him that I'd been put in this awkward position. Damn it, fine, don't help if you won't. Who cares? Back when my master left, you promised you'd look out for me. How can you treat me like this after the friendship my master showed you by taking you to brothels? And after I introduced you to all the prettiest girls in the establishment too, some pal you are, I said with a darkened expression. My words left everyone stunned, their faces blank with shock. Holy crap, what did I just hear? The esteemed headmaster of Jisha Academy, a renowned sage of Great Zhou, actually went to a brothel? Damn, can you say that again? I didn't quite catch it. Everyone looked at me with gossip-filled eyes. Martial uncle. Only Chu Chen was shocked and hurriedly tried to stop me. At this moment, Morong Zhao, who had turned back to offer me more help, stumbled midair upon hearing this. Without another thought, he turned around and left for good. Damn fool! Completely hopeless. Morong Zhao cursed inwardly. Soon, Morong Zhao returned to the Wendiagong. At the scene, seeing that no one around offered any help, I curled my lips and crouched down to say to Chen Bei, see, disciple? It's just the two of us, master and disciple, relying on each other. No one cares about us. Remember this, if these shameless jerks ever come begging for your help in the future, don't you dare agree. Let's head home. With that, I grabbed Chen Bei and kicked off with all my might, releasing a surge of power around me in an instant. Boom! The earth trembled violently as a ferocious wave of energy swept across the square's bluestone tiles, churning them like stormy waves. Ah! The surrounding crowd gasped in shock as an overwhelming pressure swept through the area. Most spectators were sent flying by the surge of energy, including many disciples from the academy, who were immediately tossed about like leaves in a powerful wind. Fortunately, the elders reacted swiftly, instantly unleashing their immense power to suppress the outburst. Otherwise, my sudden explosion of force would have surely crushed countless bystanders. By then, I had already shot into the heavens with Chen Bei in tow. Yet this wasn't the end. When the elders looked up, what they saw left them utterly speechless. Who is this boy venting his anger at? Is he releasing such terrifying power as a warning display? Under the gaze of all onlookers, dark clouds rolled across the sky, with faint flashes of thunder surging within. The immense energy radiating from my body constantly altered the celestial phenomena, displaying momentum powerful enough to shatter the heavens themselves. To the elders present, this appeared to be nothing more than a display of venting frustration. Only when I had completely departed and the celestial phenomena returned to normal did the crowd finally exhale in relief. For a moment, they had all harbored the illusion that I was about to pick a fight with someone. But upon reconsideration, the group of elders couldn't help but undergo drastic changes in their expressions. Wait, who was that just now? Zhou Hai, wasn't he just a worthless loser? When did he gain such formidable cultivation? At this moment, the elders finally reacted, all stunned beyond words, unable to help questioning their own lives. Even Chu Qin was in a daze. Could this really be the same disciple who needed his help to descend the mountain? With such immense power, yet deliberately pretending to be weak and helpless, just how many secrets was I hiding? The elders were bewildered. Chu Chen, the head disciple, was dumbfounded, and even Zhang Qiankuan amidst the crowd was utterly stunned. Such terrifying divine power, capable of easily disrupting all natural phenomena, this is the ability only found in the divine abilities realm. The chief of this scripture palace appears to be just over 20 years old. With such formidable cultivation, how on earth did he achieve this? And who exactly spread that reputation of him being a lazy good-for-nothing? Zhang Qiankuan's heart trembled violently. He suddenly felt that passing me up might become the greatest regret of his entire life. Chapter 4, Endure the bitterest of hardships to serve those above. Hold on, disciple. Unlike everyone else's shock, I was actually frightened at that moment. For the first time possessing such formidable power, and also my first experience of soaring through the skies and plunging into the earth, I accidentally used too much force, nearly launching myself 90,000 miles into the heavens. As for Qin Bei, whom I was carrying, his pupils constricted in that instant, feeling every hair on his body stand on end. He swore that even during his first attempt at flying, it had never been this thrilling or perilous, especially since I momentarily lost control of my strength, unleashing wild, unchecked energy that stirred celestial phenomena and nearly summoned a tempest of 10,000 bolts of lightning. At that moment, Chen Bei's breath hitched. He felt certain death was upon him. If this went uncontrolled, the heavens and earth would transform dramatically, with thousands of thunderbolts descending. My cheap master might be fine, but half dead as I was, I'd be reduced to ashes in an instant. Thankfully, after the initial loss of control, I quickly regained my senses. In a flash, I mastered the energy within me and redirected it straight toward the Tao Repository Palace. Only the howling wind filled my ears. When everything settled and Chen Bei opened his eyes again, we had arrived in a small courtyard. I teased him. Well done, kiddo. Here you are with your indestructible warrior soul physique, born a war god and a fate-defying cultivator to boot. Yet flying through the air has left you stiff as a board? To ease the awkwardness, I tossed Chen Bei onto the courtyard recliner. Chen Bei's eyes widened instantly, probably cursing me inwardly. Fair enough, when a war god takes action, they control their own destiny. But entrusting your life to someone else? That's a different story altogether. For a moment, I felt his gratitude toward me wane. Suddenly, Chen Bei seemed to remember something and looked at me again, his mind reeling. I didn't notice the wary look in his eyes, thinking he was just gazing at me pitifully. I'm soft-hearted to a fault. I'd stop to comfort a beggar by the roadside for ages, let alone my own disciple. Without hesitation, I pried open Chen Bei's mouth and stuffed the annihilation pill freshly obtained from the system down his throat. Chen Bei couldn't resist at all. The annihilation pill dissolved instantly upon contact, forming threads of destruction laws that immediately began churning within his body. Soon, his agonizing screams echoed. Despite being hailed as the god of war, he couldn't withstand the pain that annihilated all vitality. In an instant, his body was bathed in blood. His internal organs, meridians, and bones seemed to be pulverized simultaneously. Even his skin split apart endlessly, a truly harrowing sight. Fortunately, though named the destruction pill, it contained a wisp of the Tao of life amidst its devastation, always preserving a final thread of vitality within the destruction. Chen Bei's gaze locked onto me, undoubtedly convinced I had come to harm him. But unwillingness, fierce, burning unwillingness, stimulated his warrior's soul, allowing him to endure steadfastly through the torment of destruction. I hurriedly cheered him on. Excellent, truly worthy of being my outstanding disciple. As the saying goes, endure bitterness to serve greatness. You must hold on, my future comforts depend entirely on you. Hold on at all costs. With your indomitable warlord constitution, Werewolf remains unbroken, body and soul shall never perish. Stay strong. The system's rewards always come as a complete set. Now is the moment for Chen Bei. No breakthrough comes without destruction first. The destruction pill will shatter his body completely while preserving his vitality. Paired with his indomitable warlord spirit, so long as his will lives, his flesh shall reform, shattering his current crippled state and restoring his full power. Of course, this step was agonizing, but to push his strength to the next level, I could only endure watching my fine disciple suffer. After 2 hours of torture, it finally ended with Chen Bei letting out a roar. His eyes blinded, his ears deafened, his senses scattered, he lay slumped on the ground like a mass of bloody mud, a truly pitiful sight. I took a sharp breath and pressed a finger to Chen Bei's forehead. instantly transmitting all the knowledge of the Emperor-grade technique, annihilation, into his mind. At this moment, Shenbei felt as though his very soul was on the verge of dissipating. Even a battle-hardened spirit as unyielding as his found it nearly impossible to endure such torment. At that very moment, his spirit shuddered with revelation as the cultivation technique transmitted itself along with the laws of heaven and earth, instantly jolting him awake, perishing in stillness, reborn from annihilation. What an overpowering technique! Is this an emperor-grade cultivation method? Shenbei's soul trembled violently as he immediately began practicing it. Sadly, his physical body was too weak, though his spirit could still cultivate this technique. Lacking the body's support left something fundamentally missing, especially since the initial stages of this technique primarily focused on bodily cultivation. I summoned the dragon blood pool once more and with a wave of my hand, immersed Shenbei's flesh and blood body within its depths. In an instant, while practicing silent annihilation, Shenbei felt as if he had consumed a supreme medicinal pill, his cultivation speed skyrocketing 1,000-fold in a blink. He could sense an immense surge of energy sweeping over his body, frantically repairing his damaged physique. At the same time, his Tao foundation loosened and began reforging itself anew. Everything about him seemed to decay within the annihilation, only to be reborn from the wreckage, becoming 10, even 100 times more resilient and powerful. Meanwhile, I too felt the transformations within my body, as if an omnipresent force was ceaselessly remodeling every fiber of my being. This bond is amazing. Though I can't suffer for my disciple, I get to enjoy tenfold blessings. What a delightful feeling. I knew it. The bond's benefits were activating again. For every bit my disciple grows stronger, I reap 10 times the rewards. Watching Shenbei blissfully soaking in the blood pool, I returned to my recliner. Basking in the sunlight, I began reviewing the system's feedback. Shenbei's cultivation insights and combat experiences flowing to me. After taking a disciple, not only do I receive tenfold cultivation feedback, but all their insights into the Tao, combat experience, willpower, and more get transmitted to me like data streams, amplified 10 times over. Even data needs to be digested. I just failed to digest it properly earlier, which caused it to skyrocket uncontrollably. At this moment, I begin to reflect. This information flows into my soul and marrow like a buffer, as if these were originally my own experiences. Nearly 3 hours later, a thunderous roar echoed as the surrounding primal energy surged violently, transforming into tides that ceaselessly poured into the blood pool. I whirled around to see a naked man rising from the blood pool, his enraged hair billowing like a demon god descending from the heavens. It was Shenbei. Oh my, has he fully recovered? TSK, look at this burly physique, this explosive power. Who would believe my disciple has only 16 years of bone age if we didn't tell them? Disciple, how do you feel now? I examined Shenbei up and down as though admiring a work of art, then tossed a set of clothes from my system space toward him with a smile. Shenbei remained silent, his gaze complicated as he looked at me. There had been a moment when he wished he could tear me to pieces, believing I was here to harm him. But after everything that followed, he realized he was wrong. I wasn't here to hurt him, nor was I the deadbeat others claimed me to be. My cultivation foundation was unfathomably deep. I actually passed down such an emperor-rank technique as nirvana destruction to a novice like him. That pill may seem destructive, but in truth, it's reshaped his physique. Its divine efficacy is truly unparalleled. And this entire pool of dragon blood, I generously let him bathe in it too. You must understand, setting aside that emperor-level technique and the supreme divine pill, even this single pool of dragon blood alone is a priceless treasure beyond measure. Out in the world, even a single drop of dragon blood would spark fierce competition among countless prodigies. If the existence of this entire pool were revealed, the holy lands across northern wasteland would tear each other apart in bloody warfare. I've given Shenbei far too much. Just at our first meeting, what I bestowed upon him already surpassed the accumulated wealth of the great Qian dynasty by thousands of times. Thud! Countless thoughts raced through my mind as I watched Shenbei put on his clothes and suddenly drop to his knees. He cowed out 3 thunderous bows toward me, his powerful voice resonating like heavenly thunder. This disciple thanks Master for this rebirth grace. From this day forth, Master shall be Shenbei's second parent. This disciple swears filial devotion and shall repay Master's kindness even at the cost of my life. Startled, I hurriedly helped my first disciple to his feet, laughing. Enough now. Good disciple, rise quickly. I don't need your gratitude. Just focus on your cultivation, gain the strength to protect yourself in the future, and avoid being persecuted by others. That's all I ask for. Though I said those words, I had already made up my mind. This eldest disciple is truly resilient, absolutely a born workhorse saint body. Instead of dedicating more time to cultivation and bringing me greater feedback, wasting it on filial piety, what a shame. In an instant, countless specialized training plans flashed through my mind. No matter what, I must not let his resilience go to waste. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Rest assured, your disciple will never let you down. Shenbei spoke. The overlord had never been inferior to anyone in his life, nor had he ever accepted favors from others. but at this moment, he was deeply moved by my kindness. Though I had given so much without expecting anything in return, simply hoping he would soar like a dragon, there was no doubt he would live up to my expectations. Good, my disciple, your words are enough to please my heart. Coincidentally, I still have another cultivation technique here. Study it carefully, and I will assist you in your practice later. I nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the kind of grateful worker I appreciated. After much deliberation, I decided to push Qinbei's indomitable constitution to its absolute limit. His undying battle soul physique, what truly mattered wasn't the flesh, but that indomitable fighting spirit itself. Those born with this constitution possess extraordinary willpower. As long as their resolve remains unbroken, their battle spirit will never fade. The path of cultivation is fraught with hardships and trials, unbearable for many. Yet for those with undying battle souls, such obstacles are trivial, they endure greater suffering to reach unimaginable heights. Such a fearsome talent naturally deserves an even more hellish training. With that thought, I rummaged through my system space and pulled out a cultivation manual titled, 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture, recorded on a jade slip. I casually tossed it to Qinbei. Disciple, study this well. Qinbei frowned, likely thinking I'd already imparted the peerless emperor technique to him. What other manual could possibly compare? Wouldn't abandoning the emperor technique for another method be discarding the essence for the trivial? Yet the moment his spiritual sense probed the jade slip and received its contents, his entire body trembled as he froze in astonished disbelief. Another emperor scripture? What a terrifying cultivation method! It fuses the heavenly Tao into one's being and absorbs the power of all weapons into the body. After roughly comprehending the cultivation outline of the 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture, Qinbei's heart raced wildly, and his breathing grew rapid. He originally thought that decimation was the supreme cultivation art tailor-made for him. Yet, this 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture turned out to be just as formidable, if not more so, and he found himself preferring the latter. Unfortunately, the resources required for the 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture were far too immense. Even exhausting all the resources in the world might not suffice to master it. In this regard, it simply couldn't compete with decimation. Seeing Qinbei begin to comprehend the Emperor's Scripture, I couldn't be bothered to wait any longer. It had already been a whole day without eating. Although with my powerful cultivation, I didn't feel hunger at all. Skipping several meals in a row still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Just as I was about to head to the kitchen to grab something to eat, a sudden sound of something cutting through the air came rushing toward me. Startled, I saw a figure appear before me, raising a hand to strike directly at my face. In that split second, I noticed the space around their palm rippling violently, with the power of thunder surging forth as if they had gathered all the lightning in the sky into a single strike. If this palm strike were to land, forget about a person, even a massive mountain would be reduced to dust in an instant. Who's there? I roared, my powerful combat instincts flaring as I leaped back, instantly putting dozens of yards between us. Then I threw a punch, unleashing a terrifying force. My fist seemed to morph into a bottomless black hole, even sucking the drifting white clouds from the sky into swirling currents that surged into my strike. The spiritual energy of the surrounding mountains and rivers converged in an instant, madly amplifying the power of this single blow. Boom! The opponent's palm unleashed a furious storm of lightning. A thunder dragon roared forth, wielding the cataclysmic power to destroy heaven and earth. My fist imprint swelled against the howling wind, colliding with the thunder dragon in an instant. Boom! 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 In that split second, deafening explosions filled the sky as shockwaves radiated outward from the epicenter between me and that man. The courtyard I stood in vanished instantly under the violent force, reduced to dust without even a single tile remaining. Damn it! Watching my courtyard obliterated just like that, fury ignited within me. An overwhelming pressure swept through the air as the power of a divine ability realm expert poured forth without restraint. The sunset-filled sky of moments ago was instantly swallowed by roiling black clouds, while thunder dragons roared across the heavens. Simultaneously, tempestuous winds howled like tigers prowling through mountain forests, striking awe into all who witnessed it. The divine ability realm cultivator's might, seizing creation from heaven and earth, harnessing cosmic energy to manifest divine techniques, was displayed here in its fullest glory. Junior brother, hold on. Just as the battle was about to erupt, Morong Zhao's voice suddenly rang out. I froze, retracting the fist I was about to strike again, only to see him standing amidst the lightning, gazing at me with an indescribably complex expression. Damn it, senior brother, have you got nothing better to do than come here and wreck my place? Recognizing Morong Zhao, I withdrew my power. The celestial phenomena dissipated, but I couldn't help cursing aloud. Behind me, seeing the formidable enemy approaching, Qinbei, who was just about to join the fight, couldn't help but frown at the sight. Enough! The house is gone. I'll help you rebuild it. Junior brother, you really surprise me, don't you? Morong Zhao waved his hand to interrupt my cursing, then fixed me with a complicated gaze. I'd resigned myself to thinking my life would remain unchanged, never expecting I'd quietly cultivate such strength without a word. For so many crucial years, not even he himself had detected it. Even when that divine ability realm aura erupted in the square this morning, he he never connected it to me. When Chu Chen mentioned my cultivation level, he absolutely refused to believe it. Had it not been for everyone confirming the truth, he wouldn't have even come to test me. But this test proved truly shocking. With mere 20-something years of bone age, I've already reached divine ability realm cultivation. What kind of trash was this? Even the holy sons of major sacred grounds wouldn't surpass this. I don't care whether you're shocked or thrilled. Debts must be paid, demolish the house and rebuild it. First return my property to me. My heart skipped a beat. I knew Morong Xiao was here to pick a fight. Without having figured out how to explain, I immediately changed the subject. You, Morong Xiao glared, probably wondering whether I had missed the point. Was a shabby courtyard really that important? Stop with the you nonsense. Give me back my house. I held out my hand, putting on my best debt collector act. Fine, kid, I'll give it back. The sight of my shameless face gave Morong Xiao an instant headache. With a mere wave of his hand, towering ancient trees from the dense forest 10 li away were uprooted and sent soaring into the heavens. Another flick of his wrist, and countless sharp lights flashed across the sky, instantly carving those trees into massive timber beams. Then he stomped his foot, causing the earth veins to tremble and the crust to shift as solid walls materialized from nowhere. The giant timbers came raining down, some transforming into roof beams, others becoming supporting pillars. Finally, he waved his hand once more, sending soil flying upward to miraculously condense into roofing tiles that settled into place, completing the construction of a brand new courtyard in the blink of an eye. Are you satisfied now? Morong Xiao glared at me with a headache. Satisfied my ass. At least do some renovations for me. Besides, all my belongings are destroyed. Not to mention I can't read any of my precious books, now I can't even get a decent meal. You owe me compensation. I was utterly astonished by this miraculous scene. Though I might eventually manage something similar through attempts, I definitely couldn't achieve such effortless mastery. Cultivators in this world are truly formidable. If they traveled to my hometown, they'd become construction bosses at the very least, not to mention real estate tycoons. Chapter 6, 1,000 Dao Soldiers, Cultivate the 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture. You little rascal. Morong Xiao was furious. He could tell this kid was deliberately changing the subject to avoid answering him. He was about to say something more when his peripheral vision caught sight of Chen Bei standing nearby, causing his pupils to contract sharply. And this is? Morong Xiao didn't recognize Chen Bei, but with one glance he could see through Chen Bei's strength he had actually reached the 9th level of the life-stealing realm. Most crucially, this person's skeletal age didn't exceed 16 years old. A 16-year-old life-stealing realm cultivator, what did this signify? A true favored child of heaven. And moreover, it was the 9th level of the life-seizing realm, which carried even deeper implications. One must understand that the path of cultivation is long and treacherous, with hardships at every turn. Each breakthrough in realm is a sprint through trials, defying the heavens to seize life, piling corpses like mountains. Those who seize life act against heaven's will, struggling across the cosmic river. Succeed, and you surge against the current, fail, and your body perishes while the Tao extinguishes. What kind of experiences led him to reach the 9th layer of the life-seizing realm at just 16? And what about Zhou Hai? What has he gone through? Indeed, Zhou Hai had given him far too many surprises today. A young man in his 20s already at the divine ability realm, accompanied by a 16-year-old at the 9th layer of the life-seizing realm, these two monsters could even surpass the prodigies nurtured by the great Holy Lands. Now there were two such individuals appearing in his academy branch. Could he have even dared to imagine this? What are you staring at? That's my disciple, Chen Bei. Senior brother, stop changing the subject. Talk about the matter with my courtyard first. Zhou Hai interjected impatiently from the side. What? Your disciple? Could he be the one from this morning? Morong Xiao was utterly shocked and found it hard to believe. Yet in reality, Zhou Hai only had one disciple. Why is this happening? This morning he was a disabled beggar, yet in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a peerless genius. Is this a dream? What kind of sleeping position leads to such dreams? Disciple Chen Bei pays respects to the sect master. Chen Bei bowed with folded hands, performing the Confucian greeting toward Morong Xiao. Chen Bei? What a familiar name. Wait, are you, senior brother Zhu Yu's disciple, the overlord of the great Qian dynasty? Morong Xiao frowned slightly, suddenly realizing something as he fixed his gaze firmly on Chen Bei. Reporting to the sect leader, it's this disciple. Chen Bei kept observing Morong Xiao, wanting to see what attitude the elder would take toward him. Would he be driven out, directly dealt with, or perhaps allowed to stay? He hoped his master hadn't misjudged him. Master Zhu Yu had once said that Morong Xiao was completely trustworthy. It's really you? Weren't you already dead? Wait, no, we only saw bloodstains and severed limbs without an actual body. How could we conclude you were dead? I was wrong, you're indeed alive. Only you could possess such exceptional talent. Only you could make all the Holy Lands feel threatened enough to eliminate you preemptively. Morong Xiao shook his head, scarcely able to believe Chen Bei was still alive, for he had genuinely searched for him before. But snapping back to reality, he had no choice but to accept this truth. As they spoke, more figures came flying through the air. The commotion here had alarmed the elders from various halls of the academy. Seeing this, Morong Shao waved his hand, releasing a powerful force that instantly formed a barrier sealing the entire courtyard. Child, since you've come here, you may rest assured and stay. It must be fate that you've become Zhou Hai's disciple. From now on, follow Zhou Hai diligently in your cultivation. Unless absolutely necessary, never step beyond this courtyard. Morong Shao looked earnestly at Chen Bei before turning to Zhou Hai and adding, and you, young man, I don't care what you're hiding. Since you're now a master, act like one. No more lazing around. Also, keep an eye on your disciple and don't let him wander out carelessly, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Without waiting for Zhou Hai and Chen Bei to respond, Morong Shao leaped into the air and vanished beyond the barrier. Leader, what are you doing? Leader! Leader! Outside the barrier, the chief elders from the Sword Palace, Scholar Palace, Martial Arts Palace, and Alchemy Palace had all arrived. Witnessing Morong Shao flying out, everyone wore expressions of confusion, unable to comprehend why he had erected this barrier. Nothing much, just testing our junior brother a bit. From now on, this place shall be Junior Brother's meditation retreat. All disciples heading to the Dao Archive Palace must avoid this courtyard, or face severe punishment. Morong Shao stood with hands behind his back in midair, speaking gravely. But Sect Master, may we at least see our junior brother now? Everyone frowned, sensing that Morong Shao was hiding something. Someone spoke up and asked, nothing worth seeing here, everyone disperse. Morong Shao scowled. Zhou Hai's matter was manageable, but he didn't want Chen Bei to be exposed. The dogwood of the Dakian Jixia Academy couldn't protect Chen Bei, and he wasn't confident either, so extreme caution was warranted in every move. Hearing this, the elders still wanted to voice their opinions. Just at that moment, Xu Chen came flying over. Master, esteemed uncles and seniors, envoys from the Dakian Academy have arrived, saying they wish to discuss matters concerning the upcoming 4 Academy debate. But among them are people from the Great Qian dynasty, and they seem hostile. Xu Chen flew to the front of the crowd and arched his hands in greeting. What? The Great Qian Academy sending people is one thing, but why is the Great Qian court sending envoys? Upon hearing this, everyone wore puzzled expressions. As for Morong Shao, he instantly realized something. Let's go. The once-in-a-decade Four Mansions debate competition is approaching. It's indeed time to discuss preparations. Morong Shao waved his hand and led the group away from the place. Every word spoken above was clearly heard by Zhou Hai and Chen Bei below. Watching these figures retreat, Chen Bei frowned, a flash of murderous intent flashing through his eyes. Eldest Imperial Brother, couldn't you even wait this long before sending assassins after me? Chen Bei clenched his fists tightly, murmuring to himself in a low voice. Alright now, don't think your sect leader uncle is just being stingy, he's doing this for your own good. But as my disciple and a born warrior, how can you be so timid? Take this. From now on, go wherever you wish and do whatever you want. There's no need to hide in this courtyard. If anything happens, your master will handle it. Noticing the killing intent in Chen Bei's eyes, Zhou Hai waved his hand, sending a storage jade pendant flying toward Chen Bei. Chen Bei froze for a moment. Upon picking up the pendant and examining it, his expression abruptly changed with shock. The jade pendant actually contained over 100 saint-level talismans and dozens of puppets. Each puppet exuded a suffocating aura. Yet this wasn't the most terrifying part. The most horrifying thing was that among these treasures stood a halberd, a Feng Tian Huaji. Destruction energy coiled around the weapon as if it were merely dormant. Even in its slumber, this battle halberd exuded an aura capable of annihilating heaven and earth, an overwhelming presence that warned against reckless approach. It carried the supreme majesty of an emperor, beyond the gaze of mortal eyes. An emperor's artifact. Sage's talisman. Sage puppet. Master, you. Looking at Zhou Hai again, Chen Bei felt he was about to lose his mind. Had his master plundered a great emperor's treasure vault? Just how overwhelmingly deep were these accumulated foundations? The crucial point was that he casually waved his hand and gave it all to me. Even the indomitable overlord, hardened by a lifetime of trials, couldn't help but feel his eyes grow moist at this moment. His master was truly good to him. With these treasures in hand, what fear would he have while roaming the world hereafter? Enough, let's prepare for cultivation. Today, we shall defy the heavens, seize its fortune, and strive to achieve divine ability. How about it? Are you confident? Looking at Chen Bei's moved expression, Zhou Hai waved his hand dismissively. Reporting to Master, the power of the flood dragon's blood is too immense. This disciple has absorbed less than 1/10 of it, with far more strength still hidden within my body. If this disciple refines it all properly, I estimate reaching at least the 3rd level of the divine ability realm. Moreover, after the transformation by the dragon's blood, my disciple's foundation has nearly reached perfection. It's a shame there aren't enough resources otherwise. Cultivating the 100 Refinements Emperor Sutra could make the foundation and body even more perfect. The benefits from the dragon's blood might be even greater. Qianbei shook his head, expressing slight disappointment. He truly longed to practice the 100 Refinements Emperor Sutra. Who says there are no resources? Here, take these Tao soldiers, try refining them into your body first. Zhou Hai laughed. Sure, others might lack resources, but him? Ridiculous. 7 years of systematic check-ins had granted him no fewer than 100 emperor-grade weapons, not to mention countless low-level divine arms beyond counting. The so-called 100 Refinements sovereign scripture involves cultivating oneself through the method of forging weapons. Once this technique is practiced, it can devour other weapons to strengthen oneself until, in the end, the practitioner becomes a peerless divine weapon, truly unmatched across the heavens and the earth. Yet, to Zhou Hai, these weapons were as insignificant as grains of sand, though in the eyes of others, they were precious treasures indeed. Grabbing the storage bag Zhou Hai tossed over, Qianbei took a clear look at its contents and instantly drew a sharp breath in shock. Tao soldiers? At least 1,000 pieces? He was stunned. Have Tao soldiers become so worthless these days? Chapter 7, Laying the Foundation with 2 Emperor Scriptures. These things should be enough for your cultivation for a while, right? Zhou Hai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Qianbei. That's more than enough, master. Truly sufficient. Qianbei's heart swelled with emotion as he lifted his head to look at Zhou Hai. In that instant, his master's figure appeared towering and majestic, peerless as the supreme being between heaven and earth. The master brought him not just astonishment, but an overwhelming sense of security. To have such a master in this lifetime is truly the greatest fortune of his life. He swore to himself, with the master's unwavering support, he would never let him down. Enough chatter, let's begin. Zhou Hai didn't waste time either, urging impatiently. Qianbei responded, then immediately sat cross-legged, calming his mind to contemplate the 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture. Countless imperial Tao runes flew out from the Emperor Scripture, continuously merging into Qianbei's body. In an instant, he felt as though his flesh had transformed into a bottomless abyss. At this moment, his body became like a raging furnace, as if nothing in the heavens could withstand his refining power. Sensing the changes in his body, Qianbei hastily took out a Tao weapon. As the runes on his body circulated, a formidable refining power emerged, causing the Tao weapon to begin melting. Not only did the forging materials of the Tao weapon merge into Qianbei's body, but even the Tao principles on the weapon were smelted, being absorbed by Qianbei like nutrients. Boom! The instant the Tao weapon was smelted, Qianbei felt a thunderous roar in his mind. His internal world seemed to explode with a deafening roar. His Tao foundation collapsed completely. His cultivation was instantly annihilated. In mere moments, he went from being a powerful life-stealing realm cultivator to an ordinary mortal without an ounce of cultivation. He's cultivating anew. With the 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture, he's reforging his path of cultivation. First layer of body refinement realm. While others were forging flesh and blood vessels, he transformed himself into a crucible, using mighty Tao weapons as materials to merge into his body, tempering his physical form. Tao Soldier, the divine weapon of a Tao comprehension realm expert, possesses earth-shattering, heaven-destroying might. It not only contains the profound insights into the Tao from a Tao comprehension realm master, but its forging materials are also incredibly precious, making it virtually indestructible. Yet at this moment, Qianbei was actually integrating such materials and various Tao insights into his own body to refine his physique. The sheer power of this method was utterly astonishing. Boom, boom, boom. With a deafening roar, Qianbei's cultivation realm began soaring at a terrifying rate. Second layer of body refining. Third layer of body refining. Fourth layer of body refining. Within moments, his cultivation broke through to the 9th layer of body refining, yet showed no signs of stopping. Boom! His body surged with power as another thunderous boom echoed within Qianbei's dantian. His Tao foundation was reforged, officially stepping into the foundation establishment realm. At the moment his Tao foundation took form, another torrent of formidable power erupted. Countless imperial Tao runes manifested and crashed down onto his foundation with world-shattering might. It was the imperial scripture, Annihilation. Witnessing the 100 Refinements imperial scripture shine brilliantly, Annihilation seemed unwilling to be outdone. The 2 emperor-level scriptures contended against each other at this moment, one specialized in refinement, the other in slaughter. Amidst their entanglement, Qianbei's body not only transformed into a divine weapon but also became a supreme grand formation. And these 2 emperor-level scriptures served as the formation's foundation. So powerful, Qianbei was awestruck and accelerated his cultivation once more. Yet quickly, an entire Tao battalion was absorbed by him, yet his cultivation barely reached the 3rd tier of foundation establishment. Qianbei was once again deeply shocked. This was a Tao battalion after all. A Tao battalion capable of instantly annihilating anything beneath the Enlightenment realm could only help him cultivate to the 3rd tier of foundation establishment. How many Tao soldiers would it take to achieve great cultivation success? And how formidable must he himself become at this point? Not daring to hesitate, Chen Bei took out another Dao soldier and absorbed it. While Chen Bei was growing stronger here, Zhou Hai's body was undergoing earth-shaking transformations. His Dao foundation kept undergoing strange transformations, growing increasingly powerful. His body surface was as if coated with gold, producing metallic clanging sounds with every movement. He now felt certain that even without any defense, full-powered strikes from cultivators below divine ability realm couldn't harm him in the slightest. Is this the might of the 100 refinements Emperor scripture? Tenfold feedback, this feels absolutely amazing. Zhou Hai wore an expression of sheer bliss. Wait, since my body is undergoing mutations now, does this mean I can finally cultivate? The thought barely formed before Zhou Hai hastily sat down, eager to experience the sensation of cultivation for himself. But soon, he was dumbfounded. He did indeed possess the traits of the indestructible battle soul physique, and within him now surged formidable power. Yet the characteristics of an earthling remained unchanged. He still couldn't cultivate. No matter how his body transformed, cultivation would forever remain beyond his reach. To cultivate his own power, he could only rely on the feedback from his disciples' training. Damn it, stupid system. What's going on here? Zhou Hai couldn't accept it. He had assumed that since his physique was 10 times stronger than his disciples, he should shine brilliantly. But in the end, he still couldn't cultivate properly. Who could stand this? However, the system gave no response. Seeing this, Zhou Hai had no choice but to leave and think of a way to prepare a meal. Yet, as he glanced from the corner of his eye, he noticed the blood pool buried underground nearby. It was the very same pool that had once held the flood dragon's blood. During the previous destructive collision of attacks, the entire courtyard had been reduced to dust. Only this flood dragon blood pool remained completely unchanged, though it had sunk into the ground. Seems like a decent magical treasure as well. Collect! Zhou Hai waved his hand and stowed away the blood pool. Looking back at the bare and empty courtyard, after a moment's contemplation, Zhou Hai decided to make some additional arrangements. The courtyard is too simplistic. It's missing some artificial mountains and flowing water, that's a must. Stroking his chin, Zhou Hai retrieved 2 sacred artifacts from his system space, the sacred mountain seal and the calm sea pearl. Previously lacking any cultivation, these treasures had been utterly useless in his hands. But now, with a mere thought, the sacred mountain seal instantly transformed into a range of miniature mountains, while the calm sea pearl became a bubbling spring. Misty spiritual energy swirled around them as the fairy-like landscape of artificial mountains and flowing water materialized, serene, elegant, and scenery of the highest order. As Zhou Hai's thoughts stirred, the rockery burst into a myriad of blooming flowers, and rainbows arched over the flowing water. It was indescribably beautiful. Good. Watching this scene, Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction. Soon, one treasure after another flew out. Icebound bed, enlightenment mat, devouring sky cauldron, soul-suppressing bell. All sorts of treasures that others could only dream of had been casually arranged by him as mere furnishings. In no time at all, the small courtyard regained its lively, worldly atmosphere. With so many priceless treasures here, even if the sect leader summoned all his strength, he probably wouldn't be able to break a single item now, right? Stroking his chin, Zhou Hai thought with undisguised satisfaction. What a pity, my little silver bottle plum picture book is gone, along with many similar books I haven't had the chance to read yet. I'll have to make a trip to Dinghai City when I find the time. With another sigh, Zhou Hai took out ingredients like dragon liver and phoenix marrow from his system space and began his cooking. While Zhou Hai enjoyed his enhanced strength and leisurely cooking, the atmosphere in the main hall of the Wendaegon Palace was unusually tense. Bastards, are you trying to search my Jixia Academy? With a roar, Morong Xiao slammed his palm onto the desk before him. The unleashed aura of a peak enlightenment realm expert pressed down like collapsing heavens, making most people present gasp for breath with ashen faces. Hee, fellow Taoist Morong, why so angry? The third prince shares a deep bond with the ninth prince and has come specially to find him. This is a good thing. Since your academy claims to value human relationships above all, shouldn't you accommodate third prince's longing for his younger brother? A light chuckle sounded as a black-robed figure stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, he effortlessly dissolved Morong Zhao's oppressive aura, startling everyone present from the academy. This was another peak enlightenment realm expert, whose strength was no less than Morong Zhao's. Within the scene, the elder from Great Qian's Jixia Academy who had come this time, along with the third prince of the Great Qian dynasty, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, they felt as though Morong Xiao had them by the throat, life or death dangled on a single thought. It was utterly terrifying. Chapter 8. Shin Bei's Heavenly Tribulation, a battle against the heavens. Oh, so you mean my academy should just meekly submit to being searched to uphold his brotherly bonds? Morong Zhao's gaze was icy as he glared fixedly at the black-robed man. You jest, fellow Taoist. Speaking of searching sounds so unpleasant. Jixia Academy is a sacred cultivation ground, and our Qiangya Holy Land has enjoyed a millennium-old friendship with it. How could our Holy Land ever insult the Academy? Our visit here is merely to seek assistance from Jixia Academy. I trust the academy wouldn't put our Qiangyao Holy Land in a difficult position, would it, Elder Lu? The black-robed man shook his head with a faint smile. Though his words seemed friendly, he was actually invoking the name of Qiangyao Sacred Land to pressure others with influence. Indeed, Jixia Academy is a sacred place for cultivation. If this were the main branch, they naturally wouldn't fear Qiangyao Sacred Land. But this is merely a branch academy, it lacks the qualifications to measure strength against Qiangyao Sacred Land. Quite right, quite right. Daoist Donghua speaks wisely. Our academy and Qiangyao Sacred Land have maintained mutual exchanges for many years. It's only proper that we show each other some courtesy. Elder Lu, the representative from Dakian Academy who had come this time, hurriedly nodded in agreement and smilingly smoothed things over. Impudent! Elder Lu, do you speak to me now on behalf of the Qiangyao sect? Or is it that your attitude represents the headquarters? Morong Zhao's gaze turned icy as he shouted once more. Elder Lu was startled. How could he possibly represent the main academy? But to claim he represented the Qiangyao sacred ground would be absolutely impossible. That would be betraying the institution. Clearly, Morong Zhao didn't give a damn about his status at all. This was deliberately humiliating him. Fellow Daoist Morong. The black-robed man frowned and spoke again. Shut your damn mouth. What nonsense is this? Am I supposed to be close with your Qiangyao sect? If you want to talk about friendship, go discuss it with the main academy. Let them come speak to me. I'd like to see whether the main academy would actually issue an order allowing your search. Morong Zhao waved his hand dismissively, showing not the slightest regard for their dignity. You, friend Morong, my visit here represents not just the will of Qiangyao Holy Land, but the collective will of all major sects in Holy Lands. Are you truly determined not to give even the slightest face? The black-robed man's expression darkened, no longer hiding his intentions as he outright threatened. Hoof, what do you mean by that? If I refuse your search today, do you dare to attack our Great Zhou Academy? Come on, I've been looking forward to it. Show them out. Morong Zhao was amused with anger. These people came probing obliquely about Chen Bei's whereabouts right away. While the academy's stance was clear, there was simply no such person as Chen Bei here. But these people wouldn't give up, even concocting excuses about visiting to conduct a personal search. How could Morong Zhao's explosive temper endure this? That he didn't immediately resort to violence was only because his recent meditation practice had improved his self-control. Otherwise, he definitely would have left a few corpses here today. Fine, since fellow Daoist Morong insists on having his way, let's hope he won't regret this decision. Let's go. The black-robed man cast a sinister glance before turning to leave. Sect leader Morong, I trust you haven't forgotten about the Four Mansions debate in 3 months. I shall await your esteemed presence in Dakian. Elder Lu similarly glared with dark eyes, giving Morong Zhao a profound look before leading the third prince of Dakian and others away from the scene. These damn Qiangyao sect bastards go too far. How dare they throw their weight around like this? They must truly think nothing of our academy. And this great Qian academy, truly falling into greater depravity by the day, actually letting various sects manipulate it at will. What a disgrace to our academy's dignity. Humph, searching our academy? Not even the Jade Emperor himself could make us endure such humiliation. If these people truly want war, then let them fight. Even if the main institute won't assist us, what have we to fear? After these people left, the silent palace elders present finally voiced their outrage, speaking one after another in righteous anger. Enough! This matter requires no further discussion. Everyone must remember, our academy does not seek trouble, but we never fear it either. We must never degenerate like the Dakian Academy. Everyone, go back and prepare. The 4 Academy competition in 3 months will determine the resource allocation from the headquarters. In recent years, the talents produced by our Great Zhou Academy have been too weak, ranking last for 3 consecutive sessions. If we rank last again this time, the headquarters will surely hold us accountable. Morong Zhao waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Yes, Sect Master. Upon hearing this, a trace of worry flashed in everyone's eyes, and they each took their leave. Only after everyone had left did a look of weariness finally appear on Morong Zhao's face. Brother Zhuyu, oh brother Zhuyu, with your death, it's not just the Imperial Court of Dakian that has fallen into chaos, this Dakian Academy is ruined as well. Late at night, in an inn of Dinghai City, a black-robed man, Elder Lu from the Academy, and the third prince of Dakian gathered in a room. The atmosphere exceptionally tense. It seems almost certain now. If that Chen Bei isn't dead, he must be hiding in the Great Zhou Academy. Otherwise, Morong Zhao wouldn't have denied us even the chance to visit the academy. This is clearly trying to cover up the truth. Suddenly, the black-robed man spoke. Exactly, Morong Zhao overreacted today. Knowing him as I do, he'd absolutely dare to defy the entire world to shelter Chen Bei. Elder Lu nodded, the memory of Morong Zhao's scornful gaze leaving a bitter taste in his heart. Elders Lu and Donghua, no matter what, Chen Bei must die. Otherwise, he won't just pose a threat to our great Qian dynasty, he'll endanger all of you as well. The third prince of Dakian, Shen Xian, quickly replied, "Don't worry, since the open approach doesn't work, I'll secretly infiltrate the academy tonight to investigate. If that Shinbei is truly at the academy, I'll personally eliminate him. A genius who hasn't even fully grown yet, killing him would be as easy as slaughtering pigs and dogs." The black-robed man, Donghua Quan, stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "Really? Then I must trouble Elder Donghua." Hearing this, Shen Xian was overjoyed and quickly bowed in gratitude. Now that the Great Qian Empire had just stabilized, with his own elder brother successfully ascending the throne, no matter what, he could not let Chen Bei live. Chen Bei is terrifying. His talent rivals even the heirs of the Great Holy Lands. If allowed to grow unchecked, it's not impossible for him to one day overturn the entire Great Qian dynasty. He must be eliminated while he's still weak, by any means necessary. Alright, you two go and rest for now. In 1 hour, I will make my move. Donghua Quan glanced at them both and issued the command with the air of a superior. Yes, Elder Donghua. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu and Shen Shen bid farewell with folded hands, their respectful demeanor making it hard to believe one was a royal prince while the other a revered elder of their sacred sect. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai remained unaware that an operation targeting his head disciple had already begun. Indeed, what fleeting joys we find beneath this moonlit sky. This is what true enjoyment means. In the courtyard beneath the artificial mountain, Zhou Hai raised his cup to the bright moon. As he savored the millennium-old spirit wine while sensing the changes in his cultivation strength within him, nothing could be more delightful. Boom! Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through. The sky that had been bathed in hazy moonlight moments ago was instantly shrouded by dark clouds, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. The majestic might of heaven pressed down as if ready to annihilate the world itself. Breaking through? Zhou Hai felt a stir in his heart. He sensed his own cultivation loosening its barriers. Amid Shin Bei's frenzied cultivation, the tenfold feedback surged through him, and now he successfully broke through to the third level of the divine ability realm. Now, Chen Bei faced another breakthrough, poised to step into the fourth level of the divine ability realm. In just a single day, his cultivation realm soared continuously. Who could have imagined that by morning he'd still been an ordinary mortal without any cultivation? Only this time, Chen Bei's breakthrough seemed to stir up unusually powerful disturbances. Seeing the thunderclouds filling the sky, this heaven-defying transformation was bound to attract a lightning tribulation, and no small one at that. The commotion here instantly drew the attention of all the halls within the academy. What a terrifying heavenly tribulation! Has someone attained enlightenment and is about to undergo tribulation? How can it be so formidable? Could it be that the sect master has broken through again? This tribulation seems unusually formidable. Wait, that's not the direction of the sect leader's inquiry hall, but the Tao Repository Hall? Everyone stared in astonishment, then figures shot out one after another, heading straight toward the Tao Repository Palace. Why is there such a commotion again? Even Murong Xiao was startled. After a brief hesitation, he too flew towards the scripture hall. Meanwhile, in Zhou Hai's courtyard at the scripture hall, Chen Bei suddenly opened his eyes, his robes fluttering in the wind. He gazed at the sky filled with heavenly tribulation lightning, his eyes showing no trace of fear. The aura of a king overflowed, brimming with the ambition to challenge the heavens. Perfect timing. I shall ascend and battle you. Glancing around, Chen Bei, unwilling to damage his master's courtyard, soared into the sky, charging straight into the thunderclouds. Damn, who's that? Madman, this guy is absolutely insane. Thunder tribulation, others flee from it desperately, yet he dares to charge into the thunderclouds to defy the heavens? Does he think the tribulation isn't fierce enough? The elders and core disciples from various sects, who were rushing over, were struck speechless at the sight of the figure soaring into the sky. Damn it, disciple, take it easy. Don't get yourself killed. You're my only disciple. Zhou Hai was also dumbfounded. Was this disciple a bit slow in the head? Challenging the heavenly tribulation, wasn't that just begging for death? He was still counting on his first disciple to bring him more rewards. Master, rest assured. Until I repay your kindness, not even this heaven can take my life. Chen Bei was deeply moved. His master treated him so well, constantly worrying about his well-being. Chapter 9, Tempered Immortality, Annihilation Divine Thunder. Heaven and earth are unkind, regarding all beings as straw dogs. I rose from humble origins, forging my body's foundation, defying heaven to seize life. Celestial Tao, today I shall seize your mysteries to manifest my divine abilities. Come then, let me witness all your mysteries. Chen Bei soared skyward, charging straight into the thunderclouds. His voice boomed like a great bell, his aura towering to the heavens. Every word he spoke carried overwhelming battle fervor and boundless heroism. At this moment, he resembled both the peerless demon king from the abyss and the invincible war god of the 9 heavens. Boom! The heavens seemed enraged by his words, responding with endless thunderous roars that instantly drowned him beneath countless lightning strikes. My god! Madness, sheer madness. Does he truly believe the heavenly Tao won't be provoked to wrath? Tsk tisk, he's dead for sure. Even ordinary tribulation crossers can barely evade these 10,000 lightning strikes. Each strike alone could take half a man's life. Who could withstand such a torrential downpour? What terrifying tribulation lightning! Though this man's cultivation barely reaches the divine connection realm, this thunder tribulation rivals even enlightenment realm divine thunder. Not just comparable to the thunder tribulation of the enlightenment realm, pouring down like this, even enlightenment realm experts would be reduced to ashes. Countless horrified voices rang out. The academy disciples were stunned, and even the elders from various halls were dumbfounded, feeling nothing but chills running down their spines. Even Murong Xiao was left wide-eyed, his jaw dropped in shock. He clearly saw that the person undergoing the tribulation was none other than Chen Bei. That brat! Didn't I tell him to lay low? The great Qian pursuers are right here in Dinghai City, and he's making such a spectacle of himself. And even if he insists on being flashy, not only does he disregard the pursuers, he even dares to defy the heavens. What the hell, are you trying to flip the sky upside down? Holy crap, hold on kid, don't you dare die on me now. Down in the courtyard, Zhou Hai's heart ached unbearably. After finally finding someone to do the grunt work, what was he supposed to do if the heavens ruined everything? Oh heavens above, please forgive this humble man's trespasses and go easy on him. My disciple is ignorant, you must forgive his nonsense. Zhou Hai quickly began praying, wearing an expression of devout piety. I told you to keep an eye on him, and this is how you do it. Right at that moment, Murong Zhao's voice came through. Zhou Hai turned his head and saw Murong Xiao glaring at him fiercely. If the heavens want to strike someone down, it's not like I have any control over it. If you're so capable, why don't you tell the heavens to stop? Zhou Hai wore an utterly speechless expression. As they spoke, the endless lightning within the thunderclouds dissipated. Under the gaze of all onlookers, Chen Bei's figure was revealed, still towering and majestic, like an invincible war god. That indomitable form faced another bombardment of lightning as roaring thunder dragons, blotting out the sky, engulfed him once more. This time, the might of the thunder was more than 10 times stronger than before. Holy shit, old heaven, I won't call you grandpa anymore. You don't listen to me at all, you clearly don't even treat me like a grandson. Zhou Hai was startled and looked at Chen Bei with heartfelt distress, cursing loudly. Murong Xiao and the others who had already been drawn by the heavenly tribulation immediately turned to look, utterly speechless. When others casually call out to old heaven, this guy actually wanted the heavens to be his grandpa for real. Chen Bei? Him? Not far away, a figure came swooping in, concealed within the darkness of the night. His pupils constricted sharply at the sight of Chen Bei within the lightning tribulation. Who would have thought that at nearly 16 years of age, he'd already seized the fortune of heaven and earth, breaking through the divine abilities realm? This heavenly tribulation is utterly terrifying. This child must not be allowed to live, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Dong Wuquan stared fixedly at Chen Bei within the lightning storm, ready to strike at any moment. Yet at this moment, Chen Bei remained unaware of the lurking danger. After another round of lightning baptism, he felt completely purified. Under the quenching of the Emperor Sutra's annihilation, his body had long become flawless. Having cultivated the 100 refinements Emperor Sutra and refined 10 Tao soldiers, his physique became indestructible, capable of piercing through all things, comparable to a divine weapon. Now, after enduring the heavenly lightning's tempering, he felt his entire being undergoing metamorphosis, his body gradually approaching perfection. Ah, this is amazing. Heavens, is that all you've got? Come, show me your divine powers. Chen Bei roared with laughter, still taunting amidst the lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly Tao raged, and the thunder turned violent. Countless thunderclaps roared, the lightning bolts no longer silver but transformed into gold, as thick as water barrels, crashing down in overwhelming waves. A lightning bolt as thick as an arm broke away from the thundercloud and struck a mountain peak dozens of miles away. In an instant, the mountaintop crumbled, reduced to dust. The savage fury of the thunder's might sent chills through the soul. Chen Bei remained unfazed. With a flick of his hands, he began weaving mystical techniques, no longer constrained by the baptism of thunder. Instead, he sought to comprehend the heavenly might within the lightning, forging it into his own ultimate killing technique. He is evolving his own path. Everyone was stunned. This guy was simply a monster. This heavenly tribulation is something even a master of the Tao Enlightenment realm might not survive. A mere divine ability realm cultivator not only endured it but also dared to challenge the heavenly Tao, even using the opportunity to evolve his own divine abilities. Such a person is simply unforgivable by heaven's will. This person is incredibly powerful. One day, will I be able to reach this level too? Beside the Sword Palace elder, Zheng Xinkuan gazed at the sky with awe, his eyes filled with longing. Don't fantasize, junior brother Zhang. Although your talent is outstanding, you cannot yet compare to the prodigies of the great sacred grounds. Such power is unimaginable even for them. This person is undoubtedly a once-in-a-millennium monstrosity. A voice spoke. It belonged to the Sword Palace elder's eldest disciple. These words struck Zheng Xinkuan's heart like a hammer, stirring an inexplicable resentment within him. He wanted to refute, but was overwhelmed by awe under the divine might. If even this divine might was difficult for him to withstand, how could he compare to the figure amidst the thunder? Just who is this person? If he survives this heavenly tribulation, there likely wouldn't be a match for him among the younger generation in northern wastelands. Indeed, even senior brother Chu Chen would pale in comparison. Probably only the geniuses from the main academy could barely compete with him. Elder martial brother, what do you think of this person? A group of disciples were discussing when someone asked Chu Chen. Very strong, I am no match for him. Chu Chen's gaze turned solemn as he answered truthfully. But how could this person appear in our Jixia Academy, undergoing tribulation at the Dao Repository Palace? Who is he really? After a pause, Chu Chen's words immediately drew thoughtful silence from everyone present. Indeed, who is this man? How did he appear in the Dao Repository Palace? Under the scrutiny of all assembled, time passed moment by moment. After enduring 9 consecutive heavenly tribulations, Chen Bei not only survived but instead erupted with endless dark radiance from his body. At this moment, he truly resembled a demon sovereign, leaving behind surging demonic flames wherever he passed. The lightning tribulation dissipated, yet the black clouds remained shrouded overhead, as though submitting beneath Chen Bei's feet. Indeed, within the heavenly tribulation, he had formulated his own Dao path and manifested his own divine abilities. Tempered through countless trials, the divine annihilation thunder cannot kill me. Ha ha ha, the 9 heavens divine thunder is nothing more than this. Master, your disciple has succeeded. Many thanks for Master's guidance and nurturing. Chen Bei threw his head back and laughed aloud, then swiftly descended into the courtyard, kneeling heavily before Zhou Hai and kowtowing with a resounding thud. In this moment, he no longer addressed him as esteemed master, but instead as Shifu. An esteemed master commands respect, but a Shifu was like a father for life. Everyone except Morong Sha was stunned speechless when they saw whom Chen Bei was kowtowing to. Master? Zhou Hai is his master? The elders were dumbfounded, looking as if they'd seen a ghost. How could this be? He's Zhou Shishu's disciple? The academy disciples stared in astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief as if they were dreaming. Master? He calls Zhou Hai his master? He's Zhou Hai's disciple? That beggar from this morning? Zheng Qianquan also noticed this scene, his heart shaken violently, momentarily finding it hard to believe. Zhou Hai's disciple is actually this powerful? Meanwhile, Zhou Hai was sensing the immense power surging within his body. With Chen Bei's successful breakthrough, amplified tenfold by the feedback, his cultivation not only advanced to the 4th level of divine ability realm but directly leapt 2 stages, reaching the 5th level. Not only that, the divine ability Chen Bei comprehended from witnessing the heavenly Dao's lightning tribulation annihilating divine thunder was also undergoing enhancement through this feedback. Moreover, boosted by the tenfold feedback, the power of his acquired divine ability became 10 times stronger and more refined than when originally created by Chen Bei himself. Zhou Hai secretly gasped in awe. This was truly a prodigy whose potential made even the great sacred grounds tremble, compelling them to eliminate him prematurely. From the moment he entered the divine ability realm, he could already manifest such techniques, truly unparalleled in the world. Just as he was lost in thought, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host. Your chief disciple has successfully broken through to the divine ability realm. As a reward for your excellent guidance, the following rewards are granted. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining 9 revolutions revival pill. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a Saint Experience card. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining a Thunder Punishment Grand Divine Scroll. Ding, congratulations, host, you've obtained the Emperor's Corner Teleportation Array. Ding, congratulations on your exemplary teaching. A new discipleship quest has been triggered. Please proceed to Qinzhou immediately to recruit a new disciple. Hearing the system's continuous announcements, Zhou Hai was momentarily stunned. Holy crap! I get rewards when my disciple improves their cultivation too? System buddy, you're finally being sensible. Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction. Recruit a disciple, another worker joins the ranks. Let me see who this lucky worker is. With a thought, Zhou Hai immediately checked the information of his new disciple. But at that very moment, the surrounding world began to shift. Chen Bei was still kneeling on the ground, waiting for his master to speak. Suddenly, Dao principles erupted from the void, instantly coiling around his body. In the next moment, pulled by the Dao principles, he vanished from his original spot. By the time he reappeared, he had already traveled dozens of miles away. A streak of sword light flashed, aiming straight for Chen Bei's throat. Chapter 10, Donghua Quan's Ambush. Chen Bei catches a Dao weapon barehanded. How audacious! Who dares ambush a disciple of our academy? Morong Xiao erupted in fury, charging toward that direction the instant it happened. Outrageous! Seeking death. The elders from other academies glared furiously and immediately charged towards Chen Bei. Though they hadn't fully grasped the situation, Chen Bei was kneeling before Zhou Hai calling him master, that made him an academy disciple. How could they allow anyone to harm him? Damn it! I'm just a working man now, and you're trying to finish me off? Zhou Hai also snapped out of his daze, his face twisted in rage as he joined the charge. Helpless against the ambush from dozens of miles away, even at their top speed, rescue was impossible. A sword strike, close at hand, arrived before Chen Bei in an instant, seeking death. Chen Bei's reaction was lightning fast. With a thunderous roar, demonic flames surged skyward from his body, his violent power forcefully shattering the restraints of the Dao laws. As the sword light reached his face, he grabbed it with one hand. Yet due to the sword's overwhelming impact force, he was sent flying several miles away. Yet his physical constitution was so formidable that the sword couldn't even scratch him. What happened? Dong Wuquan, who had launched the sneak attack, was utterly shocked, his pupils contracting to pinpoints as he stared fixedly at Chen Bei. This guy could catch a Dao weapon barehanded, how was he even human? For a fleeting moment, he felt as though his blade hadn't pierced a human being, but rather a divine weapon in human form. Die now! Seeing Morong Xiao and the others about to strike, Dong Wuquan grew desperate. The Dao Principle's force of an Enlightenment Realm expert erupted, instantly blasting Chen Bei's hand away. His longsword then swept forth, the violent Dao Principles surging within him, stirring endless wind and thunder, even pulling celestial bodies into reversed alignment with shocking momentum. Everyone looked up and saw the endless celestial phenomena condensed within the sword, transforming into a blade of cosmic principles that slashed toward Chen Bei. No, stop! Morong Xiao was horrified, utterly unable to intervene in time. As the sword descended, even he would need to exert his full strength to withstand it. For a disciple who had just entered the divine ability realm, there was only the path to certain death. The elders from other academies also cried out in shock, but it was all in vain. Ha ha, perfect timing. Yet against all expectations, faced with this invincible sword strike, Chen Bei threw back his head in laughter and unleashed a punch. In that instant, dark clouds churned and overwhelming energy surged heavenward. The might of the battle soul permeated the air, endless wind and thunder coalescing into an invincible fist that collided with the sword of Dao Principles. Boom, boom, boom. The aftermath of the battle rippled outward, shaking heaven and earth. Under the astonished gazes of all onlookers, Chen Bei actually managed to barely block the strike. However, this was only temporary. With a resounding crack, Chen Bei's divine ability instantly shattered. Against the principles of Dao, celestial phenomena techniques proved difficult to withstand. Then, the slightly dimmer Dao sword of principles descended. Yet Chen Bei still showed no intention of retreating. On the contrary, his battle-intent sword as he conjured divine powers between his palms, once again confronting that invincible slash with his bare flesh. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening explosions erupted continuously as the divine powers surrounding Chen Bei's body kept detonating in rapid succession. With the last explosion, a mist of blood erupted from Chen Bei's body as he was violently sent flying backward. At the same moment, the dazzling Dao markings in the sky shattered, and that invincible sword strike dispersed into nothingness. My disciple. Zhou Hai's voice rang out. His speed, 10 times that of Chen Bei's, made him even faster than Morong Xiao. He rushed behind Chen Bei and caught him with one hand. Yet Chen Bei's hands were bleeding profusely, though not fatally, his face instead alight with exhilaration. Master, step back. I can still fight. Shoving Zhou Hai aside, Chen Bei charged at Dong Wuquan once more. Zhou Hai flushed crimson with rage. This bastard, couldn't he see his opponent's cultivation realm was far superior to his? Nearly getting killed, yet he's getting more addicted to the fight? At this moment, Morong Xiao finally arrived behind Dong Wuquan. Donghua, you old thief, how dare you ambush my academy's disciples, you're courting death. A furious shout echoed, and before Dong Wuquan could retreat, Morong Xiao struck him squarely in the back with a palm strike. This was no ordinary strike, it far surpassed anything he had used against Zhou Hai. Morong Xiao's Dao principle surged from his palm with overwhelming force, carrying the momentum to topple mountains and fill seas, crashing mercilessly onto Dong Wuquan's back. But Dong Wuquan coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying hundreds of feet through the air. At this moment, he felt all his internal organs rupturing, his bodily Dao principles in complete disorder, unable even to muster his cultivation base. Dong Wuquan's face turned deathly pale. He couldn't understand how could Chen Bei withstand a direct strike from a Dao comprehension realm expert with sheer physical strength, when even he himself wouldn't dare attempt such a reckless feat. Alas, no one would answer him, nothing but an enormous fist awaited his face. Chen Beifei lunged forward, throwing a punch. Bang! No divine abilities, not even the strength of cultivation, just an ordinary fist, instantly caving in Dong Wuquan's chest, shattering all his bones in the first moment. Bang bang bang! As the explosive sound rang out, Dong Wuquan's body burst apart, blood vaporizing into mist that enveloped him. No, I'm a Holy Land elder, how dare you kill me? In the end, Dong Wuquan only had time to let out one final roar of defiance before his head exploded, leaving nothing but a pulpy mess of flesh and bone. That overwhelmingly brutal punch left everyone utterly stunned. Even Morong Xiao stared at Chen Bei with undisguised shock. Without using any divine abilities, just a single flesh and blood fist, he had utterly obliterated a Dao Comprehension Realm cultivator. Is this some kind of joke? Even though Donghua Quan had his cultivation shattered and his Dao principles crushed by him, that body had still been tempered by the Dao principles. How incredibly resilient it must be. How could a mere divine ability realm cultivator kill him instantly with bare fists? Ha ha ha, this isn't enough to satisfy me. Elder Sect Leader, you shouldn't have dispersed his cultivation. Otherwise, I would have surely battled him for 300 rounds to determine who stands superior. Chen Bei laughed heartily, his overwhelming battle intent leaving the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. This guy is nothing but a battle maniac. A mere beginner in the divine ability realm actually dared to challenge a peak enlightenment realm expert? With a gap of over a dozen cultivation levels between them, how did he even have the audacity? Yet when they recalled his inhuman combat performance, the crowd couldn't help but fall silent. This was a true monster, one who defied all conventional logic. If you're so amazing, why didn't you wait for him to recover his breath before attacking? At this moment, Zheng Qianquan's voice rang out. His eyes brimmed with defiance, yet more than anything, they held envy. As today's most dazzling initiate disciple, his extraordinary talent should have made him the center of attention. But now, Chen Bei had stolen the spotlight from everyone. In comparison, he was like a firefly trying to outshine the moon, utterly insignificant. He resented it but was powerless, forced to despise Chen Bei in his own petty way. Idiot! Combat isn't about proving who's stronger. Must we always measure superiority? As fellow disciples, take this advice from me. Battle is only for killing. It's you or me. To show mercy when you have the chance to strike, leaving your enemy room to breathe. That's the path to certain death. Chen Bei glanced sideways, his words flushing Zheng Qianquan's face with shame. Well said. Fairness has no place in combat. The way of gentlemen is only for gentlemen. There are only two purposes on the real battlefield: you die, I live. Morong Xiao looked at Chen Bei with admiring eyes, praising him. Hearing this, Zhang Qianquan's expression darkened further. He, who should have been the protagonist, had now become the biggest clown in the entire scene, forced to watch others shine brightly before his eyes. Master, this is no time for celebration. The deceased was an elder from Qiangyao Holy Land. We'll have a hard time explaining this. Just then, the Dan Palace elder spoke gravely. His words plunged the entire hall into silence, leaving every face etched with solemn tension. The Jade Blossom sect is a sacred land with saints presiding over it. It's not someone you can afford to offend lightly. Killing their elder would be equivalent to declaring war. That's serious trouble. Humph. Whoever killed them should take responsibility. It wasn't us who did it. Surely they can't expect us to apologize with brambles on our backs, can they? At this moment, Zheng Qianquan declared loudly. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards him. Chapter 11. Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? Rest assured, I alone am responsible for my actions. Since my whereabouts have been exposed, I shall take my leave. Let the floods rage and pursuers swarm like the sea. I refuse to be a burden to everyone. Hearing Zheng Qianquan's words and seeing everyone gazing at him intently, as if deep in thought, Chen Bei gave a bitter smile before transforming into a streak of light and descending into the courtyard. Many thanks for Headmaster Uncle's protection. If given the opportunity, Chen Bei will surely repay this great kindness. Looking at Mu Rongxiao still suspended in midair, Chen Bei bowed with folded hands. Then he turned toward Zhou Hai and knelt heavily on both knees. Master, though I've only known you for a single day, a day as teacher makes you a father for life. Most cultivators under heaven would slaughter disciples like me without hesitation. To avoid bringing calamity upon the academy, this disciple willingly severs our master-disciple bond. Of course, this disciple shall never forget master's kindness in this lifetime. If fate permits my return someday, this disciple vows to serve at master's side until death. Speaking thus, Chen Bei bowed respectfully and kowtowed 3 times before Zhou Hai. The atmosphere instantly grew solemn and heavy with unspoken sorrow. No wonder Chen Bei was so resolute. His domineering ideals had long encroached upon the interests of countless cultivators. Every ambitious cultivator in the northern wastes wished to eradicate him completely. Under such circumstances, no one would offend the entire northern wastes cultivator community for his sake, nor would anyone dare provoke them lightly, including the central academy behind the institution. Everyone understood this well. Yet, for Morong Xiao and the elders, driving out their own disciple over this was something they ultimately couldn't bring themselves to do. Moreover, a disciple like Chen Bei. Damn it! Knowing the path ahead is tough. Why aren't you seizing every moment to train instead of pulling this melodramatic stunt here? Are you some weepy Confucian scholar from the academy? Zhou Hai couldn't tolerate it any longer. He flew into a kick that planted squarely on Chen Bei's backside. The group froze, staring at Zhou Hai in stunned disbelief. This guy, ruining such a touching moment, how could he spoil the atmosphere like this? Especially the academy elders and a group of disciples, all of them glaring at him in fury. Who exactly is this guy calling a stuffy scholar? Chen Bei was also startled and couldn't help turning to look at Zhou Hai, but he quickly realized his master was genuinely concerned about him. Though their master-disciple bond had lasted but a single day, the care his master showed him was taller than the heavens, deeper than the oceans, comparable even to a father's love. Such grace and kindness could never be repaid in one lifetime. Master, if fate allows, this disciple vows to follow you through countless lifetimes. Even should I remain but a mere attendant, I would cherish every moment. Moved deeply, Chen Bei bowed to Zhou Hai once more. Damn it, kid, you've only been my disciple for a single day and already thinking of ditching me? Who the hell will I depend on later? Start cultivating this instant. Bring up severing our master-disciple ties again and I'll beat your ass to a pulp, believe that? Enraged, Zhou Hai grabbed Chen Bei's ear and gave his backside several solid kicks. He was furious. As a mere mortal who had struggled in the cultivation world for 7 years, who knew what hardships he'd endured, after finally getting a disciple to help improve his cultivation, the kid wanted to sever their relationship after just one day. The brat could leave with such ease, but what was he supposed to do now? Oi, master, what are you doing? Chen Bei was utterly baffled. Even for a domineering overlord like him, having his ear pulled was unacceptable. Who could tolerate this? To make matters worse, the one pulling his ear was his most revered master, leaving him completely powerless to resist. If it were anyone else, he would have smashed them to pieces with a single slap. What for? What are you looking at me for? Get to cultivating. Zhou Hai snapped with a dark expression. Elder Zhou, are you planning to forcibly keep him at the academy? Have you considered that by keeping him here, we'll not only face repercussions from Qiangyao sacred land but also the hostility of countless cultivators? Can the academy handle this? Zheng Qiankuan frowned as he watched the scene unfold. He already looked down on Zhou Hai, and this only deepened his disdain. No matter what, he refused to live eternally in Chen Bei's shadow. He had to drive this guy out. Who the hell do you think you are, telling me what to do? If you want to drive my disciple away, why not kick me out too? Zhou Hai was no fool. He could see right through this guy's intentions at a glance. Letting it slide once or twice was one thing, but for this guy to keep pushing his luck was absolutely outrageous. Elder Zhou, you. Zhang Qiankuan's face darkened as he pointed at Zhou Hai, preparing to speak. Enough! One Elder Zhou after another. Was it the Zhang family's poor upbringing or the academy's rules you fail to comprehend? Such insolence. Have you forgotten to address your martial uncle? Senior brother Chen, if you can't teach your disciple proper manners, perhaps my disciples from the academy can instruct him. At that moment, a frosty voice rang out. Zhang Qiankuan turned his head and saw Li Changqing, the academy elder, glaring at him with furious eyes. Elder Li, Zheng Qiankuan was utterly baffled. Wasn't it universally agreed that Chen Bei should be expelled? How could this possibly be his fault? Shut your mouth, you ungrateful disciple. My apologies, junior brother Li. The fault lies in my poor teaching. I'll make sure to properly discipline him later. The Sword Palace elder barked sharply, then turned with a grim expression to bow apologetically to the academy elder. Indeed, it's time to teach him a lesson. Showing no respect for elders, willing to sacrifice fellow disciples when trouble arises, such selfish and self-serving nature must be corrected, or it will surely become a calamity in the future. Morong Xiao flew over and said coldly. Zheng Qiankuan's face kept changing colors. He simply couldn't understand what he had done wrong. How had he suddenly become the target of everyone's criticism? Chen Bei, listen carefully. Our academy never abandons its disciples. If you behave improperly, our academy will naturally cleanse its own house. But should anyone dare to lay a hand on our academy's disciples, even if it means the academy's destruction, we will never relent. Turning back, Morong Xiao looked at Chen Bei and declared with absolute certainty. That's right, nephew. Since you've come here, settle down here properly. It's fine to occasionally indulge in melancholy, but you must never shrink from adversity. Li Changqing looked at Chen Bei with satisfaction, speaking with profound sincerity. Exactly. When soldiers approach, deploy generals to block them. When floodwaters rise, use earth to stem the tide. To think of fleeing before the crisis even reaches us, is that how our kind should act? If real trouble comes, I have but one sword to guard you, Jian Gong Elder Chen Chuang said with a laugh. Ha ha ha. And don't forget my martial arts pavilion, and my alchemy pavilion, junior brother Chen Bei, and all of us senior brothers and sisters too. As they spoke, the entire group burst into hearty laughter. Chen Bei barely managed to escape Zhou Hai's clutches, rubbing his ears while looking up at the group in the air. If he remembered correctly, these same people had been mocking his master just this morning. Why were they suddenly being so kind to their master-disciple pair? As realization dawned, warmth flooded his heart. Just as teacher Zhu Yu had said, the Great Zhou Academy truly was the most desirable sacred land of learning. These seniors may bicker with each other, but their camaraderie never falters. Alright junior brother, let our disciple rest first. Come with us for a moment. Morong Xiao spoke up again. Did you hear that? Why aren't you going to train yet? Zhou Hai shot Chen Bei a glare before leaving the area with the others. Master. Watching the departing crowd, Chen Bei was deeply moved. Instead of cultivating, he transformed into a streak of light after they left, heading straight for Dinghai City. He clearly remembered Chu Chen had mentioned that both the Dakian Academy and the Dakian Imperial Court had sent people. Since these people have already pursued me here, there's no need for them to return alive. After circling once above Dinghai City, Chen Bei's gaze quickly locked onto an inn. Outside this inn stood over 100 guards from the Great Qian dynasty. Every one of them had foundation establishment cultivation, with some team leaders even possessing innate realm strength, clearly an elite troop. After confirming their identities, Chen Bei descended directly. At this moment, in the upper chamber of the inn, Qin Xian was seated opposite Elder Lu. One was a revered elder of the Great Qian Jisha Academy, the other a prince soon to be infafed as a royal duke. Both held esteemed positions. Yet now, both men felt an unmistakable restlessness. Elder Lu, surely nothing has happened to Elder Donghua? Chen Bei is truly a ruthless character. There's no one in this world he wouldn't dare to kill. If Elder Donghua is exposed and the assassination fails, the consequences would be unthinkable. Finally unable to remain idle any longer, Chen Xian frowned and spoke. Enough, third prince, you've asked this question far too many times already. I've told you, Elder Donghua is from the Qiangyao Holy Land. The Great Zhou Academy wouldn't dare touch him. After all, not everyone is like the Overlord, acting without regard for consequences. Believe me, Master Donghua will return. Elder Lu waved his hand in agitation. Though anxious, he firmly believed that the Academy wouldn't dare act recklessly when facing the Qiangyao Holy Land. Yet as soon as his words fell, countless screams erupted from outside. Elder Lu's expression changed drastically, and Chen Xian abruptly stood up. Both couldn't help but feel a tightening in their chests. At that very moment, a fierce wind howled, violently swinging open the doors and windows of the room. Simultaneously, they raised their heads and saw dark clouds churning in the sky outside, bolts of lightning writhing within them. And amidst those black clouds, a figure stood, gazing down at them with icy indifference. Chapter 12, Chen Bei seeks justice, slaying the third imperial brother. Chen Bei? Chen Xian was utterly shocked, retreating several steps in fear of Chen Bei. Elder Lu was equally startled, unable to prevent his pupils from constricting in astonishment. Chen Bei, have you broken through to the divine abilities realm? No wonder you dared to appear before me? After confirming that Chen Bei had come alone, Elder Lu finally calmed himself and spoke coldly. Humph, Lu Baitao, the academy was founded with the purpose of spreading the doubt of the world and protecting the peace of the common people. But what have all of you done? People like you, disregarding the academy's principles, bring calamity upon the common folk. Now with teacher Zhuyu's death, you've even colluded with other sects, co-opting the imperial court to work in cahoots, endlessly creating both natural and man-made disasters. Aren't you afraid of condemnation from the head academy? Chen Bei's gaze turned sharp as he coldly shouted. Ha, condemnation? The world bustles with self-interest. When the tide turns, who still clings to so-called benevolent principles? You dare come alone to demand justice from me? Truly courting death. Do you truly think breaking through to the divine ability realm makes you invincible? Lu Baitao sneered, utterly dismissive. Lu Baitao, even alone, I can still kill you. As the king of Great Qian, today I shall demand justice for our people. Chen Xian, Lu Baitao, come out and face your death. Chen Bei roared, raising his hand to point at the two men inside. To dare act so arrogantly all by yourself, you're courting death. Elder Lu, kill him. Chen Xian's eyes turned fierce as he shouted loudly. Yet before he could finish speaking, Lu Baitao had already charged out of the inn. You ignorant brat, since you seek death, I'll gladly oblige. With a furious shout, Lu Baitao charged right in front of Chen Bei. With a forceful push of his hands, the celestial spiritual energy surged violently. His palms instantly expanded dozens of times in size, like two massive millstones crashing toward Chen Bei. You ignorant brat, die! Lu Baitao sneered viciously. In the past, with Chen Bei surrounded by numerous guardians, he would naturally steer clear. But now, Chen Bei's forces had long been wiped out. So what if Chen Bei had broken through to the divine ability realm? A freshly advanced divine ability realm cultivator wasn't worthy of his concern. Just as he thought this palm strike could kill Chen Bei, or at least severely injure him, Chen Bei threw out both fists, without any divine abilities, not even a ripple of spiritual power. With just his bare fists, he slammed heavily against those descending palms. Boom, 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 boom. A thunderous explosion erupted as Lu Baitao grunted in pain, the divine force coating his arms instantly shattered. At the same time, overwhelming brute force surged into both his limbs. His arm twisted violently, bones shattered as a savage force exploded through his shoulder. Then came his internal organs, bursting one after another as if crushed beneath a mountain. But a torrent of blood spewed from his mouth as Lu Baitao was sent flying backward. Terror gripped his heart, his eyes instinctively flooding with primal fear. Before he could hit the ground, Darkness filled his vision as Chen Bei dashed forward, gripping his neck and hoisting him high into the air. How can this be? You, ugh. Another mouthful of blood sprayed out as Lu Baitao's face drained completely of color. He couldn't comprehend just how had Chen Bei pulled this off. As a fellow cultivator who specializes in body refinement, his iron palms had always been invincible. So why couldn't even Chen Bei's bare fists be defeated? Keep in mind, Chen Bei's cultivation level was lower than his, and he hadn't even used any divine abilities just now. Yet, Lu Baitao felt as if he had struck a divine weapon. How terrifying. No need to ask so many questions. It's time to atone for your sins. With a frosty glare, Chen Bei tightened his grip and instantly snapped Lu Baitao's neck. A mere cultivator at the 4th level of divine abilities realm, the indomitable war soul possesses peerless battle intent, inherently capable of challenging those above its cultivation level. Now refined through the 100 refinements Emperor scripture to a body comparable to divine weapons, that mediocre Lu Baitao isn't even worth a strike. The cultivation technique Master taught is incredibly powerful. This is what true invincibility within the same realm looks like. His hand loosened, letting Lu Baitao's corpse plummet from the sky as a flash of exhilaration flickered through Chen Bei's eyes. Your turn now, my third imperial brother. Raising his head once more, Chen Bei gazed icily at Chen Xian. How could this be possible? You actually killed the elders of the academy. Aren't you afraid the academy will hold you accountable? You're an academy disciple. The academy forbids killing fellow disciples. Chen Xian's face paled in horror as he stared at Chen Bei. Killing fellow disciples? Ha ha ha. It's true that I'm a disciple of the academy, but what right does that Lu Baitao have to call himself my fellow disciple? Today's Imperial Academy has long abandoned the principles of benevolence. What harm is there in destroying it? Besides, I've already slain the elder of the Qiangyao sacred land. Why would I care about a mere Lu Baitao? Chen Bei burst into laughter, his eyes brimming with disdain. What? You killed Donghua Quan? How is this possible? You? Chen Xian's mind buzzed, his face filled with utter disbelief. Donghua Quan was a Dao comprehension realm expert. How could he possibly have died by Chen Bei's hand? Enough. No more questions. Have you decided how you want to die? Chen Bei stepped forward, advancing steadily into the room. No, Xiaojiu, I'm your third imperial brother. You can't kill me. Chen Xian's expression changed yet again. Having just recently broken through to the Xiantian realm, he didn't even have the means to escape before Chen Bei. He attempted to appeal to familial bonds, but what greeted him were Chen Bei's eyes brimming with murderous intent. No, don't come any closer. Ninth brother, spare me. I don't want to die. Chen Xian's heart-wrenching scream tore through the air, his legs giving way from sheer terror as he collapsed to his knees before Chen Bei. You're also afraid of death? In your rage, you commanded 3 months of relentless rainfall over Meteor City, flooding it beyond measure. Did you ever consider how terrified those who perished must have been? For mere amusement, you drove herds of beasts into a stampede. That beast tide claimed over 100,000 lives of our great Qian citizens. Did you ever ponder their despair? Now the great Qian dynasty's governance has collapsed. These major sects pillage our lands as they please, slaughtering for sport under the scorching sun, unleashing floods that drown the heavens. As royalty, not only do you fail to stop them, you instead clap and cheer. Are you worthy of your royal blood? Worthy of our great Qian's people? Worthy of our ancestors in the 9 springs? Chen Bei gnashed his teeth, flames of fury rising in his eyes as he roared these words. No, ninth brother, I know I was wrong, but the current situation isn't my doing. The major sects are all powerful. How could our Chen family possibly resist them? You're so impressive. You stood up to them. And where has that gotten you now? Your throne is gone, and you can't even return to Diqian. Hunted everywhere. We're no match for you. What can we possibly do? Chen Xian burst into loud sobs, his eyes brimming with terror. Go die. As a member of the great Qian imperial family, holding the fate of an entire nation in your hands, yet you couldn't even stake your life to protect our dynasty's fortune. What's the point of keeping you alive? Chen Bei gave a cold snort and raised his hand, unleashing a violent suction force that instantly seized Chen Xian in his grasp. No! Chen Xian screamed in terror, still attempting to struggle free. But as thunder surged violently within Chen Bei's palm, the overwhelming divine power instantly refined his body into drifting ashes. Watching Chen Xian's ashes scatter, Chen Bei gave a wave of his hand and collected them all into a storage pouch. He then turned around, gathering the corpses of Donghua Quan and all the other fallen outside before finally leaving. This was Dinghai City, territory under the authority of the academy. Conflicts rarely occurred here. Now that the fight was over, he wanted to leave no trouble for the city behind. Carrying these corpses hundreds of miles away, Chen Bei finally returned to the Dao Repository Palace of the Academy after dumping them in a valley for burial. The successive deaths of Donghua Quan, Lu Baitao, and others enraged the factions backing these individuals. Xiangyao sect, a top-tier sect of the Northern Wastes, once produced a saint, hence it was also revered as the Qiangyao Holy Land. As one of the most powerful forces in the Northern Wastes, the Qiangyao sect had always looked down upon the world with disdain. Any disciple they sent out into the world was met with reverence who would dare harm them. But that very night, the life plaque of an outer sect elder unexpectedly shattered. What? Outer sect elder Donghua Quan was killed while visiting Great Zhou Academy? I hereby command Qian Santong to lead a team and annihilate Great Zhou Academy. Daring to kill our disciples, even their main academy headquarters won't be able to protect them. An angry voice rang out, and that very night, experts charged towards the Zhou dynasty's Jixia Academy. Chapter 13, Qin Bei, my master truly cares for me. What? Elder Lu's life token shattered? How dare this be? That Morong Xiao actually dared to strike against his own sect brothers? Is he seeking death? Report this matter to the headquarters immediately. Also, summon Master Qingzhu and have him visit the Jixia Academy of the Zhou dynasty. We must demand justice for this affair. While the Qianyao sacred land erupted in fury, the furious voice of Grand Chancellor Fu Shuerong also echoed from the Great Qi Academy. That very night, someone departed Jinbei City, where the academy was located, heading straight for a bamboo grove thousands of miles away. At the same time, an air of grim tension hung over the imperial capital of the Great Qi dynasty. Such insolence! Does the Zhou dynasty truly hold our Great Qi in such contempt? Send out the order, march our troops to the border of the Zhou dynasty and demand they hand over the murderer who killed my third brother. Otherwise, do not blame Great Qian for disregarding the people suffering and waging war against the Zhou dynasty. The newly ascended Emperor Qin Xian of Deqian also received news of the third prince's life token shattering and immediately issued an imperial decree. Without a doubt, Chen Bei's actions tonight had thoroughly stirred up a hornet's nest, setting various factions into motion. Chen Bei had clearly anticipated this, but he couldn't care less. Even if he didn't kill them, these people wouldn't let him go. All he could do was slaughter every single one that came at him, until he carved out a path through bloodshed, killed his way to peace. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai remained oblivious to the swarm of troubles about to descend upon him. Seated among the elders at the Hall of Inquiry, facing numerous skeptical gazes, he maintained a serene focus, eyes fixed on his nose fixed on his heart, his expression clearly screaming, "Don't look at me, I know nothing." Irritated by their piercing stares, he simply shut his eyes and began theatrically snoring on the spot. There was no helping it. The moment these people saw him, they'd barrage him with questions about when he began cultivating and what his current cultivation level actually was. And truthfully, he hadn't even prepared a proper excuse for such inquiries. Making up random excuses wouldn't convince them, so Zhou Hai could only respond with silence. After wasting a full 2 hours without getting a single useful word from him, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads in disappointment. Alright, we'll drop the matter about your cultivation if you're unwilling to speak. Let's talk about Chen Bei instead. His condition this morning was clearly witnessed by everyone. How did you manage to restore him? And my cultivation even broke through. Morong Xiao rubbed his temples with a headache and changed the subject. Senior brother, if I may speak honestly, there are many things I genuinely didn't have time to fabricate stories for. Could you please stop asking? Here's an idea, let me go back first. Once I've prepared a proper tale, I'll definitely give you all a perfectly reasonable account of events. How does that sound? Zhou Hai opened his eyes, and his next words instantly made everyone's faces darken with disbelief. Making it up? Kid, can't you just be honest for once? Morong Xiao was furious. This brat had truly provoked his temper this time. I really don't get it. Is telling the truth that difficult? Senior sect leader, I think that's quite enough. Why do you visit brothels? Isn't it just to hear flattery and made-up stories? I'm someone you dragged out of a brothel. What else do you expect me to say? Zhou Hai curled his lips in disdain. The mere mention of brothel instantly caught the attention of all the elders. Did the sect leader and his master actually pick this kid up from a brothel? As this thought surfaced, everyone simultaneously turned to Morong Xiao with peculiar expressions. So the sect leader has a hobby of visiting brothels. You? Morong Xiao's face darkened with embarrassment, feeling like his old secrets had been exposed. What are you all looking at? Don't listen to his nonsense. Has this brat ever uttered a single word of truth? Seeing the elders staring at him, Morong Xiao grew flustered and hurriedly shouted. Yet what greeted him were countless skeptical gazes and a sea of onlookers' faces brimming with schadenfreude. Zhou Hai. Morong Xiaoling was utterly flustered, glaring at Zhou Hai with gnashed teeth, wishing he could smack the life out of this brat with a single slap. His lifelong reputation was thoroughly ruined in this instant. Master, word has come from Elder Du Hai of the Imperial Court. An epidemic has broken out in Luqing of Qinzhou, with venomous insects running rampant. The Zhou Emperor suspects foul play and has successively dispatched 3 imperial envoys along with 5 investigation teams. None have returned alive. Elder Du Hai will depart tomorrow in an official capacity and inquires whether you would accompany him, Master. Just as Morong Xiao wore an awkward expression, struggling to restore his tarnished reputation, Shu Chen approached swiftly with clasped hands and reported. Hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened. What? Did they mention where the meeting would take place? Morong Xiao quickly changed the subject to escape the awkward situation. Reporting to Master, the reply came, they said if you decide to go, the meeting is set for tomorrow in the prefectural city of Qinzhou. Chu Chen answered truthfully. Zhou Hai listened nearby, knowing Morong Xiao would have his hands full again. That's just how the academy is. Within the cultivation world, other sects either secluded themselves to cultivate in isolation or plundered the world's resources at will, taking whatever they desired from the common people. Some even descended into demonic paths, proving their Tao through all manner of bloody methods. But the Xue Fu was different. Its founding sage was a top scholar who rose from the mundane world, aspiring to educate all under heaven and establish benevolent cultivation practices, spreading Confucian teachings. Thus, Xue Fu never secluded itself from society nor exploited any mortals. On the contrary, Xue Fu's powerful cultivators were like exiled immortals descending from heaven, going wherever needed, summoning wind and rain, slaying demons and monsters, protecting all living beings. Faced with such incidents now, as the sect leader, Morong Xiao couldn't possibly turn a blind eye. Understood, all of you may withdraw first. I shall personally attend to this matter. Just as Zhou Hai had anticipated, Morong Xiao's voice rang out, decisively settling the matter. Junior brother, you shall accompany me when we depart tomorrow. After a pause, Morong Xiao turned his gaze toward Zhou Hai who had risen to leave. What? Why pick me out of so many people you could choose? Zhou Hai was stunned. Could this guy be settling personal scores under the guise of official duty? What, can't I choose you? Before, I thought you were ignorant of cultivation, so I let it pass. But now with your current cultivation level, as an elder of our institution, you owe it to contribute your strength for the common people. Go back and make some preparations. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Morong Xiao glared, leaving no room for argument. But senior brother, you know I came from a brothel in Qinzhou. Asking me to go back is like reopening old wounds. Zhou Hai wore a pitiful expression as he spoke. Cut the crap. Even if I have to open a brothel this time, you're coming with me. Morong Xiao was fuming again. This brat actually dares to threaten him? The sheer audacity. Fine, I'll go, alright? Coincidentally, I was also planning to make a trip to Qinzhou. Seeing that his threats had no effect, Zhou Hai could only reluctantly agree. Upon returning to the Taoist Archives Palace, he happened upon Chen Bei engrossed in arduous cultivation, making Zhou Hai pause in his tracks. Reflecting that even capitalists only demanded the 996 schedule, forcing his disciple to practice day and night without rest might be excessively harsh. Disciple, cultivation emphasizes the balance between work and rest. You should rest when needed, don't overwork yourself. After all, staying healthy is essential for better cultivation. Someone with a guilty conscience couldn't help but step forward and say, Master, you've come. Don't worry, Master, I'm fine. You should rest first. Chen Bei opened his eyes, revealing a brilliant smile on his face. He always knew Master cared about him the most. Though fully aware cultivators didn't need rest and could meditate for years without fatigue, his master couldn't help but worry about his well-being. Alright then, carry on. Don't pretend to work hard, results won't play along with your act. Zhou Hai patted Chen Bei's shoulder, inwardly sighing, what a hard-working laborer. He should show more care in the future. Understood, Master. I'll dedicate myself to cultivation and improve my strength as quickly as possible. That way, you won't have to worry about your disciple anymore. Chen Bei was deeply moved. As expected, apart from my late father, it's Master who cares most about my safety. Chapter 14, The Second Disciple, Reincarnation of the Empress Tao Fruit. Qin Xiao, the Reincarnation of the Empress Tao Fruit. Returning to his room, Zhou Hai sat cross-legged on the saint-level meditation mat. When he pulled up all the information about his new disciple from the system interface, his face couldn't help but show astonishment. I thought the indestructible war soul physique was already formidable enough, but this second disciple is even more terrifying. A reincarnated empress, no less, and one who preserved her Tao fruit through rebirth. This is extraordinary. It must be understood that samsara is like a blade, cutting down countless living beings. Among all who enter the cycle of reincarnation, scarcely one in millions retains memories of past lives under the laws of the great Tao, let alone preserves a Tao fruit from a previous existence. A Tao fruit is the essence of a person's cultivation, the summation of the great Tao. Without it, most reincarnators are fundamentally unable to recover their past life cultivation. At best, they can only remain ordinary mortals life after life or even regress into beasts, plants, or flowers. But a Tao fruit reincarnation is different. Apart from losing past life memories, it is essentially the rebirth of the Tao itself. According to the system, because it conflicts with the heavenly Tao, it may be suppressed by the cosmic principles and persecuted by fate, enduring a lifetime of unavoidable 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. Once these shackles are broken, it's easy to return to the peak of one's previous life, and upon reaching that pinnacle, gradually recover past life memories to live another lifetime. It can be said that within the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, as long as Zhou can successfully protect his second disciple through her cultivation, she is destined to become an emperor. My goodness, these days it's hard to spot a single sage in 1,000 years, let alone an emperor. The last legend of an emperor seems to date back 300,000 years. Taking in an emperor as my disciple, I'm about to strut through all realms and dimensions. Zhou smacked his lips, his face full of anticipation. Next, he inspected the various rewards granted by the system after Chenbei's cultivation breakthrough. The 9 Revolutions Resurrection Pill, capable of reviving the dead. Even with a fragmented soul or damaged Dao fruit, a single pill can restore all. Grand Divine Punishment Scroll, unleashes heavenly tribulation scaled to opponent's cultivation level. Once unfurled, be the foe 1 or 10,000, all shall be enveloped in celestial wrath, none escape unscathed. Emperor's Fragment Teleportation Array, activates instantaneous travel across millions of miles. Should one collect all fragments, this array grants passage through heavens and worlds, across the very fabric of space. Zhou eyes nearly bulged from their sockets at these rewards, his excitement beyond description. Most dazzling of all was that Sage Experience card, 12 full hours of Sage Tier cultivation power coursing through one's veins upon activation. This is absolutely invincible equipment. Over the years of checking in, he had obtained quite a few good items, but unfortunately, they were either divine weapons and artifacts or various elixirs for enhancing cultivation and comprehending the Great Tao. In short, for someone who couldn't cultivate, these things were completely useless to him. It wasn't until this moment that the system finally gave him something actually useful. A Sage Experience card. If he'd gotten it earlier, he'd already be famous throughout the world. People would kneel and call him Sacred Ancestor when they met him. Just let someone try calling him a loser now, he'd slap them into oblivion. Damn it, what's so great about sacred grounds anyway? So what if their ancestors produced a saint and they have saintly relics for protection? Nobody even knows if any living saints still exist in the great sacred lands. I could become a saint myself at any moment, let's see who dares to mess with me. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Only after a long while did Zhou realize something. Normally at this hour he'd be unbearably sleepy, but today he didn't feel the slightest bit drowsy. Upon reflection, he realized times had changed, he was no longer an ordinary mortal. Yet being unable to cultivate and staying awake through the night felt unnatural, so he simply lay down. Strangely enough, though cultivators typically didn't require sleep, when he truly willed himself to rest, slumber came swiftly. Within mere breaths, he'd successfully drifted into dreamland. At daybreak, as the sky was barely lightening, Morong Zhao's voice came from the horizon. "Jun, your brother." The thunderous voice startled Zhou, who scrambled out of bed, pulled on his pants, and rushed outside. "Damn it, what are you doing? The sun's not even up yet. Are you rushing me to my grave?" Seeing Morong Zhao standing high in the morning mist, Zhou said discontentedly. "Junior brother Du Hai sent out a messenger talisman, something's happened over there. We must hurry immediately." Morong Zhao's expression turned grim. "What? Even a messenger talisman was used? Damn, that sounds super dangerous. You sure you want to bring me along?" Zhou was completely baffled. In the cultivation world, while message talismans weren't considered extremely rare treasures, they were exorbitantly expensive, far beyond what ordinary cultivators could afford. Even sect elders wouldn't use them unless absolutely necessary, otherwise, Hai Du wouldn't have bothered sending someone to deliver the message in person at the academy. But now, he actually used the message talisman meant for emergencies. Clearly, the situation was extremely dire. One must understand, Du Hai was already halfway to the Dao comprehension realm. If even he encountered trouble, how dangerous would it be for me to go? No nonsense. Let's go. Morong Zhao left no room for argument. As Zhou barely managed to throw on his clothes, with a wave of his hand, Dao principles coiled around Zhou entire body, lifting him into the air. Then a spirit vessel appeared, and the moment the two landed on it, it sped away from there at an incredible speed. They rode the wind and parted the mists all the way. Zhou and Morong Zhao took only 2 hours to reach Qinzhou lands tens of thousands of miles away. The Qinzhou prefectural capital was extremely prosperous. Against the backdrop of Qinzhou's 10 billion population, the prefectural capital alone governed over 100 million people. Early in the morning, the vast city of Haohan Prefecture was enveloped in spiraling wisps of cooking smoke, presenting a scene of bustling prosperity. Yet upon closer observation, one would notice that amid the curling smoke, the massive city lacked an atmosphere of tranquil serenity. Instead, the air was filled with the clamor of gongs, drums, and the crackling of firecrackers. Amidst the liveliness, there was also a faint undercurrent of tension. "Wow, senior brother sect master, what a lively occasion." 7 years ago I left from this very place too. I remember having no faith back then, but now with all this gong beating and drumming, who exactly are they worshipping? Zhou Hai looked down below and couldn't help but laugh. Heretical paths and demonic ways, evil spirits and malevolent ghosts. Morong Xiao frowned deeply, his expression unusually grim as he spoke. Ha, senior brother, what's with your tone? This belief thing, you believe what you want, I believe what I want. Even if we don't understand, we must respect it. How can you slander others like this? Zhou Hai curled his lips in disapproval and said helplessly, you rascal, never read proper books, just devouring all that trashy nonsense. Under heaven, who needs faith besides those Buddhist folk? So-called faith is just a tool most cultivators use to enslave the masses. Look inside that sedan chair, hundreds of innocent boys and girls. Look inside that carriage shaft, 100 beautiful girls in bridal gowns. You still can't see what this means? Morong Xiao frowned, his anger rising. Zhou Hai focused his gaze and was instantly startled, his brows tightening as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Is this a human sacrifice disguised as a wedding procession? Zhou Hai's voice turned icy cold as he spoke. Let's go down and investigate. Morong Xiao led Zhou Hai into the city, blending into the liveliest street among the bustling crowds. O great Inxi Heavenly Venerable, save your pitiful people. Most compassionate and merciful Inxi Heavenly Venerable, please protect your people. Omnipotent and almighty Inxi Heavenly Venerable, we beg you to swiftly quell this disaster. The moment his feet touched the ground, he heard countless voices in prayer, all begging for protection from the so-called Inxi Heavenly Venerable. Brother, we've just arrived from out of town. May I ask who this Inxi Heavenly Sovereign is? Morong Xiao grabbed hold of a tall, skinny fellow and asked with a smile. Ah, you're asking about the Inxi Heavenly Sovereign? That Inxi Heavenly Sovereign is truly formidable, born to save the world and came forth for all living beings. Did you know, just a couple of days ago, the plague from Willow City spread, and nearly the entire Qinzhou region has been infected. This prefectural city is no exception. The imperial court has dispatched several teams, even 4 imperial envoys, but without exception, they all contracted the plague and died. Faced with this apocalyptic plague, the city lord's office couldn't do anything, the provincial governor's office couldn't do anything, even the imperial court was powerless against it. But last night, the infinitely merciful and omnipotent Lord Makai descended and, with a mere wave of his hand, subdued the plague. Moreover, Lord Mo Hai has captured the mastermind behind the plague punishment, who will be publicly executed today. Hearing this, the man excitedly explained with fervor. That's right. I also heard that the culprit is actually someone from the imperial court, the last imperial envoy, named Du something. At that moment, another person suddenly jumped in, equally excited. Du Hai. They say this Du Hai offended the deities, angering the heavens, and so the gods sent this plague to punish our great Zhou dynasty. Another person approached and chimed in. What? Du Hai? Morong Zhao's expression changed as he asked. Do you mean executing Du Hai will make the plague disappear? The men shook their heads with a smile. One of them replied, how could that be? When divine punishment descends upon the world, can it simply be dispersed so easily? Only by having the esteemed Inxi Celestial Sovereign preside over our world can we uphold righteousness, repel evil, and protect all living beings. That's why in today's sacrificial ceremony, we devotees shall offer 100 virgin boys and girls to welcome the celestial descent, and present another 100 brides to form conjugal bonds with the celestial sovereign, thus establishing karma. Only by doing so can we free the heavenly venerable from the shackles of the celestial realm, allowing him to temporarily reside in the mortal world and protect all living beings. After this person spoke, another added, however, with the heavenly venerable remaining in the mortal world and deprived of celestial power, his divine abilities will weaken. Therefore, starting tomorrow, Qinzhou will ensure that hundreds of millions of people mine daily to extract spirit origin or to replenish his power. We have already signed up. Contributing to the heavenly venerable is our greatest honor. Zhou Hai looked at these people with an expression of utter disdain. Please, who would believe such clumsy cult propaganda? If this were Earth, it'd get reported in seconds. Even grandpas and grandmas can see through this nonsense. Yet Morong Xiao actually felt pity for them. These ignorant people, the academies and imperial court have sheltered them too well. They're being sold off yet still grinning with joy. At the same time, Morong Xiao couldn't help but feel worried. Du Hai had fallen into the hands of that Inxi Heavenly Lord, who knew what had become of him. To be able to capture Du Hai, this Inxi Heavenly Lord was definitely no ordinary cultivator. This journey to Qinzhou was bound to be perilous beyond measure. Chapter 15, The Undying One. Even death can bring revival. Junior brother, we're in big trouble this time. Such crucial intelligence, yet the imperial court still hasn't sent us any word about it. If I'm not mistaken, the entire Qinzhou has long been under someone else's control. With the news blockade, the court's hand can't reach here at all. Without the court's aid, relying solely on the two of us, we might struggle to handle the troubles ahead. After parting ways with those people, Morong Xiao led Zhou Hai to a small alley, frowning as he spoke. Should we go back then? Zhou Hai shrugged and responded with a smile. You brat. why do you always think of running away the moment things get slightly difficult? Junior brother Du Hai is your direct lineage senior brother, and you're just going to abandon him like this? Don't forget, junior brother Du Hai has been an official in the imperial court, looking out for you constantly, sending people to the academy every other day with food and drink for you. Is this how you repay him? Morong Xiao was fuming with anger. This brat could never speak a single decent sentence. Alright, can't I even crack a joke? Then we'll wait for that Inksea heavenly lord to show himself. No matter what demon he is, daring to harm innocent lives right under our academy's nose, we'll just slaughter him. Zhou Hai grinned. He had to admit, Morong Xiao treated him well, but senior brother Du Hai treated him even better. After all, Du Hai shared the same master with him, and since Du Hai had entered officialdom, he'd never failed to bring back truly good things for him. If he were powerless, that'd be one thing, but since he had the ability, how could he possibly ignore his martial brother? Alas, saying it is simple, but with just the two of us, we're inevitably outnumbered. Forget it, we'll cross bridges when we come to them. Let's head to the governor's residence first. Morong Xiao shook his head, appearing rather pessimistic. Soon, the two soared through the air and arrived at the governor's mansion. Without waiting for the servants to announce them, Morong Xiao strode in swiftly with Zhou Hai, clearly intent on demanding answers. Halt! Who are you people? What do you think you're doing? A group of mansion guards quickly surrounded them, shouting loudly, "Get lost!" Morong Zhao's eyes turned sharp as he roared angrily, "Where is Lin Shixiang? Come out at once and beg for my forgiveness." Clearly, the situation in Qinzhou had truly infuriated Morong Xiao. He came seeking accountability the moment he arrived. Zhou Hai followed behind him, but couldn't help letting his gaze sweep around restlessly. According to the system's indication, Qin Xia was at the governor's residence, born to a servant of the Lin family, the governor of Qinzhou. From birth, she had been a slave of the Lin family. Originally, he had planned to deal with the plague first before coming to find his disciple. But now that he was here, of course he wanted to see what his little disciple looked like. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding, warning, host. Your second disciple Qin Xiao is in mortal danger. A protection mission is now issued. Host, you must save Qin Xiao. The system will grant you a guardian package as a reward. Hearing this, Zhou Hai's expression changed abruptly. Once again checking the system to confirm Qin Xiao's location, Zhou Hai soared into the air and departed on a rainbow light. Junior brother, where are you going? Morong Xiao turned his head and hastily called out. I've got something to attend to, I'll be right back. Zhou Hai responded. Be careful, this place is dangerous, don't let your guard down. Morong Xiao wanted to chase after them, but when he saw a group of people flying towards him, he could only shout out loud instructions. My, isn't this sect leader Morong? Why aren't you staying quietly in your academy? What brings you here? The group flew over from deep within the estate, led by none other than Lin Shixiang, the governor of Qinzhou, who approached Morong Xiao with a warm smile as soon as he saw him. Back in the day, the Great Zhou's sacred ancestor invited our academy to oversee the Zhou dynasty and jointly govern the Great Zhou realm with the Imperial Zhou clan. So what? Must our academy now seek your permission to go anywhere within Great Zhou's borders? Morong Zhao's face darkened as he snorted coldly. Ha ha ha. Across Great Zhou's vast territory spanning tens of thousands of miles, Headmaster Morong may roam freely without consulting this humble one. But Master Morong, some places are inherently dangerous, you can't come and go as you please. Lin Shixiang burst into laughter, his tone laced with menace. Impudent! It seems my guess was correct. Your Lin family has colluded with outsiders to stir chaos in the imperial court. Lin Shixiang, aren't you afraid the Zhou royal clan will settle accounts with you? Morong Xiao reprimanded angrily. The Northern Wastes isn't merely home to 4 great dynasties. If we're counting properly, even 10,000 kingdoms would be an understatement. Yet only these 4 dynasties truly deserve recognition, because the founders of these 4 dynasties were also sage monarchs. The 4 imperial clans themselves possess profound heritage, standing equal to sacred lands, hence they're called Sage Dynasty. The great sacred lands of Northern Wastelands each rule over 1,800 kingdoms, extracting whatever they desire from their people, yet they dare not extend their reach into the territories of the 4 sacred dynasties, such as the disparity in their power. As an official of Great Zhou, true betrayal would invite immediate retribution from the Imperial Zhou clan. Retribution, you say? Castellan Morong, I'm afraid you won't live to see that day. Lin Shixiang sneered, seeking death. Morong Zhao's eyes turned sharp as he instantly charged towards Lin Shixiang, preparing to strike. Just then, a streak of dark light flashed from the sky, heading straight for Morong Zhao's face. Overwhelmed by a sense of impending danger, Morong Xiao didn't even dare to block the attack. He hastily dodged to avoid the strike. But the black light touched down without the slightest grandeur, not even a tremor of residual energy, just the faintest whisper of sound as an ebony spike embedded itself straight into the ground. The spike reflected the dark radiance with a faint blue sheen. The moment it landed, even the soil beneath turned ashen, while all vegetation within a 100-foot radius withered and died instantly. Moreover, this withering decay continues to spread outward at an astonishingly terrifying speed. Clearly, the poison of this black all far exceeds anything ordinary people could imagine. The 10,000 poison sects Wu Wanli, could it be you're still alive? Upon seeing this black all, Morong Zhao's expression completely changed. 7 years ago, the owner of this black steed had already made an appearance. In that battle, Zhou Hai's master, Zhang Er, fell victim to a treacherous plot, poisoned beyond cure, and passed away within a few years. Yet Mu Rongxiao clearly remembered this black steed's master had taken a palm strike from Zhang Er and, by all logic, shouldn't have survived. After all, Zhang Er was a Unity Realm powerhouse back then, while this Wu Wanli was merely at the Enlightenment Realm. Ha ha ha, Morongxiao, after all these years, you're still stuck at the Enlightenment Realm. It seems you truly are useless. Let's go, meet at the usual place. We have much to discuss. In midair, a man clad in a black cloak emerged, his face obscured as he sneered coldly. Hearing this, Morongxiao's face darkened, clearly realizing where he meant by the usual place. Last time this guy had invited them to a brothel, and to this day Zhou Hai still teased him about it, yet here he was, pulling the same trick again. Unfortunately, the other party gave him no chance to speak. Retrieving his black awl, he transformed into a streak of dark light and flew away in an instant. Morongxiao, don't even think of running. Without my permission, no one enters or leaves Qinzhou. After a pause, Wu Wanli's voice came from beyond the heavens. What arrogant words. Let me see what tricks you're playing. Morong Zhao's gaze turned icy as he immediately gave chase. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai remained unaware of what was happening here. Racing like the wind, he soon arrived at the outskirts of the prefectural city 800 li away. Crack, 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 crack. At this moment, a series of explosive cracking sounds echoed across the grassland. A young girl was mercilessly whipping a curled-up figure on the ground with her long lash. The girl was covered in wounds, her flesh mangled beyond recognition, not a single patch of intact skin remained. Yet the young woman attacking her showed no mercy, striking with full intent to kill. See now? I told you she's undying, impossible to kill. Will you believe me now? The girl shouted excitedly while fighting, causing the eyes of the avian demon beasts in her arms to gleam. Nearby stood several carriages, all pulled by demon beasts like demonic tigers, thunder apes, and three-headed wolves. These demon beasts were all at the Foundation Establishment realm. Being able to subdue such creatures to pull carriages clearly spoke of their extraordinary backgrounds. At that moment, several young people, 2 men and a woman, sat on one of the carriage shafts, eagerly watching the scene unfold. Miss Lin, what's the point of this? If you dare, strike directly at her vitals. If she survives, we'll believe you. Suddenly, one of the young men said with a laugh. Oomph, don't believe me, eh? Fine, I'll give you something exciting today. Miss Lin gave a cold laugh, threw down her whip, and stepped forward to grab the girl's hair, yanking her upright with brute force. The girl's vacant eyes showed no comprehension of resistance, as if she were a complete fool. Only the flicker of fear in her eyes proved she still possessed human emotions, though barely. Watch closely. I'll kill her right now, cut her into 8 pieces. Within 3 hours, she'll come back to life again. Miss Lin took out a dagger and smiled at those young men, then directly stabbed towards the girl's eyeballs with the intent to brutally murder her on the spot. Chapter 16, 9 Revolutions Resurrection Pill. Ah! The girl's eyes filled with terror, yet she didn't know to dodge. Only when the final moment came did she let out a horrified scream, numbly awaiting death. Just then, a figure appeared before her. A large hand shot out, firmly grasping the dagger. The blade had stopped less than 2 centimeters from the girl's pupil. Seeing the suddenly frozen dagger, she collapsed to the ground in terror. Miss Lin froze, staring at Zhou Hai who had appeared so abruptly, a flash of venom passing through her eyes. The 2 young men and woman not far away also stared at Zhou Hai in astonishment. Who is this guy, daring to interfere in their business? Seeking death. Miss Lin flew into a rage, yanking hard at her dagger as she sought to kill Zhou Hai first. Yet the blade refused to budge even with increased effort, it remained firmly lodged. Seeking death. Another seeking death followed. As Miss Lin's body surged with true essence, she was actually at Foundation Establishment realm. As a genius of the Lin family, achieving Foundation establishment at such a young age had always been her pride. This man before her appeared to be barely 20, what right did he have to stand before her? Yet despite her utmost effort, the dagger remained utterly motionless, as if frozen in place. How could that be? Miss Lin was dumbfounded, staring at this scene in disbelief. At such a young age and already so ruthless, is this how your elders taught you to behave? Zhou Hai gazed coldly at Miss Lin, suddenly releasing his grip before striking her across the face with a resounding slap. Smack! A crisp slap echoed through the air, sending Miss Lin spinning 3 full circles before she crumpled to the ground. The searing pain on her face immediately made Miss Lin's eyes redden with unshed tears. Who in all her life had ever dared lay a finger on her? and yet this person had actually dared to slap her face? How dare you? Who do you think you are? Do you even know who you're hitting? An angry voice rang out as a young man swiftly stepped forward. Let me tell you, Wanner is the beloved daughter of Prefect Lin of Qinzhou. By striking her, you've insulted Prefect Lin himself. You've signed your own death warrant. Another youth quickly moved to block Lin Wanner, glaring furiously at Zhou Hai. Miss Wanner, are you alright? The last young girl hurriedly supported Lin Wanner, asking with genuine concern. Humph, Lin Shixian, is it? If the Lin family dares treat my disciple like this, what's stopping me from slapping the Lin Manor's face in return? If you don't give me an explanation today, then the Lin family has no reason to exist anymore. Zhou Hai snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with menace. 7 years ago he had grown up under the red flag, but after inexplicably arriving in this world, he was kidnapped by traffickers and sold to a brothel to be a catamite. Though he resisted stubbornly and was tortured for some time, he ultimately avoided being defiled. Later he encountered Morong Xiao and Zhang Er, who brought him into the academy, allowing him to enjoy 7 years of peaceful life. In that harmonious academy, though he knew the world could be cruel, he had never truly experienced it firsthand. Who would have imagined that on his very first outing, he'd witnessed so much darkness? It truly sparked his fury. You bastard! How dare you hit me? Kill him! You lot, kill him for me! I want him torn to pieces. Supported by others, Lin Wanner stood up, pointing at Zhou Hai with eyes wide in furious rage as she roared. Hearing this, the two youths exchanged a glance before simultaneously pointing at Zhou Hai and shouting, "Kill him!" Roar! An earth-shaking tiger's roar echoed, faintly carrying a soul-shaking power that struck fear in everyone's hearts. Over there, the thunder tiger broke free from its restraints before the chariot shaft, transforming into a streak of lightning as it charged towards Zhou Hai. Bang bang bang! Meanwhile, in front of another chariot shaft, the demon ape also shattered its bonds. Pounding its chest and leaping into the air, its body wreathed in demonic flames, it descended from the sky with the intent to trample Zhou Hai into bloody pulp. Killing without hesitation, truly irredeemable. Zhou Hai's eyes flashed with sharp intensity as he watched the thunder tiger coming at him as a bolt of lightning. With a thunderous punch, he unleashed a surge of crackling black lightning. In an instant, violent winds erupted all around, as an overwhelming force carrying the momentum to topple mountains and drain seas struck the thunder tiger in a flash. The lightning bolt transformed from the thunder tiger, when faced with Zhou Hai's black lightning, resembled a firefly trying to outshine the full moon, utterly shattered in a single blow. Not even the sound of an explosion was heard. The moment the two collided, the thunder tiger was instantly vaporized, and the thunderstorm force it had summoned was devoured by the sheer power of Zhou Hai's fist. Witnessing this, the group of young men and women widened their eyes in shock, their faces pale with terror. This fellow showed no fluctuation of cultivation aura, appearing completely ordinary, yet unexpectedly unleashed an attack capable of shaking heaven and obliterating earth. This is clearly the level of power only a divine ability realm expert could possess. How old is he? How could he be so overwhelmingly powerful? Yet Zhou Hai, having struck his blow, showed no hesitation, raising his hand to command thunder, directly intercepting the demonic ape descending from the sky. The demonic ape stood over 30 feet tall, wreathed in dark flames, radiating boundless ferocity. Yet the sinister flames around it seemed laughably feeble compared to the demonic lightning crackling in Zhou Hai's grasp. Annihilation. With Zhou Hai's roar, the demonic lightning in his palm erupted, carrying a terrifying power of destruction. Screech! The sound of surging electricity filled the air as the demon ape's feet began to vaporize, its entire body turning to ashes in an instant. No, how could this happen? Zhou Hai's strike utterly petrified everyone present. What kind of divine power was this? How could it be so horrifying? Run, now! Snapping out of their daze, the two youths flanked Lin Wanner on either side and, along with another girl, fled toward the last carriage like their lives depended on it. The cart was pulled by a three-headed demon wolf, which also saw the situation here. Without hesitation, it bolted with the cart in tow. Little Ching! Lin Wanner called out loudly as her avian beast quickly flew over, escaping with them toward the direction of the Qinzhou Prefecture governor's residence. Do you think you can escape? Watching the departing figures, Zhou Hai was in no hurry to chase. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the girl lying on the ground. These people must die, but since his precious disciple has suffered, she naturally must take revenge herself. How are you? Upon seeing the girl on the ground, Zhou Hai couldn't help but frown. At this moment, the girl was trembling all over, her face purple with swelling, and her gaze appeared even more vacant. She didn't respond to his questions, as if she couldn't hear them at all. Only the pain coursing through her body, ceaselessly causing her muscles to spasm. Missing 2 souls and 4 spirits out of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, only 15 years old, yet already died 6 times. What vicious hearts the Lin family harbors. Soon, Zhou Hai reached his conclusion, unable to suppress the shock within. A reincarnation of Tao fruit, its fate ill-fated under the great Tao's suppression. Beyond the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, human-induced disasters are endless. The Tao fruit is extremely difficult to kill, because with each death, it revives at the cost of a soul or a spirit fragment. The key is that when others lose their souls and spirits, the severe cases die on the spot, while the milder ones may end up as vegetative wrecks for life. However, such consequences do not befall the reincarnation of the Tao fruit, it only affects one's spiritual wisdom, resulting in an incomplete Tao fruit. Until complete death, when the Tao fruit dissipates, having lost 2 souls and 4 spirits, equivalent to dying 6 times already, the girl merely reacted sluggishly and became dull-witted. This in itself was remarkable. Here, swallow this. Upon understanding the situation, Johai hastily took out the 9 Revolutions revival pill. Finally, the perfect opportunity to put it to use. The moment the elixir touched the girl's lips, it transformed into a streak of light and surged into her mouth. In the next instant, the skies darkened, thunderclouds rolled in, and the heavenly Tao trembled with wrath. As if provoked by this defiance of cosmic will, the heavens prepared to unleash their punishment. But then, an earth-shattering power erupted from within the girl's body. Chapter 17. These days, even the heavens need organ transplants. Boom! Violet energy erupted from the girl's body, instantly blasting Johai hundreds of feet away. The power then transformed into a tornado, funneling the energies of heaven and earth like a vortex, forcibly devouring the thunderclouds above and the surrounding celestial will before refining it all into nourishing energy for the girl herself. Holy shit, is the 9 Revolutions rejuvenation pill really this OP? No wonder it can replenish one's soul, even reaching the level of Tao fruits. This is outright robbing the will of heaven and earth, using the very essence of the great Tao as raw materials. Johai was utterly dumbfounded. This is insanity. Heaven and Earth's great Tao probably never dreamed that one day it would be subjected to organ transplants. Soon, the celestial phenomenon faded, and Johai flew to the girl's side. The girl still lay on the ground, but her wounds had completely vanished. A glimmer of memory gradually returned to her dazed eyes, as if she were reliving each life and death trial she had endured. I'm not dead, I'm not dead, I'm not dead. The girl kept repeating this phrase, uttering it a full 6 times. Clearly, for her, she had died 6 times before, and this rebirth was equivalent to being reborn 6 times over. Finally, the girl suddenly turned her gaze toward Johai. It was you who saved me. Thank you. She seemed to want to express something more, but all her emotions ultimately condensed into those 2 simple words, thank you. Rise now. Would you be willing to pledge yourself as my disciple? Johai faintly smiled, quickly clasping his hands behind his back and striking what he believed to be a pose of immortal elegance. Yet he appeared far too young, lacking even a trace of transcendental charm. Instead, his strikingly handsome features gave off an air of unparalleled refinement, like jade among mortals, a peerless young master in this world. Become your disciple? The girl stared blankly at Johai, utterly bewildered. Yes, become my disciple, and I shall teach you the methods to soar through the heavens and delve into the earth, imparting you the great divine abilities to alter skies and reshape worlds. From this day forward, no one shall ever harm you again. Do you consent? Johai nodded with a faint smile. Memories from childhood to adulthood flashed through the girl's mind in an instant. Her name was Qin Xiao. Her father was a scholar who, for reasons unknown, had become a servant of the Lin household. From the moment she was born, her father had given her this beautiful name, hoping that one day she would regain her freedom and live as a carefree girl. But fate was cruel. The young mistress of the household had a sadistic nature. She brutally murdered both her parents and subjected her to repeated torture. She didn't understand why she could still resurrect after dying so many times. But this life of hers had truly been too bitter. From the moment her parents passed away, the light had vanished from her world. Now looking at the man before her again, he was watching her with a gentle smile. His eyes were so bright, his smile so gentle, like a warm ray of sunshine. Qin Xiao's heart melted instantly. Tears involuntarily rolled down her cheeks as she hastily knelt and kowtowed to Johai. Xiao wishes to become your disciple. Hearing this, Johai nodded with satisfaction. All right, disciple, rise quickly. Your master will now take you to seek vengeance and redress your grievances. Helping Qin Xiao to her feet, Johai summoned a rainbow aura and took flight with her in pursuit of Lin Wanner's group. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully taking a disciple. The following rewards are hereby awarded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully obtaining the burial demon physique. Ding! Tenfold feedback boost activated. Congratulations, host, on achieving the perfection stage of the burial demon physique. Ding! No cultivation level detected in disciple. No feedback granted. Ding! System rewards host with the Emperor grade divine weapon, Soul Devouring Demon Palace. Ding! System reward Imperial level cultivation technique, Emperor's Burial Scripture. Ding! System reward Heaven Mending Pill. Ding! System reward 1,000 years of cultivation. The system's notification sounded at the perfect moment, and before Johai could react, his cultivation level began to surge wildly. 6th level Divine Ability Realm. 7th level Divine Ability Realm. 8th level Divine Ability Realm. 9th level Divine Ability Realm. Enlightenment. Since Chen Bei's breakthrough through the heavenly tribulation last night, Zhou Hai's cultivation had already reached the 5th level of divine ability realm under the tenfold feedback. Now, with the additional 1,000 years of cultivation, his realm continued to surge. It wasn't until he reached the 9th level of divine ability realm that the advancement finally ceased. Yet, this didn't mean his cultivation growth had ended here. Enlightenment takes a process. Even when granted by the system, it was an immense amount of data for Zhou Hai. As the insights of the Tao surged into Zhou Hai's soul, in that instant, he felt the heavens and earth transform before his very eyes. It seemed he could see chains crisscrossing between heaven and earth. These were manifestations of the Tao, the order of the cosmos, the rules of the Great Path. At this moment, Zhou Hai naturally couldn't comprehend these rules and order, and the only reason he could perceive them was due to a fleeting moment of enlightenment. When the enlightenment faded, those rules and order vanished along with it. Yet one Tao principle had merged with Zhou Hai's soul, becoming one with him. Delighted, Zhou Hai immediately attempted to mobilize his newly gained Tao principle. Yet he found the Tao principles utterly unmoved, stagnant as a pool of lifeless water. What's going on? Zhou Hai was dumbfounded. Before he could carefully study it, his cultivation began breaking through again. Enlightenment realm, first layer. Enlightenment realm, second layer. Enlightenment realm, third stage. As his realm continued to ascend, the power within Zhou Hai multiplied exponentially, growing increasingly vast like a converging ocean. It wasn't until reaching Enlightenment Realm 8th stage that Zhou Hai's realm advancement finally came to a close. At this moment, Zhou Hai felt as though with a mere lift of his hand, he could shatter heaven and earth. The sensation of such overwhelming strength was indescribably exhilarating. Holy cow, this feels amazing. Zhou Hai marveled inwardly, yet something felt off. He asked, System, did you shortchange me on my rewards? My disciple Chen Bei is only 16, yet his cultivation has already helped me break through to the 5th level of the divine ability realm. Yet this millennium worth of cultivation only pushed me up a dozen or so realms. Doesn't that seem kinda watered down? The system's exasperated voice sounded, answering host, upgrading every minor realm requires the cumulative cultivation power of all previous realms combined. A major realm breakthrough requires 10 times the total amount. Host broke through 12 minor realms and 1 major realm consecutively, and you still think that's insufficient? Moreover, the system granted you an ordinary cultivator's 1,000 years of cultivation, not a peerless genius's 1,000 years of cultivation power. You don't actually think this is the millennium cultivation of the undying battle soul physique and expect tenfold feedback, do you? Why don't I just promote you straight to emperor status then? Hearing the system's mocking tone, Zhou Hai couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. Now that he thought about it, he really was being somewhat greedy. After all, the power required to elevate one's cultivation isn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, the exponential growth is downright terrifying. Not to mention the added enlightenment of the Tao itself. For some, even 1,000 years might not be enough to grasp their own Tao principles. Asterisk hehe, system, if you're offering a guaranteed path to emperorhood, I might just consider it, asterisk. Zhou Hai grinned, laughing awkwardly. The system fell silent, seeming too lazy to bother with him. Seeing this, Zhou Hai rolled his eyes. He just couldn't understand, what was the system being tsundere for? Day after day, it kept acting all cold and indifferent toward him. The wind howled in his ears as a rainbow streaked across the sky. After his cultivation breakthrough, Zhou Hai's flight speed increased dramatically, catching up to the soaring carriage in the blink of an eye. Oh no, he's caught up to us. Inside the carriage, Lin Wanner and the others turned pale with terror upon seeing Zhou Hai closing in. Chapter 18, thought she was a saint, turns out she's the king of hell. Under the horrified gazes of Lin Wanner and the others, Zhou Hai suddenly appeared before them with Qin Shio in tow. With a single flick of his finger, Zhou Hai sent a streak of dark light piercing into the bodies of the 3 demon wolves pulling the carriage. Oh whoa! The demon wolves' eyes filled with terror as they howled at the sky, a sound more akin to a despairing wail than a battle cry. The next moment, its body began to crumble like burning paper, gradually turning to ashes before dissipating into smoke. Ah! A terrified scream pierced the air. Without the demon beast to pull it, even with the arrays carved into the carriage, it couldn't stay aloft and instantly plummeted toward the ground. Inside the carriage, Lin Wanner and the rest cried out in fear, desperate to leap free and escape into the skies. But just then, Zhou Hai took a single step forward. His boundless cultivation erupted like an abyssal tide, instantly unleashing an overwhelming aura of power. In an instant, even this stretch of heaven and earth seemed to twist and distort. Within this stretch of the world, Lin Wanner and the others found their bodies completely beyond their control. They couldn't even mobilize their cultivation strength, plummeting straight downward along with the carriage toward the ground. Only Lin Wanner's avian spirit beast,
the Kuemu eagle managed to barely spread its wings in attempt to flee. Hoof!
But with Joe Hai's cold snort, he took another step forward.
Boom! In an instant, the entire space seemed to collapse under an overwhelming pressure, as if mountains and rivers were toppling over.
With a final mournful cry, the Kuemu sculpture shattered instantly, dying on the spot. Only a shower of flesh and blood rained down in its wake.
No! Xiao Cheng!
Lin Wanner's pupils dilated as she let out a heart-wrenching scream.
Boom!
As the carriage crashed to the ground, the cultivators, unable to summon their protective chi, slammed heavily onto the earth. Pft, pft. All four vomited copious amounts of blood, feeling as if their internal organs had split apart and every bone in their bodies shattered. Were it not for cultivators possessing physiques 1,000 times sturdier than ordinary mortals, falling from such terrifying heights would have reduced them to pulp on impact.
Disciple, strike now.
Kill them, sever this karmic grievance before it breeds inner demons. Zhou Hai landed with Qin Xiao, unceremoniously placing Lin Wanner and the others' fates in the hands of his treasured apprentice. At this moment, Lin Wanner and the others were severely injured, unable to even muster their cultivation strength.
Even an ordinary mortal could easily kill them. No, you can't kill me. Who exactly are you? Why must you oppose our Lin family? Hearing this, Lin Wanner turned pale with shock.
She who had always been high and mighty, controlling the lives of others, genuinely felt fear at this moment. Zhou Hai was the first person who dared to strike at her, and the first to make her feel the threat of death.
Enough of your noise.
Yet, in response to her terror, Zhou Hai merely slapped the air, sending her flying once more with blood spewing from her mouth. For someone as vicious-hearted and deservedly damned as her, Zhou Hai couldn't even be bothered with words. But at this moment, Qin Shio, who stood aside, suddenly spoke. Master,
I don't want to kill her. Why?
Zhou Hai paused, frowning involuntarily.
Could this disciple of his be some naive saint? After being persecuted to such an extent, you can still forgive them? Master, may I ask if you are a match for the Lin family?
Qin Xiao slightly furrowed her delicate brows, tilted her head in thought for a moment, and instead of answering, posed a question in return.
What kind of opponents does the Lin family amount to?
I could destroy them with a flick of my fingers. Zhou Hai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, declaring confidently.
Undeniably, a family like the Lin clan could directly become royalty in some smaller nations.
Even within a mighty dynasty like the Great Zhou, they remain a prominent clan overseeing territories spanning tens of thousands of miles, true regional overlords.
Unfortunately, power and influence hold no sway over true powerhouses.
Only strength can establish everything.
Indeed? Then all the more reason I cannot kill her.
Qin Xiao's eyes lit up, but her words immediately made Zhou Hai frown.
What on earth is this girl talking about? Could it be that she disapproved of bullying the weak and genuinely felt compassion?
If that were truly the case, the saintly mentality would be taking things too far.
How could someone like that be worthy of becoming his disciple? Master, could you cripple her for me? I want her to be a worthless cripple for life. Then take her to the Lin family residence and annihilate the Lin clan before her eyes, will you? I want her to personally witness her parents' deaths, their bodies reduced to ashes. I want to strip her of everything, make her suffer beyond endurance. If possible, capture the souls of her parents and loved ones, torment them day and night, and make her suffer a fate worse than death. If there's no other way, then annihilate their souls utterly, spare them not even the chance of reincarnation. They are not worthy.
Qin Xiao frowned slightly with her delicate brows, pondered for a long time, and then spoke coldly. Hearing this, Zhou Hai, who had been frowning just moments before, instantly widened his eyes in shock.
His mouth even dropped open involuntarily as he stared at Qin Shio in utter disbelief.
Lin Wanner, who had just endured a slap and barely managed to react, trembled violently as if struck by lightning, her face instantly turning deathly pale. As for the other three youths, they looked at Qin Shio as if seeing a ghost, all of them thoroughly shattered. They had thought Qin Shio was some kind of saint when she said she didn't want to kill Lin Wanner, but in the blink of an eye, she had transformed into someone even the king of hell would bow before. The contrast was too stark.
Gulp, cough, cough. Zhou Hai gulped hard, then choked and burst into violent coughing.
Only then did he realize it wasn't his disciple who was the saintly fool, but himself. At this thought, Zhou Hai shuddered from head to toe. No wonder he received the so-called burial heaven devil body after taking this disciple, and even obtained the so-called soul-devouring devil palace. So all this had been foreshadowed from the very beginning.
This is no benevolent bodhisattva.
This is clearly the reincarnation of the demon emperor.
No, this can't be.
My lord, don't listen to her. Our Lin family might not be your excellency's match, but we have a sage backing us. If you harm our Lin family, that sage will surely intervene.
My lord, perhaps it would be better to establish friendly relations with our Lin family? From now on, we could serve the sage together. Suddenly, Lin Wanner's voice rang out, filled with excitement. The The sage? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow and suddenly fixed his gaze on Lin Wanner. What kind of existence is a saint? In the entire northern wastelands, saints are considered legendary figures. Whenever a saint emerges, the entire northern wastelands must bow in submission. Not to mention saints themselves, even the forces they established were still revered as sacred lands millennia later, fearless of any challenge. What virtue or capability does the Lin family possess to have a saint backing them? Yes, a saint. Lin Wanner nodded repeatedly and, fearing Zhou Hai might not believe her, added, Sir, you're aware of the recent plague in Qinzhou, aren't you? It wasn't actually any plague, merely the schemes of the Sacred One. Our Lin family has already pledged allegiance to the Sacred One. Now we just await his miraculous descent to completely enslave all living beings in Qinzhou, freeing it from Zhou dynasty's control. Then the Sacred One will lead us to conquer the entire Zhou dynasty starting from Qinzhou, establishing a new imperial holy land. My lord, should you serve the Sacred One, you'd become a founding elder with status rivaling even the grand elders of holy lands. After speaking, Lin Wanner gazed eagerly at Zhou Hai. She simply refused to believe he could resist such a tremendous temptation. Sure enough, Zhou Hai's brows furrowed deeply as if he had fallen into deep thought. Seeing this, Lin Wanner was overjoyed. She knew there was hope now. Chapter 19, Storming the Lin Family, a Grand Entrance. So for this sage's ambitions, you'd not only enslave countless lives, but also cruelly poison millions, just to lay the groundwork for your schemes? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Hai gazed profoundly at Lin Wanner. Of course, before the sage, what do mere millions matter? Even billions of lives are insignificant. It's their honor to die for the sage. Lin Wanner didn't notice the cold glint in Zhou Hai's eyes and quickly nodded in agreement. To cultivators like them, though they belonged to the same human race, ordinary people were unworthy of being considered human in their eyes. Killing them was no different from slaughtering livestock. Heh, good, very good. But unfortunately, you probably don't know where I come from. I apologize, I'm an elder of the Jixia Academy. Suddenly, Zhou Hai laughed. Those words, elder of the Jixia Academy, instantly drained all color from Lin Wanner's face. She knew all too well what the Jixia Academy represented. They were fanatics, a group of self-righteous zealots. Especially the Great Zhou Academy. Speaking recklessly about slaughtering lives before them is no different from digging one's own grave. Why bother? I was still considering whether to let you die painlessly, but you insist on inviting misfortune. Since you consider ordinary people worthless, to be killed or spared at your whim, then starting today, I'll show you what true worthlessness looks like. Zhou Hai shook his head, his eyes solidifying with killing intent. What do you want to do? Lin Wanner screamed in terror, but Zhou Hai merely flicked his fingers in succession. In an instant, streams of annihilating force surged into the bodies of all four individuals. Ah! A shrill scream pierced the air as several cultivators' meridians snapped instantly, their cultivation shattered in a flash. With their Dao foundations obliterated, the four had lost all possibility of future cultivation. Disciple, your master finds your suggestion quite reasonable. Come, today your master shall grant your wish. Zhou Hai glanced back at Qin Shio and with a wave of his hand, took her along with Lin Wanner, who had been reduced to a cripple, and the others, flying directly toward the residence of the Qinzhou prefecture governor. Meanwhile, inside the largest pleasure house in Qinzhou's capital city, Morong Xiao sat with a ghastly pale face, eyes filled with utter despair. He had known this trip to Qinzhou would be dangerous, but he had vastly underestimated just how perilous it would prove to be. Surrounding him were 10 breathtakingly beautiful women, each possessing cultivation strength at the Enlightenment realm. One of them was just like him, at the peak of the Enlightenment realm, only a hair's breadth away from the Unity realm. Yet this was nothing compared to the despair he felt towards Wu Wanli. Who would have thought that Zhang Er's palm strike 7 years ago not only failed to take his life, but now, after 7 years, he had successfully broken through to the Unity realm? Facing 10 Enlightenment realm experts along with a superpower from the Unity realm, Morong Xiao was utterly powerless to resist at this moment. Headmaster Morong, are you truly certain about this decision? Join forces with us, and when the Zhou dynasty inevitably falls, Jixia Academy will retain its supreme status. Otherwise, this great Zhou Academy shall perish by your hand. Would you truly become the eternal disgrace of the institution you lead? Facing Morong Xiao, Wu Wanli spoke with an ever-present smile, yet his formidable Unity Dao principles ceaselessly constrained Morong Xiao's every movement. With the combined suppression of the Dao principles from the 10 great beauties, Morong Xiao appeared to be sitting calmly, but in reality, he was already completely bound, unable to exert even a shred of his cultivation. His life was now utterly in the hands of these people. A demonic heretic dares to covet the fortune of humanity in Great Zhou?
expecting our academy to cooperate. Keep dreaming. Morong Zhao's gaze remained ice-cold. Even at this critical moment, he showed no intention of compromise. There was no common ground between opposing paths. He had his own principles to uphold. How could he possibly bow to these poison cultivators? A pity, there was no need for this. Since sect leader Morong refuses to see reason, we have no choice but to invite him to take a trip to the sacrificial altar to make a small contribution to our holy lord.
Wu Wanli shook his head in disappointment and swung his palm down toward Morong Zhao's head.
Within Morong Zhao's body, spiritual energy raged and Tao principles trembled. Time and again, he struggled to break through the restraint, but under the combined suppression of these opponents, his efforts proved futile. He couldn't even move his body, forced to watch helplessly as that palm strike descended, instantly scattering his lifelong cultivation. Even his Tao principles were shattered upon impact. With a muffled groan, Morong Zhao spat blood from the corner of his mouth, completely losing all ability to resist.
Take him away, for the sacrifice. Wu Wanli withdrew his hand and gave the order.
The crowd quickly seized Morong Zhao and left the place. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai remained unaware of the situation here. Taking Qin Xiao and the others with him, he stormed straight to the Lin family's governor's mansion.
Bang bang bang!
As Lin Wanner and the others were tossed like mud before the Lin family's main gate by Zhou Hai, the guards were utterly shocked.
Miss, who are you? What have you done to our mistress?
Seeing Lin Wanner's pitiful state, one of the guards snapped to attention and shouted at Zhou Hai while pointing accusingly.
Boom!
However, the response he received was a vicious slap from Zhou Hai. In an instant, the guard was sent flying, his body crashing heavily against the gate of the governor's residence. The guard's body shattered into pieces along with the grand gate.
You!
Another guard's pupils dilated as he couldn't help but cry out in shock. Yet the response he received was Zhou Hai delivering another slap from across the air.
Boom!
Another explosive sound rang out as that guard was likewise sent flying backward, crashing into the entrance hall behind the gate. The stone-carved entrance erupted instantly, and the guard's body was reduced to bloody pulp in an instant, smeared across the scattered fragments of the shattered doorway.
Alert! A formidable enemy approaches.
The commotion immediately drew the attention of the entire inspector's manor. In that fleeting moment, countless formidable auras erupted across the premises. Over 1,000 Foundation establishment cultivators, hundreds of innate Foundation experts, and more than a dozen life-stealing realm masters charged from all directions. Their momentum was overwhelming. Even before they arrived, their terrifying pressure made it hard to breathe. Unfortunately, none of this had the slightest effect on Zhou Hai. He didn't even glance at these attackers, instead turning his gaze toward the heart of the governor's estate. There, an even more formidable aura erupted, rapidly approaching this direction. It's a divine ability realm cultivator. Although Zhou Hai had never met Lin Shixiang, he knew without a doubt that this was him.
Wanner!
Sure enough, the man noticed Lin Wanner the moment he rushed out of the governor's mansion, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably.
Who are you to dare harm my daughter?
With that, he suddenly raised his head and glared at Zhou Hai.
Lin Shixiang, you're actually still alive. Where is my senior brother now?
Zhou Hai glared coldly at Lin Shixiang. Based on his understanding of Morong Zhao, that guy might enjoy visiting brothels, but he was absolutely the type to eradicate evil completely. For someone like Lin Shixiang to still be alive, either Morong Zhao had been deceived, or he might be in danger himself.
Who exactly are you? Lin Shixiang didn't answer, but coldly asked instead. He didn't immediately make a move because he couldn't see through Zhou Hai.
There wasn't the slightest ripple of cultivation emanating from this person, as if he were an ordinary mortal.
Yet how could a mere mortal have killed the mansion's guards? Chapter 20 Palm that shatters heaven and earth, annihilating the Lin household. Father, quickly summon the Heavenly Venerable One. He serves as an elder of the Jixia Academy. Before Zhou Hai could utter a word this time, Lin Wanner cried out first. She had personally witnessed Zhou Hai's strength. It was undoubtedly superior to her father's. To prevent their sect from being annihilated, she immediately requested to summon Wu Wanli. What? An elder from Jixia Academy?
Lin Shixiang's expression changed instantly, his gaze toward Zhou Hai growing even more wary.
Coming from Jixia Academy, yet his cultivation level remains completely unfathomable. Could it be one of the long-hidden old monsters from Dezhou Academy? Or perhaps someone sent from the main institute? Whatever the answer, it posed an immense threat to Lin Shixiang.
At the very least, this person before him was far stronger than Morong Zhao.
May I ask which elder of the academy your excellency might be?
Lin Shixiang secretly crushed the communication talisman while forcing a smile as he cupped his hands toward Zhou Hai.
Zhou Hai, elder of the Dao Repository Hall, Great Zhou Academy.
Zhou Hai stood with his hands clasped behind his back. After enduring humiliation in the cultivation world for so many years, he felt it was finally time to make his name renowned across the land.
What? Zhou Hai?
Yet as his words fell, Lin Shixiang stood frozen.
You're Zhou Hai? The Zhou Hai who serves as elder of the Dao Repository at Great Zhou Academy? Behind Lin Shixiang, a middle-aged man exclaimed in disbelief. Zhou Hai was stunned. Am I really this badass? Just hearing my name makes people stutter with fear? Seeing their astonished expressions, he racked his brains but couldn't recall what earth-shattering feat he'd accomplished all these years. Ha ha ha, who do we have here? None other than Zhou Hai, the once-in-10 millennium worthless trash of Jisha Academy. At that moment, Lin Shixiang let out a scornful laugh, looking at Zhou Hai with utter contempt. The people behind him even stepped forward recklessly to support Lin Wanner and the others, completely unafraid of provoking Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai's face darkened uncontrollably, veins visibly throbbing at his temples. The once in 10,000 years good for nothing? What kind of human nonsense is this? Zhou Hai never expected that he was already famous throughout the world, though his reputation wasn't exactly flattering. Zhou Hai, you're too late. If my calculations are correct, your senior brother Morong Shao should already be dead. But don't worry, I'll send you to meet him soon enough. Lin Shixiang's face darkened. The thought of nearly being intimidated moments ago made him wish he could tear Zhou Hai limb from limb. No wonder this guy, despite having no cultivation, could eliminate 2 guards and even beat his precious daughter and several Sacred Valley disciples to such a state. To him, the moment Zhou Hai revealed his identity, everything made perfect sense. Even if Zhou Hai was just a mortal, he was still an academy elder after all. How could he venture out without any means of self-defense? Given the academy's profound foundation, even if he, a mere mortal, managed to wound a life-reaping realm cultivator, Lin Shixiang wouldn't have been surprised, let alone dealing with 2 physique-refining guards and his own daughter, a foundation-establishing cultivator. Yet that didn't mean Zhou Hai could act with impunity. If they dared kill Morong Zhao's group, what was a worthless cripple like Zhou Hai to them? What did you say? Where exactly is my senior brother? Upon hearing that Morong Shao was in trouble, Zhou Hai immediately felt a pang of worry in his heart. Although Morong Shao constantly nagged at him and bossed him around, after all, he was the senior brother who had taken care of him for 7 long years. He didn't expect that Morong Shao would get into trouble mere moments after he left. I told you, I'll send you to meet him. Lin Shixiang's gaze turned icy as he waved his hand, whereupon 10 life-reaping realm experts immediately surged forward, simultaneously attacking Zhou Hai. After all, as an elder who had come from a prestigious academy, even if he was just a mortal, these life-reaping realm experts didn't dare to underestimate him in case he had some powerful hidden trump card to turn the tables. They went all out from the very first move. Beside Zhou Hai, Qin Xiao's body tensed as she sensed a chilling force sweeping toward her, threatening to freeze her into a withered corpse. It was an attack from a deadly female cultivator, still dozens of yards away, yet the chilling aura was already piercing to the bone. Yet the next moment, she felt as if she had plunged into molten lava, her entire skin and flesh aching unbearably under the intense scorching heat. Her long hair curled rapidly, her clothes turning brittle in an instant, her entire body seemed poised to be reduced to ashes in a flash. Then came another wave of bone-chilling cold, like 10,000 swords piercing through her heart. Then, an immense gravitational force surged between heaven and earth, like Mount Tai pressing down enough to make the skies collapse and the earth cave in. In that brief moment, all manner of terrifying residual forces washed over Qin Xiao's body. Such was the aftermath of attacks from 10 powerful life-severing realm experts. The life-severing realm defies the heavens to seize life itself. Its practitioners inherently wield power that rebels against the natural order. Before this overwhelming power, Qin Xiao felt as insignificant as an ant. She realized these mighty beings could annihilate her with just a breath, without even needing to lift a finger. Yet, at the very moment when she could no longer withstand the aftershocks of those 10 attacks and her body was on the verge of exploding, Zhou Hai shuddered violently. The terrifying forces instantly dispersed into nothingness. Simultaneously, Lin Wanner's voice rang out. Stop, beware of him. Lin Wanner knew full well that Zhou Hai was far beyond these men's ability to handle, even her father wouldn't stand a chance against him. Alas, her warning came too late. Fools who court death. Zhou Hai's eyes flashed dangerously as his palm descended in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. A violent surge of power erupted from Zhou Hai's body, instantly forming a massive black palm imprint that crushed those fate-snatching cultivators mid-air. As bursts of blood mist exploded one after another, these cultivators who dared to snatch life from the heavens met their violent deaths on the spot. Boom! Witnessing this scene, Lin Shixiang's pupils dilated instantly before contracting to pinpricks in the next moment. His eyelids twitched violently while his mind reeled as if 10,000 pounds of explosives had detonated, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. 10 Grandmaster cultivators who would have required considerable effort even for him to kill were all wiped out with a single slap. And he'd witnessed it himself. Zhou Hai hadn't used any external artifacts. That was power emanating from Zhou Hai's own body, a despair-inducing magnitude of power. How could this be? Wasn't this guy supposed to be the millennium's biggest joke, the 10,000-year waste of space, that freeloading elder from Great Zhou Academy? Is this trash? Lin Shixiang was stunned,
while the surrounding cultivators were so terrified their legs gave way beneath them, most turning deathly pale as if they'd seen a ghost. 10 destiny-snatching realm experts were just swatted to death like flies? How casual that was. Lin Shixiang, how dare you lay hands on my senior brother? You deserve to die. Zhou Hai's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand and directly seized at Lin Shixiang. No! Lin Shixiang felt all his hair stand on end, turning around in a desperate attempt to flee. Suddenly he realized, this damned good-for-nothing. His strength was simply beyond comparison. But as soon as he turned around, he felt the surrounding space solidify as if frozen. A colossal black hand materialized beside him, seized him, and lifted him high into the air. The threat of death instantly flooded his entire being. His heart pounded violently, the sheer terror nearly splitting his liver and gall apart with fear. Don't! Lin Shixiang screamed in terror. Without a doubt, with just a slight exertion, Zhou Hai could easily kill him on the spot right now. Chapter 21. He promised to save the world, then secretly visited the brothel again. Tell me, where is my senior brother? Zhou Hai's icy voice rang out, like a demonic deity from the netherworld demanding answers. Blue Moon Tower. He's at the Blue Moon Tower. Elder Zhou, your senior brother isn't dead. It was just my nonsense talking. Please spare my life, Elder Zhou. At this moment, Lin Shixiang bore no resemblance to his domineering self just moments ago. In Zhou Hai's grasp, he couldn't even resist, forced to confess the truth. Xingyue Tower? Damn! Didn't he swear to save the world? And he sneaks off to the brothel again? Zhou Hai was stunned, rendered utterly speechless in an instant. All that worry for the senior brother had been such a wasted emotion. That's right, Elder Zhou's senior brother is at the Blue Moon Pavilion. Sect leader Morong isn't dead. Please spare us, Elder Zhou. Lin Shixiang begged for mercy once more. Begging for your life? Humph. As subjects of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Lin family colluded with evil cults and attempted to usurp the throne. That alone would be unforgivable. But you dared to perform sacrificial blood rites upon the common people. Do you even deserve to live? Zhou Hai smirked coldly, murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. And no, Elder Zhou, that's not true. I'm the Crown Prince's man, the Crown Prince's man. How could I ever betray the Crown Prince? Lin Shixiang broke into a cold sweat from terror and hastily tried to explain. But before he could finish speaking, darkness swallowed his vision as excruciating pain tore through him. His body was instantly crushed by Zhou Hai, reduced to a pool of blood on the spot. Still making excuses at this point. So it seems that before death, you're no different from ordinary mortals after all. Zhou Hai clapped his hands while speaking, simultaneously releasing the soul-devouring demon palace from his system space. As the palm-sized true form of the soul-devouring demon palace materialized, mysterious energies radiated outward in all directions. Ah! Almost instantly, agonized screams pierced the air. The already deceased Lin Shixiang, along with those 10 life-taking realm experts, actually appeared in midair. Their bodies were transparent, their faces filled with terror, as if enduring some unimaginable suffering. Is this what souls look like? Zhou Hai examined these souls with curiosity, watching as they were drawn into the soul-devouring demon palace. The next moment, a dark light flashed within the demon palace as countless blades materialized, instantly piercing through these spectral entities. The screams grew even more agonizing, even as disembodied souls, they now endured the torment of being pierced by countless blades. Moreover, damage to a soul is 1,000 times more excruciating than physical wounds. But that was not all. No sooner had the blades vanished than roaring demonic flames erupted, scorching these spectral forms and amplifying their screams 1,000-fold. Then came the 9 nether cold frost, the 10,000 insect devourment, and the yin-yang grinding wheel, one torment after another. This small demon palace now resembled the fiery pits of the 9 nether hells, sending chills down everyone's spine. The most terrifying part was the demon palace's innate ability to restore souls. No matter how brutally they were tortured, even shattered into nothingness, these souls would instantly reform, only to endure endless suffering anew. Witnessing this, the Lin family cultivators, whether at the Xiantian or Foundation establishment realms, were scared out of their wits. Some wanted to flee, but found they couldn't even move their legs. Sheer terror had paralyzed them. At this moment, they were just like ordinary mortals, their calves cramping with fear. Forget about avenging Lin Shixiang, they couldn't even muster the courage to run away. All they could do was hope Zhou Hai would ignore them. Father. Watching her father suffering torment in the demon palace, Lin Wanner let out a heartrending cry. She tried to stand up, but all her bones were broken. Not only could she not rise, but the struggle aggravated her injuries, causing her to cough up mouthfuls of blood. Father! Father! Meanwhile, the 3 youths who had just rushed out of the manor also witnessed this scene and couldn't help but roar in fury. Zhou Hai turned his head and saw the entire household of the governor's mansion standing inside the gate,
their eyes wide with fury as they glared at him. Ha, so even the governor's mansion has human feelings. So even the people of the governor's mansion can feel heartache. Perfect timing, a family should stay together, nice and neat. Joe Hai's gaze turned icy cold, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With a mere wave of his hand, the enormous palm print reappeared, this time even larger, spanning over 100 zhang before crashing down with devastating force. No! The Lin family members' faces twisted in terror. Some tried to flee, but found space itself had congealed around them, immobilizing them completely. They could only watch helplessly as the palm print descended upon them. Boom! The courtyard inside the gates of the Lin residence shattered in an instant. The ground collapsed several meters deep, instantly crushing all members of the Lin family into bloody pulp that merged with the earth, a sudden and tragic death. No! Big brother, mother, grandma. In the entire Lin family, only Lin Wana remained alive at this moment. At this sight, her eyes nearly burst from their sockets. Ignoring the pain racking her body, she let out a cry as heartbreaking as a cuckoo weeping blood. She had never imagined that one day she would witness her entire family being slaughtered before her eyes. Now, when she looked at Joe Hai again, it was like facing the devil himself. She had never believed there was anything wrong with killing. This world has always operated on the principle of survival of the fittest. Before the strong, the weak are like pigs and dogs, slaughtered whenever one pleases. Only at this moment did she truly comprehend the suffering borne by the weak. Yet even now, she never once considered the pain of those harmed by the Lin household, she felt only her own sorrow. She hated. Why is this devil before me so cruel and devoid of humanity? She hates. Why does such a devil exist in this world? Why won't heaven punish him? Lin Wanner, does it hurt? Back when you tortured my father with scorching irons and let the Kuwait eagles feast on his flesh, did you ever imagine this day would come? That year when you stripped my mother naked before the crowd, trapped her in a net, and sliced her flesh piece by piece to feed those Kuwait eagles, did you foresee today? Ha ha ha, you said my parents were lowly, that becoming food for your spirit beasts was an honor for them. You claimed to be the mighty one, saying their deaths bringing you joy was virtue they'd accumulated. Now that my master is stronger than all of you, and he wiped out your whole family, why aren't you thanking him? Now that the souls of your parents and kin serve as my entertainment, why don't you shower me with gratitude? Beside Zhou Hai, Xin Xiao stared coldly at the scene and only now broke her silence. Xin Xiao, you people are inhuman. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Lin Wanner coughed up blood and shouted. Ha ha ha, I said the same thing when you first tortured and killed me back then. You said, what retribution could come from crushing an ant? Never thought I'd hear you say such words one day. Qin Shio burst into laughter, yet tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Zhou Hai's heart clenched, knowing the girl had suffered, but never imagined her life had been this bleak. No wonder she was so ruthless towards the Lin family, who could remain kind-hearted after enduring such torment. At this moment, the Demon Palace unleashed its power once more, imprisoning the souls of all the Lin family members to share the same fate as Lin Shixiang and the others. For a time, agonized screams echoed incessantly. The entire entrance of the governor's residence transformed into a scene akin to the Nine Hells, with specters roaming the night like 100 ghosts, a sight that chilled the soul. Who dares to cause trouble here? Just then, a cold voice rang out. Lady Ruyan, save me! Hearing this voice, the cultivators who had been petrified with fear and hadn't even dared to run suddenly rejoiced. In that instant, the pressure surrounding them seemed to lessen, and they all turned to kneel before an exquisitely beautiful woman approaching from afar. Chapter 22, Punching Through a Dull Understanding Realm Female Cultivator with One Strike. Zhou Hai turned his head to look. The woman possessed a stunning beauty, her appearance suggesting she was merely in her late teens or early 20s. Yet he knew full well, in the world of cultivation, one's true age could never be judged by appearance alone. From the moment one defied heaven to seize longevity, each act of rebellion against the natural order could wrest 100 years of lifespan from the heaven's grasp. Divine Ability Realm cultivators already possessed a millennium of longevity, and this woman had reached the Enlightenment realm. Who could possibly guess how many centuries this old monster had actually lived? Esteemed Envoy Royan, our Lin family has always been the Saint Lord's most loyal servant. You must avenge us. Lin Wanner also noticed the woman and immediately cried out, Ancestral Master, save us. Beside Lin Wanner, the other youths began screaming with heart-rending desperation. This woman named Ruyan had clearly become everyone's hope. Humph. So the Lin family has indeed pledged allegiance to this so-called saint. Percent, or humph, the Lin family has truly sided with that self-proclaimed saint, depending on context preference, percent. You must be that saint's underling, aren't you? Zhou Hai snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Who are you? Knowing the relationship between the Lin family and our sacred valley, how dare you act so recklessly?
The woman also examined Zhou Hai, her heart filled with doubt.
This man seemed devoid of cultivation. How could he have annihilated the Lin family?
It wasn't until she saw the soul-devouring demon palace before Zhou Hai that her pupils abruptly constricted.
What a profoundly mysterious palace, utterly unfathomable. Could this perhaps be the legendary sacred artifact? Sacred artifacts are treasures forged by saints. In their dormant state, they appear ordinary, but once awakened, none can withstand their might. With power enough to shatter heavens and earth, any below the saint realm shall perish upon contact. The reason major holy lands stand unshaken through ages lies precisely in their possession of sacred artifacts, that invincible foundation none can rival. At this thought, a flicker of fear flashed through the woman's eyes, and she instinctively wanted to flee. Before the sacred artifact, her insignificant Tao comprehension realm strength was utterly insignificant. Lady Ruyan, that man is Zhou Hai, an elder from the academy, he's an enemy of Sacred Valley. Lin Wanner's voice sounded again, making the woman frown involuntarily. Academy? Zhou Hai? Ha ha ha, so it's that infamous first weirdo of the cultivation world, the useless elder? What a fine day indeed.
Not only is the academy head here to deliver himself to death, even some talentless trash couldn't resist tagging along. Hearing this, the woman burst into laughter, the fear in her eyes instantly transforming into excitement. At the same time, she gazed at the demonic palace with greedy longing. A sacred artifact was indeed powerful. Were it controlled by a cultivator, even one merely at the foundation establishment stage, she would have fled at the mere sight of it.
Yet by sheer misfortune, it fell into the hands of a mere mortal. Without a cultivator's spiritual energy to fuel it, how much of its true power could possibly be unleashed? This is a perfect opportunity to kill and seize treasures. Damn it, can you wipe off that drool? Do I look like an easy target to you? Look at that greedy expression of yours. Speak, what did you do to my senior brother? Faced with the woman's blatant greed, Zhou Hai couldn't stand it any longer. At the same time, he couldn't help but worry, could his senior brother have failed at visiting brothels and fallen victim to a honey trap instead? Want to see your senior brother? Don't worry, I'll make sure you get your wish. With a cold laugh, the woman appeared before Zhou Hai as if teleporting, her hand shooting straight for his throat. Zhou Hai was stunned, momentarily bewildered. Is this woman out of her mind? How dare she attack him right to his face? Who gave her the audacity? Before the woman could grab his neck, Zhou Hai abruptly threw a punch. There was no surge of formidable spiritual energy, just a sudden, straightforward fist. Yet at the instant this punch was unleashed, a dark golden light flashed across his fist, with faint traces of Tao principles manifesting. Bang! But the fist struck the woman's chest in a flash, and with a deafening explosion, she was sent flying backward, vomiting blood before she could even scream. Bang bang bang! Continuous explosions followed, as mountainous waves of concussive force detonated repeatedly within her body. In mere moments, countless bloody holes erupted across her entire form, her clothes drenched crimson. Ah, you! The woman landed, and instantly felt darkness cloud her vision, her breath nearly failing her. She stared at Zhou Hai in disbelief, unable to fathom how his punch could possess such staggering power. Even if she had defended with all her might, she might not have been able to withstand it. This moment of carelessness shattered her vital energy and destabilized her Tao foundation, leaving her unable even to muster her cultivation now. This is an instant transformation from the big bad wolf into a fat sheep ready for slaughter. How did this happen? Wasn't this guy's reliance supposed to be a holy artifact? Idiot! Zhou Hai looked at the woman speechlessly. His offensive capabilities weren't limited to just the Annihilation Emperor's scripture techniques, he also mastered the 100 Refinements Emperor's method. After absorbing so many Tao soldier energies through relentless tempering, Chen Bei's physique had long since rivaled divine artifacts. Zhou Hai was 10 times stronger than Chen Bei. Even a Unity Realm expert would be crushed instantly in close combat against him. This woman was practically courting death. Speak, what did you do to my senior brother? Zhou Hai shook his head and stepped toward the woman, gradually unleashing his aura. Boom! An overwhelming pressure washed over her, and the woman paled in shock. 8th layer of the Tao Enlightenment realm? You're actually a powerhouse at the 8th layer of the Tao Enlightenment realm? The woman was going crazy. Wasn't this guy supposed to have no cultivation at all? How could he be this powerful? And he's only 20 years old. A 20-year-old at the Tao Comprehension realm, how monstrous is that? Shoo, keep quiet, stay low-key. Zhou Hai pressed a finger to his lips. He finally understood, his reputation as a useless good-for-nothing was so deeply ingrained that nobody took him seriously at all. Though it galled him to admit it, he couldn't deny that exploiting his useless reputation made for excellent ambush opportunities. That punch just now felt amazing, like I'd smashed a landmine with a single blow. Look, this woman appeared full and plump when she first showed up, but now she's completely deflated. That tactile sensation, who could possibly understand it? The woman's eyelids twitched violently as she finally realized she'd been duped. This guy is clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Enough nonsense. What exactly happened to my senior brother? Zhou Hai was still concerned about Morong Xiao and asked coldly. Elder Zhou, let's talk this through calmly. Your senior brother is unharmed. Our master not only invited him as a guest to Qingyue Tower, but also asked him to drink tea at the Stargazing Tower. He's at the Stargazing Tower right now. Sensing Zhou Hai's murderous intent, the woman's heart tightened as she hurriedly cried out. Here they were, like meat on a chopping block, completely at his mercy. Yet he didn't hesitate for a second before bowing his head and begging for forgiveness. I ain't buying your bullshit. Nothing good ever happens when you people get your hands on someone. Why don't you just say he got caught visiting brothels without paying and you're handing him over to the authorities? Zhou Hai rolled his eyes dramatically at the woman, not buying a single word she said. I swear, The woman still wanted to argue, but Zhou Hai didn't give her a chance, summoning the soul-devouring demon palace with a wave of his hand and smashing it directly toward her head. Look at how you were staring at this thing just now, as if you adored it. Today, I'll use it to send you on your way, consider it a wish granted. Zhou Hai gave the woman some special treatment, the kind she could never have imagined. Under the might of the demon palace, her body and soul instantly turned to ash. This was no ordinary holy artifact, it was a true emperor's weapon. The imperial artifact tolerates no defilement, even mere contact can reduce one to ashes in an instant. Chapter 23, Senior Brother, you guys are really playing wild. How honored you are to die by the imperial artifact, that's enough to boast about for eternity. Zhou Hai shook his head. There was no doubt that the woman's soul had also been imprisoned by the soul-devouring demon palace. For these so-called cultivators who viewed all living beings as mere ants, Zhou Hai harbored not an ounce of pity. Hearing the agonized screams of the woman's soul, he slowly rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding cultivators. The cultivators who had been ecstatic just moments ago now stood frozen once more, like wooden chickens. No one expected that Lady Ruyan, at the Insight Realm, who had made such a breathtaking entrance, would die such an inexplicable death. They didn't even need to use divine abilities, ending her life was effortlessly simple. Your turn now. Zhou Hai's lips curled slightly upward, but to those witnessing it, his smile might as well have been the devil's own grin. Don't! Countless terrified screams erupted as over 1,000 people had no time to escape. With just a wave of Zhou Hai's hand, they were reduced to bloody pulp on the ground. Soul after soul was sucked into the demon palace, amplifying the agonized shrieks into a chorus of countless tormented wails. Disciple, how do you like this demon palace? Zhou Hai turned to Qin Xiao with a smile as he spoke. Yes, master, I love it. Qin Xiao nodded eagerly, genuinely loving this palace from the depths of her soul. It's so powerful, practically a hell for evildoers. Consider it yours. Remember, with this treasure, you could tear the heavens apart and it wouldn't matter. But should you dare to act recklessly or use it to wreak havoc upon the world, don't blame me for purging my own disciple. Zhou Hai's expression turned stern as he handed the demon palace to Qin Xiao, delivering a severe warning. Thank you, Master, for avenging Xiao. Master, rest assured, my conscience was restored by you. As long as I still have a heart, I won't lose my humanity. In the future when my cultivation reaches success, Xiao will surely use this treasure to vanquish demons, uphold righteousness, and protect all living beings. Qin Xiao's eyes immediately reddened. She never expected her master would so casually give away such an extraordinary treasure. She immediately knelt on the ground and swore an oath to heaven. Rise now, let's go rescue your martial uncle. With a wave of Zhou Hai's hand, an invisible force instantly lifted Qin Xiao. The palace, having received Zhou Hai's permission, instantly transformed into a streak of dark light that flew into Qin Xiao's brow, establishing a connection with her. Master, the demon palace has extracted the memories of those souls. The stargazing tower is over there, used for sacrifices. Today, tens of thousands of virgin boys and girls will be sacrificed, and even martial uncle will be among them. Having received the revelation from the demon palace, Qin Xiao promptly replied, seeking death. Zhou Hai's eyes flashed fiercely. Without needing to ask anyone, he immediately transformed into a streak of radiance, flying straight toward the star observation tower that Qin Xiao had mentioned. No, you can't leave. You killed me. Heavens, why did you let them leave? Why won't you punish them? Are you blind? Amidst the ruins before the Lin estate's gates, witnessing all her loved ones die brutal deaths and facing endless torment, Lin Wana wailed in utter despair. She wanted to stop Zhou Hai and Qin Xiao, yet the master-disciple pair didn't even glance her way, having already vanished beyond the horizon. Half an hour later, 3,000 miles outside Qinzhou's city walls, spirit boats streaked across the sky. Below wound a great river, its shores already packed with crowds, countless devout pilgrims. Beyond this, numerous spirit boats descended, bringing young boys and girls dressed in ceremonial attire, along with brides in wedding garments. These spirit boats came from across Qinzhou, carrying tens of thousands of children and an equal number of brides gathered from every region. These brides were all exceptionally beautiful gathered together, resembling a myriad of flowers blooming in unison, creating a breathtakingly splendid scene. Yet these were all women dedicated to the Venerable One. Devout pilgrims dared not even glance at them. Their gaze remained fixed upstream on the colossal tower that pierced the clouds, standing hundreds of feet tall. This tower was named Starviewing Terrace, its summit bearing a massive platform used exclusively for ceremonial rites. The altar had long been prepared with a teleportation array, just waiting for its activation to send all the young boys and girls, as well as the brides, away. Elder Marone, do you see how happily these brides are smiling? It was all their own choice, I didn't force anyone. From the stargazing tower, Wu Wanli's voice rang out, his tone full of complacency. Not far away, Morong Zhao's face was dark and gloomy, remaining silent. Beside him sat a middle-aged man, none other than Du Hai. Their situations were quite similar. Their cultivation had been shattered, their bodies severely injured, and they leaned back in their chairs, too weak to even lift a finger. Yet a dozen beautiful brides surrounded the two, some massaging their shoulders, others kneading their legs. The scene made it impossible to associate their situation with that of prisoners. How about it, sect leader Morong? Instead of enjoying your harmonious life with dual brides, why struggle to the death? Come, cooperate with our sacred valley. Believe me, the sacred lord will surely value your talents. Beside Wu Wanli, similarly surrounded by beauties, the difference was these brides were half-veiled, whispering intimately with him, an utterly disgraceful sight. Even at this point, Wu Wanli still hadn't given up on Morong Xiao. Whenever there was a chance, he would try to persuade Morong Xiao. After all, Jixia Academy was no ordinary faction, not to mention the sacred Central Academy behind it. Just the Great Zhou Academy alone housed many troublesome old masters in retirement. This was indeed a force not to be underestimated. Oomph. Kill me or slice me, do as you please. My senior brother is the headmaster of our academy, how could he ever ally with your demonic heretics? Morong Xiao remained silent, but Du Hai forcibly gathered his breath and spoke coldly. Ah, why must you all be so stubborn? Forget it, I can see you're truly beyond redemption. But rest assured, even in death, you'll serve as sacrifices for the Holy Lord. Wu Wanli's face filled with disappointment as he waved his hand dismissively. Behind him, 9 Dao Comprehension Realm beauties strode to their respective positions at the formation nodes of the star observation platform. What's going on? Why hasn't Ruyan returned yet? Seeing one corner of the formation still missing a person, Wu Wanli frowned and said. Before the 9 beauties could speak, a voice suddenly rang out. She probably won't make it. As the words fell, a streak of rainbow light crossed onto the star observation platform, revealing Zhou Hai's figure standing there. Who are you? Wu Wanli and those 9 beauties instantly fixed their gaze upon Zhou Hai. A man who wants your lives. Zhou Hai grinned, immediately provoking murderous intent from Wu Wanli and the others. What an arrogant brat, looking so young yet daring to be this insolent, truly unaware of life and death. Before they could speak, Zhou Hai's gaze shifted to Morong Xiao and Du Hai sitting on the other side, his face twisting into a strange expression. Well, senior brothers, what kind of avant-garde fashion is this? All that worry for nothing, turns out you've been here living the high life. Such a waste of my concern. Seeing Zhou Hai's arrival, Du Hai stared dumbfounded, his mouth agape. How did this guy, a complete loser with no cultivation at all, manage to fly up here? But before his surprise could settle, his face darkened. Look at him, is that even human speech? Who in their right mind would want such good fortune? Especially you, senior brother Du Hai. When you said senior brother Morong enjoys visiting brothels surrounded by women, at least I could still understand that. You're the imperial censor of the Zhou dynasty, a teacher to all under heaven. With students all over the world, do they know their mentor plays around like this? After a pause, Zhou Hai looked speechlessly at Du Hai, wearing an expression like catching a government official visiting prostitutes. Du Hai's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it, my lifelong reputation is completely ruined now. Chapter 24, Instantly Slaying 9 Enlightened Realm Masters. Brat, shut your mouth. Why aren't you leaving? What are you doing here? Morong Zhao's face turned as black as a pot bottom. If he could, he'd definitely give this brat a good thrashing. What nonsense about him liking to visit brothels, this was pure slander. I'm here to catch people soliciting prostitutes. What do you think I came for? Elder brother, not that I want to lecture you, but I was only gone for a little while, how could you not hold yourself back? Visiting a brothel in broad daylight, just how desperate are you? No way, I've got to save you from that den of beauties. If I can't enjoy it, there's no way I'm letting you fall into corruption. Zhou Hai shrugged, his words nearly making Morong Xiao spit blood. Is there no justice left in this damn world? In all my righteous living, I've ended up with this reputation in the end? This truly enrages me beyond measure. If you're going to die, then hurry up and die. Where'd you get all this nonsense to spout? At that moment, a furious rebuke rang out. A beauty at the Enlightenment realm instantly appeared behind Zhou Hai and raised her hand to deliver a slap to the crown of his head. Although they couldn't discern Zhou Hai's cultivation level, upon closer inspection, they judged his bone age to be merely around 20 years old. Even if he was peerless genius, at most he'd have reached the divine ability realm. For those at the Enlightenment realm like themselves, killing him would be effortless.
Yet just as she thought her palm strike would surely annihilate Zhou Hai, he suddenly turned and launched an impossibly swift counterpunch. Just like before with Royan, there was no earth-shattering might, only a single punch that instantly brought the tempering power of the 100 Refinements Emperor scripture to its peak.
Boom! The fist slammed heavily into the chest of the Tao Comprehension Realm beauty.
She didn't even have time to scream before her entire body exploded into a mist of blood amidst a thunderous boom. The sight instantly caused everyone's pupils to dilate, leaving them frozen in shock.
And Zhou Hai had no intention of stopping once he started.
In just an instant, he flickered like a shadow, appearing before several women one after another, delivering ruthless punches without hesitation.
Bang bang bang! Sharp cracking sounds echoed in succession. How fast was Zhou Hai's speed?
In less than the blink of an eye, he had already struck 5 fists, landing on 5 different women. All 5 women were Tao Comprehension Realm cultivators, yet in their days, they hadn't even a fraction of a chance to react. The moment their fists made contact, their bodies instantly exploded, transforming into clouds of bloody mist. It wasn't until Zhou Hai threw his 6th punch that he finally encountered resistance. It was a woman dressed in purple robes, tall, slender, and extraordinarily beautiful. Her peak Enlightenment Realm cultivation made her the strongest presence in the arena apart from Wu Wanli. The moment Zhou Hai's fist came crashing toward her, her hair bristled with rage as formidable cultivation power erupted from her. Tao principle force gathered in her palm, instantly colliding with Zhou Hai's fist.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Violent shockwaves radiated in all directions. On the stargazing platform, the sunshade pavilions exploded into splinters in an instant. Only when the array patterns on the ground flashed with light did they barely manage to neutralize the residual shockwaves from their collision, preventing the stargazing tower from being immediately obliterated.
Courting death, the woman was furious.
No one had expected this seemingly young man to possess such terrifying cultivation strength. Catching everyone off guard, he instantly annihilated 6 people on the spot. Those were 6 Enlightenment Realm experts after all.
Oh, not bad at all.
Indeed worthy of being a peak Enlightenment Realm expert, to actually block my fist strike. What a pity, you still fall just short. Zhou Hai grinned wildly, causing the woman to momentarily freeze in astonishment. Before she could react, over a dozen Tao principles erupted from Zhou Hai's fist as devastating power exploded forth in an instant.
No!
The woman was horrified, having barely managed to let out a gasp before feeling an overwhelming force surge through her body. The violent Tao principles were as cold as razor blades, yet also searing like flames. Some carried the explosive might of thunder and lightning, while others unleashed sword energy capable of splitting heaven and earth. There were too many. This wasn't merely one type of Tao principle, but over a dozen exploding simultaneously, equivalent to the combined full-force strike of over a dozen Enlightened Realm masters. Even a woman at the peak of Enlightenment Realm couldn't withstand such an attack when caught off guard, instantly exploding on the spot. Body parts flew everywhere, some hard as ice, others disintegrating into dust. Some turned to bloody mist, while others shattered into pulp. Horrible. Absolutely horrifying. On the other side stood 2 women at the Enlightenment Realm's 3rd and 5th tiers respectively, initially poised to join the assault. Witnessing this scene, their souls nearly fled their bodies in terror. Seeing Zhou Hai turn to attack them, they instantly bolted towards the sky without a second thought. Violent surges of Tao principles erupted as celestial phenomena raged across the heavens. Behind one woman manifested an endless sea of flames, forming an independent domain that seemed intent on incinerating the very world itself. Behind the other woman, 10,000 flowers blossomed in unison, forming a boundless sea of petals. A faint floral perfume lingered in the air. Each breath drawn would soften one's body further. Both women were now unleashing their full Tao principle powers. Facing Zhou Hai, they were genuinely paralyzed with terror. Seeing Zhou Hai giving chase, they fled without hesitation, gathering their strength even as they retreated. They had finally realized, this young man was a supreme expert of body refinement. Against opponents of the same realm, engaging him in close combat was nothing short of suicide. They needed to gather their strength and seize the opportunity to unleash their most powerful attack. Perhaps then they could kill this brat. Otherwise, they'd meet the same fate as those who came before.
Ha ha ha, why are you running? You make me seem like some kind of ruffian. Do you really think keeping me at a distance means I can't deal with you? Zhou Hai paused mid-step and burst into hearty laughter. The 2 women were stunned and simultaneously turned their gaze toward Zhou Hai. They saw him raise his right hand high, and in an instant, a bone-chilling cold surged forth, making the hairs on their necks stand on end. They felt an unprecedented crisis of death bearing down upon them. Instinctively, they turned to flee, only to find the space around them seemed to have solidified, making every movement excruciatingly difficult. Simultaneously, the scene of a celestial dog devouring the sun emerged as a colossal hand blotted out the sky, reaching down from the heavens like the right hand of a god, directly grasping toward the 2 women. What is that? Disaster. Someone's disrupting the ritual. So terrifying, this is the sensation of death. What's happening to the sky? Is it collapsing? Heavenly Venerable. Below the stargazing tower, along both banks of the great river, hundreds of thousands of people stood crowded together, all stunned by the scene. Many immediately dropped to their knees, calling out loudly for the Heavenly Venerable to save them. Alas, even the Celestial Venerable they spoke of was dumbfounded at this moment. Gazing at the colossal palm that blotted out the sky, spanning hundreds of zhang in size, even though Wu Wanli had not struck and was not engaged in battle, he could still feel its terrifying might. That enormous hand was too horrifying. Its world-obliterating power was unprecedented, unseen, as if it could annihilate everything in an instant. What it brought was not merely an impact of death, but an extinction, a force capable of extinguishing all things in existence, the very heavens and earth included. Even standing at the periphery of the battle, Wu Wanli was trembling with fear, let alone the two women at the center of the confrontation. At this moment, despite burning their way comprehension realm cultivation to its limits, they still couldn't move an inch. Their Tao principles were crumbling, their power was scattering away. Where the giant hand passed, the heavens and earth continuously split apart, faint glimpses of spatial turbulence visible within. Shattering the heavens and earth, that's a power that only transcends the unity realm. Chapter 25. With me being this awesome, you still call me a loser? Despair, terror, all sorts of negative emotions flooded his heart in that instant. At this moment, the two beauty realm cultivators couldn't even muster the will to resist. The celestial phenomena they had provoked vanished. As the colossal palm descended, heaven and earth fell into eternal silence, all transforming into everlasting darkness. When the giant palm disappeared, not a single trace of blood could be found between heaven and earth. Under such utter annihilation, not the slightest remnant remained. Done. A faint smile played at the corners of Zhou Hai's lips. Having completely disposed of the two women, his figure blurred as he instantly materialized before Morong Xiao and Du Hai. On the star observation platform, Wu Wanli was the first to react, immediately attempting to seize Morong Xiao and Du Hai. Yet he remained a step too late. His body, which had just risen, froze again the instant he caught sight of Zhou Hai. Wu Wanli stood dumbstruck. To this moment, he still hadn't managed to discern the true cultivation level of this young man. Judging from the aura he just revealed, he's at most at the peak of the Enlightenment realm. But this guy's combat power far exceeds that of the Enlightenment realm, possibly even surpassing the Unity realm. Otherwise, he couldn't have torn through spatial barriers. What kind of monster is this? How can he be so powerful? Morong Xiao and Du Hai were also staring dumbfounded at Zhou Hai, their breathing growing rapid. In less than 20 breaths' time, he slaughtered 9 Enlightenment realm experts on the spot. Is this bastard even human anymore? You have to understand, this kid is still 2 months shy of turning 20. Junior brother, weren't you supposed to be a useless loser? When did you attain such cultivation? Du Hai was dumbfounded and couldn't help but speak. Zhou Hai was still thinking about how to give them a magnificent exit. After all, such a dashing move deserved an equally stylish pose as the finale. Hearing this, his face instantly darkened. Could you at least speak properly? Since when does keeping one's cultivation hidden make someone a loser? Come on, I'm just a low-key guy who doesn't like showing off, okay? Should I be like you guys who strut around acting all tough, only to get taken down the moment you make an appearance? Now that's what I call a real loser. Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, his retort leaving Morong Xiao and Du Hai with dark expressions. Low-key? Does this kid have even the slightest connection with being low-key? Hey, you're the only one left. Let's have a go at it, don't disappoint me. Unable to be bothered with the two, Zhou Hai turned his gaze toward Wu Wanli. Wu Wanli's heart trembled, and he instinctively retreated several steps. The mere display of the boy's Enlightenment realm aura was already this formidable. Without knowing his true cultivation level, who could guess just what realm this ghostly figure had reached? If a fight broke out, could his own harmonization realm cultivation possibly withstand it? They say the Jisha Academy upholds the righteous path of the world, but from what I see today, what a joke. May I ask which esteemed elder from the Jisha Academy you are? Possessing a young man's body like this, is this what your so-called righteous path stands for? Wu Wanli maintained a sneer on his face while secretly retrieving a barrier-breaking talisman, ready to flee at a moment's notice if the situation turned dire. Possession? Zhou Hai stiffened, staring at Wu Wanli with an expression brimming with disbelief, as though he were looking at a fool. Morong Xiao and Du Hai also wore expressions of speechless exasperation. Most members of the academy, even its disciples, tended to be mature and composed, let alone those millennia-old venerable seniors. Finding someone as shamelessly irritating as this junior brother would be difficult even outside the academy. Within its halls, he was truly one of a kind. Moreover, should academy elders face death, they would never resort to body usurpation. This was unmistakably the junior brother's true self. You're truly a genius. When you can't win, you resort to smearing others? Too bad that trick won't work on me. You're dead either way. Zhou Hai curled his lips and moved instantly, launching himself straight at Wu Wanli. Seeing this,
Wu Wanli's eyes turned fierce as the Unity Dao principle manifested, instantly transforming into a domain that enveloped Zhou Hai. At the same time, his formidable cultivation power surged forth as he attempted a full-force attack. Zhou Hai's steps faltered, instantly feeling as though he had been dragged into another world. Each movement became laborious, weighed down by an overwhelming sense of restriction. This was the suppression of realms. After all, Wu Wanli was a powerhouse at the Unity realm. His suppression against the Enlightenment realm practitioners was simply too absolute. A Dao comprehension realm cultivator's Dao principles can bind people, but they absolutely cannot create an independent space. However, Unity realm experts can achieve this, that is their domain. Within their domains, any enemy becomes completely at their mercy. Sadly, such domains work on others but prove utterly useless against Zhou Hai. From his system space, a saint-grade jade pendant suddenly flew out. The moment Zhou Hai grasped the jade pendant, an invisible sage's order shielded his entire body, rendering Wu Wanli's domain confinement utterly ineffective against him. In just an instant, he had already charged before Wu Wanli, throwing a fist without the slightest hesitation. So you were hiding your true cultivation all along. Wu Wanli's face paled with shock. Zhou Hai hadn't displayed any amplified aura, yet he effortlessly broke free from his domain prison, a feat terrifying enough to shatter his courage. With a loud shout, he had no time to dodge and struck with all his might toward Zhou Hai's fist. The moment their fists collided, Wu Wanli felt as though he had struck an invincible divine weapon. No matter how violently he exerted his combined realm strength, he couldn't harm his opponent in the slightest. The tremendous force of their collision surged forth, and Wu Wanli used the momentum to propel himself backward. He stared at Zhou Hai in shock. This man was too strong, merely relying on his physical body. He had blocked his full-powered strike. In a real fight, Wu Wanli stood no chance at all. At this thought, Wu Wanli hesitated no longer. He crushed the dimensional shattered talisman on the spot. In that instant, the spatial barrier ruptured, and a spatial rift appeared behind him. With a flash of his figure, both he and the spatial rift vanished completely, leaving no time for anyone to intervene. Junior brother, we must eradicate evil completely. You absolutely cannot let him escape. Morong Zhao's voice came through urgently. Junior brother, hurry and pursue. Du Hai also exclaimed in alarm. None of them had anticipated Zhou Hai would be this formidable, but now wasn't the time for astonishment. Eradicating evil completely was the top priority. Zhou Hai frowned and quickly locked onto the opponent's aura using the jade pendant in his hand, preparing to pursue them with the Imperial-grade fragment teleportation array. Yet at that moment, over 100 divine ability realm cultivators came charging from all directions. Protect the teleportation array at all costs. Request reinforcements from Sacred Valley. Stop him from disrupting the sacrificial ceremony. Wait for the arrival of our sacred lord. These people shouted loudly, rushing one after another onto the star viewing tower, attempting to activate the teleportation array and summon even stronger reinforcements. Seeking death. Zhou Hai's eyes sharpened abruptly, and he could no longer spare any attention to pursue Wu Wanli. After all, Morong Zhao and Du Hai's cultivation had been dispersed, rendering them utterly defenseless. In the hands of these people, they faced certain death, and heaven knows what kind of people might come through this teleportation array. These schemers had laid their plans carefully. He had to destroy the formation first and eliminate all potential threats. That was the only way. With this thought, Zhou Hai shot into the air, unleashing a violent torrent of annihilation energy that crashed down as if the heavens were falling. An even larger palm materialized mid-air, wielding world-destroying force as if to obliterate creation itself, descending upon the numerous divine ability realm cultivators below. Chapter 26. The junior disciple was the true sage who concealed his merit and fame. Look out! Countless shouts resounded through the air. 100 divine abilities cultivators had gathered to resist Zhou Hai, yet when faced with this colossal palm imprint that blotted out the sky, they realized how laughable their plan had been. The overwhelming destructive force heralded endless mortal peril, chilling them to the bone and driving them to flee in desperation. Yet at this very moment, they discovered they couldn't even twitch a finger. Such was now beyond their wildest hopes. Facing that descending palm imprint, they couldn't even summon their mystical abilities within their bodies. They could only watch as the darkness engulfed them, plunging them into eternal oblivion. No! Someone let out a heart-rending scream, but it was utterly futile. As the palm imprint completely descended, bursts of blood mist exploded before dissipating into nothingness. The power of annihilation utterly erased every trace of their existence. Witnessing this heaven-destroying, earth-shattering palm strike, Morong Zhao and Du Hai were completely dumbfounded. Such terrifying offensive power, it seemed utterly invincible. Is this our junior brother's true strength? In just an instant, annihilating all divine ability cultivators, Zhou Hai's annihilating palm seal descended once more. On the ceremonial platform, the teleportation array erupted with boundless radiance, attempting to withstand the force of this palm strike. Yet as a flash of dark light swept past, the protective power of the teleportation array began crumbling continuously, shattering completely along with its inscribed patterns. When the massive palm imprint vanished and the heavens and earth returned to normal, The inscribed patterns on the altar, along with all the ritual instruments used to construct the array, had been reduced to fragments. Witnessing this, Zhou Hai once again turned his gaze downward. Below the stargazing tower, hundreds of thousands of people along both banks of the great river had already collapsed to the ground in terror. Among these crowds lurked no fewer than hundreds, perhaps even more, cultivators at the foundation establishment and innate realm levels. These individuals were clearly all disciples of that so-called sacred valley. Pluck the grass and pull up the roots. Zhou Hai had no intention of letting any of them escape. Just as he was about to make his move, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Host's second disciple has fallen into Wu Wanli's hands and is in danger. A guardian mission is now initiated. Host must immediately proceed to protect the disciple. Substantial rewards await. What? I haven't even received the rewards from the last guardian mission, and now another one? I had that girl placed 1,000 miles away. How could she still run into Wu Wanli? Zhou Hai was dumbfounded and couldn't help but exclaim. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've received the Guardian's gift package. The system didn't respond but directly delivered the reward from the previous guardianship. Opened the Guardian's gift package. Zhou Hai frowned tightly. Though displeased, he still opened the Guardian's gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the Guardian's grand gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully obtaining 300 rejuvenation pills. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring 1 life substitute puppet. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully obtaining 3 explosive yuan pills. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully obtaining 300 years of cultivation. As soon as the system's voice faded, an immense power of cultivation instantly surged into Zhou Hai's body, allowing him to break through to the 9th level of the Enlightenment realm on the spot. Zhou Hai's eyes brightened. Despite having acquired both the indomitable War Soul Constitution and the Heaven-Burying Demon Constitution, he still couldn't cultivate for some inexplicable reason. He couldn't even draw spiritual energy from heaven and earth into his body. Thus, during the previous battle, the spiritual energy he consumed couldn't be replenished at all. The moment this breakthrough occurred, he instantly regained his vigorous and spirited demeanor, brimming with vitality, his body seemingly overflowing with inexhaustible energy. This feeling was beyond satisfying. The Yuan Restoring Elixir is truly a marvelous treasure. At the same time, he also noticed the rewards given by the system, particularly the Yuan Restoring Elixir. It couldn't have arrived at a more perfect moment. Senior brothers, distribute these 20 recovery pills among yourselves. They should be enough to restore your cultivation. To eradicate evil, we must root it out completely. I'll leave these small fry in the clean-up to you. I'm going ahead to slay that Wu Wanli. With that, he tossed 20 recovery pills to Morong Xiao and Du Hai. Concerned about Qin Xiao's safety, Zhou Hai raised his hand and tore through space, vanishing on the spot. Tearing through the void with a mere hand gesture, isn't that power reserved for saints? Du Hai's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, as if he'd seen a ghost. Seems we've genuinely underestimated our young junior brother. He's right about one thing, for all these years, he's kept too low a profile. Everyone thought he was just a bum, but who could guess he's already achieved sainthood? And to think they called his constitution some eternal trash physique incapable of cultivation. Turns out it was just beyond what we ordinary cultivators could perceive. His physical endowment might have exceeded our wildest imaginations all along. Morong Xiao also wore an expression of shock, unable to help recalling the scene when he first met Zhou Hai. That time, both he and Zhou Hai's master, Zhang Er, had been brought to Qingyue Tower by Wu Wanli. Zhang Er was renowned throughout the cultivation world as an omniscient sage. At first glance, he had noticed Zhou Hai's peculiarity. This kid actually resisted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. To understand the importance of heaven and earth's spiritual energy to cultivators, one must know it is as vital as grain is to mortals. Mortals cannot survive without food, just as cultivators cannot cultivate without absorbing spiritual energy. Since ancient times, everyone has been capable of cultivation, though their innate talents vary in quality. A constitution like Zhou Hai's that actively repels spiritual energy, rendering cultivation impossible, is truly a rare anomaly throughout the ages. On a sudden whim, Zhang Er took him as a disciple, planning to bring him back for thorough study. All these years, Morong Xiao had never even considered letting him cultivate. He only wanted him to take a disciple to inherit Zhang Er's legacy. Who could have imagined that without a word, this kid would cultivate himself into such a peerless powerhouse? Looking back now, Morong Xiao felt as if he were living in a dream. Yes, who would have thought our lively junior brother Zhang was actually this humble? If not for saving us this time, he probably would never have revealed his true cultivation level. Du Hai nodded slightly, sighing with heartfelt admiration. Alas, our sect's sacred ancestor left us teachings. Those who walk the righteous path must forsake fame and fortune, taking the protection of all living beings as their sacred duty. All these years, I thought I had been doing quite well, even taking pride in it. But now, looking at Junior Brother, I realize how shallow my state of mind was. A true sage is someone like Junior Brother, who conceals his achievements and fame, yet willingly and silently protects others.
Morong Xiao felt deeply melancholic and couldn't help but feel ashamed.
In his view, if he hadn't prevented Chu Chun from guiding Zhou Hai yesterday, and hadn't needed Zhou Hai to save him, Du Hai, and the people of Qingzhou today, Zhou Hai might never have revealed his true cultivation level. This low-profile and righteous style of conduct was something he could never hope to match. At that moment, he had practically elevated Zhou Hai to the status of a sage in his mind, his admiration surging endlessly within him. Yet at this very moment, Zhou Hai was completely unaware of these thoughts. Amidst his busy schedule, all he knew was that after using the Emperor's Corner teleportation array, he had managed to show off magnificently in front of his two senior brothers. After today, couldn't his reputation as a salty fish finally be washed clean? A corner of the great Emperor's teleportation array allowed free passage within 1,000,000 miles. In just an instant, he had already appeared thousands of miles away at the location where Qin Shio had been placed. After all, they were heading into battle. Qin Shio had no cultivation, so Zhou Hai couldn't possibly take her alone. Thus, after confirming the coordinates, he left her halfway. Yet, never could he have anticipated that she would run into the fleeing Wu Wanli. The key point was that Wu Wanli had even attacked a mere mortal. At this moment, Zhou Hai's killing intent surged to the heavens. These evil sect members truly had an addiction to killing. Encountering even an ordinary person made them instantly want to strike. However, after arriving here, Zhou Hai realized he'd been wrong. As soon as he appeared, he activated the supreme concealment technique, Vanishing Singularity, to hide himself within the void. Upon approaching, he witnessed Wu Wanli in an utterly wretched state.
Chapter 27. This Tao principle is simply invincible.
Nearly half of Wu Wanli's body had vanished. The man who previously had all limbs intact now only retained a single arm and leg.
Hand that over, and I'll spare your life.
With a ferocious expression, Wu Wanli held Qin Xiao by her slender neck with his remaining hand, lifting her high in the air, his eyes brimming with killing intent.
Zhou Hai was momentarily stunned.
Seeing the soul-devouring demon palace suspended in mid-air, he suddenly understood.
Was Wu Wanli really the type to kill indiscriminately?
This is clearly killing someone to steal their treasure.
No doubt the disappearance of half his body must be related to the soul-devouring devil palace. You'll never get it.
This was given to me by Master.
I'd rather die than hand it over. Qin Xiao clutched Wu Wanli's arm desperately, gasping for breath as she spoke. Seeking death. A treasure like this, how could a mere mortal like you be worthy of possessing it? Since you refuse to yield, let's see if it still resists after I kill you and leave it masterless.
Wu Wanli roared hoarsely. At this moment, he was furious, but even more so, he felt utterly aggrieved.
Originally, the Sacred Lord's plan had been proceeding smoothly,
but then Zhou Hai appeared out of nowhere, beating him until he fled in panic. He had intended to use the space-breaking talisman to escape 10,000 miles away, but the talisman's power proved insufficient. After traversing just over 1,000 miles, he was violently ejected from the spatial tunnel. He scrambled to his feet, ready to continue fleeing, when he noticed a girl casually toying with a miniature palace. The palace instantly captured his attention.
Its mysterious aura and the heartrending screams emanating from within unmistakably signaled its extraordinary nature.
Upon glimpsing the wisp-like souls trapped inside, he froze in utter shock. When he cautiously extended a strand of spiritual sense toward it, the palace nearly tore his soul asunder the moment before contact. He realized the immense power of this treasure. This was undoubtedly a sacred artifact, perhaps even something surpassing sacred artifacts. The mere thought of such a treasure falling into the hands of a mere mortal made his heart ache unbearably. What a wasteful abuse of a divine object.
Thinking of Zhou Hai again, what could he do even if Zhou Hai were stronger?
With this treasure in hand, he was certain he could return and demand the other's life.
After careful consideration, he made his move.
But the moment his right hand touched the demon palace, a corrosive force surged through him, threatening to dissolve his entire body in an instant. If he hadn't severed his own hand and leg at the critical moment, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. Realizing the treasure had already recognized its owner and couldn't be forcibly taken, the infuriated Wu Wanli could only pressure Qin Xiao to voluntarily surrender it. But with Qin Xiao refusing to cooperate, he had no choice but to attempt killing her, hoping to render the treasure masterless before trying to claim it. Yet the instant he moved to crush Qin Xiao, every hair on his body stood on end. His powerful Unity Realm senses screamed of imminent death looming over him. Without hesitation, he immediately released Qin Xiao. With all his formidable power unleashed, he instinctively struck out with a palm toward the left. Boom! His palm seemed to collide with something, the tremendous impact sending his entire body flying backward on the spot. At that moment, Zhou Hai's figure finally became visible.
Is it you?
Wu Wanli was utterly shocked. He hadn't been confident about fighting Zhou Hai to the death earlier, and now that he was severely injured, he didn't have even the slightest hope left.
Cough, Cough. Master, you're here? Qin Xiao, who had managed to escape from Wu Wanli's grasp, felt overjoyed upon seeing Zhou Hai. Having narrowly escaped death, she was filled with both grievance and joy, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions that made her want to rush forward and embrace Zhou Hai. Get up now, and put away the demon palace. Hide this thing properly from now on and don't take it out casually. Remember, wealth should not be openly displayed. Zhou Hai looked at Qin Xiao and admonished her. Wu Wanli, instead of fleeing when you had the chance, you dared to attack my disciple. You're really asking for death. Without waiting for Qin Xiao to speak, Zhou Hai turned to Wu Wanli, his eyes blazing with killing intent. If you want to fight, then fight. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Without the wall-breaking talisman, Wu Wanli abandoned any thought of fleeing again. After all, if this person's strength truly surpassed his, there would be no hope of escape. Might as well fight with all his might, perhaps there's still a chance. With this thought, Wu Wanli sprang up, his spiritual energy erupting around him. Boom, boom, boom. The boundless toxic sea stretched across the horizon as his unity domain erupted in full force. At this moment, he seemed to transform into the god of plague, capable of manipulating life and death at will. Today, let's see just how tough these Unity Realm cultivators really are. Zhou Hai's heart stirred with anticipation. He truly wanted to test whether his own power alone, without any external assistance, could crush a Unity Realm cultivator. But just as he was about to act, he thought of something and quickly stopped. He couldn't help but observe the Tao principle he had mastered after breaking through to the Enlightenment realm. This Tao principle seemed to merge with his soul while also blending into every inch of his flesh and blood. As his strength continued to grow, this Tao principle also steadily expanded, becoming increasingly profound, as if striving to break through constraints and carve out its own realm of existence. Yet until now, he had never utilized this inherently his own Tao principle, having no idea of its power. The first attempt failed to activate it. But in this moment of inspiration, all his strength surged instantly into the Tao principle. Yet the Tao principle behaved like a black hole. No matter how much energy he poured in, it swallowed everything greedily while remaining nearly impossible to activate. Only an ominous black radiance bloomed from the Tao principle, while simultaneously, a mysterious force began circulating through Zhou Hai's body. Zhou Hai couldn't help but look around, wanting to see what kind of celestial phenomena his Tao principle had triggered, only to find the surroundings completely undisturbed. Just as he frowned in dissatisfaction, his eyes suddenly widened as if he'd seen a ghost. He saw it, the heavenly order and the great Tao principles that could only be glimpsed during enlightenment were actually manifesting between heaven and earth. What is this? Realization struck Zhou Hai with a start. His Tao principle wasn't meant for combat at all, it existed for enlightenment. If one could consult the order of all realms and the laws of the universe at will, wouldn't enlightenment be effortlessly within reach? Yet in the very next moment, he was dumbfounded once more. He witnessed the cosmic order collapsing incessantly, the universal laws shifting constantly. To be precise, it was his own eyes that were deconstructing the celestial order and the principles of the great Tao. It seemed as though his gaze sought to expose flaws within these cosmic laws, attempting to shatter the heavens and earth outright. Holy shit, is there no justice left in this damned world? Zhou Hai swallowed hard before realizing he'd blundered yet again. Since when were Tao principles meant for enlightenment like this? Used in combat, they'd be downright invincible. At his current level of cultivation, he naturally couldn't truly decipher the flaws in the order of heaven and earth or the laws of the great Tao. But when it came to spotting flaws in other cultivators' Tao principles and divine abilities, wasn't that as easy as seeing through a clear glass? He quickly turned his gaze to Wu Wanli, who now stood high in the air, shouldering a mile-high poisonous sea like some god of plague and punishment, awe-inspiring in his unrivaled majesty. Yet the moment Zhou Hai looked at him, his gaze pierced through the poisonous sea, directly beholding those converging Tao principles. The so-called celestial phenomena, that arrogant and domineering poison law domain, was merely a display of great mystical power manifested through supreme spiritual energy driving the Tao principles. It wielded the might to obliterate heaven and earth, and the authority to control life and death. Chapter 28. Shattering a convergence realm expert with one punch. Facing a powerhouse like Wu Wanli, only someone at a higher cultivation realm could destroy his Tao principles and disperse his magic power. Yet under Zhou Hai's gaze, the Tao principles radiating from Wu Wanli's body grew increasingly crude. Like stars scattered across the night sky, flaws in his principles appeared everywhere. Wherever Zhou Hai looked, he saw nothing but openings. He had a feeling that if he could just spot a single flaw, he could easily defeat Wu Wanli with one strike. This discovery left Zhou Hai's breathing ragged, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. If this were true, would cross-level combat still be difficult? Not to mention leaping one major realm, he'd dare to slap someone across two entire realms. Thinking this, Zhou Hai didn't hesitate for even a moment, stepping into the void and vanishing. Die now! By my name, I sacrifice my path, to connect with the heavens. At this precise instant, Wu Wanli's voice rang out solemnly, his expression grave as if making a sacred vow to the cosmos. This was a forbidden contract, curse, trading sacrifice for power. Many sects possess similar forbidden curses. When cultivators find themselves outmatched in battle, they often resort to this sacrificial method, offering their own Tao as tribute to the heavens in exchange for divine power. This instantly multiplies their attack strength 100-fold. Though doomed to experience a realm regression, it allows them to preserve their life and even slay formidable enemies nonetheless. At this moment, Wu Wanli, being a Unity Realm expert, activated this curse. It instantly immobilized Zhou Hai mid-charge, freezing him as if encased in ice. At the same time, a massive influx of poisonous miasma surged into Zhou Hai's body, making his internal organs feel as if they were being scorched by fire. Zhou Hai's clothes rapidly decayed, revealing his robust physique beneath. His skin also began turning crimson before steadily darkening, as if it too was on the verge of rotting away. Were it not for his formidable cultivation protecting him, not even his bones would have remained intact after those fleeting moments. What the hell? Is this some kind of joke? Bullying the weak? Bringing out Unity Realm cultivation against a Tao comprehension opponent, and even resorting to sacrificial arts? Zhou Hai was completely dumbfounded. He never expected Wu Wanli to be this ruthless. Raising his eyes, under his vision that could penetrate the principles of the Tao, he saw the poisonous sea actually connecting with heaven and earth. Like a drop of water rushing toward the ocean, once integrated, its power will undergo earth-shaking transformation. At this moment, the heavenly Tao has even begun to take over this poisonous sea domain. If the two were to completely merge, Zhou Hai's attempt to break this poisonous sea would be akin to fighting against heaven itself. Even in this short time, he noticed that the flaws in the Tao principles within the poisonous sea were continuously vanishing. That was compensated by heaven and earth. The realm of heavenly laws far surpasses what Unity Realm cultivators can compare to. Once the flaws of Unity Realm Tao principles merge with the world, they become utterly flawless. Break for me! Not giving the toxic sea any more time to integrate with the world, Zhou Hai's eyes flashed with brilliance, faint traces of Tao principles flickering within them. He mustered all his strength and threw a punch, blasting the furious power of annihilation within him directly into a flaw in the laws of heaven and earth that the world could not repair in time. Those faint, scattered weak points instantly absorbed all his power. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, the raging force spread from a single point across the entire surface in a flash. A deafening explosion resounded across the firmament. Ha ha ha, go die for me. In midair, Wanli Wu stood upon the sea of poison, laughing wildly. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to revolve around him, as if he alone were the true god between the skies. His arrogance knew no bounds, his eyes brimming with exhilaration at having slain Zhou Hai. Yet before his laughter faded, his pupils abruptly contracted. He saw a formidable power surging through the poisonous sea, carrying an earth-shattering force that instantly obliterated it into nothingness. Simultaneously, his own Tao principles within the poisonous sea collapsed in an instant, dissipating into nothing. Tao principles are the symbols of those at the enlightenment realm and above, representing the very foundation of their cultivation. With his Tao principles scattered and his foundation shattered, countless bloody holes erupted across Wu Wanli's body in an instant. An unprecedented wave of weakness washed over him, leaving him unable to hold on for even a moment as he plummeted from the sky. But Wu Wanli vomited copious amounts of blood, which mingled with the crimson mist dispersing from his body, a sight too shocking for words. Qin Xiao stood on the ground, gazing at the sky with rapt admiration. From the very beginning, she had never doubted Zhou Hai's capabilities. After all, even glancing contact with the treasure bestowed by their master had nearly cost Wu Wanli half his life. If their master were to personally intervene, taking the other half would be as effortless as exhaling. Just as she had surmised, their master's victory was utterly without suspense. The arrogance Wu Wanli had displayed moments ago was matched only by the pitiful state he was in now. Bang! Wu Wanli's body plummeted from thousands of feet above, slamming into the ground with enough force to carve out a massive crater, within which a bloody mist slowly billowed outward. At this moment, Qin Xiao didn't even have the slightest interest in looking at him, keeping her gaze fixed on the sky. There, the poison sea continued to collapse, allowing sunlight to pour through, revealing a tall and majestic figure standing within. Bathed in the sunlight, it was as if a divine being had descended to the mortal world. As the poison sea vanished, the figure rapidly descended. The moment she saw Zhou Hai land on the ground, Qin Xiao's eyes turned red. Master! A plaintive cry escaped her lips as she threw herself toward Zhou Hai without hesitation, wrapping her arms around him in a desperate embrace. She had never worried about Zhou Hai because she believed he was invincible. But before Zhou Hai arrived, she had been truly terrified. I've only just met my master and begun to feel the warmth of this world. Must I die like this now? Will I never see master again? At that moment, she desperately wanted to see her master one more time. Even if it meant death, as long as she could see her master one more time, she would be content. At this moment, all her repressed emotions erupted. She could think of nothing else. She only wanted to greedily savor the warmth her master brought and that overwhelming sense of peace. What are you doing? Get away! Get away. Turn around. Zhou Hai's furious voice made Qin Xiao freeze momentarily. Seeing the battle was over, she had countless grievances she wanted to pour out to her master, so why did she get the feeling her master wasn't welcoming her at all? Get lost. Didn't you hear me? Zhou Hai's face turned crimson. Couldn't this woman understand the proper boundaries between master and disciple? This was no way to maintain decorum between generations. Testing officials with one's body, what official could withstand that? Qin Xiao reluctantly released Zhou Hai and lowered her head, only to suddenly notice something that instantly flushed her small face crimson. Ah! With a scream, she hurriedly covered her face and turned away, her ears burning hot as her little heart pounded wildly, thump 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 thump. What on earth had she just witnessed? Master wasn't wearing any clothes? How utterly humiliating. How could I hug Master at a time like this? But I must say, Master has such a nice figure, and those shoulders are so strong. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. Qin Xiao felt she couldn't face anyone anymore. Remember, let this remain between heaven, earth, you, and me. If you dare spill a word, don't blame me for cleaning house. It wasn't until Zhou Hai's voice sounded beside her ear that Qin Xiao cautiously turned her head, only to find he'd already changed into fresh clothes. Chapter 29, Master cares so much about me. Understood, Master. I'll never breathe a word. Qin Xiao flushed crimson as the images she had just witnessed resurfaced in her mind, making her ears burn hot once more. Of course she wouldn't casually reveal such a little secret. How could she possibly share details about her master's physique with others? At this moment, Zhou Hai remained completely unaware of Qin Xiao's small calculations. His own thoughts were preoccupied with the fact that he had no objections to teacher-student romances. But if Morong Sanzang were to find out about this, he'd surely nag him to death. He absolutely couldn't let such a thing happen. Besides, these precious disciples are the most perfect workers. If they aren't cultivating diligently, why even talk about romance? That's purely a waste of time. Come here, you, come over here. Right at that moment, Zhou Hai's voice sounded again. Qin Xiao was about to respond when she noticed Zhou Hai beckoning to the demon palace. The demon palace obediently flew straight to Zhou Hai as if awaiting orders. But then Zhou Hai grabbed the demon palace and hurled it to the ground. Go to hell! A mighty imperial artifact, do you lack a spirit or what? If I hadn't arrived in time, were you planning to just stand by and watch my disciple get killed? I'll fucking kill you! Zhou Hai roared curses while delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to the demon palace. His fury wasn't unwarranted. After going through tremendous effort to finally find another laborer, if someone were to kill this one, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Meanwhile, Qin Xiao stood frozen nearby, completely dumbstruck by what she was witnessing. What's Master doing? He seems to have gone completely mad. Yet upon hearing Zhou Hai's words, she couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in her heart, moved to the point of tears. As expected, Master cares about me the most. I must repay Master properly in the future. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Truly worthy of an imperial artifact, this damned thing is tough as hell. It hasn't made a peep after half a day of beating. Listen up, artifact spirit. You've got 3 seconds to crawl out on your own, or don't blame me for turning you into a fucking latrine. After unleashing a barrage of violent attacks, Zhou Hai felt his fists and feet aching. Breathing heavily, he cursed at the soul-devouring demon palace. To be honest, the usually silent and unresponsive demon palace immediately grew anxious upon hearing this. Stop, stop, stop. I admit I was wrong, alright? It's not like I wouldn't have acted, you just arrived in time. Here's the deal, from now on I'll definitely protect our young mistress, won't let her suffer the slightest harm. No wonder the demon palace is anxious, this guy truly means what he says. During the years it was sealed by the system, it witnessed firsthand how this guy, lacking cultivation, couldn't wield magic treasures. So he used the sky-mending stone to grind calluses off his feet, the pillar of heaven as a fire poker, and the golden Dao bricks as bed risers. And when winter came, finding the emperor's burial shroud warm, he even wore it as a cloak. Keep in mind, any one of those treasures scattered across the myriad realms would spark fierce, blood-soaked battles among countless races. Yet he actually dared to wash his feet in the treasure basin and used the great Dao Sky Jade for exfoliation. As a magical artifact witnessing this scene, who could understand its feelings? That won't do. My disciple must also endure trials, you can't deprive her of this opportunity. Zhou Hai's eyes widened sharply, leaving the demon palace speechless once more. Alright then, you may intervene only when absolutely necessary in the future. Otherwise, don't interfere too much. Zhou Hai rolled his eyes and issued stern instructions with a solemn expression. Though he genuinely didn't want his disciple to suffer harm, when it came to the guardian Dao rewards, he felt it wouldn't hurt to let his disciple endure some trials. As long as they didn't die and could hold out until his arrival, suffering a little hardship wasn't out of the question. He couldn't let the demon palace's intervention cancel the guardian Dao mission that would make all the sacrifice for naught. Thank you for your concern, Master.
I promise to cultivate diligently from now on and strive to become strong as soon as possible. I'll never let you worry or exhaust yourself running around for my sake." Beside them, Qin Shio was moved to tears once again by Zhou Hai's words and couldn't help but kneel before him.
"Good child, rise now. Your words put my heart at ease. Remember, you must train with relentless determination. Only through strength will you gain true autonomy."
Zhou Hai nodded slightly, his face full of benevolence as he helped Qin Shio up.
"Understood, master." Qin Shio nodded repeatedly. The demon palace couldn't help but sigh.
Although it didn't hold Zhou Hai's character in high regard, it had to admit that this guy was genuinely good to his disciple, far too caring.
"All right, let's go."
After teaching the demon palace a lesson and giving his precious disciple a motivational boost for her cultivation path, Zhou Hai waved his hand to claim Wu Wanli's severed head.
Following the demon palace's flight into Qin Xiao's glabella, he took her away from the scene.
When they reappeared, the duo had already arrived near the star observation tower. By now, the hundreds of thousands of people along both banks of the great river had dispersed. Clearly, Morong Xiao and Du Hai had already completed the cleanup here.
"Junior brother, you're back?"
Morong Xiao and Du Hai were still by the riverside. Spotting Zhou Hai, they both stepped forward to greet him.
"Indeed. Since we must eradicate evil completely, here's Wu Wanli's head."
Zhou Hai tossed Wu Wanli's head toward the two men, causing their pupils to instantly contract in shock. To think Zhou Hai had already dealt with Wu Wanli, who possessed the barrier-breaking talisman, so swiftly,
truly befitting his status as a saint, a genuinely invincible figure. "Great job, junior brother. Your actions have rid the common people of a great scourge. By the way, who is this young lady, and why does she resist the spiritual essence of heaven and earth just like my junior brother?"
Morong Zhao's face showed excitement, but as he spoke, he noticed Qin Shio standing nearby and couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai, who was just about to introduce Qin Shio, froze in astonishment.
"What did you say? That you resist the primordial spiritual energy of heaven and earth just like me?"
Realizing this, Zhou Hai immediately became displeased.
"Doesn't this mean his treasured disciple is just like him, unable to cultivate? Junior brother, haven't you observed it all? The spiritual essence of heaven and earth simply can't enter her body," Du Hai said from the side.
Zhou Hai frowned and focused his gaze on Qin Shio. Indeed, he could see spiritual energy hovering around her, yet it never came close to her. Finally, Zhou Hai looked at himself again, the first time he had truly examined himself since gaining his cultivation. I suddenly realized that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was actually drifting further away from me, as if repelling me.
"System, are you messing with me? What the hell is this? Is this the laborer you've brought to me?"
Realizing that Qin Shio was in a similar situation to his own, Zhou Hai grew anxious.
"Could you please stop being so lazy, host? Aren't you even going to look at the reincarnated Dao fruit's introduction? Reincarnation of the Dao fruit is intolerable to heaven and earth. To cultivate, there are only 3 paths. First, survive 9 deaths without perishing, recreating your divine soul.
From then on, become a lone star of heavenly calamity, with limitless potential.
Second, sacrifice to the heavenly Tao, henceforth becoming its avatar, invincible throughout the cosmos. However, your limit shall eternally be the Emperor realm, never attaining immortality. Third, due to your Tao fruit undergoing rebirth, your soul is incomplete and inherently deficient. If you wish to cultivate, you must mend this innate imperfection. Didn't I already give you the heaven-mending pill? Just administer it to her and be done with it." The system's speechless voice came through. It was truly impressed by Zhou Hai. This guy only looked at the good news, knowing Qin Shio would become heaven's chosen prodigy, yet he didn't even glance at the conditions involved. "So that's how it is. You should have said so earlier."
Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, then suddenly thought of something and couldn't help saying, "Wait a minute, since my disciple's situation is similar to mine, does that mean I'm also the reincarnation of an emperor's Tao fruit? Then does that mean if I take a heaven-mending pill, I'll be able to cultivate?"
As he spoke, Zhou Hai couldn't help getting excited.
Chapter 30, The Heavenly Tao burns on my path to chase my husband. Host, could you take a closer look? This woman is a reincarnation of the Tao fruit. The heavens and earth are rejecting her. After consuming the heaven-mending elixir, she will gain the recognition of the cosmos and be able to cultivate. Look at your situation again, it's your body rejecting this world. Why don't you try offering this heaven and earth a restoration pill and beg it to accept you instead? The system was utterly exasperated. Why did this guy always see things so one-sidedly? What, I'm the one rejecting this world? Zhou Hai froze momentarily, then upon closer inspection, was utterly dumbfounded. That's right, I didn't notice it earlier, but now it's clear the primordial chi of heaven and earth completely repels Qin Shio. Looking back at himself, the repulsion was coming from him. It seemed there was an invisible force within him, incessantly driving away the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? Zhou Hai was stunned. No wonder he couldn't cultivate despite his unrivaled constitution. So the issue lay with his own body. Stop asking. When the host reaches the pinnacle, you'll understand naturally. The system was a bit more talkative today. Can't be helped, since Zhou Hai wasn't paying attention.
it had to work a little harder. What? You're being cryptic now. Fine then, when I become the great emperor, I'll see what exactly is going on.
Please don't tell me this world failed me in my past life as a supreme master, making it chase after me for revenge. That would be too melodramatic. Zhou felt somewhat speechless, yet couldn't help but construct a tale of love and vengeance in his mind.
The system went completely silent at this. This guy's thought process was simply incomprehensible. Junior brother, what are you staring blankly for?
Just as Zhou was fantasizing about the heavenly Tao manifesting as a goddess, endlessly repenting for wronging him in his past life, with a sleazy grin forming on his lips, Morong Zhao's voice nearby snapped him back to reality.
Ah, nothing. Let me introduce my disciple. Senior brother, matters here are settled. I must take my disciple back for cultivation. Will you join us? Zhou suppressed the absurd imagery in his mind and introduced with a smile. Ah, another disciple?
Morong Zhao was stunned. In the past, he would never have allowed Zhou to take Qin Xiao, someone destined to be incapable of cultivation, as a disciple. After all, having one good-for-nothing in the academy was bad enough.
Adding another would make them the laughingstock of everyone. Yet Zhou demeanor made it impossible for him to refuse. Who knew? This might just be another Zhou in the making, a future sage. Junior brother, now that the great evil has been dealt with and the teleportation array destroyed, the people of 10,000 Poison Valley won't be able to stir up trouble anytime soon. You should head back first. Xinzhou is in turmoil right now, with many common folk still suffering from the ravages of the 10,000 Poison Valley. Senior brother Du Hai and I have decided to stay here for now. We'll return only after cleansing Xinzhou of its poison with the power of righteousness. After contemplating for a moment, Morong Zhao declared solemnly, "That's right, junior brother. This poisonous sea may be nothing to us cultivators, but it spells certain doom for the common folk. If we don't intervene, countless lives will perish." Du Hai nodded solemnly. "Alright then, I'll leave it to you two senior brothers. Since I don't cultivate the righteous qi, I'm afraid I can't be of much help. I wouldn't want to cause you any trouble." Zhou nodded, raised his hand to tear through the spatial barrier, and vanished from sight with Qin Xiao in tow. Seeing this, Morong Zhao and Du Hai exchanged glances. Their righteous qi condensed into two majestic pillars of auspicious clouds that soared towards different directions across the heavens. Beneath this righteous qi, all malevolent poisons and pestilences in the world would dissipate without a trace. The two began traversing every mountain, river, and plot of land in Qinzhou, purifying all plagues and toxic miasmas contaminating this land. Meanwhile, Zhou took a single step and had already arrived at the residence courtyard of the Dao Repository Palace in Jixia Academy. As soon as he stepped out, Zhou was startled. After he used various sacred artifacts to arrange the courtyard, it gradually became isolated from the world, forming its own cavern paradise within. At that moment, dozens of Dao principles emerged in the courtyard, with a powerful refining force that seemed intent on refining the entire world itself. Amidst these Dao principles, Chen Bei sat cross-legged on that sacred artifact cushion, simultaneously comprehending all dozens of Dao principles. If this scene were to spread, it would surely shock people to death. You must understand, Dao principles are something only those at the Dao comprehension realm can begin to comprehend. Moreover, most ordinary cultivators typically grasp only a single innate Dao principle in their lifetime. Yet Chen Bei, despite being at the divine ability realm, forcibly comprehended Dao principles, and not just a few, but dozens at once. Such defiance of the heavens is simply unprecedented. Upon closer observation, Zhou suddenly understood the truth. These Dao principles weren't comprehended by Chen Bei at all. At this moment, he was refining them. This was the cultivation method of the 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture. The 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture involved refining one's own body into a vessel, growing stronger by devouring other divine weapons and magical artifacts. Continuing to cultivate in this manner would not only forge an indestructible Vajra body but also enable him to contain countless Dao laws and treasures within himself, achieving unprecedented strength. This was also the reason why Chen Bei could mobilize Dao laws despite not yet comprehending them. As if sensing Zhou approach, Chen Bei accelerated his refining process. Soon, the strands of Dao laws merged into his body, endowing his every movement with an intangible Dao resonance. At the same time, Zhou sensed the change in his cultivation levels. Under the tenfold feedback, he distinctly sensed numerous Dao principles merging into his being. With but a thought, these principles could instantly unleash formidable offensive power. This feeling is truly exhilarating. Feeling the transformation inside and out, Zhou couldn't help but marvel at how wonderful it was to have workers helping him cultivate. "Master, you're back so soon." Chen Bei opened his eyes and hurriedly stood up from the meditation cushion, bowing respectfully to Zhou. Things over there are mostly settled. I came back first. My disciple, let me introduce you. Qin Xiao will be your junior sister from now on. Take good care of her." Zhou nodded and said with a smile, "Ah, junior sister? Apologies, little junior sister. Your senior brother Chen Bei, didn't know our master had taken another disciple. I haven't prepared any gifts for you." Chen Bei looked at Qin Xiao in surprise,
couldn't help scratching his head and chuckled sheepishly.
Nonsense about preparations.
This master has given you so many treasures, just share some of them with her.
Zhou Hai reminded from the side.
He could only sigh helplessly. After all these years of signing in thousands of times, he had amassed piles of treasures. Divine weapons alone, he had no less than 10 of them. As for pills, sacred artifacts, and the like, they were too numerous to count. Sadly, the talismans, puppets, and other items that could aid in battles were limited, and he had given them all to Qinbei.
There was no choice, his eldest disciple had too many enemies. Major holy lands, including the Great Qian Holy Dynasty, were all hunting him down. Life and death crises were bound to follow.
Unwilling to intervene directly, he naturally passed all these things to Qinbei. Now that he thinks about it, he feels some regret. This must have cost him so many guardian missions, but there's no way he could take back what he'd already given away.
He could only ask Qinbei Yun to spare a little for Qin Xiao. Ah, that's right. Junior sister, take this. If it's not enough, just let senior brother know.
Qinbei smacked his forehead and hurriedly packed a portion of the treasures into a storage bag, handing it to Qin Xiao as he said. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel moved. It seemed his master had given him all the finest treasures.
This was absolute preferential treatment.
From now on, if his master takes in more disciples, he must take extra care of his junior brothers and sisters and never let them suffer any grievances.
Chapter 31, Qin Xiao's cultivation. Her realm soars madly. Alright, disciple, continue your cultivation. Don't blame your master for being strict. There are countless people outside who want your life. One less bit of cultivation means one more bit of danger. Zhou Hai looked at Qinbei with satisfaction, patted his shoulder, and spoke earnestly. Understood, master. This disciple will strive diligently in cultivation and absolutely not trouble master with worry. Qinbei felt a warmth in his heart and quickly bowed with clasped hands. Junior sister, if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to come find your senior brother. Senior brother will go cultivate now.
After turning to greet Qin Xiao once more, Qinbei finally departed.
Thank you, senior brother. Qin Xiao quickly nodded, watching as Qinbei walked away, and couldn't help but sigh. Is this what a martial sect is like? So heartwarming. The master is kind, and this senior brother is so nice too. Xiao, take this pill. At that moment, Zhou Hai took out a pill and handed it to Qin Xiao. The pill was milky white in color with no discernible energy fluctuations, yet just one whiff of its medicinal aroma gave one the sensation of ascending to merge with the heavenly Tao. Yes, master. Qin Xiao took the elixir and swallowed it immediately.
In that instant, an ineffable Tao rhythm emanated from her, as if returning to primal simplicity, seamlessly integrating her into the surrounding heaven and earth. This was the heaven-mending elixir, utterly resolving her previous discord with the natural world.
Qin Xiao's eyes shone with clarity.
In a daze, she sensed the world before her transforming, plunging her directly into profound enlightenment.
Holy shit, you entered enlightenment just like that? Don't rush, my disciple.
This is the divine scripture of the burial emperor. You must comprehend it carefully.
Zhou Hai was stunned.
As Qin Xiao entered the state of enlightenment, the tenfold feedback allowed him to clearly sense that he was on the verge of merging with heaven and earth himself. Without even activating his innate Tao principles, he could perceive the Tao and laws of the world, its order and cosmic rules. As if with just a thought, he could grasp the great Tao of all heavens. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately transmitted the cultivation technique of the burial heaven emperor scripture to Qin Xiao. The moment the emperor's scripture imprinted into Qin Xiao's mind, she seized the opportunity of sudden enlightenment to begin cultivating. In an instant, profound power surged through her entire body, and the spiritual energy of the heavens rolled in like mighty waves. The spiritual energy was so intense it transformed into tidal waves, shrouding Qin Xiao completely in a dense mist. The cosmic spiritual energy was refining her body and tempering her flesh.
This was the first step of cultivation, body refinement.
Holy shit, is this what a true genius looks like? I've heard that ordinary people typically need a year or more to sense and utilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. Even those with decent talent can't avoid spending at least a month.
So he's already reached the first level of body refinement right from the start?
Zhou Hai was left dumbfounded, realizing only then that he had been careless. If he didn't hurry up and make preparations now, he would undoubtedly delay his precious disciple's cultivation progress. Thinking this, he hurriedly began rummaging through his system space.
Relying solely on the natural spiritual energy for cultivation is still far too slow.
I must find something to help my treasured disciple cultivate swiftly. At that very moment, Zhou Hai noticed a demonic pool in the system space stirring restlessly, as if resonating with Qin Xiao's presence.
Holy shit, the demon refining pool? Zhou Hai was stunned.
The most sinister thing on him was undoubtedly this demon refining pool. It was said that this demon refining pool was forged by a demon venerable who refined the blood of countless demons. The demon refining pool alone was a supreme divine artifact, and the blood within it contained overwhelming slaughter and endless demonic nature. Over the years, Zhou Hai had ruined every impressive magical treasure except for the demon refining pool, which he dared not touch. He had assumed it would remain buried in the system space forever, but who knew it would somehow resonate with Qin Xiao. First the burial heaven devil body, then the soul-devouring devil palace, and now a demon refining pool. What kind of monster have I taken under my wing? Zhou Hai gritted his teeth in frustration. He truly didn't want to use this thing on Qin Xiao. Yet this thing was clearly the most suitable for Qin Xiao. After a moment of hesitation, he still retrieved the demon refining pool and placed Qin Xiao inside. Thud! The moment Qin Xiao fell into the demon refining pool, turbulent waves instantly erupted within.
The demon refining pool appears no larger than a water vat, yet in truth it contains boundless dimensions, a vast world within.
Entering its depths is like plunging into an endless ocean.
All around lies a black sea, roiling with demonic miasma and endless slaughter.
The seawater contained an unprecedented concentration of magical essence. At that very moment, Qin Xiao, who was deep in cultivation, instantly absorbed these magical essences into her body, where they transformed into raging currents of power surging through her meridians.
The power of heaven and earth's spiritual essence ultimately proved too gentle for her.
Though it could aid her body refinement, the effects were merely ordinary.
This demon essence is vastly different, far more volatile than the elemental spiritual energy of heaven and earth by 1,000-fold.
Under the baptism of magical essence, Qin Xiao and body refinement no longer felt comfort. Instead, it was like climbing a mountain of blades and plunging into a sea of fire. In a daze, the violent force seemed intent on refining her into nothingness. Qin Xiao cried out in pain, yet she didn't struggle.
The master must have his reasons for doing this.
Since he wants me to endure all this, I absolutely cannot let him down. Qin Xiao steeled her heart, seized the opportunity of enlightenment, and continued to contemplate the emperor's scripture while refining her own cultivation. Under the frantic cultivation, her cultivation level skyrocketed rapidly.
Body refining second layer, body refining third layer, body refining ninth layer.
In less than half an hour, Qin Xiao's cultivation had already broken through the ninth layer of body refinement, reaching its peak. At this moment, Zhou Hai also sensed the changes occurring within himself. As Qin Xiao's physique continuously refined, subtle transformations also took place in his own bodily constitution. However, Qin Xiao's breakthrough realm was too low. Even with tenfold feedback, the boost it gave him wasn't significant. It merely accumulated a slight bit of additional strength for his breakthrough.
Holy moly, he's starting foundation establishment already?
Seeing Qin Xiao's cultivation stop growing and actually begin constructing her Dao foundation, Zhou Hai couldn't help but swallow hard.
He was genuinely envious.
As expected of a heaven's chosen elite, such individuals are destined to be the center of attention everywhere. By now, the sky had darkened completely. With Qin Xiao's cultivation progressing smoothly, Zhou Hai also began studying his own innate Dao principles. This principle is too profound, not belonging to any offensive Dao principles, yet when utilized well, it can shatter heavens and destroy earth. As the Dao principles surged, although Zhou Hai couldn't comprehend the great Dao of heaven and earth or the rules of order,
yet whether it was a mountain or a house, he only needed one glance to effortlessly find its flaws.
In such circumstances, he only needed 1,000th, or even a 10,000th of his power to obliterate a mountain or flatten an entire complex. And this was the power of annihilation, the supreme law derived from an imperial-grade cultivation technique.
Damn, what an incredible law!
If I went back to Earth with this, I'd start a demolition company and make a fortune in no time. After finally understanding his innate law, Zhou Hai couldn't help but marvel. By the way, I don't think I've checked in today.
Thinking of this, Zhou Hai immediately went to the system interface to check in.
Chapter 32, Disciple, shedding your mortal form is sufficient, there's no need to shed your clothes. Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully checking in. The check-in gift package has been credited. Please check it at your convenience. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully completing the Guardian mission. The Guardian gift package has been credited. Please check it at your convenience. The system's voice sounded, announcing not just the arrival of the daily check-in gift package, but also the gift package for the second Guardian mission had been credited. Zhou Hai was the first to open the daily check-in gift package, when the system's voice rang out once more. Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the daily check-in gift package. You have obtained the Emperor-level cultivation technique, True Interpretation of Talisman Dao Manual.
Zhou Hai's eyes lit up with instinctive delight.
Over the years, he'd acquired many valuable treasures, but few had any connection to talisman crafting. In the cultivation world, practitioners of the talisman path were exceedingly rare.
It wasn't that others didn't wish to study talisman arts, the prerequisites were simply too demanding.
First, finding a good mentor is exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the path of talisman cultivation had already declined 1,000,000 years ago, with few inherited methods remaining, making it nearly impossible to achieve the pinnacle of the Tao.
Yet even so, some practitioners of talisman cultivation stand as peerless geniuses of their generation. Once they attain mastery, they become virtually invincible among their peers. Zhou Hai briefly skimmed through the treatise on talisman Dao. It was clear he possessed no talent for it and couldn't cultivate it at all. What a pity, this is a great path of cultivation, yet I know not whom to pass it down to. Let's wait and see. Zhou Hai sincerely wished to preserve the lineage of talisman arts, but clearly there was no opportunity at present. Next, Zhou Hai opened the Dao Protection Grand Gift Package. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the Guardian Gift Package. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 300 caddies of spiritual liquid. Congratulations, host. You've obtained 300 caddies of primordial liquid. Congratulations, host. You've earned 300 pounds of flood dragon liver. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a bone-tempering sacred bead. The system's voice rang out once more, causing Zhou Hai's eyes to light up with excitement. Spiritual liquid? Primordial liquid? This is truly a remarkable treasure. Although heaven and earth spiritual essence is commonly referred to as a unified term, it actually consists of two distinct forces, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the primordial essence of heaven and earth. Among them, cultivators inhale and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, connecting with the cosmos to unleash great supernatural powers and mighty magic. As for the essence of heaven and earth, absorbing it can strengthen one's physical body. Generally, the higher a cultivator's realm, the more formidable their physique becomes, entirely due to the nourishing effects of this essence. Good stuff. Let me try a couple of mouthfuls first. Zhou Hai's eyes sparkled as he produced two pools simultaneously. One pool appeared deep green, filled with a dense liquid transformed from the essence of heaven and earth, spirit liquid. The other pool shimmered with a golden yellow hue, its waters formed from the primordial essence of the universe. Zhou Hai had long struggled with the inability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which prevented him from cultivating. At the sight of so many yuan liquids and spiritual liquids before him, he couldn't wait and immediately drank a ladleful of each. Wasn't he supposed to be unable to absorb heaven and earth's spiritual essence? He refused to believe it. Once swallowed, how could his body fail to digest it? But surprisingly, as the large ladlefuls of spiritual liquid and yuan liquid poured into his system, tangible changes began occurring inside his body. His energy had grown even more abundant. That's right, nothing more. Apart from helping him recover some expended spiritual energy and physical strength, the spiritual liquid and elemental liquid had no effect whatsoever on increasing his cultivation base. Seriously, that's it? Let me try 2 more scoops. Zhou Hai's face darkened as he scooped 2 more ladlefuls, but the result remained unchanged. On the contrary, because his vitality was too abundant, these spiritual and elemental liquids couldn't be retained in his body, they all vaporized into mist and evaporated through his pores. In moments, thick fog enveloped the entire courtyard. The potent spiritual energy of heaven and earth, now 10,000 times denser than the outside world, instantly transformed this place into an unparalleled cultivation paradise. Watching his body leak energy like a punctured vessel, Zhou Hai felt completely numb. Fortunately, these spiritual energies were not wasted. After spreading outward, they were quickly absorbed by Qin Xiao and Shen Bei, who were cultivating in the courtyard. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the baptism of the demon refining pool combined with the impact of the dense spiritual energy accelerated Qin Xiao's foundation establishment by several degrees. A loud roar echoed through the air as Zhou Hai focused his gaze, only to see a layer of demonic cocoon forming around Qin Xiao's body. This was a sign of successful foundation establishment. The so-called breaking of the cocoon and transforming into a butterfly. When this cocoon shatters, it is the moment of shedding the mortal shell and laying the foundation to achieve the Tao. Some people are just destined to be envied beyond reach. Thinking about his own leaky constitution that couldn't even retain the primordial spirit liquid, and then looking at his disciples, Zhou Hai was consumed with envy. Fortunately, as his disciples cultivated, he also benefited, otherwise, he might have descended into self-loathing. Time passed little by little, and after 2 quarter hours, the refined foundation establishment power spread outward. Within the demon refining pool, Qin Xiao's demon cocoon shed, and her realm completely broke through to foundation establishment. Zhou Hai hurriedly focused his gaze, only to freeze in shock the moment all the demon cocoons were violently flung outward. What kind of situation is this? If the cocoon broke, then it broke, but why does it have to take all the clothes too? At the same time, Qin Xiao opened her eyes, sensing the changes in her body, and leaped up in excitement. She sprang up in one swift motion, instantly flying out of the demon refining pool. Master, I've shed my mortal shell, I can fly now. Qin Xiao's face lit up with joy, and out of instinctive reliance, she spontaneously threw herself towards Zhou Hai. The moment they came into contact, Zhou Hai shuddered, his entire body going weak. Damn it, testing my patience again, this is lethal. Zhou Hai screamed inwardly. At this moment, bathed in the baptism of heaven and earth's spiritual essence, Qin Xiao's body was pure and flawless, her exposed skin as white as jade. Combined with her slender and graceful figure, her long, flowing black hair,
and that peerlessly beautiful face, she was simply too alluring. "Disciple, you must behave with dignity." Zhou Hai's eyes darted around shiftily, feeling as if he was about to commit a crime. He quickly suppressed his impulse and closed his eyes as a warning to himself. Qin Shiya was stunned momentarily, not quite comprehending the situation at first. "Disciple, shedding your mortal body is fine, but you certainly can't shed your clothes. These are your mentor's robes. Put them on for now." Zhou Hai hastily took out a robe and squinted his eyes for one last glance before wrapping it around Qin Shiyao's shoulders. "So stunning, who would believe such a figure belongs to just a 16-year-old girl? If they grow any bigger, how would that even be bearable? Can't take it, really can't take it." Pushing Qin Shiyao away, Zhou Hai fled as if escaping. He was afraid that if he stayed longer, he might do something that would give Morong Sanzang reason to nag. Qin Shiyao was utterly bewildered. Not until that moment when she looked down did she let out a startled cry, hurriedly tightening the robe Zhou Hai had given her around herself. Her face burned crimson as if set ablaze. "What have I done again?" she screamed internally, the embarrassment making her wish she could vanish into the ground. In her daze, she glimpsed her fleeing master and froze once more. For some reason, her heart suddenly felt a flutter of joy. "Master is so adorable, truly a gentleman of noble character." Qin Xiao secretly thought to herself. Seeing her master's bashful expression actually made her feel less embarrassed. Thump, 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 thump. Tightening her master's robe around herself, Qin Xiao remained immersed in the changes happening within her. Suddenly, ripples of energy pulsed throughout the heavens and earth. Chapter 33, Extreme Contrast. "I'm someone who spurns fame and fortune." Qin Xiao's expression changed abruptly, feeling as if her very heartbeat was being pulled along by some unseen force, an inexplicable sense of oppression growing within her. Zhou Hai, who had just returned to his room, was startled and quickly stepped out to look up at the sky. Layers of clouds seemed to tumble from the night sky as if the heavens were collapsing. At the same time, a surge of pure primordial energy erupted from deep within the earth. "What's going on? Is this kid about to break through again?" Zhou Hai turned his gaze towards Chen Bei's room. He could sense that it was the focal point where all energy converged. Drawn by this tremendous force, the clouds churned above, transforming into pure spiritual energy. The earth's essence coalesced into dragon chi, all surging into that very room. Boom, 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 boom. As the energy gathered increasingly, the fluctuations between heaven and earth grew more violent, with spiritual essence transforming into towering waves of power. The entire academy was startled by the commotion here, with everyone simultaneously turning their gazes in this direction. Could it be that Chen Bei has made another breakthrough? The elders of each palace muttered to themselves, their hearts sour with envy. When accepting disciples earlier, no one had paid any attention to the half-dead Chen Bei. Who could have imagined this guy would turn out to be such a monstrous genius? As a mentor of the academy, to have such a disciple would allow one to die in peace. And every time this happens, they can't help but think of Zhou Hai. Such a promising disciple, why did they end up with such a sloppy and lazy as hell master? "Master, should we go take a look?" Inside the academy, a young girl walked slowly over and spoke to Li Changqing. "I'm not going. What's there to see? The sect leader has already issued orders. Unless that kid needs something, no one is to disturb his cultivation. Besides, why should I go? To watch such a prodigy join under that worthless mentor and get ruined?" Li Changqing stroked his beard, growing more displeased the more he spoke. He was genuinely envious. Master, your state of mind seems off. Perhaps it's fate that he became Uncle's disciple. Everything happens for a reason. Besides, Uncle isn't as bad as you make him out to be. Young as he is, his cultivation already surpasses yours. Doesn't seem like a deadbeat to me." The young girl looked at Li Changqing with an amused expression. "What nonsense are you spouting? Lazing around all day, slouching whether sitting or standing, just because his cultivation's high doesn't mean he's not a deadbeat. Just talking about this makes me angry. That kid doesn't look promising at all. So how could he be so exceptional? It just doesn't make sense. Forget it. I'm going into seclusion. You'd better practice your calligraphy more too. Don't get arrogant just because you've achieved something. The 4 prefectures debate is coming up soon. You'd better make your master proud." Li Changqing grew increasingly displeased as he spoke, ultimately choosing to shut himself away. Pouting her little mouth, the young girl wore a helpless expression and could only return to the study to continue practicing her calligraphy. Meanwhile, similar scenes were playing out repeatedly across all the palaces. In the end, all the palace elders went into seclusion, while their personal disciples were forced into frenzied cultivation. Only in the Dao Inquiry Palace, Xu Chen, who had been busy all day, noticed the commotion nearby and quickly flew over. Boom! As soon as he arrived at the Dao Repository Palace, he saw a towering beam of light shooting up into the sky from the small courtyard behind it. stirring abnormal phenomena between heaven and earth as if attempting to dominate this world. Chu Chen hurriedly descended into the courtyard. Just as the light pillar vanished, Chen Bei stepped out from the room with all his aura perfectly restrained, his eyes startlingly profound. Master, your disciple has finally refined all the power within his body and successfully achieved a breakthrough. Chen Bei walked up to Zhou Hai and cupped his hands in salute. This scene made Chu Chen, who had just arrived, feel a pang of bitterness in his heart. He had come to congratulate his junior brother and share in the joy, but his junior brother's breakthrough speed was simply too fast for him to feel genuinely happy about it. How come I look so useless at first glance? Good. Breaking through is what matters. But cultivation isn't just about rushing forward, you must refine your foundation. Otherwise, it'll become a disaster sooner or later. Zhou Hai sensed the changes in his own cultivation. After detecting Bei Chen's breakthrough, he found his own cultivation had also reached the peak of the enlightenment realm, with breakthrough potential at any moment. He nodded in satisfaction as he spoke. Master, your disciple understands. So this disciple plans to go out and gain experience. May I ask, Master, if the academy has any missions? This disciple wishes to share some of the academy's burdens. Chen Bei nodded and said solemnly, got it. Must have some. Little junior brother, come find me later, you can pick any mission you want. Before Zhou Hai could speak, Chu Chen hurriedly chimed in from the side. Much obliged, senior brother. Chen Bei cupped his hands respectfully. Boy, you never come to my humble abode without a reason. Speak up. What brings you here this time? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow and looked at Chu Chen. Hey, Uncle Master, what kind of talk is that? Am I really that kind of person? However, martial uncle, this disciple has come precisely to enhance your reputation. Master has already entrusted me with the preparations for the Four Mansions debate. After much deliberation, I believe if junior brother participates, he will surely dominate all the prodigies of the Four Mansions. Then let's see who would dare look down upon martial uncle's Dao Repository Palace anymore. So, I have decided to give Daozong Palace a place to participate in the discussion. Chu Chen grinned and said with an expression that suggested he was looking out for Zhou Hai's best interests. Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, but before he could speak, Chen Bei interjected, apologies, senior brother, I won't be able to participate in this Dao debate. If I get involved, it will surely bring disaster upon the academy. Moreover, I have a feeling that I may not stay in the academy for much longer. As for the discourse on the Dao, senior brother, please choose someone more capable. Such a blunt refusal left Chu Chen momentarily stunned. Zhou Hai couldn't help but frown, sensing the loneliness in his disciple's heart. This is the feeling of impending doom, preparing to face it alone. However, he didn't say anything. Though inclined to shield his disciple, what must be faced should still be confronted, only then could one grow. Junior brother, won't you reconsider? This is the perfect opportunity to clear Master Uncle's name. Chu Chen was somewhat unwilling to give up. He could see that Chen Bei was invincible among the younger generation of the Northern Star. If he were to take action, the Great Zhou Academy would undoubtedly secure first place in the Dao discourse. Don't resort to moral blackmail. If your junior brother doesn't wish to participate, then he won't. You claim it's to bring fame for me. Do you think I'm someone who cares about reputation? As cultivators, we should question the heavens and earth, seek the Tao with our true hearts, and prove the path to immortality. Why do you always chase fame and profit? Where is your cultivation? Zhou Hai glared angrily while clasping his hands behind his back. Upon hearing this, both Chu Chen and Chen Bei immediately fixed their gazes on him. Master's realm of understanding is truly profound. If all cultivators in this world had such enlightenment, how could chaos plague the land and bring suffering to all living beings? Chen Bei secretly thought to himself. Though he had always respected teachers and valued their teachings, he now felt an inexplicable sense of worship toward them. Holy crap! Is this really the same uncle who used to hide a room full of erotic paintings and cheap novels? Since when did he become so high-minded? But Chu Chen was completely bewildered, wearing an expression that clearly said, I don't know this person. Even though I don't understand, I feel like Master's words make so much sense. Not far away, Xin Xiao gazed at Zhou Hai with sparkling eyes. At this moment, Zhou Hai appeared to her like an immortal descended from heaven, utterly detached from worldly matters. Oh, and who is this? Having confirmed Chen Bei wouldn't join the philosophical debate, Chu Chen felt somewhat disappointed. But spotting Xin Xiao, his eyes couldn't help but brighten again. What a beautiful girl, with an ethereal grace about her. Zhou Hai also turned his gaze to Xin Xiao, and a sudden inspiration struck him. The senior disciple is too busy with troublesome matters to participate in the debate, but the junior disciple certainly can. If there's no chance to make a name for himself, so be it, but how can he pass up an opportunity when it presents itself? There are still 3 months left, plenty of time to groom this little disciple into a peerless genius, right? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the man who had moments ago prized detachment from fame suddenly saw nothing but glory in his eyes. Heaven knows, he really didn't want to be a useless layabout. Chapter 34, Fasting? How about some dragon meat instead? Cough. This is my newly accepted disciple, Xin Xiao.
Xiao, why haven't you greeted your senior brother Chuchen yet? Zhou Hai stood with his hands behind his back, introducing her with a stern teacher's expression. Xiao greets senior brother. Qin Xiao hurried forward and performed a traditional curtsy to Chu Chen. Oh my, so it's my junior sister. Chu Chen promptly returned a formal bow and then produced a sword, saying with a smile, Junior sister, as this is our first meeting, your senior brother doesn't have any worthy treasure to offer. This sword is named Breeze, a divine weapon indeed, consider it my welcoming gift, and please don't disdain it. Hearing this, Qin Xiao's eyes lit up. Divine weapon? Such treasures were truly rare. Only those at the divine ability realm could forge them through years of dedicated nurturing. Even the revered Qinzhou prefectural office had only possessed 3 or 4 such artifacts. She never dreamed she might own one herself. Seeing Qin Xiao's delighted expression, a touch of smugness rose in Chu Chen's heart. This was one of the few treasures he possessed. Wasn't it impressive enough when presented as a gift? Put that away. Who do you think you're embarrassing? Giving a divine abyss realm artifact as a present? Shame on you. Just as Qin Xiao was about to accept the gift, Zhou Hai's voice rang out, instantly freezing Chu Chen in place. Master, it's a divine weapon. Not too shabby, right? Qin Xiao was also stunned. She knew how formidable divine weapons could be, but that was the extent of her knowledge. She had no understanding of higher-tier artifacts. Otherwise, she would have realized that divine weapons were utterly insignificant compared to her demon palace. Even the things Qin Bei had previously given him were countless times more powerful than this divine weapon, just by picking any random one. Yes, elder uncle, it's a divine weapon, isn't that impressive enough? Chu Chen also stared blankly at Zhou Hai. Was this elder uncle being a bit too greedy? He seemed to be fishing for something even better from him. Put it away, it's neither edible nor drinkable, and not even a shred of spiritual comfort can it bring. If you really want to give gifts, don't give them to your junior sister anymore. Your master destroyed my entire library collection. Go down the mountain and buy me some of the newest books instead. Zhou Hai curled his lips in disdain. This thing was truly beneath his notice. Even a single fire poker from his kitchen, or even a piece of firewood, was worth more than this thing. Beside him, Shen Bei couldn't help but look on with admiration. A master is truly a master. This is the real essence of all occupations are base, only the pursuit of knowledge is noble. Even Qin Xiao gazed at Zhou Hai with admiration. Our master is so refined. The elegance of a scholar truly embodies a gentleman as flawless as jade, unrivaled in this world, utterly peerless. Though she fancied that long sword, since our master didn't want it, she naturally wouldn't accept it either. Unlike the admiration shown by the other two, Chu Chen wore an expression like he'd just eaten shit. Damn, so in Shirshu's eyes, these divine weapons couldn't even compare to his Spring Palace paintings and comic books? With a teacher like this, what kind of disciples will he turn my junior brothers and sisters into? Alright, put them away quickly, and remember to buy me those books later. Considering how long you've served me, since your junior brother Chen Bei can't participate conveniently, I'll let your junior sister join the Tao discourse instead. Seeing Chu Chen's darkened expression, Zhou Hai changed the subject. What? Junior sister is joining the Tao discourse? Hearing this, Chu Chen was even more bewildered. Uncle Master, you must be joking. What can junior sister possibly contribute to the discourse with only the first level of foundation establishment? Hearing this, Shen Bei hastily examined his junior sister and was astonished to discover she had indeed reached foundation establishment. Just an hour ago, he had seen her, and she had been nothing more than a mortal. To advance from a mortal to foundation establishment in mere hours, what extraordinary talent must that require? Even Chen Bei was stunned at this moment. Who's joking with you? So what if it's just chi refining? Maybe foundation establishment tomorrow, golden core the day after. Look at that expression on your face. Who do you think you're looking down on? Xiao, fight for some honor. In this Tao debate, knock all those prodigies from the 4 prefectures flat on their backs for your master. I care not for fame or fortune, but I will not tolerate anyone looking down on my disciples. Zhou Hai grew displeased, glaring at Chu Chen as he issued an order to Qin Xiao. Yes, master. Qin Xiao promptly complied. At the mention of the 4 great academy's prodigies, she still felt somewhat intimidated. They were once beings she couldn't even hope to reach. But since her master says she can do it, then she definitely can. She believes in her master. Martial uncle, participating in doctrinal debates is no joking matter. Chu Chen looked thoroughly exasperated. Giving a foundation establishment junior sister a spot in the doctrinal debates, he felt even without the master intervening, the pavilion elders would tear him apart themselves. Senior brother, my master never jokes about anything. Give the spot to junior sister. If she proves inadequate after 3 months, I'll take over myself. Before Zhou Hai could speak this time, Chen Bei interjected first. Really? Hearing this, Chu Chen's face lit up with unexpected joy in an instant. Chen Bei nodded silently. Good, I believe in my junior sister too. This spot goes to her. Chu Chen made the decision without hesitation. To him, as long as it could make Chen Bei take action, anything was acceptable. At the side, Zhou Hai's face darkened. This kid doesn't listen to what I say.
but the moment Qianbei speaks up, he obeys. Turns out this master of his has less faith than his own disciple.
If it's settled, then why aren't you scramming yet?
I was going to invite you to stay for a meal, but now I see there's no need for that.
Zhou Hai rolled his eyes and grumbled irritably.
Hee, Uncle Master, this disciple will take his leave now.
Shu Qin didn't seem to mind at all as he left with a smile.
As for eating, he didn't even entertain the thought. Having achieved grain avoidance, wasn't it better to keep his body pristine and untarnished? Why bother with something that requires effort to digest? He'd have none of that.
Master, haven't you attained the state of Bige yet?
Qianbei looked at Zhou Hai somewhat startled and inquired in confusion.
What Bige nonsense?
Humans are born with 7 emotions and 6 desires, with appetite being the most important.
If you even eliminate eating, what's the point of living? Since you two have nothing to do right now, cook for me.
Tonight we're having barbecued flood dragon meat. Zhou Hai rolled his eyes. He took out an enormous piece of flood dragon meat, instantly leaving Qianbei and Qin Xiao dumbstruck. The dragon meat shimmered with iridescent rays, its dense primordial essence palpable even from a distance.
The master is right, eating is life's great matter that must never be neglected. Master, you instruct, and this disciple shall act.
Qianbei had initially been somewhat speechless, but when he saw the dragon meat, he instantly became earnest. He had already absorbed the spiritual energy from the dragon's blood. If he could also refine the essence within its flesh, just how formidable would his physique become? At this moment, Qianbei fully grasped one truth: never argue with your mentor.
The master is always right. Senior brother, let me handle it, I can cook.
Having not yet grown accustomed to fasting through spiritual nourishment, Qin Xiao became instantly elated at the prospect of preparing food for her master. Her master had treated her with such kindness that she'd been contemplating how to repay him. From now on, she'd take full responsibility for his meals.
Soon, the small courtyard buzzed with cheerful activity and bursts of laughter.
Meanwhile, at the Eastern Palace in the royal capital of Great Zhou, the atmosphere had become unbearably oppressive.
What did you say? Lin Shixiang is dead? And the experts from 10,000 Poison Valley were wiped out too? Who did this?
A cold, furious voice rang out as Crown Prince Jifeng shouted angrily. Your Highness, according to reports from Qinzhou, it was the work of the Academy.
Below, a middle-aged man spoke cautiously. Academy? Could it be those old masters have emerged? Otherwise, who could have killed Wu Wanli? Jifeng frowned, his gaze growing even colder.
As they spoke, another figure entered from outside.
Your Highness, urgent news. The great Qin dynasty has drawn its blades without warning. His Majesty summons you for counsel on how to respond.
At these words, Jifeng shot to his feet.
What? How dare the Qin dynasty? Chapter 35, Crown Prince Jifeng takes action. Midnight.
The towering imperial palace stood in ominous silence. Jifeng alighted before the Meridian Gate and strode briskly into the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Inside the hall, he saw all the imperial princes had already gathered. Numerous ministers had also arrived, each wearing grave expressions. Your son pays respects to the imperial father. After sweeping a glance around the assembly, Jifeng finally bowed deeply to the middle-aged man seated upon the dragon throne.
Now that everyone is present, explain what happened. Seated on the dragon throne, Ji Wuji spoke with an expressionless face.
Your Majesty, the military intelligence reports that the 9th prince of the Qin dynasty failed in his attempt to seize the throne and fled to our Great Zhou, where he was rescued by the Academy. The Qin dynasty sent envoys to demand his return, but they were slain by the Academy.
Among the dead was the 3rd prince of the Qin dynasty.
Below, the Minister of War from the Military Affairs Department reported truthfully. Upon hearing these words, Ji Feng's gaze turned sharp amidst the crowd. This academy had ruined his grand scheme, and he had been contemplating how to teach them a lesson. Never expected the opportunity would come so soon. Keep going. On the dragon throne, Ji Wuji spoke coldly. Your Majesty, according to reliable sources, the Qin dynasty comes with overwhelming force this time, and many sect sanctuaries have sent representatives to participate. If war truly breaks out, the consequences for our Great Zhou would be unimaginable. After all, for thousands of years, our Great Zhou has always followed ancestral teachings except for the Academy, never allowing any sect sanctuaries to encroach upon our territory. This practice has long incurred the displeasure of major sect sanctuaries. Once war begins, powerful enemies will surround us from all sides. The Minister of War continued his report. Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Everyone could imagine what kind of perilous situation the Great Zhou would face when all the sacred lands and even various nations join forces.
Minister Kai, what do you think about this matter?
Only then did Ji Wuji turn his gaze toward another person. This person was also from the Academy, belonging to the elder generation of the scholarly palace. His name was Kaizei, currently serving as the Vice Minister of Rites in Great Zhou. Hearing the report from the Minister of War, he had already furrowed his brows deeply. Now being questioned by Emperor Zhou, he felt the mounting pressure like a mountain on his shoulders. Your Majesty, although I once studied at the Academy, it has always adhered to its ancestral teachings, serving only the common people and never involving itself in factional conflicts.
Since I entered imperial service, I have severed all ties with the academy. What follows is spoken without any partiality.
Regarding the academy, your majesty knows they would never actively seek trouble. I firmly believe there must be some misunderstanding in this matter.
Nor can we rule out the possibility that the Qin dynasty is deliberately looking for trouble.
After all major powers have long been eyeing our great Zhou covetously, itching to carve us up and devour us. As the saying goes, give a dog a bad name and hang him.
They merely need an excuse to wage war.
After a moment's contemplation, Kaizei analyzed word by word.
Ha, how ridiculous. Does Minister Kai regard our great Zhou as some soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? Without grave enmity or conflict, you dare move against us on mere pretexts?
At that moment, 7th Prince Ji Kuei from the imperial entourage sneered coldly. As I understand it, this so-called ancestral precept of your academy holds no binding power whatsoever.
These past years, which of the other 3 great dynasties' academies hasn't meddled in court struggles?
They claim non-interference in governance, yet in truth they're desperate to control the succession of imperial power.
Never forget that even the Overlord was mentored by your academy. Wasn't the Great Qian Academy his strongest backing when he seized power?
Morong Xiao and Zhuyu, mentor of the Overlord, were sworn brothers through life and death.
After Zhuyu's death, Morong Xiao once searched everywhere for the Overlord. Isn't it possible that he's hiding him in the Great Zhou Academy now, trying to manipulate the imperial power struggle of the Chen dynasty?
To tell the truth, some things don't happen without reason. The main academy behind this institution is also a sacred sect of martial arts. If others covet our great Zhou, can we be sure they don't have their own ambitions? Hearing this, Kaizei's expression changed abruptly.
The 7th Prince is determined to drag Jixia Academy into eternal damnation.
Your Highness must weigh your words carefully.
Who doesn't know that sect leader Morong is benevolent and magnanimous, never acting against the Great Zhou's interests?
All these years, sect leader Morong has tirelessly served the people of Great Zhou. When has there ever been a trace of self-interest? Kaizei growled in a deep voice. Minister Kai's words are mistaken. You claim to have no bias toward Jixia Academy, yet every sentence you speak defends the institution.
How is this not personal prejudice?
Moreover, according to messages from Qian dynasty, their demands are simple enough: hand over the murderer of their 3rd prince along with the overlord of Qian dynasty, and this conflict can be resolved.
If the academy truly seeks global peace, shouldn't such a modest request be easy to grant?
The deputy minister of war spoke again, his words tinged with a trace of hostility toward the academy.
Compromise? Before we determine the truth of the matter, how can there be compromise? Kaizei demanded. Enough. Crown Prince, what is your view? Just as the crowd was about to erupt into argument, Ji Wuji on the dragon throne interrupted them and asked Jifeng.
Ji Feng's eyes glimmered with a shrewd light, his mind already settled on a decisive plan. Your Majesty, I believe Minister Liu of the Ministry of War speaks wisely. If the Academy truly made a mistake, we should apologize where apologies are due and make amends where necessary.
As for that tyrant Chen Bei, just hand him over to the Qin dynasty.
Our great Zhou has never allowed anyone to interfere, nor have we ever meddled in the governance of other nations. If the Jixia Academy truly serves the public good, it should compromise. Otherwise, its intentions are dubious. Rather than keeping it as a source of calamity, it would be better for our great Zhou to clean house ourselves.
After careful consideration, to thoroughly investigate this matter, why not have the 7th Prince lead a team to handle it? What does your Majesty think?
Jifeng clasped his hands in courtesy, then casually struck with a hidden underhanded move. He knew better than anyone that the 7th Prince's grandfather had died at the hands of the Grand Elder of the Academy, how the prince must loathe the institution to his very core.
He's the perfect candidate to deal with the Academy.
Reporting to Father Emperor, your son wishes to share your burdens and make the journey myself.
Sure enough, Ji Kuei could no longer sit still and hurriedly stepped forward to speak.
Very well, this matter must be investigated to the bottom. If the Academy is truly at fault, given its years of contribution to Dazhou, we shall offer due apologies. Dazhou will ensure the Academy remains unharmed.
If the Ruogan dynasty is truly fabricating excuses and seeking war, what does our great Zhou have to fear? Kuei, we appoint you as imperial envoy to personally visit the academy. Ji Wuji nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, yes, imperial father. Ji Kuei was overjoyed. After all these years, the opportunity for revenge had finally come. Ji Feng's eyes also flashed with a hint of cold laughter. This time, he wanted to see what energy the academy still had left to meddle in others' affairs. At this moment, the academy remained unaware that trouble was already at their doorstep. In Zhou Hai's courtyard, the sacred mulberry wood fire burned brightly, roasting the flood dragon meat until it sizzled and its fat bubbled.
filling the air with a rich aroma. Master, this disciple served the Lin family as a servant for many years and gained some expertise in cooking. This sauce was personally prepared by me. Please taste it and tell me what you think. Qin Shio had changed into a full set of men's clothing by now. After much bustling about, she sliced the dragon meat, arranged it on a plate, drizzled sauce over it, and handed it to Zhou Hai. Delicious. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up. A single bite was all it took for his disciple's culinary skills to completely win him over. There was no helping it. Back home, he'd always worn clothes handed to him and had food delivered straight to his mouth. I hadn't even learned how to cook yet, only to inexplicably find myself in this world upon starting middle school. All these years, nobody around me ever eats meals. After enduring years of horrific cooking, his meals finally became barely edible, still worlds apart from Qin Shiyao's culinary skills. As a bite of dragon meat slid down his throat, its potent essence combined with the divine flame essence of the Fusang tree flooded Zhou Hai's body with surging energy, leaving him feeling invigorated beyond words. Beside them, Shenbei didn't need anyone's help and sliced himself a piece of dragon serpent meat. The moment it entered his mouth, he felt a surge of violent energy coursing through his entire body. Simultaneously, it felt like divine flames were raging within his organs, threatening to refine him from within. Without hesitation, Shenbei immediately sat cross-legged and activated the 100 Refinements Emperor scripture to refine both the divine flames and the potent essence within the dragon serpent meat. Chapter 36 Qin Shiyao. So Master turns out to be the current great emperor. Boom, boom, boom. Shenbei's body, after refining numerous Dao armament materials, had already become like a massive block of iron. Now, having swallowed the Flood Dragon's essence, it was as if new forging materials had been added. With the refining power of the Fusang Divine Flames and the 100 Refinements Emperor scripture techniques acting like hammering and tempering, his body underwent another round of profound purification. With a surge of energy bursting forth, after digesting this mouthful of Flood Dragon essence and Fusang Divine Flame, Shenbei felt his own essence had grown significantly stronger. Even his cultivation in the 100 Refinements Emperor scripture showed signs of progress. What a profound sensation! Shenbei was overjoyed, never having imagined that one day he could cultivate by eating. In the following time, he basically alternated between eating and cultivating. With every bite he took, subtle transformations occurred within his body. Beside him, Zhou Hai, who had been eating with great relish, couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. This is simply unfair. We're both eating the same meal, yet others grow stronger while I get absolutely nothing from it. Senior brother is truly amazing. Even eating food can help cultivate his skills. Qin Shiyao stared at Shenbei in disbelief. That's only natural. Since ancient times, those who transform into flood dragons have at least reached the saint realm. Although the flood dragon's malignant chi in this meat has been purified, a considerable amount of its saint-grade essence power remains. A saint-level powerhouse, with just a single drop of blood, can move mountains and overturn seas. Imagine the immense primordial essence within. After your senior brother refines it, his cultivation will naturally advance. Seeing his young disciple's adoring gaze, Zhou Hai suppressed his bitterness and put on an all-knowing expression as he spoke. So impressive? But master, why does it seem like eating it had no effect on you at all? Qin Shiyao opened her mouth wide, her words instantly darkening Elder Zhou Hai's face. Why does this sound so strange? Is my little disciple implying I'm a freeloader? I understand now. Master's cultivation has long since reached heaven-piercing, earth-shaking heights. What appears as mighty flood dragon essence to others is but a drop in the ocean to Master, incapable of raising even the slightest ripple. Master, your cultivation must far surpass that of a saint. No wonder you've always appeared to be at a lower realm, yet can effortlessly kill those at higher realms. Before Zhou Hai could continue grappling with his thoughts, Qin Shiyao's words instantly left him dumbfounded. A cultivation level far surpassing that of a sage? How could this disciple possibly tell? Mistaken you are, junior sister. How dare you compare a mere sage to our master? In my opinion, master must be an emperor of this era, perhaps even someone who surpasses emperors. Otherwise, how could he casually bestow an emperor's scripture and effortlessly produce an emperor's artifact? By the way, junior sister, what emperor's techniques and emperor's artifacts did master pass down to you? At that moment, Shenbei spoke up, making Zhou Hai's expression stiffen further. Dang, am I really that awesome? How come I didn't know? Zhou Hai's old face flushed red, his heart surging uncontrollably. These words sounded far more pleasing to the ear than being called a worthless fish. Senior brother, our master has bestowed upon me the Sutra of Burying the Heavenly Emperor. Also, this demon palace. Qin Shiyao answered truthfully while presenting her demon palace. As the devil's palace emerged, Shenbei immediately sensed the annihilation hellbird stirring deep within his sea of consciousness, and a wisp of imperial might surged straight toward Qin Shiyao. Under the formidable imperial might, Qin Shiyao's delicate frame trembled, and her complexion turned deathly pale in an instant. In her dazed state, it felt as though the entire universe was on the verge of collapse. She resembled a mere speck of dust, utterly defenseless. Fortunately, this imperial might wasn't directed at her, otherwise, it could have reduced her to ashes in mere moments. At this moment, the demonic palace before Qin Shiao trembled, also emanating a wisp of imperial might that surged toward the annihilation halberd within Chen Bei's body. Sensing this strand of imperial power, Chen Bei's face paled in horror, nearly spurting out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, this imperial pressure wasn't deliberately directed at him, otherwise it could have utterly destroyed Chen Bei as well.
The two normally tranquil imperial weapons stirred restlessly, causing even Zhou Hai's courtyard to tremble uncontrollably.
There's no helping it, those holy artifacts hiding their aura got scared out of their wits. When two imperial artifacts unleashed their might, saintly artifacts like these would be crushed on the spot.
Enough!
The house was just rebuilt after being demolished.
Do you two want to tear it down again?
Keep this up, and I'll turn one into a latrine and the other into a shit-stirring stick, believe it or not.
Zhou Hai's stern shout instantly calmed the two emperor artifacts.
Seeing this, Chen Bei and Qin Shiao finally let out a sigh of relief, only then realizing their bodies were already drenched in sweat.
Junior sister, do you see it now? This is our master.
Casually producing two emperor artifacts, suppressing with just a word.
Since ancient times, who other than a true great emperor could accomplish such feats? Master simply enjoys peace and plays with life. Otherwise, with master's status, why would he stay in this small academy as a mere elder? For you and me to be accepted as master's disciples, it's such immense fortune. Chen Bei looked at Zhou Hai. Normally defiant toward others, his admiration for Zhou Hai now surged like an unstoppable tidal wave. No wonder master looks down on divine weapons. So that means I'll also become the great emperor's disciple from now on.
Qin Shiao's breath quickened, feeling as if her entire body was about to float away with joy. Only Zhou Hai and the entire crowd wore a completely bewildered expression. I've seen plenty of brainwashing attempts, but this is the first time seeing someone brainwash themselves.
Could my performance really be that magnificent and imposing? Or do I just look like an emperor? Alright, focus on your cultivation now.
This master seeks neither fame nor fortune. My only wish is for you two to achieve something great that would be more than enough to satisfy me. Watching the two argue more and more intensely, Zhou Hai felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly intervened to stop them. Upon hearing this, the two disciples looked at him with even greater admiration. Master, your disciple will strive hard in cultivation and will never disappoint you. Qin Shiao responded with a sound of acknowledgement and casually cut off a piece of meat to put in her mouth. But when she took a bite, she nearly broke a tooth. Ouch, why is this so tough? Qin Shiao's delicate face scrunched up in frustration. The dragon meat felt soft to the touch and was easy to slice. Why had it turned so tough when eating it? You shouldn't try to chew it, junior sister. Your cultivation is still shallow, and without a diamond-like body, you can't break it down. Just try refining it directly. Chen Bei couldn't help but chuckle as he offered his advice from the side. Even his teeth, comparable to Dao soldiers, had to slowly grind through it. How could ordinary people possibly enjoy this dragon meat? It might have looked effortless when sliced, but who knows what kind of treasure weapon our master used for them. Only an invincible figure like our master could indulge in such delicacies with such ease. I see, let me give it a try. Qin Shiao had a sudden inspiration and immediately activated the Burial Emperor scripture. Soon, she felt the Jiaolong meat in her mouth transform into streams of vital essence, merging with her body and continuously strengthening it. With a muffled groan, Qin Shiao realized that just a single bite of the Jiaolong meat had transformed her very foundation. The tremendous energy was actually reforging her Dao foundation. Master, what potent effects! I feel my Dao foundation nearing perfection, and my realm has achieved unprecedented consolidation. Opening her eyes, Qin Shiao exclaimed with delight. If it's beneficial, then eat more of it. It seems after this meal, you'll be able to make another breakthrough. Zhou Hai gazed at his two disciples with envious eyes. Though bittersweet, the powerful cultivation feedback they provided filled him with satisfaction.
Chapter 37, Continuous Breakthroughs, Zhou Hai's Divine Sense Domain. We understand, Master. Qin Shiao nodded and, together with Chen Bei, launched into a frenzied eating broadcast mode. The two food lovers actually kept eating non-stop all night long. As dawn broke, Qin Shiao finally couldn't withstand the immense primordial energy in her body and became the first to rush off for secluded cultivation. Xiao, have a sip of this before you go. Zhou Hai had been closely watching his two disciples. Seeing Qin Shiao's cultivation realm had completely stabilized with a perfected foundation, the massive essence within required only sufficient spiritual energy to break through. He called out to Qin Shiao and handed her a ladle of spiritual liquid. Yes, Master. Qin Shiao took the spiritual liquid and drank a mouthful. Instantly, she felt pure spiritual energy flooding her entire body. Merging with the vast essence within her, it felt as if her body might burst from the overwhelming surge. I can't take it anymore. Master, I can't stand it. Qin Shiao's expression changed as she finally realized the potency of the spiritual liquid. Hastily setting the vial aside, she sat cross-legged on the ground and immediately began circulating the Burial Heaven Emperor scripture,
striving to break through to a higher realm. Ha! A surge of qi erupted from her body as Qin Shiyao's aura continuously ascended through successive breakthroughs. In an instant, her cultivation successfully broke through to the second level of foundation establishment, with no signs of stopping. Tempered by the essence of the flood dragon, her current realm had been consolidated to its limits, her Tao foundation perfected, while the immense energy ensured there were absolutely no bottlenecks holding her back. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, Qin Shiyao's realm broke through repeatedly. Foundation establishment, third level. Foundation establishment, stage 4. Foundation establishment, stage 5. Foundation establishment, stage 6. Foundation establishment, stage 7. The maddening breakthrough speed only slowed when it reached the foundation establishment's 7th layer, finally stabilizing at the peak of the 7th layer. Zhou Hai was left stunned. Vaguely, he felt as if Qin Shiyao had transformed into a colossal heavenly coffin akin to a grand tomb poised to devour all the energy between heaven and earth and bury it all within. At the same time, as her cultivation realm grew higher, deep within Qin Shiyao's foundational Tao base, a surge of life and death energy emerged, carrying an unfathomable mystery of the heaven's burial. Is this the profound wonder of the burial heaven emperor scripture? Zhou Hai marveled inwardly when suddenly a violent surge erupted within him, propelling his cultivation directly into the unity realm. Holy shit, I actually broke through just like that? Startled, Zhou Hai immediately checked his internal condition only to find his innate Tao principles had completely vanished. Even the Tao principles fed back from Chen Bei's devouring of the Tao weapon had disappeared from his body without a trace. These Tao principles transformed into flesh and blood consciousness, completely becoming part of his very being. This was the harmony realm. The Tao principles no longer merely imprinted themselves upon him as before, but were now completely fused and unified. Boom! With a single thought from Zhou Hai, the Tao principles resonated with heaven and earth, and his divine consciousness instantly expanded outward. In an instant, everything within a 300-mile radius fell under his control. Within 300 miles, he could not only monitor everything but even activate his own domain of Tao principles. Is this the divine sense of the unity realm? It's truly wondrous, far beyond what soul power from other realms can compare to. Zhou Hai marveled. Although soul power also had its uses in surveillance, it couldn't possibly manipulate an entire area of the world like this. Moreover, Zhou Hai had heard that most people could only extend their divine sense up to 30 miles when they first broke through to the unity realm, yet he could reach 300 miles. In other words, once engaged in battle, everything within 300 miles becomes his domain. Take Woolly for example, his poison sea can spread at most a few dozen miles, which is his territory. Compared to Zhou Hai's 300 miles, the difference is like heaven and earth. This feels amazing. My little disciple has pushed me to unity realm. Chen Bei, you better not hold me back. Feeling the tremendous change in his own strength, Zhou Hai looked expectantly at Chen Bei. At this moment, Chen Bei had also reached his limit. As the last piece of flood dragon flesh entered his mouth, his gaze suddenly fell upon the extinguished Fusang divine tree. In one swift motion, he grabbed the Fusang divine tree and began stuffing large chunks of it into his mouth. Holy shit, disciple, what are you doing? Even as poor as your master is, we haven't reached the point of making you eat firewood. Stop, stop, why are you even going after the charcoal ashes? Before Zhou Hai could finish speaking, he witnessed Chen Bei devour not just the Fusang divine wood, but even the ashes left from burning. The moment these substances were consumed, Chen Bei's 100 refinements emperor scripture activated within his body, causing roaring flames to instantly engulf his entire form. Master, this disciple is going into seclusion. Chen Bei immediately rose to his feet and dashed toward his room. Zhou Hai clearly saw that the moment he entered the room, his clothes had already turned to ashes. The Fusang divine flames engulfed Chen Bei's entire body, distorting even the heavens and earth with their intensity. Damn, it really is the undying battle soul, a born lunatic, Zhou Hai muttered to himself. Then he felt as though his own bloodline and bones were being smelted, transforming toward another direction. This was Chen Bei in seclusion undergoing metamorphosis. Under the tenfold feedback, his body was transforming along with him. Soon, Zhou Hai's body gradually became translucent like jade. Powerful essence energy circulated through his entire being, transforming his physique into something resembling a perfect Tao weapon. To be precise, his physical durability had now reached levels comparable to a unity-grade Tao weapon. Simultaneously, a violent surge of power erupted within him, causing his newly elevated cultivation to skyrocket once again. Boom, boom, boom. This strange sensation had just emerged when the spiritual energy tide swept through beside Chen Bei, his cultivation entering a continuous breakthrough mode. 3rd level of divine ability realm. 4th level of divine power realm. 5th level of divine power realm. 6th level of divine ability realm. In barely a few breaths' time, Chen Bei's cultivation forcibly broke through to the 6th level of the divine ability realm. Under the tenfold feedback, Zhou Hai's realm also followed suit in breaking through, directly ascending to the 2nd level of the unity realm. Holy shit,
That's insane. Zhou Hai was overjoyed and once again spread out his divine sense domain, finding everything within 600 miles now under his complete control. At this moment, he truly resembled a celestial deity of heaven and earth. Such enormous commotion, could it be that demonic fiend breaking through again? Is there no justice left in the world? Another breakthrough coming from over there? What's happening? This is already the second breakthrough within 12 hours, isn't it? Suddenly, Zhou Hai's divine sense detected something. He saw all the elders from other palaces looking utterly bewildered, while numerous disciples were jolted awake from their dreams, their gazes turning towards the Tao Repository Palace. Humph. A bunch of ignorant fools. Second breakthrough? How dare you even imagine my disciple advancing from the life-snatching realm to the 6th layer of the divine ability realm in just 2 days? Seeing their astonished expressions, Zhou Hai couldn't help feeling a little smug. By the way, system, why do they make such a big commotion when breaking through, while my breakthroughs happen without any fanfare? The heavenly tribulation doesn't even pay me any attention? As this thought occurred to him, Zhou Hai withdrew his spiritual sense and asked the system, "Come on, host. Your cultivation wasn't granted by this realm to begin with. You can't even get close to spiritual essence, and you still think you can stir up any commotion? Do you believe divine retribution can even reach you?" The system's voice came through, sounding exasperated. That makes sense. Steal from whose house, get beaten by whose family. It's not me who's seizing the creations of heaven and earth, so why should the heavenly Tao strike me down? Breaking through without getting struck by lightning, now that's quite the perk. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up, and a sly grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 38, Powerful Enemy Strikes, Academy Elder Severely Injured. For the next 3 days, Shenbei and Qin Shiyao spent their time in seclusion. Although his Tao foundation was solid, his rapid breakthrough in cultivation realms inevitably left his state somewhat unstable. Thus, Shenbei spent those 3 days consolidating his cultivation. As for Qin Shiyao, though she consumed far less dragon meat than Shenbei, the energy was too immense, her shallow cultivation base continuously broke through multiple realms without fully digesting it all. She was still attempting to charge toward an even higher realm. Under the efforts of his 2 disciples, Zhou Hai's own realm gradually stabilized as well. At the same time, he sensed within his body not only the powerful tempering force and the annihilation force but also the alternating currents of vitality and death chi. Although this power of life and death is not yet strong enough, given time, controlling the lives and deaths of others, even determining the rise and fall of all things, will no longer be an issue. This is the might of the Emperor's scripture. I had thought the seclusion of my 2 disciples would last much longer. However, this quiet morning, the tranquility was abruptly shattered. Chu Chen, are you joking? Having a foundation establishment disciple participate in the Tao debate, do you want the other academies to laugh at us? This is outrageous. Chu Chen, I thought you were a sensible lad. How could you do such a thing? Do you know what the junior disciples are saying about you now? Absolutely not. I already objected to letting Chen Bei participate in the Tao debate, and now you want to force his hand using a foundation establishment disciple? Don't you realize you're endangering your junior brother Chen Bei? That day in the Hall of Inquiry, unable to bear their disciples' discontent any longer, elders from various palaces came together to interrogate Chu Chen about his decision to have Qin Shiyao represent them in the Tao debate. There was no helping it, the matter had stirred up too great a backlash. The academy is full of innate disciples, with several even reaching the life-severing realm who wouldn't be more qualified than Qin Shiyao to participate in the Tao debate. As for the reason Chu Chen provided, the elders found it even harder to accept. After all, countless people are currently hoping for Chen Bei's demise, and this year's 4 Academy's Tao debate is being held in the Chen dynasty. Sending Chen Bei to debate there would be tantamount to sending him to his death, wouldn't it? Though the elders of other palaces envied Zhou Hai, they wouldn't dare harm his disciple. Esteemed uncles, could we please drop this subject? How about this, let's wait until Master returns to make a final decision, alright? Chu Chen rubbed his temples wearily. He had known there'd be trouble arranging Qin Shiyao's doctrinal debate. These people truly weren't cutting him any slack. Senior brother Chu Chen, allow me to speak frankly. This debate concerns not only our academy's reputation but also the rewards bestowed by the main branch. By all means, we must send our strongest disciples to participate. Very well, if you insist on having that new junior sister join the debate, we can make this concession. Let's first hold an inter-school debate tournament. If she can make it into the top 10, I believe none of our fellow disciples would begrudge her this quota. Just then, Zheng Qianquan spoke up from the crowd. As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly gained the approval of the assembled disciples. That's right, senior brother Chu Chen. As long as she breaks into the top 10, we'll acknowledge her. Senior brother Chu Chen, I think junior brother Zhang has a point. Why not hold a debate competition among the palaces first? Watching the agitated disciples, a trace of sinister calculation flashed in Zheng Qianquan's eyes. Originally, with Zhou Hai having taken in Chen Bei, he was already being overshadowed to the point of lifting his head in shame. Now he's taken in another disciple, even snatching away his Tao debate spot with them. How utterly outrageous. If he couldn't handle Chen Bei, Could he really not deal with a measly Foundation Establishment first-layer disciple? Once this Tao debate begins, he'd show everyone what a true prodigy looked like. More importantly, he'd make it clear to all that Zhou Hai's luck in stumbling upon Chen Bei didn't mean every one of his disciples was a monstrous genius. Chu Chen's face was full of conflict. He could tell if he didn't agree to this matter today, there would be no easy way out. Fine, I agree to let our junior brothers and sisters compete. With a sigh, Chu Chen reluctantly conceded. At that moment, powerful auras surged toward the Askdao Palace. Everyone quickly turned to look, only to see hundreds of figures appearing on the horizon. The weakest among them were at least at the life-seizing realm, with no fewer than 20 Divine Ability Realm experts and 3 Tao Enlightenment Realm powerhouses. What happened? What are these people trying to do? Everyone frowned as they soared into the sky under the lead of several elders, confronting these uninvited guests. By imperial decree, the Academy has been harboring a wanted fugitive of the Qin dynasty, suspected of assassinating a Qin dynasty prince. By order of the Imperial Court, we will conduct an investigation immediately. No resistance will be tolerated. As the Academy members arrived in midair, the youth in python-patterned robes among the outsiders issued a cold command. As his words fell, those behind him were about to fly off to search the other palaces. How dare you? Who dares to cause trouble in my academy? A loud shout rang out as elderly Changqing of the academy stepped forward from the crowd, saying coldly, I wondered who it was, so it's His Highness the 7th Prince. Even if your imperial father were to come today, he wouldn't dare act recklessly in our academy. By making such a grand show of force, are you trying to break our agreement? As they spoke, the elders and disciples of the academy all glared at these people with anger. When the academy was first established, there was an agreement with Great Zhou that within a radius of 10,000 miles around Dinghai City was academy territory, where the imperial court had no right to interfere. Now the imperial court not only intends to interfere but also demands to search 300 miles into academy grounds. How absolutely preposterous. Take him. Yet facing Li Changqing's questioning, Ji Kuei couldn't even be bothered to respond. With a single command, a Tao Comprehension Realm expert behind him stepped forward. In an instant, Tao principles manifested, immediately solidifying the space around Li Changqing's location, rendering him immobile. Outrageous! Li Changqing erupted in fury, his body erupting with how Ran Chia's talisman surged from his form, striving to break through the Tao principle blockade. But the Enlightenment Realm expert moved like the wind, appearing before him in the blink of an eye and striking with a palm strike that seemed to bring the very sky crashing down. Li Changqing, only at the peak of the Divine Abilities realm, saw his righteous aura and protective talismans instantly shattered under this overwhelming force. But, with a mouthful of blood spraying out, Li Changqing felt as if every bone in his body had been shattered as he was sent flying backward at tremendous speed. Yet even at this moment, the Enlightenment Realm expert showed no intention of letting him go. With swift strides, he instantly closed the distance and reached out to seize Li Changqing by the throat. No! Seeing this scene, the Academy disciples erupted in fury. Such brazen actions weren't merely targeting Li Changqing, this was a slap in the face of the entire Academy. Just as Li Changqing was about to fall into their hands, the sharp whistle of a sword suddenly pierced the air. The elder from Sword Palace transformed into a streak of swordlight, instantly darting between Li Changqing and that Enlightenment Realm expert. Clang! Sword and palm collided, producing a crisp metallic clash. Daring to lord over my academy, such insolence! Chen Shuang flew into a rage, slashing apart Li Changqing and that Tao Comprehension Realm expert with his sword. Then, endless sword energy surged forth, launching at the Tao Comprehension expert like a killing tide. Who would have thought that besides Morong Xiao, this generation of the Academy would produce yet another Tao Comprehension Realm expert? The Tao Comprehension Realm cultivator froze in shock. He clearly saw that the moment the sword energy erupted, Chen Shuang's Tao principles had already taken control of everything within hundreds of yards. Like a raging river in flood, the crisscrossing sword energy surged with overwhelming momentum. Pity, you've only just broken through to the first level of Enlightenment Realm. If you'd advanced 2 or 3 more levels, I might have backed off. But your current strength falls short. This Enlightenment Realm expert was at the 5th level. Facing Chen Shuang's sword energy assault, his eyes flashed with disdain. The next instant, Tao principles erupted around him as overwhelming power surged forth, crushing Chen Shuang's sword energy into nothingness. Chapter 39, Chen Bei makes his move, blasting through an Enlightenment Realm expert with a single punch. Chen Shuang grunted, the opponent's violent energy making it feel as though even his true essence struggled to circulate. Yet he didn't stop. The sword Dao excels in attack, one must charge forward without hesitation. Though his Dao was shattered, Chen Shuang desperately channeled his true essence, causing the longsword in his hand to blaze with brilliant radiance. In an instant, he surged forward, confronting the Tao Comprehension Realm expert face to face. Will you fight to the death? The Enlightenment Realm powerhouse smirked coldly, summoning a pair of massive hammers into his hands that instantly blocked all of Chen Shuang's attacks.
Chen Chang saw this and immediately responded with an agile swordplay, his blade dancing in impenetrable flashes.
Countless sword energies erupted once more, engulfing the Tao Comprehension Realm expert from head to toe. Yet before those iron hammers, all sword energies proved utterly ineffective. Even Chen Shuang's Tao weapon attacks were effortlessly deflected. The two combatants exchanged hundreds of blows in mere moments.
His opponent deliberately toyed with Chen Shuang, neither attacking nor defending, simply letting him witness his own futile assaults. He was savoring the grimace twisting Chen Shuang's face.
He greatly enjoyed this sensation of crushing others' Tao hearts. Wasn't the sword Tao meant to be an indomitable, unbreakable path?
Yet now it's reduced to mere child's play, enough to shatter anyone's sword Tao heart. While Chen Shuang was locked in fierce combat with the Enlightenment Realm expert over here, Zhou Hai's gaze from within the Tao Repository Palace dozens of miles away remained fixed on this very scene. The Academy's grounds were vast, with each palace complex separated by dozens of miles. The commotion here was so loud that even Zhou Hai, who was usually a homebody, was startled.
Harboring a wanted criminal of the Chen dynasty? Humph.
Targeting my disciple is one thing, but to dare throw your weight around like this, you're truly asking for death.
Zhou Hai's gaze turned icy.
Seeing these people humiliate Chen Shuang, he prepared to intervene personally. At that very moment, the sound of a door opening rang out as Chen Bei strode forth dressed in a blood-red robe, his tall and burly figure radiating an invisible domineering aura.
Master, please don't intervene. Leave this to your disciple.
Seeing Zhou Hai prepare to take action, Chen Bei spoke with solemn determination. He had already noticed the commotion over there, he'd long known this day would come, and had mentally prepared himself for it.
Disciple, you can cultivate in peace. In this small domain of your master, these petty villains won't be allowed to act recklessly. Zhou Hai looked at Chen Bei with some reluctance.
Although he had long known that Chen Bei had his own path to follow, letting him face danger alone still pained Zhou Hai's heart.
After today, Chen Bei might leave his protection for good. Master, you are invincible across the cosmos. If you truly wish to protect someone who in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, across all realms in the universe itself, would dare act recklessly? But master, every person must walk their own path. The Tao is not just about cultivation, it is the path each individual chooses. This disciple's path is one I must walk myself. There's no need for master to pave the way. Otherwise, how can I ever pursue the great Tao? Thank you for your care these past days, Master. This disciple will never forget your great kindness in nurturing me. Chen Bei shook his head.
As he spoke, he walked up to Zhou Hai, knelt down on both knees, and kowtowed 3 times with audible thuds before him.
Don't worry, Master. Your disciple will be fine. Just watch as I sweep through this era and bring glory to your name.
Rising to his feet, Chen Bei let out the characteristic light laughter of youth. In this moment, he was no longer the conqueror who painted thousands of miles in blood, nor was he still that peerless genius who stood unmatched among his contemporaries. He was just a child who basked in his master's benevolence before him.
He. Go forth, sweep across the world, fearless and unstoppable. My disciple, roam this world as you please. If any trouble comes, your master will handle it. Zhou Hai's eyes brimmed with moisture. Though he'd always treated the boy as hired help, there was still some genuine affection between them. Now, seeing that youthful radiant smile, Zhou Hai suddenly remembered he too was once a young man. Every heart burns with passion, so why should anyone live beneath another's shadow? The boy was right, everyone must walk their own path. It was time to let him venture forth. His path should be to silently guard the growth of these disciples, becoming their most steadfast support. Thank you, Master. This disciple takes his leave.
Chen Bei took one last profound look at Zhou Hai, and at the moment he turned around, Zhou Hai caught the glistening moisture at the corner of his eye.
Go on then, leave.
This master will prepare your traveling supplies for you.
Zhou Hai shook his head with a faint smile, somewhat forced and somewhat reluctant.
Only now did he realize that unknowingly, he had already shouldered the responsibilities of a teacher. Facing his soon-to-depart disciple, he behaved like restless parents who couldn't help but want to arrange every detail of food, shelter, and transportation for their child about to leave home. He began sorting through his belongings, useful and useless alike, preparing many items for Chen Bei.
Master, are these people here to harm senior brother?
Right at this moment, Xin Xiao's voice rang out. No one noticed when she had emerged from her secluded cultivation, now watching the scene with evident concern.
None of your business. Focus on your cultivation, don't get distracted. Zhou Hai looked up and reminded them. But Master, will senior brother be in danger? Xin Xiao asked with concern. With me here, what danger could there be? Focus on your cultivation.
Zhou Hai frowned. There were matters Xin Xiao wasn't yet ready to be involved in.
That's right. With Master here, no one can harm senior brother. Then I'll continue cultivating. Xin Xiao thought it made sense and immediately went into seclusion again. Meanwhile, above the Dao Inquiry Palace, watching the two locked in fierce combat, 7th Prince Ji Kuei grew impatient. No more wasting time. Those who obstruct shall die. Kill him. With that roar, the Dao Comprehension Realm expert wasted no more words.
Swinging his massive hammer, violent Dao principles swept through heaven and earth, harnessing the power of the world to deliver a mountain-toppling, tsunami-like strike.
Boom!
The hammer collided with Chen Shuang's sword, instantly shattering all Tao principles on the blade.
The weapon couldn't withstand the overwhelming force and snapped in half on impact.
At that moment, the Enlightenment Realm expert swung his hammer again. Chen Shuang didn't even have time to react before the massive hammer struck his chest with devastating force. Even when he desperately concentrated all his Tao principles and spiritual energy to defend his torso, it still couldn't withstand this crushing blow. His Tao principles shattered, his chest instantly caved in as he vomited a mouthful of blood, sending his entire body flying backward.
If His Highness decrees your death at midnight, you won't live to see dawn. Die now! The Enlightenment Realm expert sneered, shadowing his target like a specter, poised to deliver the killing blow to Chen Shuang. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened as if the celestial dog had devoured the sun, an overwhelming power of anomalous phenomena engulfing the land. A tremendous palm print blotted out the sky as it came crashing down toward the Tao Comprehension Realm expert. Who goes there? Everyone's hearts clenched in shock. They clearly sensed no trace of Tao principles, just pure ordinary divine might. Yet when that colossal palm imprint descended, it carried the terrifying weight of heaven collapsing and earth splitting apart. The Tao Comprehension expert in particular felt every hair on his body stand on end. He had a premonition that if he were truly struck by this palm strike, even he would die. The seemingly ordinary palm strike, devoid of any Tao principles, was actually terrifying to such an extent. Seeking death, with a furious roar, his body radiated intense light as he swung his Tao weapon hammer with all his might, unleashing a torrent of savage Tao principles that blotted out the sky. A massive hammer materialized out of thin air, formed by the convergence of Tao principles and spiritual energy. Towering dozens of zhang high, it smashed toward the enormous palm imprint descending from the sky. Boom, boom, boom.
The seal and the great hammer collided, shaking heaven and earth as a shockwave erupted outward. Many academy disciples were instantly sent flying, with some vomiting blood from the impact of the shockwave.
Everyone was stunned.
A technique devoid of any Tao principles had actually evenly matched the Tao-imbued great hammer amid violent explosions, ending in mutual annihilation. Yet before anyone could comprehend this, something even more astonishing occurred. A figure charged through the chaotic heavens and earth to appear before the Tao Comprehension Realm expert, throwing out a fist without hesitation.
In that instant, overwhelming Tao principles surged forth like a tidal wave.
The Tao Comprehension expert was utterly shocked. Before he could even react, a devastating punch had already landed squarely on his chest.
Chapter 40, Seizing the Heaven Rank Pill, Zhenbei dominates the arena. Boom!
Under the violent force of the fist, the Tao Comprehension Realm expert's chest instantly caved in, his ribs shattering one after another. Endless Tao principles surged into his body, with killing energy sweeping through his entire being.
Boom, boom, boom.
In just an instant, countless bloody wounds burst open across the Tao Comprehension Realm expert's body. Cough. The Enlightenment Realm powerhouse's face changed dramatically as he vomited a mouthful of blood, staring in disbelief at the red-robed youth before him. Though clearly possessing only divine ability realm cultivation, the youth had unleashed power not the slightest bit inferior to his own. Even more astonishing was how the opponent's single fist strike had not only stirred the Tao patterns into violent motion, but had done so with several dozen distinct Tao principles simultaneously. Caught completely off guard, he felt half his vitality had been extinguished in that instant. Facing his shock, Chen Bei appeared indifferent, raising his hand to strike another palm toward the crown of his head. The Tao Comprehension Realm expert reacted extremely swiftly, immediately mobilizing all his strength to raise his arm in defense. Yet the moment they collided, he felt as though he hadn't blocked a hand, but a Tao weapon instead. A sharp, intense pain surged through him, causing the spiritual energy gathered in his hand to instantly dissipate and his hand bones to shatter on the spot. At that moment, his opponent threw another punch, striking squarely at his abdomen.
The Tao Comprehension Realm expert still attempted to block, but it was already too late. Boom!
The overwhelming force, like a raging torrent, shattered his internal organs in an instant, extinguishing all signs of life in mere moments.
But
another gush of blood sprayed forth as the Enlightenment Realm expert's eyes remained fixed on Chen Bei in death, his body plummeting vertically downward, a man who died with grievances unavenged.
The entire venue erupted in instant uproar, every gaze locked onto this scene with utter disbelief.
The battle had ended far too quickly. From Chen Bei's initial strike to the fatal conclusion, less than a single breath had passed before this mighty Enlightenment Realm expert had met his demise. The most crucial point is, this person's aura indicates he's merely at the divine ability realm. How is he slaughtering Enlightenment Realm cultivators like butchering pigs?
Chen Bei, it's junior brother Chen Bei. Incredible power. Is this really junior brother Chen Bei?
Wait, look closely everyone. When did junior brother Chen Bei break through to the 6th level of the divine ability realm? Suddenly, cheers erupted from the academy side. Everyone could clearly see Chen Bei's face, their expressions filled with disbelief. Only Zhang Qianquan's complexion darkened instantly. Upon seeing Chen Bei make his appearance, his eyelids twitched wildly, feeling an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. This person was too powerful, clearly a peer, even younger than him, yet he couldn't help feeling unable to meet those eyes directly. Before Chenbei, he was like a firefly under the scorching sun, pitifully insignificant.
The Academy's dignity is inviolable, death to all who defy it.
Under the gaze of all present, Chenbei stood poised in the void, his back turned to the Academy's crowd as he faced the imperial delegation before him.
All right, the Academy's disciples roared in exhilaration, many had long brimmed with tears. Never did they imagine that their prestigious academy would one day suffer such humiliation, to have enemies storm their gates. Two elders lay severely wounded and near death, completely defenseless. Chenbei's decisive intervention at this moment truly lifted everyone's spirits. Senior Brother Chen, are you alright? Junior Brother Chen, Junior Brotherly.
At this moment, the elders from various palaces had gathered around Chen Shuang and Li Changqing. Seeing the two men on the verge of death, their expressions turned exceptionally grim.
These are revival pills, administer them to both masters immediately.
Chenbei glanced back and casually tossed out 2 medicinal pills. On the other end, the Dan Palace elder hurriedly caught them. When he saw the 9 Dao patterns on the rejuvenation pills and sensed the intense life force within, his expression changed abruptly.
Could this be a heaven rank elixir? Dan Palace elder Dan Shenzi exclaimed in shock. What? Heaven rank pills?
They really are heaven rank pills. The elders from the Martial Arts Palace and Formation Palace were equally shocked, their faces filled with astonishment.
Heaven rank pills. That was something even the Holy Land's main branch coveted but couldn't obtain. How could they, of all people, end up with 2? Are you really going to consume them? The Dan Palace elder couldn't help but glance at Chenbei.
The pills were too precious, so precious that no one dared use them lightly. Both senior uncles were injured because of me.
How can we delay their treatment? Pills are meant to be consumed, what else would you use them for?
Chenbei frowned, displeased by the hesitant demeanor of these elders.
Why couldn't they be straightforward like his master? What's the point of hoarding treasures if not to use them, waiting for someone to snatch them away? Nephew, you make a valid point.
Your 2 martial uncles owe you their lives.
Elder Woyang of the Martial Dao Palace wholeheartedly agreed with Chenbei's reasoning.
He snatched the 2 pills and was about to administer them to Li Changqing and Chen Shuang.
Kill them and seize the pills. At that very moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. As a prince of the empire, Ji Kuei had never even seen a heaven-rank elixir. How could such priceless treasures be wasted on 2 worthless lives now? At his command, the last 2 Enlightenment Realm experts by his side vanished instantly as if teleporting.
They reappeared in the blink of an eye directly before the group of elders.
Seeking death, Chenbei roared in fury and immediately rushed forward to block them. Kill him.
Ji Kuei gave another order, and numerous life-severing realm and divine abilities realm experts immediately surged towards Chenbei.
Yet Chenbei couldn't be bothered with them.
Spotting 2 Enlightenment realm powerhouses appearing in the distance, their formidable Dao principles solidifying the entire space as they sought to seize the elixir, he charged forward at lightning speed, throwing a mighty punch.
The ferocious power of his Dao principles struck like dozens of Dao weapons assaulting simultaneously, forcibly shattering the duo's Dao principle blockade. Seeking death,
the 2 Enlightenment Realm cultivators had long prepared their strongest strikes, each aimed a palm strike directly at Chenbei's chest.
Chenbei offered no resistance.
The instant he shattered the duo's Dao principles blockade, he thrust both hands forward, 2 medicinal pellets shot directly into Chen Shuang and Li Changqing's mouths, instantly transforming into azure beams that merged into their bodies.
Simultaneously, the attacks from those 2 Dao comprehension realm experts landed squarely on his chest.
Thud, thud. The impact sounded as if their strikes had collided with a Dao artifact.
But Chenbei vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. However, that was the extent of it. Though shaken, his injuries were not severe.
After cultivating the 100 refinements Emperor scripture, his physique had become extraordinarily robust. If it were a cultivator of the same realm, even if he stood still and let them attack, they wouldn't be capable of harming him. These 2 individuals clearly possessed higher realms than the Dao comprehension expert from earlier, yet they still found it difficult to harm him. The moment everyone saw the 2 pills being swallowed, all movement ceased. Although the 2 Dao comprehension experts had repelled Chenbei, their expressions turned extremely ugly, as if they'd bitten into something vile. They had actually stood by and watched as someone else consumed heaven-ranked divine pills, and despite joining forces, they couldn't even kill a single divine ability realm cultivator. This was utterly unacceptable. Behind them, the cultivators at the life-seizing realm and innate realm who had surrounded and attacked wore even uglier expressions.
They didn't even have the qualification to block Chenbei. What an immense humiliation. Chenbei, how dare you act so arrogantly within the borders of Great Zhou? Ji Kuei was furious. Watching those 2 precious pills being devoured before his eyes filled him with heart-wrenching agony. That should have been mine. Ji Kuei. Though we're both imperial princes, I was in theft at 10, unbeatable among my peers by 13. At 16, I dared to sweep through all the geniuses of my generation. They called me the Overlord. You're 26 with nothing to your name. What right do you have to speak with me? Qianbei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cast a disdainful glance at Ji Kuei, treating him as utterly beneath notice. You? Ji Kuei's expression darkened, overwhelmed by unprecedented humiliation. Though resentful, he had no choice but to admit he was indeed unworthy of comparison with Qianbei. The academy is my master's place of seclusion, and I won't allow anyone to disturb his tranquility. You have 3 breaths to take your people and leave. Otherwise I won't mind making you stay here forever. Qianbei spoke again, looking down upon everything like an aloof emperor. Qianbei, you're nothing but a stray dog now. What gives you the right to spout such nonsense before me? Do you really think I can't take you down? Ji Kuei had never suffered such humiliation in his life, fueling an overwhelming desire to tear Qianbei limb from limb. Go ahead and try. Qianbei's voice was ice cold, utterly disdaining to waste words on arguments with him. Kill him for me. Ji Kuei's eyes turned red as he roared in rage. Hearing this, the numerous powerful experts he brought along wasted no words as they simultaneously charged towards Qianbei. Chapter 41, Divine Ability Phenomenon Moving Mountains to Suppress Heaven and Earth. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth were in upheaval, with the convergence of powerful auras stirring strange phenomena across the firmament. The world darkened, manifesting the celestial omen of 7 stars eclipsing the moon. Blood chi surged skyward, bearing the terrifying vision of colossal mountains pressing down upon the universe. These were the Taoist divine arts of 2 Enlightenment realm experts, 7 stars enshrouding the moon, moving mountains to suppress creation. In an instant, the 7 stars enveloped Qianbei completely, radiating an overwhelming aura of slaughter as if intent on tearing him apart. Simultaneously, the colossal mountain peak descended with crushing force, aiming to utterly pulverize Qianbei beneath its infinite might. Meanwhile, the various divine abilities of the other divine ability realm cultivators also shrouded Qianbei's surroundings, bringing forth wind, rain, thunder, lightning, earth, fire, soil, metal, and wood, each unleashing their elemental fury upon him. Thus, Qianbei found himself besieged by razor-edged winds and icy blades, scorching flames licking at his flesh, and rampaging thunderbolts crashing down upon him. Qianbei's figure was instantly engulfed by countless strange phenomena. No! Behind Qianbei, the academy disciples who had been exhilarated moments ago now couldn't help but change their expressions drastically. Who could withstand such overwhelming force? Not even a peak Enlightenment realm expert could do it, let alone Qianbei, who was merely in the divine ability realm. This is absolutely outrageous. With an angry roar, Wu Yang could no longer hold back among the academy crowd. A runic seal was instantly forced out of his body. Boom! Blood energy soared into the heavens, blasting that talisman seal apart. In that instant, his aura surged continuously, skyrocketing from the 7th level of divine ability realm directly to the 4th level of enlightenment realm. Scram, you wretched fools! Amidst the roaring, Wu Yang raised his hand toward the sky, his formidable warrior's blood chi coalescing behind him into a towering martial phantom stretching dozens of yards high. As he thrust his palm downward, the martial phantom behind him mirrored the motion. A colossal palm imprint, as if capable of shattering heaven and earth, descended toward the mountain, suppressing Qianbei. The moment the battle began, violent shockwaves erupted wildly between heaven and earth. Even if the battle takes place in the air, the academy's structures can hardly withstand it, teetering on the brink of collapse. Master, will senior brother Qianbei be alright? Inside the Dao Repository Palace, Qin Xiao, who had just entered seclusion, was jolted awake once more. Witnessing the scene, her eyes filled with anxiety as she spoke. Zhou Hai frowned deeply, restraining the impulse to act. Releasing his divine sense, an invisible force instantly stabilized the academy's buildings across a 300-mile radius. No matter how intense the aerial battle's shockwaves were, they couldn't shake the 300-mile academy grounds in the slightest. Seeing Zhou Hai remain silent, Qin Xiao could only watch the sky battle with anxious eyes. The distance was so great that even with her cultivation-enhanced vision, she could only see the spectacular phenomena filling the sky. Qianbei's figure was completely invisible to her. As she witnessed the extraordinary phenomena provoked by Wu Yang's attack, she prayed that the phantom martial figure would obliterate all manifestations of divine power and rescue Qianbei from peril. Wu Yang did not disappoint her either. The enormous phantom shadow struck down with its palm, causing the illusory mountain pressing atop Qianbei to tremble violently before being forcefully sent flying hundreds of feet away. Yet that was the extent of its power. After swatting away the mountain illusion, the martial phantom's palm force was completely exhausted. Seeking death. Under the influence of numerous mystical phenomena, the mountain manifestation carrying infinite gravitational force pressed down upon Qianbei's head, already rendering him immobile as they awaited his execution by others. Unexpectedly, another Enlightenment realm expert emerged from the academy,
surpassing even Chen Shuang in strength.
The mountain-moving expert's expression turned frosty as he raised the 1,000-zhang mountain with a single hand and hurled it toward Wu Yang.
Wu Yang refused to back down. His martial Dao illusion swung a massive fist, instantly colliding with the descending mountain.
Boom, boom, boom.
The violent shockwaves spread in all directions, causing continuous explosions across a 10-mile radius. Yet surprisingly, not a single blade of grass or mountain structure below showed even the slightest damage. But at this moment, no one paid attention to these details. Under the gaze of all present, amidst the explosions, Wu Yang's body was sent flying by the crushing gravitational force carried by that colossal mountain. The martial phantom behind him was also continuously receding, showing signs of imminent collapse.
Go die!
Before Wu Yang could steady himself, the mountain-lifting expert roared once more and charged at him wielding the connected mountain. Wu Yang was only at the 4th level of the Enlightenment realm, while the mountain-lifting expert was a genuine 8th-level Enlightenment realm powerhouse. Under such overwhelming difference in cultivation realms, Wu Yang stood no chance against his opponent. Facing the colossal mountain manifestation bearing down upon him, Wu Yang crossed his arms in defense while the martial phantom behind him hastily raised its hands to collide with the mountain.
Boom! Another thunderous boom erupted.
Under the violent force, the 100-zhang tall martial phantom was struck as if by lightning, instantly disintegrating on the spot.
But the backlash left Wu Yang feeling as though his internal organs had ruptured.
A mouthful of blood sprayed forth as his body was sent flying over 100-zhang backward, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater.
Master, Elder Wu.
The disciples of the academy had bloodshot eyes, each letting out heart-wrenching roars of fury.
We fight to the death.
As the colossal mountain came crashing down once more, about to utterly annihilate Wu Yang, Elder Danchenzi of the Alchemy Hall and Elder Su Jinyang of the Formation Hall roared fiercely, both stepping forward to shield Wu Yang from the descending mountain. At the moment the great mountain came crushing down, Dan, the Elder of the Alchemy Palace, summoned a colossal cauldron and hurled it toward the mountain. The Elder of the Array Formation Palace waved both hands, unleashing countless formation patterns into the air, which morphed into an enormous array disk. Together with the great cauldron, they barely supported the massive mountain weighing millions of June.
Overestimating your capabilities.
Seeing this, the mountain-moving powerhouse snorted disdainfully through his nose. With a press of his enormous hand, the weight of the million-June mountain multiplied tenfold, reaching tens of millions of June. In an instant, the colossal cauldron plummeted at breakneck speed, showing signs of crushing the formation beneath it as the array plate was forcibly pressed downward.
Rise up now!
Elder Danchenzi and Elder Su Jinyang roared with crimson faces strained from exertion, once more lifting the mountain-like weight.
Is this all you've got? The mountain-moving expert snorted coldly again, exerting more pressure downward. In an instant, the mountain's gravitational force increased tenfold once more.
The force of countless millions of tons instantly crushed the two elders, causing them to vomit blood and their bodies to burst open with countless bloody holes, blood gushing out.
Fellow disciples, if we don't act now, when shall we?
Zhu Chen's eyes turned red as he witnessed the scene. With a furious roar, he formed hand seals and charged forward first. At this moment, Su Jinyang's formation disc had already fractured inch by inch, leaving only Danchenzi's medicine cauldron struggling to hold on.
Zhu Chen's seal struck the medicine cauldron, violently pouring in the power of the life-snatching realm.
Yet before this mountain bearing the weight of billions of tons, he was like an ant trying to shake a tree pitifully feeble.
Brothers and sisters of our sect,
kill them! A girl with crimson eyes let out a furious roar and charged forward. This was by Shu Shu, Li Changqing's personal disciple and the top talisman genius of the academy. Countless talismans flew from her body, instantly colliding with the mountain illusion, sending waves of explosive reverberations. At the same time, her hands drew talismanic symbols, writing upon heaven and earth, as she concentrated all her power into her lifebound talisman, driving it into the great cauldron to support that towering mountain.
Kill him!
The other disciples sprang into action at the sight, channeling various forces into the medicine cauldron to desperately prop up the mountain that was about to come crashing down. Only one person watched this scene with terror in their eyes. Several times they tried to charge forward, but ultimately shrank back each time.
You're all courting death like this.
Zheng Qiankuan grew deathly pale at this sight, an impulse to turn and flee rising within him.
Chapter 42, Manifesting Divine Form, Palms that shatter heaven and earth. An ant trying to shake a mighty tree, overestimating its own strength.
Watching numerous academy disciples join the battle and stubbornly withstand his supreme Taoist technique, the mountain-moving expert's gaze turned frosty.
Suppress and annihilate.
With a thunderous roar, a drop of his essence blood flew from his fingertips and landed upon the mountain illusion.
In an instant, the mountain's gravity doubled once more. Boom, boom, boom.
Under the endless gravitational force, everyone spat out blood. Even with the combined strength of every member of the academy, they were utterly powerless before the mountain-moving expert, like a colony of ants facing a towering peak crashing down from the heavens. All that awaited them was ruthless suppression.
Master. Inside the Dao Vault Palace, Qin Xiao nervously grabbed Zhou Hai's arm. Damn it, so many people are fighting desperately for my disciple. How can I just stand here and watch?
Zhou Hai's eyes were already filled with overwhelming killing intent.
He could no longer hold back from taking action. Get out of here! At that very moment, a furious roar pierced the heavens.
At the center of the battlefield, raging energies swept through sky and earth.
Countless trails of divine law soared into the firmament.
Thud 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 thud. Ah! Hundreds spewed blood from their mouths, and amidst countless agonized screams, many Life-Snatcher realm cultivators exploded on the spot. Numerous Divine Abundance realm cultivators exploded with countless bloody holes, sent flying hundreds of feet before collapsing to the ground barely alive. Even another Enlightenment realm expert had his 7 stars shattered in an instant, vomiting blood under the backlash of power, his face filled with shock.
Yet what came next was even more astonishing.
Countless strands of Tao principles condensed as spiritual energy swept across the sky, coalescing into a Tenjung battle armor that descended like a celestial shroud. Drenched in blood, Chen Bei sent everyone flying as a dazzling light erupted from his body, transforming him in an instant into a Tenjung tall giant clad in battle armor. That's right, they were giants, not martial arts illusions. As the massive mountain threatened to crush all the Academy members to pulp, Chen Bei took a decisive step forward. In an instant, he surged beneath the looming peak, raising both hands high to forcefully intercept its crushing descent. In an instant, the pressure on everyone in the Academy eased, and they could no longer resist collapsing weakly to the ground.
So powerful! Before this Tao Comprehension realm expert, they truly appeared as insignificant as ants, their resistance utterly feeble. All hearts filled with despondency, yet when their gaze fell upon the towering Chen Bei in the arena, they couldn't help but wear expressions of shock. He had actually withstood the weight of 10,000 mountains single-handedly. What kind of heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power was this? How could this appear on a divine abilities realm cultivator? Not far away, Ji Kuei, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but change his expression drastically. As fellow princes of the sacred dynasty, he couldn't believe Chen Bei had grown powerful to such an extent. Fighting across realms, sweeping through all opponents. Even those saintly ancestors in their youth probably couldn't surpass this.
Looking at Chen Bei, his heart trembled violently, his confidence severely shaken. Compared to Chen Bei, he felt like absolute trash. The mountain-moving expert's pupils constricted, equally unable to suppress his inner astonishment. At this moment, he felt as if there stood a towering pillar beneath the mountain, capable of holding up the heavens should they collapse, let alone a single mountain. This sensation sent chills down his spine, and he resolved to kill Chen Bei at all costs.
Die now!
He bit through the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of vital blood onto the mountain, causing its crushing force to abruptly surge by more than threefold. It was clear he had gone all out, willing to burn his life essence and pay any price to crush Chen Bei to death. Heaven and earth as my furnace, stars and constellations as my ingredients, I shall refine all paths to reshape the firmament. Chen Bei gazed impassively as he shouldered the weight of a mountain that could crush millions, soaring skyward. Upon his towering form, the phantom of a vast furnace flickered into existence. In an instant, the entire mountain erupted into raging flames. The mountain-enveloping Tao principles shattered inch by inch. The mountain-moving expert's face drastically changed. In mere moments, he witnessed his majestic mountain manifestation crumble before Chen Bei, proving utterly defenseless.
What are you waiting for? Attack together and kill him. Terror-stricken, the mountain-moving expert roared furiously.
There, the enlightened realm expert who had just been wounded by Chen Bei saw this and flew forward, joining forces to battle Chen Bei again.
Solitude of heaven and earth, Palm annihilates the universe. Then, Chen Bei, who had just refined the massive mountain, struck out with a palm.
Within his palm, stars and celestial bodies seemed to collapse, while swirling gray-black forces of annihilation condensed, descending instantly upon the duo's heads.
The two turned pale with shock, simultaneously unleashing all their formidable power to resist.
Yet they felt that colossal palm like a supreme divine weapon, instantly shattering both their physical forms.
At the same moment, the annihilating power within that palm tore through everything. No! What kind of divine power is this? Save me! The two Tao Comprehension realm experts roared and struggled, desperate to escape. Yet all resistance was in vain. Everyone around was stunned. No one could possibly save them, including Ji Kuei. Even he couldn't help trembling all over at this moment, as if he had seen a ghost. How was this possible? How could Chen Bei possibly slay so many powerful experts single-handedly? Is this even human? Among the younger generation, who could possibly still be his match? Under the gaze of all present, the two Tao understanding realm powerhouses were utterly obliterated, leaving not even a trace of flesh and blood behind. Not even his soul could escape. At the same moment, Chen Bei vomited a mouthful of blood, his giant-like body rapidly shrinking. In the final moments, he barely managed to pull out a garment to drape over himself before collapsing weakly onto the ground. This was the last shred of dignity belonging to the overlord, not to be challenged, not to be spied upon by anyone, but this was all he could manage. Surrounded by countless powerful enemies, he had not only exhausted all the spiritual energy within his body but had even drained every last drop of his vital essence and blood vitality. For any ordinary person, such a state would have meant instant death. Yet against all odds, he clung to life through sheer indomitable will, a feat nothing short of miraculous. Senior brother. Qin Xiao's heart clenched as she could no longer restrain herself from rushing toward the hall of inquiry. Give him these 10 recovery pills to take. Zhou Hai sighed deeply, his heart torn between grief and joy. He tossed 10 Huiyuan pills to Qin Xiao, instructing her to bring them to Chen Bei. Qin Xiao swiftly caught them and sped off. Zhou Hai frowned deeply, knowing every strong individual must walk their own path of strength, each person's unique Tao. Even as a master, he couldn't interfere too much. Excessive intervention would only disrupt a disciple's cultivation, doing them no good. But now, before Chen Bei could even leave the mountain gate, he had already encountered such a powerful enemy's persecution. How many dangers would he face in the days to come? The undying battle soul, was it truly destined to be born for war, to fight for all eternity? Chen Bei, go die for me. At that moment, from the martial Dao Palace side, Ji Kuei, seeing how Chen Bei had completely lost his combat ability, felt his tense heart surge with ecstasy. Strike while you're weak, he summoned a Dao soldier spear, intending to kill Chen Bei outright. At this moment, everyone in the entire academy was severely wounded and powerless to resist, making it the perfect opportunity to eliminate Chen Bei. How dare you! Meanwhile, under the potent effects of the revitalizing elixir, Chen Shuang and Li Changqing's injuries were recovering at a rapid pace. At the same time, both men sensed signs of an impending breakthrough in their cultivation. However, they had no time to dwell on this. Eyes blazing with fury, they immediately moved to intervene. Just then, an irritated voice rang out. Enough is enough. How dare you repeatedly attempt to kill my disciple right before my eyes? Do you truly regard me as non-existent? As the words fell, everyone's pupils constricted sharply as they saw the spear freeze mid-air. At the same time, Ji Kuei's entire body stiffened. The space around him seemed to solidify, rendering him completely immobile. Even breathing became an unattainable luxury. Chapter 43, Filial Piety Outsourced, Grey Transactions. What happened? Who? Ji Kuei's mind reeled with overwhelming terror, his entire being instantly flooded with fear. A cultivator at the Enlightenment realm can seal off a small segment of space using their Tao principles, restricting someone's movements, but that's all it can achieve. Yet this was true spatial solidification, complete mastery over the void itself. Not even a Harmony Realm expert could accomplish such a feat. Could there possibly be a hidden Palace Realm Supreme Expert within the Academy? Impossible. Supreme experts of the Palace Realm affiliated with the Academy typically cultivate at the main branch, don't they? How could they be here? Countless thoughts flashed through Ji Kuei's mind. Had he known such a formidable expert was hidden within the Academy, he would never have dared to bring his men here to flaunt their power. And he had actually thought today was the perfect opportunity for revenge. Only now did he realize how foolish he had been. You ignorant fool, how dare you swagger about in my academy? Since you've come, you might as well stay here forever. Let me see which bastard from the Zhou dynasty behind you dares to come to your rescue. Zhou Hai's icy voice rang out as an ornamental rock from the courtyard suddenly flew out, instantly crushing Ji Kuei on the square before the Hall of Enlightened Inquiry. At this moment, the spear that had been suspended in midair finally fell, firmly embedding itself beside the artificial hill. No, let me go. I am a prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. Does your academy intend to wage war against Great Zhou? Ji Kuei, who had also been released from the spatial stasis, struggled to break free from the artificial hill. Yet the rockery, transformed from a sacred artifact, appeared small but contained power billions of times greater than the mountain illusion conjured by that peak-shifting expert. Had the rockery not restrained most of its power, it would have crushed Ji Kuei to dust in an instant. How could he have broken free? Enough of your noise. Seal! Zhou Hai snorted coldly as another surge of sealing force erupted from the rockery, instantly pressing Ji Kuei down until he couldn't even draw breath. Within moments, he felt his strength draining completely, collapsing utterly beneath the rockery's weight. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sight, utterly stunned. Only then did they recall, while everyone else had acted, that idle uncle from the Taoist Vault Palace was conspicuously absent. They had grown so accustomed to his laziness that no one even thought of him during the battle. It wasn't until this sudden strike that they realized just how terrifying he truly was. Freezing the void? Could this seemingly idle martial uncle's cultivation have already reached the Tao Palace realm, or possibly even higher? How is this possible? He's only 20 years old. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but feel speechless. Truly worthy of being called the salty fish elder. Even when his own disciple got beaten up like this, he could still watch the show without uttering a single word. Some even suspected that he might have been asleep earlier and only just noticed the situation here. Only Chen Bei, lying on the ground, felt truly moved inside. He knew his master must be watching the entire process attentively.
He was grateful his master didn't intervene, yet still cared for him throughout.
This battle had been utterly satisfying. His unstable realm that had lingered for days would now be completely stabilized after this fight.
Meanwhile, he gained fresh insights into combat, as well as new comprehension of the 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture and the Annihilation Emperor Scripture. His life was destined to be filled with battles. He refused to spend it sheltered behind his master's protection.
Only through continuous combat could his warriors will grow stronger until he became invincible in all the world. Senior brother, are you alright? This is the Vitality Restoration Pill Master asked me to bring you. Take it now.
At that moment, Shin Shio arrived in a flash, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. What a stunning girl, though she wore men's clothing. It couldn't conceal her noble and aloof demeanor.
Is she the new junior sister that the underdog generation uncle just took in?
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shin Shio helped Shenbei up and shoved a recovery pill into his mouth. The rejuvenation pill melted upon entering his mouth, instantly transforming into massive primordial essence that surged into Shenbei's body like a kindling spark. The next moment, without Shenbei needing to regulate his breathing or recover, his cyclic spiritual energy transformed into tidal waves, submerging him on the spot. Shenbei, who had been on the verge of death just moments ago, saw his complexion instantly flush with vitality. His entire being regained vigor and energy, his combat power skyrocketing explosively. Holy shit, the rejuvenation pill, it's actually the real deal. Everyone was dumbfounded, feeling completely numb. Just how many treasures do this master and disciples possess? They casually give away 2 heaven-tier elixirs as gifts, treat recovery pills like daily meals, and recklessly produce them in batches at the slightest disagreement.
Such obscenely wealthy behavior is utterly inhuman.
You should know that although the returning essence pill isn't as precious as heaven-tier elixirs, it's still a supreme-grade resource. Even a palace realm expert would treasure a single pill, saving it for critical moments to save their lives or turn the tide of battle. Who would dare to consume them like this? But the most shocked person in the entire hall was undoubtedly Chu Chen. What had he just seen? The junior sister who had just reached Foundation Establishment Level 2 days ago had actually broken through to Foundation Establishment Level 7. It's only been a few days since we parted? Even if you advanced 1 realm per day, it wouldn't be this fast. Moreover, no matter how talented someone is, it's impossible to advance another realm within a month after reaching Foundation Establishment.
How did she manage this?
Suddenly, Chu Chen remembered what Zhou Hai had said that day.
What's wrong with Foundation Establishment?
Maybe he'll break through to Innate Realm tomorrow and reach Life-Stealing Realm the day after. Though reality was far less exaggerated than Zhou Hai's claim, it was still shocking enough. At this cultivation speed, Shenbei believed his junior sister could reach Divine Ability Realm within 3 months without any issues. One must understand that was a realm many geniuses took nearly a century to achieve. At the same time, Chu Chen realized that his idol uncle's strength and accumulated knowledge were absolutely beyond their imagination.
Uncle Master, as your junior disciples, you shouldn't favor one over the others.
Not to mention much, but in all these years I've treated you like my own father.
Although I never washed your feet, have I ever let you wash a single piece of clothing? In the end, all your love went to our younger martial siblings. Am I some stepmother's unwanted child?
Chu Chen pouted his lips, looking up at the sky with a wronged expression. At these words, everyone's faces darkened. The disciples in particular glared at Chu Chen with furious eyes.
How dare this guy claim credit without including them?
Come on, you never made salted fish uncle do laundry once, nor have I ever seen you do it yourself.
Wasn't it always you forcing our martial brothers to serve salted fish, uncle? How dare you feel aggrieved after outsourcing filial piety like this? What kind of talk is that? Do I look that old to you?
Besides, you're always sneaking into my Dao repository palace to peek at the texts.
When have I ever not turned a blind eye to it? What makes it sound like you're the only one who's sacrificed anything? Then Zhou Hai's voice rang out, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded.
The disciples gnashed their teeth in fury. So all this fawning from the head disciple wasn't about filial piety at all, he was just cutting shady deals with the salted fish uncle?
Damn it, we washed the clothes and helped tidy up the Daozang Palace.
Every few days, I have to go down the mountain to buy you erotic pictures and pornographic books to deliver to Uncle Salted Fish. In the end, we got nothing out of it, while you waltzed straight through the Taoist archives without any obstruction.
How outrageous!
After all, the Alchemy Palace has elixirs, the Scholastic Palace possesses talismans, the Sword Palace houses the Dao Discussion Platform, the Martial Arts Palace contains combat secret realms, and the Dao Repository Palace holds various cultivation archives.
Acquiring these items requires contribution points, yet someone dared to take advantage of backdoor dealings. Utterly outrageous.
Senior uncle, don't spread rumors, there's no such thing.
Chu Chen panicked. How could such matters be spoken aloud?
Senior uncle, don't look at me like that.
Junior brothers and sisters, this is all baseless. He's slandering me. Just think about it, if such things were really done, would he dare to speak of them so openly? He was an accomplice too.
Noticing the hostile gazes around him, Chuchen quickly shouted in protest.
So what if I was an accomplice? Anyone who wants to punish me had better be able to take me on first. Clearly they can't manage that yet, but beating up a briber like you now, that should be no problem at all. Zhou Hai's voice rang out, nearly making Chuchen jump in anger. Disgraceful, absolutely shameless. How could this deadbeat martial uncle stoop to such lows? Others were similarly speechless, but even the palace elders had no choice but to acknowledge this statement. Bullies always pick on the weak. Since Zhou Hai and his group couldn't be targeted, they had to settle for squeezing this sect heir instead. Chapter 44, Missing Zhou Hai. Jing Qianquan lived with regret. Senior uncle, I was wrong, please go easy on me with your words. Chu Chen was on the verge of tears, wishing he could slap himself twice across the face. He knew full well how shameless Idler Shirshu could be. Why had he insisted on provoking him? Now look at the mess, no benefits gained, just a heap of trouble instead. That's more like it. Since you've all stood up for my disciple, I shall now bestow upon you a stroke of serendipity. Zhou Hai snorted. With a wave of his hand, the spiritual liquid and primordial liquid transformed into two water dragons that surged forward, instantly fusing into heavenly and earthly spiritual essence as he pushed them toward the Dao Inquiry Palace.
At the square before the Dao Inquiry Palace's main gate, before anyone could comprehend what Zhou Hai meant by fortuitous opportunity, the heaven and earth trembled violently.
Boundless spiritual essence condensed into dense mist, rolling forth like tidal waves. The spiritual essence was so dense that it stirred upheavals between heaven and earth, unleashing gale force winds in its wake. Holy shit, what's happening? Could it be that Uncle Salted Fish has imprisoned all the spiritual energy within 100,000 miles? Everyone stared at the scene in stunned silence. Many who had been utterly exhausted mere moments ago now felt as if spiritual energy surged through their nostrils like a mighty dragon with just a single breath, rapidly revitalizing their depleted bodies. The feeling of a sweet rain after a long drought made everyone instinctively gasp deeply, as if they wished they could feast on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth like a meal. Not far away, the mortal Severing Realm cultivators who had been sent flying by Chen Bei earlier were already dead, with only a dozen or so divine ability realm cultivators clinging to their last breaths. Sensing the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they greedily gasped for it. But at that moment, an invisible force cut off their absorption of the spiritual energy. Coming to bully my disciple and still wanting to absorb my spiritual energy? You must still be dreaming. Have you all lost your minds? Such a massive surge of spiritual energy, and you're just lying around waiting for me to spoon-feed you?
Zhou Hai's voice snapped them out of their daze. Using whatever strength they just recovered, everyone hurriedly assumed meditation poses to regulate their breathing. With this enormous reserve of spiritual energy supporting them, all the cultivators felt their cultivation techniques flowing dozens of times more smoothly than usual. Some detected imminent breakthroughs in their cultivation and immediately entered deep meditation trances. Boom! In no time, strange phenomena of breakthroughs began erupting in the arena. It was by Shushu, Li Changqing's treasured disciple. In just a quarter of an hour, she not only successfully restored her spiritual energy despite being on the verge of breakthrough, but also advanced from the 7th layer of Xiantian realm to the 8th layer. Boom, boom, boom. As if triggering a chain reaction, after Bai Shushu's breakthrough, many disciples on the scene also experienced successive breakthroughs one after another. For a moment, towering surges of energy filled the arena, forming countless tornadoes. Endless spiritual essence madly surged toward these individuals. Even Zhang Qianquan successfully broke through from the 8th level of the innate realm to the 9th. Witnessing this, the elders of each palace also hastened their absorption of the world's spiritual essence. Li Changqing and Chen Xuan gradually recovered from their injuries, yet the vast medicinal potency within their bodies remained unspent, swiftly converting into spiritual energy imbued with dense vitality, warming their bodies and accelerating their breakthroughs. Boom! Li Changqing was the first to break through. A beam of white light erupted from his body, as the majestic aura of righteousness instantly spread outward. He attempted to comprehend the vital qi within the medicinal power, using the righteous aura to construct his own Tao principle of righteousness. The moment the Tao principle coalesced, heaven and earth trembled, with rolling thunder sweeping across the firmament. As Li Changqing's Tao principle spread outward, everyone could feel the burgeoning vitality. The righteous and noble spirit inherently belongs to the power of hope. Now, fused with the energy of life to construct these Tao principles, Li Changqing's doctrines brimmed with youthful vigor. At this moment, he was like the god of longevity himself, as if a single mighty Tao principle from him could bestow the gift of extended life. Everyone, continue with your cultivation. I'm off to cross my tribulation. Seeing the heavenly tribulation approaching, Li Changqing gave some instructions before soaring away from the spot. Not long after he left, Chen Xuan also had his breakthrough. Everyone could sense that Chen Xuan's sword Dao had previously embodied only slaughter. Yet this breakthrough brought with it a wisp of life's breath. His sword Dao seemed to have gained vitality. Since this wasn't a major realm breakthrough, Chen Xuan didn't trigger a lightning tribulation like Li Changqing did. Seeing the breakthrough succeed, Chen Xuan planned to stabilize his newfound realm, when suddenly a thick aura of death permeated the scene. It was Chen Shuang's principal disciple, Xiao Ting, breaking through to the second level of the life-stealing realm. The life-stealing realm involves defying the heavens to seize lifespan. Every breakthrough is a struggle against celestial fate itself. Surviving the assault of the death chi allows one to advance further, gaining 100 years of longevity. Failure to withstand it could range from the milder outcome of losing all cultivation and becoming an ordinary mortal, to the graver consequence of perishing with one's Tao extinguished, with even the soul possibly being corrupted. Seeing his eldest disciple commencing the life-stealing tribulation, Chen Shuang could no longer focus on himself, fixing a solemn gaze in that direction intently. At that very moment, another surge of death chi spread, this time emanating from Lu Danyang, the chief disciple of Dan Shenzi, as he broke through from the peak of Xiantian to the first level of life-stealing. Seeing this, Chen Shuang couldn't help but frown.
Having one person undergoing the life-death tribulation was worrying enough, how could he possibly handle two breaking through simultaneously?
Yet before his anxiety could deepen, third, fourth, and even fifth surges of deathly aura erupted from the scene. It turned out to be breakthroughs from Chu Chen, Morong Zhao's first disciple, Ling Luoxue, second disciple, and Yuan Bunpo, Wu Yang's eldest disciple, occurring in rapid succession.
5 strands of death aura at the scene made Chen Shuang feel utterly overwhelmed.
Even Wu Yang and Dan Shenzi couldn't focus on their cultivation anymore, their gazes fixed intently in this direction.
Everyone, resume your cultivation. It's just a damn life-seizing tribulation, such a trivial matter. Right at that moment, Zhou Hai's voice rang out.
Then they saw a revitalizing pill flying through the air, refined on the spot by Zhou Hai, scattering boundless vitality across the sky.
Damn!
In an instant, Chen Shuang, Wu Yang, Dan Shenzi, and the others were dumbfounded. The other disciples also couldn't help but open their eyes, their faces filled with utter confusion.
Using a heaven-grade pill to overcome the life-stealing tribulation, was this some kind of joke?
Those disciples who couldn't currently break through to the life-severing realm could only watch with envy. The revival pill was not only a supreme healing treasure but could also reverse aging and add 1,000 years to one's lifespan. Yet it was being used merely to help a life-severing realm cultivator overcome their tribulation, just to gain 100 more years of life.
Such extravagance, who but Uncle Idiot would ever consider doing this?
Only then did everyone realize that Senior Xianyu was not only the most deeply hidden powerhouse in the academy but also a walking treasure trove.
His accumulated wealth likely surpassed even what several sacred lands could muster combined. How else would he dare to be so generous? Junior brother, I owe you one.
Chen Shuang wore a bitter smile as he cupped his hands toward the Dao Vault Palace before continuing to consolidate his cultivation.
Dan Shenzi and Wu Yan let out bitter laughs.
Seeing their disciples out of danger, the two cupped their hands in salute and each retreated to cultivate. Only Zhang Qiankuan, who had just broken through, found himself utterly unable to enter meditation. His vacant gaze remained fixed on the direction of the Taoist scripture palace, recalling the scene just days ago when Zhou Hai accepted him as a disciple during the academy enrollment.
Back then, Morong Xiao had tried everything to force him under Zhou Hai's tutelage, yet he'd stubbornly resisted to the death.
Looking back now, he regretted it so much he could spit blood. When other disciples went through life or death tribulations, Zhou Hai could casually produce heaven-rank elixirs that even sacred lands rarely saw.
What kind of cultivation resources would his own disciples receive? Zhang Qiankuan didn't dare imagine. Yet all of these should have been his. The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached. Unconsciously, Zhang Qiankuan's eyes turned red. Chapter 45, a Unity Realm expert suppresses the scene. Time passed bit by bit. 3 hours later, the spiritual energy in the field was completely exhausted, and only then did everyone reluctantly withdraw from their cultivation state. Even Li Changqing successfully returned from overcoming his tribulation. Having broken through to the enlightenment realm, he now carried an innate aura of the Tao around him. Disciples, it's time to return. Zhou Hai's voice called out, addressing Qin Bei and Qin Xia. Wait, take this traitor away. At that moment, Chen Shuang spoke up. Immediately, Zhang Qiankuan among the crowd felt a sharp pain piercing through his body. A fierce sword energy surged into him, instantly dispersing all his cultivation. Master! Zhang Qiankuan was shocked, looking incredulously at Chen Shuang. Don't call me master, I have no disciple like you. You turn a blind eye when your fellow disciples are in peril. When calamity befalls the multitudes, will you simply stand by and watch? Today you abandoned your junior brother Chen Bei. Go and confess your fault to Master Zhou Hai. Chen Shuang rebuked loudly. Though he had ignored Zhang Qiankuan earlier, it didn't mean he hadn't noticed Zhang Qiankuan's actions. Recalling what had transpired, Chen Shuang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Take her away. Before Zhang Qiankuan could argue further, Chen Shuang waved his hand, sending a gust of energy that instantly swept him before Qin Bei. Exactly. Take him away. This boy has impure intentions. No matter how your master punishes him, we will not interfere. Chen Changqing's voice came through as he coldly stared at Zhang Qiankuan, speaking to Qin Bei. No, master, uncle, you can't treat your disciple like this. This disciple has no choice. Zheng Qianquan's face drastically changed as he hastily cried out, "Humph, who on the cultivation path hasn't faced hardships? If everyone were like you, shrinking back from challenges and disregarding the lives of fellow disciples, how could we ever serve the people?" Dan Chenzi spoke, his face full of disgust. "Sai, this child, your talent is indeed exceptional. In the entire academy, only Chen Bei surpasses you, even your senior brother Chuchen falls slightly short. But your character is flawed. If left unchecked, I fear you'll bring calamity upon the world one day. Go apologize to your uncle Zhou Hai." Even Su Jinyan couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh and advised. Seeing that none of the elders spoke in his defense, Zheng Qianquan's face turned as ugly as it could get. He couldn't understand how he, once the apple of everyone's eye, had become a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat within just a few days, despised by all. Even the senior brothers and sisters who had been attentive to him these past days now looked at him coldly, their eyes filled with intense rejection. "All right, enough already. It's such a trivial matter, why make it sound so serious? The kid's still young and doesn't know any better. There's no need to take it so seriously." Watching these shameless old folks lecturing righteously in front of the Palace of Inquiry, Zhou Hai rolled his eyes. How could he not see through their petty scheming? As the saying goes, jade requires carving before it becomes a treasure. These old fellows clearly want to use him as a tool to discipline their disciples. It wasn't like he had nothing better to do. Why would he waste time on such trivial matters? Sure, he found Zheng Qianquan irritating, but that wasn't his disciple to deal with. If anyone should have a headache over it, let it be Chen Xuan. What did it have to do with him? Besides, recalling the chaotic scene of those old men fighting over a disciple only made him chuckle with schadenfreude. The academy prides itself on virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. With such a rebellious disciple under his wing, Chen Xuan will surely suffer plenty in the future. Compared to this, his once universally despised disciple should now make these old fellows green with envy. The more he dwelled on it, the more smug Zhou Hai became. Not only did he couldn't be bothered to entertain the old men's buck-passing, he even felt inclined to play the good guy. My boy, as the saying goes, to hunt tigers, brothers stand together, in battle, father and son fight side by side. As fellow disciples, if even your own sect brothers cannot be relied upon, who else can you depend on in the future? Let this matter rest. Later, properly apologize to your master and reflect on your actions, then consider it resolved. Your martial uncle doesn't blame you. I only hope you remember one thing, my disciples don't need your help, but the day will come when you'll need everyone's assistance. When that time arrives, and they all stand by watching indifferently, that'll be your moment of true despair. Suppressing the smile at the corner of his mouth, Zhou Hai sent his words through spiritual transmission, deliberately adopting a tone of profound admonishment. The disciples were all taken aback by these words, since when had their Uncle Salted Fish's vision become so grand? These words could be hailed as sage classics. It moved everyone who heard them. Only a few elders couldn't help but curse inwardly. That kid is so shameless, making us all look like the villains while he's the only good one. The problem was, with Zhou Hai putting it that way, they couldn't even argue back. Master, this disciple was wrong. Only Zhang Qianquan's eyes instantly reddened. He never expected that when everyone else had turned their backs on him, it would be Zhou Hai who spoke up in his defense. Intense regret surged through his heart. He thought how wonderful it would have been if he had become Zhou Hai's disciple. In that case, who in the entire academy would dare say even half a word against him? Humph. Considering your remorse and the fact that your uncle intervened for you, I'll let this matter rest for now. Turn around and reflect on your ways in the discipline hall for a month. Ponder deep in your heart why you pursue the Tao. Seeing the regret in Zhang Qianquan's eyes, Chen Shuang took it as genuine remorse and coldly spoke. Yes, master. Zhang Qianquan heavily bowed his head to the ground, his eyes brimming with indignation. Enough. Clean up this mess. Leave one of these men alive to deliver a message to the Zhou imperial capital. Demand that the Zhou emperor gives our academy a proper explanation. As for the rest, cripple their cultivation and throw them beyond our academy's borders. Li Changqing's voice rang out as his cold gaze fell upon those divine ability realm cultivators severely wounded by Chen Bei. Yes. Upon hearing this, the disciples swarmed forward. Soon after, blood-curdling screams filled the air. Those invading divine ability realm cultivators were already severely injured and couldn't muster even a shred of their cultivation power. With the combined efforts of the academy disciples, not only were they stripped of their cultivation, but every bone in their bodies was shattered. The academy has always been benevolent, but that doesn't mean naive mercy. Towards enemies, there's never been any talk of soft-hearted leniency. Seeing matters here concluded, Chen Bei and Qin Xiao exchanged glances and prepared to return to the Dao Repository Palace.
At this very moment, the situation suddenly changed as a cold voice rang out.
Dojo Academy has grown quite bold, do you wish to rebel? As the words fell, an overwhelming pressure descended.
Every disciple on the scene paled, each coughing up blood.
Who? The elders' expressions darkened as they all looked up at the sky.
Wu Yang, Chen Shuang, and Li Changqing, who possessed Enlightenment realm cultivation, surged into the sky first to shield the disciples from most of the oppressive force.
Yet even they couldn't help feeling their hearts sink at this moment.
Under such terrifying pressure, Chen Shuang and Li Changqing barely endured at all.
Only Wu Yang surged forward alone, yet even he couldn't fly beyond 100-meter height under the crushing weight. Seeing this, Chen Bei and Qin Shiyao halted once again, their brows furrowing involuntarily. Damn it! Are these people insane? Do they really think our academy is easy to push around?
In the small courtyard behind Daozong Palace, Zhou Hai frowned slightly, his gaze instantly locking onto a figure floating among the clouds tens of thousands of feet in the air.
This is an elderly man dressed in dark green robes.
Judging by his bone age, he must have lived for at least 800 to 1,000 years. His cultivation is solidly at the 6th level of the Unity Realm, far beyond what that Wu Wanli could ever compare to.
Chapter 46, Coming to my academy to show off? I'll smack you dead. May I ask who you are and what you intend to do here? Before the Hall of Inquiry, Wu Yang's expression was grave. With his cultivation level, he couldn't even lock onto the newcomer's presence and could only raise his voice in challenge. Not far away, Ji Kuei, who was pinned under the artificial mountain, shook his head groggily. At that moment, he felt utterly miserable, as if his body was about to be crushed under the immense pressure. With blood rushing to his head and his mind in a daze, he suddenly became much more alert as he sensed that overwhelming pressure. Spotting the formidable expert causing trouble, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. How unimaginably powerful this newcomer was. If he chose to strike against the academy, would the institution even be able to withstand it? It seems the heavens are aiding my revenge. Hoof, your Great Zhou Academy truly leaves trails of blood and enemies everywhere, to the point you can't even remember all those you've crossed. In that case, let me teach you the academy's rules. A frigid voice rang out as a cyan-colored cloud descended from the sky. A green-robed elder stood atop the clouds, stroking his long beard, radiating an air of celestial grace and profound wisdom. Is that you, Elder Qingju?
Wu Yang and the others instantly recognized his identity, the supreme elder of the Great Qian Academy, Master Qingju. Once, he too had been an elder at the Great Qian Academy's scholarly palace. But after his cultivation broke through to the Unity Realm, he had stepped down to focus exclusively on his cultivation. 600 years had passed since then, and no one could have anticipated that he would suddenly target the Great Zhou Academy.
It is I. Do you acknowledge your guilt?
Master Qingju stood with his hands behind his back atop the clouds and spoke coldly.
Elder Qingju, we juniors are unaware of what offense we've committed. Please enlighten us.
Wu Yang cupped his hands respectfully. Before Elder Qingju, even they had to address themselves as juniors and treat him with deference.
Humph, truly incorrigible. Yet no sooner had Wu Yang finished speaking than Elder Qingju's expression darkened. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure swept through heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom.
Already bearing immense pressure, Wu Yang, Chen Shuang, and Li Changqing suddenly felt as if billions of tons of mountains were crushing down on them. Unable to endure any longer, they groaned in pain, rapidly descending before collapsing to the ground, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood.
Ah!
The academy disciples screamed in agony. None able to withstand such oppressive force, all were crushed flat against the ground. Some disciples with weaker cultivation even suffered bleeding from all 7 orifices, creating a terrifying spectacle.
A mere divine ability realm practitioner and a foundation establishing trash like an ant, how could you two withstand my pressure?
Master Qingju reveled in this feeling of superiority. Surveying all the prostrate figures with secret satisfaction, he suddenly noticed Chen Bei and Qin Xiao standing among the crowd, his brows involuntarily furrowing.
Master Qingju, when did our Great Zhou Academy ever provoke you? What do you mean by that? Chen Bei's icy gaze intensified as he hissed in a low voice.
He had a premonition that this person was also here for him.
How dare a mere disciple question me? Is this how your Great Zhou Academy teaches manners? I see your Great Zhou Academy is becoming more outrageous by the day. Kneel before me.
Elder Qingju snorted coldly, unleashing another wave of oppressive might that swept toward the senior brother and junior sister pair.
However, both Chen Bei and Qin Xiao possessed imperial artifacts within them.
Not only did Elder Qingju's feeble pressure fail to affect them, but even the might of a saint would have been powerless against them.
What happened?
Seeing his oppressive aura prove ineffective, Elder Qingju furrowed his brows in annoyance, his anger boiling within.
I said, on your knees.
A furious roar erupted as Elder Qingju struck out with his palm. In that instant, heaven and earth resonated. A massive cyan palm imprint tore through the air towards Chen Bei and Qin Xiao. This was clearly a killing blow. Not to mention foundation establishment or divine ability cultivators, even ordinary Dao comprehension experts would be crushed to death by such a strike.
All right.
Witnessing this scene, Ji Kuei was so thrilled he nearly leapt up, even momentarily forgetting the agony racking his body.
This person is indeed targeting the academy.
Judging by his imposing might, even my father, who's at the 5th level of Unity Realm, would be slightly inferior.
Destroying an academy would be as easy as snapping his fingers. He wanted to see for himself who was stronger, the hidden expert in the academy or this Master Qingzhu. To hell with you. Where did this idiot crawl out from? How dare he throw his weight around in front of me? Right at that moment, Zhou Hai's furious voice rang out. The next instant, space froze as the massive cyan palm imprint shattered like fireworks.
Immediately after, an even larger palm imprint stretched across the firmament, covering a 10-mile radius that enveloped the entire path-seeking palace. The palm imprint bore a murky black hue, swirling with destructive energy as it descended toward Scholar Green Bamboo, carrying the Tao principles of eternal annihilation. The previously domineering Scholar Green Bamboo, who had seemed invincible mere moments ago, now paled dramatically. The threat of death shattered his heart with terror. Facing that enormous palm imprint, he wanted to flee, but found the surrounding space congealed. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't move half a step, as if sinking into a swamp.
Who are you? Elder Qingzhu urgently roared, yet received no response whatsoever.
He swiftly activated his cultivation technique, causing celestial phenomena to manifest behind him.
In the vision, vast stretches of green bamboo formed a sea of bamboo, swaying in the wind.
A bright moon rose above the bamboo sea, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it collided with the palm imprint. At the same time, the green bamboos surged violently, exuding a force that seemed capable of piercing heaven and earth. Yet the moment the bright moon and green bamboo touched the palm imprint, without exception, they began to decompose and shatter.
At the same time, his green bamboo domain began to collapse, dissolving the boundless bamboo sea into nothingness.
But the realm was shattered, and the violent backlash instantly sent Scholar Qingzhu spitting blood, his internal organs feeling as though they had been torn apart.
Get down! Only now did Zhou Hai's voice ring out once more. Boom! The palm strike landed heavily on Master Qingzhu.
A torrent of blood gushed from his mouth as crimson foam erupted from his eyes, ears, and nose. His body plummeted straight downward, crashing lifelessly to the ground.
When the sky-obscuring palm imprint in the heavens dispersed, everyone saw it.
The formerly domineering young Master Qingzhu now lay on the ground like a pile of mud, his entire body twitching uncontrollably. That single palm strike had shattered all his meridians, broken every bone in his body, and obliterated his cultivation entirely.
This, a powerful Unity Realm expert, just got crippled like that? Everyone was dumbfounded. They knew Zhou Hai was strong, but to be this overwhelmingly powerful, was there no justice in this world?
This was a Unity Realm expert. Moreover, legends say he had already reached the 2nd level of Unity Realm 600 years ago. His current strength was beyond imagination. Yet Zhou Hai casually crushed him with a single palm strike from dozens of miles away.
Could he possibly be any more domineering?
Damn it, flaunting seniority is one thing.
You come to my academy just to show off, fine by me. Trying to show off and failing miserably, and now you're throwing a tantrum out of shame? What a reckless fool. Zhou Hai's dissatisfied voice rang out as he couldn't help but grumble.
Ji Kuei, pinned beneath the rockery, stared in frozen disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. He couldn't comprehend how such a formidable expert could be crippled with just a single slap.
Did this mean even his imperial father would meet the same fate if he came?
Overwhelmed by primal terror, Ji Kuei immediately shut his eyes and resumed playing dead without hesitation.
Truly terrifying. You dare cripple me. I am a harmonization realm expert. Aren't you afraid the main academy will hold you accountable?
Master Qingzhu spat out a mouthful of blood, enduring the heart-rending pain as he cried out in bitter anguish.
Chapter 47, Sudden Enlightenment, the opening of the martial Dao Heavily Eye. You old fool, what's it to you if I hit you? Threatening me with the main academy? There are scholars who'll defend my arguments. Senior Brotherly, go ahead and roast him to death.
Zhou Hai's words made Li Changqing, who had just gotten up, darken with fury.
What's wrong with this kid? Does he think he's some kind of shrew cursing in the streets? But right now he's also furious, unleashing a torrent of abuse at Master Qingzhu. You old fraud Qingzhu. Everyone says you're aloof and proud, indifferent to fame and wealth.
Who knew you were just a reputation-grabbing bully who abuses your power?
We younger generation respected you, yet you throw your weight around.
Even a dog can reason after 100 years in the academy.
Yet you understand no reason at all.
Li Changqing's words fell, and the disciples of the academy didn't hold back, hurling furious rebukes.
Exactly, old bastard Qingzhu.
As juniors, we've treated you with utmost respect, yet you conduct yourself disgracefully in your advanced age. If you don't give us a proper explanation today, this matter isn't over.
Qingzhu, you old scoundrel. Since its founding by the sage, our academy has prioritized propriety.
Tell us, when did our ancestors ever teach you to bully others with your influence?
Qingzhu, you old mutt.
As they spoke, the crowd hurled insults one after another, turning Scholar Qingzhu's face livid. Yet alone he could neither out-argue the scholars nor fight back against the beating, forced to endure the humiliation in bitter silence. Not far away, Qin Xiao stared slack-jawed at the scene, feeling strangely exhilarated.
So this was what it meant to have eminent scholars debate classics on my behalf? I've learned something genuine from Master again.
Disciples from other academies were also watching this scene with great interest. Seeing Elder Qingju being silenced without a word to retort brought them immense satisfaction. Only Chen Bei stood in the arena, his face deep in contemplation.
Boom!
Suddenly, Chen Bei's robe began fluttering without any wind, while an intangible aura of the Tao rippled outward. The crowd in the academy who had been criticizing Master Green Bamboo immediately fell silent, staring in shock at the scene before them.
What's happening? Is this enlightenment?
Under everyone's gaze, Chen Bei entered a state of enlightenment, his body radiating an aura that verged on the essence of the Tao itself. His mind was consumed by the palm strike Zhou Hai had unleashed earlier. At the moment that palm descended, everyone only sensed its world-obliterating might except for Chen Bei, who cultivated the same Emperor's Extinction Sutra and sensed the technique of grasping the cosmos in a single hand. Under that level of control, it seemed as though the heavens and earth themselves had their weaknesses completely grasped by his master. He could manipulate the entire world at will. Locking space, even shattering the void, everything was but a mere thought for him. Perhaps with Master's cultivation level, shattering the void is nothing to him.
Yet this subtle mastery is profoundly worth pondering. But what kind of control is this exactly? How can even heaven and earth be effortlessly manipulated? In this sudden enlightenment, Chen Bei found himself tormented by intense anxiety. That sensation of having grasped something, yet never quite seeing it clearly, it utterly bewildered him. Unknowingly, the nirvana true energy within his body surged forth, completely enveloping his surroundings within a 3-foot radius. That space grew somewhat illusory, gradually distorting as if it might be torn apart by this immensely powerful true energy. The onlookers gasped in shock, their expressions all mirroring someone who'd seen a ghost. What kind of technique is this? How could it be so formidable? To think a mere divine ability realm cultivator could affect space itself? No wonder everyone was shocked.
A divine power realm cultivator could influence natural phenomena, summoning wind and rain, veritable immortals in the eyes of mortals.
But manipulating the operation of space? Absolutely impossible.
Even Unity Realm experts could only isolate a spatial fragment relying on their Tao principal domains.
Chen Bei's Nirvana true essence contained the power to tear through space. This defied all reasoning.
Even Master Qingju, lying incapacitated on the ground, couldn't suppress a shiver down his spine. Chen Bei gave him the same overwhelming pressure as facing the Holy Son of the Grand Academy. No, this was different.
He had met the Holy Son before.
Even as a saint, apart from his cultivation being stronger than Chen Bei's, his imposing aura still couldn't compare to Chen Bei's.
What kind of monster is this guy, showing signs of potentially surpassing a saint?
Let alone the fact that saints are nurtured to become sages.
That's strange. How did he suddenly gain enlightenment out of nowhere?
In the small courtyard of the Tao Depository Palace, Zhou Hai's divine consciousness enveloped the surrounding void.
Witnessing Chen Bei's sudden enlightenment, an astonished expression couldn't help but cross his face.
As Chen Bei's true essence surged and he attempted to manipulate the 3-foot void around him, he suddenly realized something.
Holy shit, you're just a measly divine ability realm brat, yet you dare to grasp the weaknesses of heaven and earth to achieve shattering the void? Zhou Hai's face darkened, yet he couldn't help feeling an inexplicable sense of anticipation.
If Chen Bei could truly identify the weaknesses of heaven and earth with his mystic realm cultivation, his combat power would multiply by dozens of times.
But without comprehending the Tao principle of annihilation, could he really achieve this?
Under Zhou Hai's expectant gaze, something suddenly dawned on Chen Bei in his enlightenment, and his eyes lit up instantly.
Why, despite both being Emperor-class scriptures, did the Annihilation Emperor scripture and the 100 Refinements Emperor scripture focus on entirely different aspects?
One excels in offense, the other in body refinement. Offensive techniques, like the Annihilation Emperor scripture, may appear forceful and overwhelming, but this is deceiving. The true art of breaking all laws with sheer strength has never been the Annihilation Emperor scripture, but the 100 Refinements Emperor scripture. Humans always have flaws, so the 100 Refinements Emperor scripture refines the myriad principles of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself, mending all deficiencies.
Its attacks are bold and unrestrained, advancing without hesitation.
The Silent Oblivion Emperor scripture may appear to focus solely on relentless assault, destroying everything through supreme dominance, but its true essence lies in identifying an opponent's flaws.
All humans have imperfections, indeed, all things under heaven, even the cosmos itself, possess inherent weaknesses.
That legendary strike by the Patriarch succeeded precisely because it pinpointed every flaw, requiring minimal force yet unleashing a palm strike capable of shattering creation itself. With this realization exploding in his mind, Chen Bei abruptly snapped his eyes open. The Silence Oblivion Emperor scripture activated, with imperial patterns manifesting within his body. His eyes focused as the power of oblivion surged forth, audaciously attempting to use the truths of annihilation to find flaws in heaven and earth. The undying battle soul inherently possessed an obsession beyond ordinary men. When this obsession emerged, even the emperor's scripture responded. The formation patterns wavered before finally coalescing at the center of his forehead. A tearing pain surged through him as blood trickled from Chen Bei's forehead. Yet his expression showed no trace of agony. Instead, an inexplicable excitement took hold. He could sense it. Something was about to unlock, bringing with it a sudden clarity, like the lifting of a veil. Boom! In an instant, a crimson heavenly eye erupted open upon his brow. The heavenly eye gradually darkened from blood red, turning pitch black like a black hole. Holy crap! What is this? Heavenly Eye. The Martial Dao Heavenly Eye. A freak. This is absolutely a freak. He actually opened the Martial Dao Heavenly Eye with just divine ability realm cultivation. Everyone around was utterly astonished, including the various elders. All stood dumbfounded, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of awe. Martial Dao Heavenly Eye. How is this possible? Even the Holy Sun failed to awaken the Martial Dao Heavenly Eye after breaking through the Enlightenment realm. How did he accomplish this? Lying on the ground, Master Qingju kept his attention fixed on this scene, feeling chills down his spine more terrifying than encountering a ghost. You must understand, the Martial Dao Heavenly Eye has been regarded since ancient times as the symbol of a sage. Legend has it that sages in their youth might not necessarily awaken the Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, but those who can awaken it merely need time before accomplishing sainthood. Doesn't this mean that youth is destined to become a future sage? Who is he? How could such an invincibly talented individual emerge from a small branch academy of the Great Zhou dynasty? Wait, what did those people just call him? Junior brother Chen Bei? He's Chen Bei? Chapter 48. The might of a single punch shocks the entire hall. Countless thoughts raced through Elder Qingju's mind, driving him near madness. This was actually the target he needed to eliminate. Not only did the boy possess a saint-tier aptitude, but he also had an unfathomably powerful master. What was I thinking? How dare I lay a finger on someone like him? At this thought, Mr. Qingju could only lament his current lack of cultivation power. Otherwise, he would immediately storm back to Great Qin Academy and slap Fu Shuerom to death with a single strike. If not for him, why would they have come here to eliminate someone destined for sainthood in the future? Moreover, he had a feeling that Chen Bei's future achievements wouldn't stop at sainthood, he might even surpass it. Because ordinary Sky Eye Awakeners typically reach it at the Dao Comprehension realm at minimum, with many unlocking it at even higher cultivation stages, opening the Heavenly Eye at the Divine Abilities realm unprecedented in history. While everyone was astounded, Chen Bei suddenly found the world before his eyes transformed. He beheld the supreme principles of heaven and earth, the manifestation of the great Tao and cosmic order. Yes, this is exactly the feeling. Chen Bei was overjoyed. With his current level of cultivation, he wasn't yet qualified to seek out the flaws of heaven and earth. Even just glancing at the order of the universe and the great Tao made his heavenly eyes sting with pain. Yet when he turned his gaze to the other people present, his vision revealed nothing but gaping holes everywhere. It seemed that with just a single finger pointed, he could make someone perish on the spot. This sensation filled Chen Bei's heart with excitement, and he turned his head to look at the Divine Ability Realm cultivators that Ji Kuei had brought with her. For a moment, these people felt their hair stand on end, instinctively sensing suffocation. They clearly saw the excitement in Chen Bei's eyes, yet this excitement gave them the sensation of facing death itself. Shaking his head as if deciding these unworthy opponents weren't worth testing his skills on, Chen Bei's gaze shifted back toward Master Qingju. What do you want? Master Qingju trembled in terror, his entire body turning ice-cold with dread. I apologize, Master Qingju. As a senior of the academy, out of respect for our institution and teacher Zhuyu, I really shouldn't hurt you, but I can't touch fellow academy members, and others aren't worthy enough to serve as my sparring partner, so I can only trouble you. Chen Bei smiled as he raised his hand toward Master Qingju, intending to shatter even his Dao-refined body with minimal effort. Using me as practice fodder? Mr. Qingju's face turned ashen, mentally expressing his gratitude to Chen Bei's entire family. This bastard, trying to beat him to death with such politeness? Could his master be one of those smiling tigers from the Confucian Academy? Where is Morong Xiao? Why haven't you and your academy people bound yourselves to plead for mercy yet? Just as Scholar Qingju was about to despair, a voice rang out from the horizon. 5 figures came flying and landed before the academy gates, radiating an air of supreme arrogance. Damn it, where did these turtle bastard sons come from now? Do they really think our academy is an easy target? One wave after another, all trying to trample over us? In the courtyard of Dao Treasury Palace, Zhou Hai's face instantly darkened. At the moment Chen Bei comprehended the heavenly eye, the Dao principles within his body also transformed under the tenfold feedback. Just as he was anticipating what results might emerge, those reckless fools dared to show up again. Without even thinking, he knew these people were most likely targeting his precious disciple once more. With this thought, he raised his hand ready to obliterate them all with a single slap. Master, wait, leave this to your disciple.
Just then, Chen Bei's delighted voice rang out. He had been worrying about finding someone to practice on. Wasn't this the perfect test subject? How dare you? Who dares spout such insolence in our academy? Chen Bei flew swiftly to the gates of the academy. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed. The 5-peak Dao Enlightenment Realm experts were momentarily stunned. They had come to exert dominance through intimidation, but never imagined that such a small branch of the Great Zhou Academy would dare to be this audacious. It's him, the 9th prince of the Gan dynasty, the tyrant King Chen Bei. Suddenly, one of them noticed something and hurriedly took out a scroll, comparing it to the portrait of Chen Bei depicted on it. Chen Bei? Haha, just when I searched high and low with no success, here it comes effortlessly. Today we capture Chen Bei here. Let's see what excuses his Zhou dynasty has left to offer. Harboring Chen Bei under the nose of the Qian dynasty is one thing, but to actually condone his murder of an elder from our Qianyao Holy Land? Our Holy Land and the Qin dynasty will jointly crusade against Great Zhou. This gives us righteous cause for war. Upon confirming Chen Bei's identity, the 5 of them wore expressions of excitement. Yet their words cast a dark shadow over everyone in the academy. Chen Bei's murderous intent flared to new heights. These people coming for him was one thing, but they actually wanted to use him as a pretext to overthrow the entire Zhou dynasty. Not even a single pure land is allowed to exist in this world by these so-called holy lands. Seeking death. With a furious roar, Chen Bei charged straight toward one of the powerful opponents. Ha ha ha, you reckless fool. Never expected you to be even stronger than the legends claim, merely a youth yet already at the 6th level of divine realm cultivation. A pity. This isn't capital for your arrogance, just misplaced confidence for your doom. This was a white-bearded old man who gave a disdainful smile at the approaching Chen Bei. The others quickly stepped aside, also paying no attention to Chen Bei. As Chen Bei charged before him, the white-bearded elder's gaze turned sharp. With a wave of his hand, strands of Dao principles surged forth, coiling around Chen Bei as if to capture him instantly. Arrogant old fool, die! Chen Bei roared, his body's nirvana true essence surging violently. The celestial eye opened, revealing chains of Dao principles before him, each dotted with flaws. With a single punch from him, the numerous Dao principle chains of the goat-bearded elder shattered instantly. The goat-bearded elder froze momentarily, his face instantly turning rigid. Yet in that blink of an eye, as Chen Bei's gaze locked onto him, an overwhelming sense of death surged through his heart. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but Chen Bei had already closed the distance, punching him squarely in the chest. In an instant, a violent force surged through his entire body. Amid a series of cracking sounds, he struggled to summon his protective energy, but it was already too late. His body was breaking apart, his bones shattering to pieces. Dust flew from his skin as his blood transformed into mist that continuously dissipated. In an instant, he barely had time to scream before his entire body vanished into a bloody mist. Boom! This scene detonated in everyone's minds like 10,000 tons of explosives, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Holy shit, what did I just see? A cultivator at the 6th level of Divine Ability Realm actually punched a peak Enlightenment Realm expert into pieces with one fist? Did you all see that? Junior brother Chen Bei didn't even use his full strength in that punch. On the academy's side, the disciples went wild, and even the elders were completely stunned. Everyone knew Chen Bei was powerful, capable of rivaling Enlightenment Realm experts, but this scene was downright unreal. At the Inquiry Palace, Scholar Green Bamboo and Ji Kuei simultaneously swallowed hard, nearly choking to death in the process. Meanwhile, the 4 elders of Qianyao Holy Land were so shocked their jaws dropped, forgetting even their anger. You 4 old fools, come at me together, don't say I didn't give you the chance. Chen Bei pointed at the 4 of them, eager to test his extinguishing heavenly eye to see if he could simultaneously defeat 4 peak Dao comprehension realm experts working as one. Chapter 49, Crushing Suppression. You're asking for death. The 4 finally reacted, one of them bursting with rage as he manifested Law Dao abilities, coalescing the phantom of 1,000 Zhang ancient tree behind him. As a Dao weapon treasure tree merged with it, the ancient tree solidified into physical form, violently expanding to 10,000 zhang tall while its leaves sharpened into blade-like edges. Annihilate! The powerhouse roared, unleashing countless leaves that instantly transformed into a river of swords tearing through space toward Chen Bei. Chen Bei activated his heavenly eye and saw that under the replenishment of the primal essence from this treasure tree expert, the flaws in his Dao principles were continuously diminishing. After merging with the Dao soldiers, his Dao techniques had almost no weaknesses left to speak of. As the surging river of swords approached in the blink of an eye, Chen Bei raised his hand, summoning rolling black clouds. A dark thunder dragon collided head-on with the sword river. Boom, 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 boom. The explosion shook heaven and earth. The black thunder dragon began to crumble and scatter, reduced to half its body in mere moments. In contrast, the Sword River, continuously annihilated and reborn through the evolution of Dao principles and Dao soldiers, surged forward with increasingly ferocious momentum. Watch out, nephew, junior brother, retreat quickly. Witnessing this scene, All present in the academy couldn't help but change their expressions dramatically. This treasure tree expert is far more formidable than the mountain-moving powerhouse from before. With the support of Dao soldiers, he's practically invincible. Chen Bei's expression turned grave as he realized the vast gap between their strengths. He might gain some advantage through ambush tactics, but when the opponent unleashed his full power, Chen Bei immediately felt immense pressure. Break for me! Seeing his divine manifestation on the verge of being dispersed, Chen Bei threw a punch, the power of annihilation fused with thunder techniques, causing even the void to shatter. The furious fist force shook heaven and earth, colliding with the river of swords at the precise moment the thunder dragon dissipated. Boom! The heavens trembled and the earth quaked as boundless shockwaves instantly rippled outward. At the same moment, the river of swords shattered, countless sword lights scattering in all directions. At the academy, many disciples were sent flying by the shockwave, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Watch out! Seeing the vast expanse of sword light surging toward them, even a divine ability realm cultivator would be torn apart instantly. Wu Yan, Chen Xuan, and Li Changqing swiftly rushed forward, relying on their Dao principles and divine abilities to block. Yet under the bombardment of countless razor-sharp blades, all four were sent flying. Li Changqing, after blocking over 10,000 sword strikes, had his true yuan shattered and was nearly torn to pieces by the residual sword energy. The group's expressions turned ashen with horror. The mere aftershocks of the battle carried such devastating force, it was unimaginable how much pressure Chen Bei must have been enduring at the heart of the battlefield. Die now! Enraged at the destruction of his sword river, the exalted expert of the treasured tree summoned innumerable branches that wove into a cage, trapping Chen Bei within. Within the cage, a veritable sword pool manifested, permeated with sword intent, launching a relentless assault on Chen Bei. Humph! So there are flaws after all. Rather than conceal them, you've only made them more glaring. Chen Beiwu stood unshaken. Having shattered the sword river with a single punch, he instantly grasped something profound. He pushed the eye of annihilation to its limits as endless darkness enveloped everything. Finally, piercing through the opponent's overwhelming power, he glimpsed faint flaws within the supreme expert's divine techniques. Though he couldn't perceive them all clearly, this glimpse was enough. Annihilate heaven and earth. Command the universe with my palm. Chen Bei roared, channeling all the annihilation power into his right index finger. With a single pointed thrust, he pierced through a weak point in his opponent's formidable primal energy. The violent force instantly surged into the hidden flaw within the opponent's Dao principles concealed beneath that energy. Boom, boom, boom. From a single point to the entire surface, the annihilation power spread rapidly along the cracks in the opponent's defenses, obliterating all their Dao principle energy in an instant. Even that towering ancient tree exploded within moments, leaving only a fist-sized Dao artifact treasure tree floating in midair. How could that be? The master of the treasure tree paled dramatically. With his Dao principle divine ability shattered, the backlash made him cough up blood uncontrollably. He hastily activated his divine abilities and Dao principles, attempting once more to summon the ancient tree apparition. But Chen Bei gave him no opportunity. In the blink of an eye, he lunged forward and smashed a fist toward his forehead. No! The precious tree's mighty expert screamed in terror. Chen Bei's combat awareness was overwhelmingly strong, perfectly seizing every opportunity in the battle. As this punch landed, a sense of impending death washed over him, leaving him no time to resist. Impudent! With a furious roar, the other three experts could no longer remain idle. One of them hurled a treasure wheel that soared like the blazing sun, striking directly at Chen Bei. Yet Chen Bei acted as if he didn't see it, his fist smashing heavily onto the forehead of the treasure tree expert. Crack, crack, boom! Starting from his forehead, cracks spread across the treasure tree expert's entire body before he exploded into ashes on the spot. At this moment, the treasure wheel heavily smashed into Chen Bei's shoulder. But Chen Bei vomited a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backward by the impact. Scalding energy surged into his body, threatening to reduce his flesh to ashes. This was the power of true sun fire. Though far inferior to authentic solar flames, it was still potent enough to incinerate countless formidable cultivators. Young fool, you've slain 2 elders of our sacred land within a single day. Your death won't suffice to atone for this crime. The treasure wheel powerhouse roared with fury, his Dao principles manifesting a sea of flames that merged with his treasure wheel, transforming into a 10,000 Zhang solar disk that dominated the void. Annihilate! As the roar faded, the blazing solar pillar enveloped Chen Bei completely, instantly igniting him into a fiery ball. Attack together, kill him. Another figure dashed forward, condensing the principles of the Dao into a cyan bird. After merging with a treasured bone, the bird transformed into a solid entity, unleashing a sea of lightning that drowned Chen Bei. Young fool, you deserve death. Another talisman surged forth, its aura of death permeating the air. The power of the talisman manifested an army of wraiths, each possessing the strength of the Xiantian realm, charging toward Chen Bei in an instant. Nephew, No, Uncle Joe Hai, won't you intervene?
This scene made everyone at the academy stare in horror with eyes wide open. With three powerful experts attacking simultaneously, no one believed Chen Bei stood any chance of survival. Even Joe Hai, who was closely watching the situation, couldn't help but want to intervene. However, within the Sea of Sun, True Flame and Thunder, Chen Bei activated the 100 Refinements Emperor's scripture, actually using the flames and lightning to forcibly temper his own body.
Joe Hai was utterly dumbfounded. Truly an undying battle soul, completely unreasonable.
However, he could also see that Chen Bei had been continuously activating his heavenly eye, completely depleting his nirvana true energy. Now he was barely holding on solely by relying on his tempered strength. There was no helping it, this kid simply hadn't cultivated his own nirvana Tao principles. The heavenly eye relied entirely on condensed imperial runes, and each activation came at a staggering cost.
If this continued, he would undoubtedly lose. Disciple, reliance on the heavenly eye is ultimately a crutch.
Wisdom arises from the heart, and with the eye of wisdom observing the world, one can pierce through the mist.
Why not try acting on instinct?
After a moment of contemplation, Joe Hai sent a voice transmission to Chen Bei. Chen Bei's heart trembled, as if he had grasped something profound.
He endured the excruciating pain of flames searing his body and thunder tempering his flesh.
While repairing his injuries, he pondered the meaning of Joe Hai's words. Watching the undead army surge toward him, Chen Bei's eyes snapped open. As his 100 refinements power surged, his body instantly expanded.
Heavenly manifestation. With a mighty roar, Chen Bei's body instantly grew to a towering height of 10 zhang.
The spiritual essence of heaven and earth condensed into battle armor enveloping his entire form, making him appear like a god of war. Chapter 50. Joe Hai's words become law. Chen Bei embarks on his worldly trials.
Boom!
Chen Bei, manifesting the Dharma aspect heaven and earth, moved like a perfected Tao weapon.
With a single punch, dozens of Tao principles erupted, instantly scattering the endless tide of undead.
He carefully contemplated the insights gained from this clash, truly just as his master had said. With the eye of wisdom, one could see through the mundane world, parting the clouds to glimpse the azure heavens. These people's Tao principles weren't flawless, rather, their overwhelming cultivation and perfected weapons masked all imperfections. It was simply beyond his current strength to see through them clearly. But now, with his celestial eye awakened and imperial patterns floating within his body, upon careful sensing, he could still detect scattered flaws.
For instance, this time, Chen Bei's gaze fixed intently before him.
There, the dissipated undead revived once more. Under the overwhelming power of Tao principles, the undead perished only to be reborn instantly.
As long as the opponent's Tao principles remained unbroken and their divine abilities intact, this tide of undead would be endless.
Unfortunately, Chen Bei gave no chance for the undead army to regenerate. With a single punch, his violent power exploded with majestic true essence covering the Tao principles, rushing straight into the flaws of the undead Tao law.
Boom, boom, boom. A deafening explosion resounded as the undead expert's Tao principles instantly shattered, cracks spreading across the undead talisman. How could that be? The undead expert's face turned pale with shock, and he sprayed out a mouthful of blood, suffering severe backlash.
Seizing the opportunity, Chen Bei shot into the sky. His formidable tempered strength shattered the blockade of the great solar pillar, and with a single punch, he smashed toward the talisman.
Boom! The already fragile talisman shattered instantly, leaving only a spectral jade pendant flying out, the weapon of that undead powerhouse.
But, youngster, you! The undead powerhouse coughed up another mouthful of blood from the backlash, feeling as if his internal organs were rupturing, and desperately tried to recall his jade pendant weapon. But darkness suddenly filled his vision. Chen Bei had already closed the distance and struck his chest with a fist.
Ah! The undead powerhouse let out a piercing shriek as his body instantly exploded. Young punk, you deserve to die. The treasure wheel expert's eyes turned bloodshot.
Seeing the light pillar fail to suppress Chen Bei, he waved his hand, summoning a scorching sun that came crashing down toward Chen Bei.
The temperature soared dramatically, threatening to incinerate all existence. Were it not for Joe Hai's spiritual protection, the surrounding area of dozens of miles would have instantly turned into a sea of flames.
The azure bird expert's eyes nearly burst with rage as he merged completely with his avian companion. Wrapped in the might of thunder, his talons tore through the air with force enough to rend anything, striking directly toward Chen Bei.
Perfect timing.
Chen Bei, brimming with confidence, focused intently on sensing the flaws within the Sundao principle. The moment the great sun fully descended, his hands caught its crashing weight. Under the overwhelming gravitational force, his body was instantly slammed into the ground. It's too heavy. This great sun's power weighs 10 times heavier than that mountain-shifting expert's peak.
Even with Chen Bei's sky-reaching divine strength, he could barely withstand it.
Seizing this chance to suppress Chen Bei, the azure bird expert swooped in for the kill. Yet Chen Bei clenched his fists, his domineering tempered power shattering the great sun's essence in his palms as he grasped the flaw in its heavenly principle. In an instant, the pressure plummeted, the great sun became 100-fold lighter. Chen Bei swung the blazing sun with both hands, smashing it toward the green bird powerhouse as if wielding an electric mosquito swatter.
Boom!
The green bird powerhouse never expected Chen Bei to break free from his restraints. Instantly struck by the sun, he was sent flying backward, his entire body engulfed in raging flames. In an instant, his primal essence and Tao laws were shattered. Yet Chen Bei showed no mercy. Raising the great sun high, he positioned himself behind the fallen opponent and delivered another devastating swing. At this moment, Chen Bei's power merged with that of the treasure wheel expert, making the Azure Bird expert utterly incapable of resistance.
Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as the Azure Bird expert's body was instantly torn apart into pieces.
The Tao principles of the blazing sun also collapsed in an instant. The towering radiant sun vanished, leaving only the Tao treasure wheel still grasped in Zhou Hai's hand.
But, struck by the backlash, the treasure wheel expert vomited blood violently, his face turning deathly pale in an instant.
Chen Bei, my Qiangyou Holy Land shall be your sworn enemy for all eternity. The entire world rises against Zhou, the time is at hand. Neither heaven nor earth shall grant you refuge. The treasure wheel expert's eyes blazed with fury. Recalling how their party of 5 had been reduced to just himself, with 4 dead and him grievously wounded, all will to fight drained from him. After hurling these threats, he turned and fled. Do you think you can escape? With glacial intensity in his gaze, Chen Bei erupted with thunderclap divine power. In an instant he closed the distance behind the fleeing treasure wheel expert, raising his hand to deliver the killing blow. Disciple, spare his life and hand him over to your martial uncles for judgment. The chaotic times are approaching, let's see what these people are truly scheming. Zhou Hai's voice called out. Yes, Master. Chen Bei's gaze turned icy. He too felt the ominous premonition of an impending storm. Because of my existence, a great war that could sweep across the entire northern wastelands is about to break out. With a single palm strike, he instantly sent the treasure wheel expert flying. Immediately after, he abolished the man's cultivation and tossed him before the gates of Jisha Academy. Great uncle, I leave him to you. Chen Bei retracted his divine manifestation technique, threw on a robe, and flew before the gathered crowd. Everyone looked at Chen Bei as if they'd seen a ghost. The shocks he'd given them in just one day were beyond count. Who could believe that one day he might actually challenge heirs from all the Holy Lands? Nephew disciple, you should go rest first. Leave the remaining matters to us. Li Changqing stepped forward to lift the fallen treasure wheel expert, his expression turning exceptionally grave. Yes, Uncle Master. Without further ado, Chen Bei swiftly flew away from the scene, soon arriving at the residence courtyard of the Tao Repository Palace. Seeing his eldest disciple return, Zhou Hai was extremely satisfied. This lad had never let him down. After opening his heavenly eye and receiving tenfold feedback, his Tao principles actually merged with imperial patterns. Not only did they become more than 10 times stronger, it also granted him the ability to manifest reality with words. It must be known that manifesting reality with words is an ability exclusive to sages. Yet, thanks to the imperial patterns, he achieved it while still at the unity realm. Now, against opponents with lower cultivation realms than his own, he doesn't even need to lift a finger, their fate is sealed with just a single word from him. My disciples. Zhou Hai smiled faintly and was about to speak when he saw Chen Bei suddenly kneel before him. Master, your disciple must take his leave. Thank you for your nurturing grace, Master, this disciple will carry it with him for eternity. Chen Bei's words instantly froze Zhou Hai's smile in place. My disciple. Zhou Hai opened his mouth, intending to say more, but Chen Bei cut him off abruptly. Master, every man must walk his own path. This disciple does not wish to spend his entire life sheltered beneath your wings. For the people of the northern wastes, this disciple believes that with Master's capabilities, a single word from you could quell the war. But I wish to stop this great war in my own way. After this disciple departs, I hope the Academy will publicly declare that I have no further ties with it. I'll bear the full responsibility for the murder charges alone. Once the pretext is gone, this great war will naturally subside. Zhou Hai's heart trembled. My disciple, you've considered everyone's fate, you wouldn't even let your teacher suffer hardship. Have you ever considered how you would survive when the entire world is hunting you down? A sigh escaped Zhou Hai's lips as he still tried to dissuade Chen Bei. He didn't want someone so young shouldering such heavy responsibility, the weight was simply too great. Master, do you truly hold your disciple in such low regard? As your disciple, shouldn't I be capable of sweeping across the entire realm unchallenged? Just wait, Master. The day your disciple returns as a king, I shall never disgrace your renowned prestige. Chen Bei laughed lightly, with a single remark that left Zhou Hai utterly speechless. The path is each person's own choice, in the end, he couldn't interfere casually. Good. This master will await the day you sweep through an entire era. Remember, your master stands behind you. On this journey, dare to act without restraint, I've got your back no matter what. Zhou Hai patted Chen Bei's shoulder and shoved a storage pouch into his hands. Go on. Thank you, master. Chen Bei rose to his feet, casting one last reluctant gaze at this courtyard before stepping onto a divine rainbow streak and departing without looking back. Chapter 51, Zhou Hai, the virtuous sage who seeks neither fame nor gain. Half an hour later, Xin Xiao returned, accompanied by Chu Qin. Uncle Master, we've investigated thoroughly. According to that person's confession, 6 people came from the Qiangyao Holy Land this time. Apart from those 5, there's also a Unity Realm expert named Qian Santon. Upon learning midway that the Qin dynasty plans to attack Great Zhou, Qian Santon has already allied the Qiangyao sect with the Qin dynasty on their behalf. Their army will march eastward in days. Chu Qin approached Zhou Hai, cupping his hands in salute as he spoke. I know. What's the point of telling me this? Go back and tell them, from today onward, publicly announce that Chen Bei has no further connection with our academy. I've already expelled him from my tutelage. Zhou Hai lay on the reclining chair and waved his hand impatiently. What? Expel junior brother Chen Bei from our sect? Chu Chen's expression changed abruptly. Or what? Those people acted in his name, disregarding the suffering of countless lives. Must we really start this great war just for him? Now that he's gone, these people should have no reason to start a war anymore, right? Zhou Hai spoke casually, but Chu Chen felt a pang of sorrow. Who would have thought that their usually carefree and unrestrained martial uncle would be so deeply concerned about the world? For the sake of the common people, he couldn't even take care of his beloved disciple. How heartbroken he must be. Who knows how long our junior brother will survive after leaving here? Senior uncle, the elders of all palaces have decided that in 2 months there will be a martial discourse competition among the palaces. Only the top 10 disciples will qualify to represent the academy in battle. And what about junior sister? After pausing momentarily, Chu Chun changed the subject. Got it. Do whatever you want. It's just a doctrinal debate. No big deal. From now on, just settle such matters among yourselves. Zhou Hai waved his hand dismissively. Seeing this, Chu Chen assumed Zhou Hai was upset about the Chen Bei matter and took his leave. Damn it, should I wipe out 1 or 2 sacred sites as a warning? If I don't show some strength, everyone will think my precious disciple is an easy target. The moment Chu Chen left, Zhou Hai couldn't help muttering to himself. He was truly frustrated, wanting to intervene, yet fearing it might disrupt Chen Bei's path of tempering. But staying idle left him with an unbearable bitterness in his heart. After all, having so many people clamoring to kill his disciple, who could tolerate that? Master, I knew you would never abandon senior brother. With your protection, no one could harm him even if he leaves this place. Xin Xiao giggled, looking at Zhou Hai with worshipful admiration. Enough chatter, didn't you hear about the debate in 2 months? Shouldn't you be training instead? Zhou Hai glared, while Qin Xiao stuck out her tongue before returning to her cultivation. In the following days, no one came to cause trouble at the academy anymore. About a week later, Morong Xiao also returned to the academy. While still in Qinzhou, he had learned of the great Qian's intention to wage war, and his expression was unusually grave upon his return to the academy. What? To avoid war, the academy has expelled Chen Bei from mentorship? How could this be? How could you stand by and watch this happen? Upon learning that Chen Bei had been expelled from the sect, Morong Xiao flew into a rage. Even the elders dared not speak, and the disciples were utterly silent. Senior brother, who dares to intervene in junior brother's affairs now? Besides, by the time we found out, that child was already gone. What could we have done? After a long while, Wu Yang sighed helplessly. You? Morong Xiao was trembling with rage all over, but he had to admit that given Zhou Hai's strength, he was utterly beyond their control. That's a saint we're talking about. At the same time, Morong Xiao couldn't help feeling a bit melancholy. For the sake of all living beings, even the youngest junior brother had to make such a sacrifice. How much pain must he be carrying in his heart? In the end, it was the academy's incompetence that failed to provide sufficient protection for their master and disciple. Forget it, forget it. Although my junior brother now possesses heaven-defying abilities, with the great holy lands and dynasties hiding ambitious schemes, who knows how many hidden sage ancestors lurk among them? Junior brother, your solitary strength is ultimately no match against the great tide. Shunner, how has your martial uncle been lately? With a light sigh, Morong Xiao spoke in a grave voice. Reporting to master, martial uncle has been somewhat withdrawn recently, rarely keeping watch at the Tao Scripture Pavilion, staying mostly within the courtyard grounds. Sometimes he shows up, always cursing and ranting, saying stuff like good-for-nothing trash, son of a bitch, and serves them right to be killed. Other times he bursts into laughter for no reason, seems a bit unhinged. Chu Chen worriedly remarked. Ah, your martial uncle carries deep sorrow in his heart. You youngsters really have no sense of courtesy or consideration for others. Starting today, you'll take the lead in looking after your junior uncle. Find ways to cheer him up. Also, the palace debates will continue as usual, but Xia won't need to participate. Just give her a spot directly to lessen the burden on your junior uncle. Morong Xiao let out a melancholy sigh, finally realizing how heartbreaking yet admirable his carefree junior brother truly was. What a selfless sage who gives silently, seeking neither fame nor fortune.
I understand, Master. That was exactly what I had in mind. Chu Chen acknowledged and headed straight for the Dao Repository Palace. Senior brother, let's go together. And me. The voice of Ling Luoxue, Morong Zhao's second disciple, came from behind. She caught up with Bai Shushu, Lu Danyang, Yuan Bupo, Xiao Ting, and Wu Ming, personally mentored by Su Jinyang, the elder of the Formation Palace. At this moment, Zhou Hai sat at the entrance of the Scripture Pavilion in the Dao Repository Palace when he heard the system's announcement again. Ding, the host's first disciple has encountered pursuit by the Sword Sect. After killing 2 Enlightenment elders and 16 disciples, they managed to escape successfully. Hearing this, Zhou Hai's eyes lit up. Serves them right to die. Those bastards deserved it. Would be even better if they all dropped dead. Zhou Hai burst into hearty laughter, feeling utterly thrilled. Chen Bei did not disappoint him. To attract the attention of major factions, he deliberately exposed his identity after leaving the academy and was continuously hunted down by various sects along the way. These days, he had been fleeing, yet he killed over 30 people daily. At first, there were life-severing realm cultivators. Gradually, even they disappeared, and the weakest were now divine abilities realm cultivators. This was truly a one-man crusade to sweep through an entire era. Chu Chen and the others, who had just arrived, happened to witness Zhou Hai's uproarious laughter. Those ranting and raving outbursts made disciples like Ling Luoxue's heart ache for him. Just look at how worried he's made our martial uncle. This salty fish martial uncle might as well be called the madman martial uncle now. Martial uncle, what's got you so delighted? A hearty laugh erupted as Chu Chen stepped forward first. What are you two doing here? Zhou Hai turned his head to look. Uncle Master, of course we're here to serve you, old ancestor. By the way, Uncle Master, do you have any clothes that need washing recently? These male disciples are too careless. How about letting this disciple wash them for you? Ling Luoxue possessed striking beauty, usually maintaining an aloof demeanor, but now she was smiling warmly at Zhou Hai. Martial uncle, I can help too. Bai Shushu hastily volunteered herself. Aren't you all supposed to be cultivating? Coming here uninvited with such enthusiasm, are you plotting something against me? Zhou Hai looked at these people with a face full of vigilance. Chu Chen, who was usually the most diligent in showing attentiveness, made him feel that nothing good would come of so many people gathering now. Elder uncle, what are you talking about? Look what I brought you. These are candied hawthorns I specially went to Dinghai City to buy this morning. Yuan Bupo hurriedly took out several hundred candied hawthorns. Uncle Master, don't forget my snacks. Look, Uncle Master, and also my. As they spoke, the disciples produced all sorts of snacks and treats that Zhou Hai particularly enjoyed, making him grow even warier. Clearly, these things weren't enough to win Zhou Hai's heart yet. Junior uncle, take a good look inside the storage pouch, there's something special in there. Suddenly, Lu Danyang said mysteriously, "That's right, uncle. My storage pouch has a surprise too, you should check it out. And mine too." Immediately after, male disciples like Chu Chen also hinted for Zhou Hai to check out the storage pouches they had given. Zhou Hai probed them with his divine sense and instantly widened his eyes in shock. These damn bastards, they had actually gifted him piles upon piles of erotic paintings and secular romance novels. Damn, this is too accurate for me. Just look at you people, honestly, am I that kind of person? I declare that no one is guarding the Dao Depository today. Keep an eye out so nothing goes missing. Zhou Hai glared at the crowd, then turned to leave with proper decorum, leaving the back door open for everyone to enter the Dao Depository freely. By the way, Xiaoxue and Xiaobai, remember to earn your own points when you enter the Dao Storage Palace. Suddenly recalling something, Zhou Hai halted mid-step and instructed Ling Luoxue and Bai Shushu. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had come here to cheer up their martial uncle. But what was this attitude from him? Only the shrewd Chen Bei realized martial uncle was rigging the system again. Chapter 52, the junior uncle's disciples are all monsters. Uncle Master, we just came to see if you needed anything, no ulterior motives. How about we go out for some fresh air? Chu Chen laughed. Get lost, I don't have time for you. Zhou Hai shot him a sidelong glance and strode off, laden with storage pouches. At last I can freely browse through the Taoist scriptures. As soon as he left, the disciples eagerly rushed into the scripture pavilion to thumb through the long-desired tomes, leaving only Chu Chen, Bai Shushu, and Ling Luoxue standing awkwardly face to face. What are you doing? Peeking at the Taoist Canon Palace's books is punishable. Realizing the situation, Bai Shushu quickly shouted. Ling Luoxue stepped forward even more urgently to stop them. The elder already said there's no one guarding it. Who's going to punish us? Don't disturb our junior brother's cultivation. Chu Chen hastily stopped the two women. He had no intention of going in after all. He had already read most of the books inside. What? Senior brother, are you saying little martial uncle is pulling strings again? Great, senior sister, let's go in too. Bai Shushu slightly parted her lips, recalling the under-the-table deal between Zhou Hai and Chu Chen. Excited, she grabbed Ling Luoxue's hand to charge inside,
only to be stopped yet again by Chenbei.
Uncle Master said you two need to grind points.
These words instantly infuriated both girls.
Why?
Ling Luoxue protested indignantly.
Then go ask Uncle Master yourself, how should I know?
Chu Chen's eyes shimmered with amusement, infuriating the two women so much they turned away to confront Zhou Hai. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai was lounging on the grassy patch behind the Dao Repository Palace, munching on snacks while flipping through newly published secular classics, having just set aside the silver vase plum. Beside him lay piles of hundreds more books, the Sacred Maiden Sutra, the Damp Sutra, chanting dampness in 3 plain hands, you name it, he had it. It had been too long since he'd wandered freely in this ocean of postures. Zhou Hai resolved to buckle down, he wouldn't eat a bite until he'd finished reading them all.
He was so absorbed in reading the results that he didn't even notice Bai Shushu and Ling Luoxue's arrival.
When the two girls saw those classics scattered all over the ground, their faces immediately flushed red.
So this was truly the key to opening the back door. But as young women, how could they possibly bring themselves to offer such a thing? What are you doing? Showing up without even a greeting. So rude.
Finally, as Zhou Hai turned the page, he noticed the two women and hastily gathered up the scattered books.
At the same time, he swapped the cover of the classic in his hand, instantly transforming it into the classic of vast righteousness. This scene infuriated Bai Shushu.
The scripture of majestic righteousness was created by the revered sages of the academy, a peerless classic of the sacred institution.
How could its name be bestowed upon such a book?
Just as he was about to speak, a surge of deathly energy suddenly emanated from a nearby residence courtyard.
What happened? The gazes of both women were instantly drawn. Could someone be undergoing a life-threatening tribulation?
Zhou Hai instinctively turned to look, only to feel the deathly energy within his body surge violently.
A death talisman had silently appeared in his sea of consciousness. What's going on?
The deathly energy within him, needless to speculate, could only have been reflected back by Qin Xiao. This girl cultivated the Burial Heaven Emperor's scripture, so the duality of life and death energy is normal, but she didn't study talisman arts. Closing the book in his hands, Zhou Hai swiftly returned to the courtyard.
Ling Luoxue and Bai Shushu followed in urgent haste.
Yet all they saw was Qin Xiao on the meditation mat, drawing talismans with both hands, a death talisman actually hovering above her head, as if summoning the gates of hell itself.
Isn't that the Sacred Elder's talisman? Although there were no Dao principles in the appendix nor any Dao soldier jade pendant, Ling Luoxue and Bai Shushu recognized this talisman at a glance.
Especially Bai Shushu, who was already a prodigy in talisman arts. The moment she saw this talisman, she was utterly stunned.
She could swear with certainty that the academy definitely did not possess this talisman's cultivation technique. The elder of Qianyao sect had only performed it once, and Qin Xiao had replicated it on the spot. Was this even humanly possible?
And at the very moment the talisman stabilized, Qin Xiao again began forming hand seals with one hand while drawing talismans with the other, actually sketching the death talisman in reverse.
Soon, a strand of vitality permeated the air, and another ghostly talisman emerged, yet transformed into a life talisman.
Ling Luoxue and Bai Shushu felt a buzz as if 10,000 tons of explosives had detonated in their minds, utterly stunned into numbness.
Everyone knew Chenbei was a monster, but who could have imagined the elder's other disciple was even more monstrous? And at the very moment the two talismans fully took shape, Qin Xiao's cultivation also finally achieved a breakthrough, successfully stepping into the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm.
This scene reminded the two women of Chu Chen's previous record of Qin Xiao's cultivation level only at the 1st level of the Foundation Establishment realm. This meant that when Chenbei decided to include Qin Xiao in the Four Mansions debate, her cultivation was merely at the 1st level. Yet in less than half a month, she had soared to the 8th level. This realization nearly drove the two women to utter madness. Can't the junior martial uncle have even one normal disciple? Yet even more insanity followed. After her breakthrough, Qin Xiao actually attempted to combine the life and death talismans into one, nearly making the two watching girls drop their jaws in astonishment. However, it was abundantly clear that given Qin Xiao's current cultivation level, merely completing 2 talismans was already her utmost limit. Merging the forces of life and death was simply impossible. The moment the 2 talismans drew close, their opposing energies clashed and rebounded, causing Qin Xiao to cough up a mouthful of blood. The chaotic interplay of life and death energies within her threatened to obliterate her entirely if this continued. With no other choice, Qin Xiao hastily dispelled the 2 talismans, and the piercing agony racking her body finally ceased.
Master!
Opening her eyes to see Zhou Hai standing before her, Qin Xiao immediately rose to salute him.
Excellent, truly excellent. I never expected you to possess such talent in talismanic arts. It seems my lineage of runecraft will indeed have a worthy successor. %.
Zhou Hai's eyes gleamed with excitement as he rhythmically tapped the classic of vast righteousness against his palm. Having recently obtained the Emperor-grade cultivation manual, Compendium of Runic Truths, he had been worrying about whom to pass it on to. What delightful fortune that the answer had now appeared.
Disciple, this Compendium of Runic Truths contains my humble insights into the path of talismanic arts. Study it diligently, and you shall reap boundless benefits. With a raised hand, Zhou Hai instantly transmitted the complete knowledge of the runic compendium directly into Qin Shiyao's consciousness. Qin Shiyao felt a boom in her head, as if the universe had exploded. Countless pieces of information converged and instantly condensed into a single talisman.
Though it was just one talisman, upon closer observation, it revealed endless transformations, containing all the truths of talismanic arts. If one could comprehend it, all methods would return to their origin, and all talismans would submit. Master, such profound insights into the talismanic arts. Opening her eyes, Qin Shiyao gazed at him with utter admiration. It's just a small matter, no need to make a fuss. By the way, our Dao Repository Palace may not have much else, but it's overflowing with cultivation manuals. All the talisman techniques from every academy are stored here, you should take a look. Zhou Hai waved his hand, once again assuming his air of detached nobility. But master, I don't have any contribution points yet. Fine, have it your way, Qin Shiyao conceded with a sigh. You silly child, the Dao Repository Palace is run by our family. You're just going there to sort scriptures, what do you need points for? By the way, considering all your hard work in organizing the Taoist scriptures, I'll report to the Wendaegon later and have them add some points for you. Zhou Hai's words left the two women beside him utterly stunned. Good heavens, is Junior Uncle speaking so openly without even trying to hide it? This back door is opened way too wide, isn't it? Chapter 53, Using the Body as a Seed, Facing Death to Seek Life. Master, I'll head to the scripture pavilion first. Having received Zhou Hai's approval, Qin Shiyao couldn't wait another moment and immediately dashed towards the scripture pavilion. Beside them, Bai Shushu suddenly remembered the purpose of their visit. Just as she was about to ask Zhou Hai for special treatment, Ling Luoxue grabbed her hand and pulled her away from the scene. Junior sister, what brings you here? At the entrance of the scripture pavilion, Chu Chen was reviewing the cultivation notes left by a senior when he saw Qin Shiyao approaching and greeted her with a smile. The elders have said that since this is our sect's own repository of Dao texts, one may come as they please. Do we really need your permission, senior brother? Before Qin Shiyao could respond, Ling Luoxue interjected. Junior sister Xiao, don't mind her. Come with me, and I'll show you the cultivation manuals on talisman arts. Your senior sister Bai Shushu is a genius in rune arts. With her guidance, I'm sure you'll make rapid progress. As she spoke, Ling Luoxue pulled Qin Shiyao and Bai Shushu into the scripture pavilion together. Chu Chen was utterly bewildered. It was one thing for the junior sister to enter, but had these two also gained little martial uncle's approval? He dared not speak nor ask. After all, they'd come with the junior sister. Bai Shushu, who had successfully entered the scripture pavilion, wore a guilty expression. Had it really been this easy to slip through the cracks? Junior sister, come with me. Grateful for the junior sister's unintentional help, Bai Shushu eagerly pulled Qin Shiyao toward the section on talisman cultivation, intending to personally guide her in the practice of talisman arts. Yet as soon as they arrived, Qin Shiyao's eyes were immediately drawn to a jade slip. The jade slip had yellowed with age, showing clear signs of antiquity. Even the faintest trace of Taoist essence had vanished from it, making it utterly unlike any cultivation manual. Moreover, untouched for so long, it was covered in dust and appeared completely unremarkable. Yet Qin Shiyao sensed an immense vitality within, as if it contained an entire minor world. Without thinking, she reached out and took the bamboo slip in her hand. Junior apprentice sister, you're just like me. You noticed this jade slip the moment you arrived. I'm telling you now, this jade slip contains absolutely no cultivation methods whatsoever. The only reason it's been kept here all these years is because the ancient sage ancestors from 10,000 years ago thought it might assist in talisman cultivation. Otherwise, it would have been thrown away long ago. I've looked through it before too. It's just a bunch of gardening knowledge. Might be useful for mortal gardeners, but completely worthless to us. Noticing their reactions, Bai Shushu chuckled as she explained. Is that so? Qin Shiyao arched her delicate brows in disagreement, holding a different view. She attempted to channel the heaven-burying true essence into it. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through her mind, and in an instant, she found herself transported to another world. When she had seen the jade slip, she distinctly sensed intense life energy, yet this world was suffused with death. The heavens and earth lay in ruins, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. As far as the eye could see, everything was stained crimson. In the distance stood countless towering mountains, all formed from piled corpses, the thick stench of blood so overwhelming it made one nauseous. The raging river was entirely filled with viscous blood, its surface dotted with floating bones. Qin Shiyao's petite face turned deathly pale. Standing here, she felt as if the entire world had perished. How could this happen? Where has the aura of life gone? I want to go back. Qin Shiyao attempted to exit, but found it useless. It was as if she had always belonged to this world, yet now the entire world had perished, leaving only her alive. What exactly is going on?
I want to get out. Qin Shio attempted to fly. Yet when she reached the sky, the world remained a vast expanse of blood red. Deathly stillness stretched endlessly, no trace of life, not a glimmer of light to be found. Qin Shio flew onward, but as time slipped away, she realized she would never find this world's exit. The overwhelming sensation of a boundless dead sea, of limitless solitude, gradually drove her to the brink of madness. Yet afterward, she still couldn't escape this world. This feeling of utter devastation had been born countless times. Before she knew it, she had flown for over a century, feeling utterly exhausted. She landed in a swamp, her body weakened to the point where she could barely even open her eyes. Looking at her hands, the aged skin had wrinkled into folds. The once lustrous hair at her forehead had turned from white to yellow, withered like wild grass. Her remaining days were few. Having flown through this world for a lifetime, she was now about to die of old age. Master, I want to go back. What kind of place is this anyway? Qin Shio wept, unable to comprehend why her bright future had been squandered so utterly. She watched herself grow older still, until death came. As if her soul had left her body, she watched her own flesh gradually corrode until it completely disappeared, before her soul slowly drifted away from this world. In her final moments, she turned back towards this world with eyes full of reluctance, and saw something unexpected. Between heaven and earth, only desolation remained. An endless aura of death enveloped everything, as if the entire world had been constructed into a talisman of demise. Qin Shio froze in shock. Just as the aura of death reached its peak, she caught a whiff of an extraordinarily refreshing fragrance. The countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood decayed and vanished. Blades of grass sprouted upon the blood-soaked earth, as springs bubbled up from beneath, carrying a rich aroma of vitality. The sun and moon reappeared in the sky. Across the land, endless vegetation grew ceaselessly, and various wondrous creatures gradually came into being. Qin Shio stared blankly at this sight, as if she had discovered the very essence of life itself. Extremes meet, where death ends is where life begins. Meanwhile, the true essence of the burial emperor's scripture flowed through her consciousness. She seemed to comprehend the profound meaning of heavenly burial. Take the body as seed, seek life through death. Qin Shio's gaze gradually cleared with understanding. The next instant, death energy swirled around her, transforming her whole being as if she had become one of the denizens of the underworld. Mysterious talismans gradually took form, using her as a conduit. Her soul transformed into a seed, falling once more into this world. Springs came and went, flowers bloomed and withered, until finally, a young willow sprout broke through the soil. At this moment, in the scripture pavilion, Bai Shushu was still answering Qin Shio's questions. Yes, junior sister. Over the past 10,000 years, many esteemed seniors and powerful figures have examined this jade slip, but, before Bai Shushu could finish speaking, she sensed a surge of pure life force spreading out. Qin Shio was enveloped in a green glow, with countless talismans swirling around her. She transforms into a willow tree, as if she were the goddess of life. What is this? Bai Shushu was dumbfounded, while Ling Luoshua beside him was also stunned. As the green light emanating from Qin Shio spread outward, the entire scriptures pavilion became enveloped in an aura of vibrant vitality. What happened? Inside the scriptures pavilion, Yuan Bupo and others who were flipping through the collections turned their heads to look, and even Chu Chen hurried into the pavilion. At this moment, back in the small courtyard, Zhou Hai, who had just begun reading again, suddenly heard the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host's second disciple for successfully comprehending the supreme mystery, genesis of all things. Current feedback multiplier, tenfold. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai was stunned. Normally, the system couldn't be bothered to announce feedback from disciples' breakthroughs. This was the first time, which showed just how extraordinary it was. Soon, he felt a pure stream of vital energy circulating within his body. At the same moment, the supreme talisman of all things was born. A fleeting thought told him he could choose any object to bear the talisman, manifesting its boundless vitality. As soon as this thought arose, Zhou Hai's mind immediately conjured images of cacti and snapping turtles. If one were to speak of ultimate resilience, these two undoubtedly stood as supreme representatives. And in that instant when the thought crossed his mind, the talisman transformed into a turtle, its shell adorned with a massive cactus. Holy crap! What the hell? This is so ugly. Meanwhile, he had finished receiving the feedback and knew clearly that from now on, this would be his lifebound talisman. The moment he realized his lifebound talisman was actually a damn old turtle, Zhou Hai was dumbfounded. Change me back. I want to be beautiful again. Zhou Hai didn't hesitate to alter the appearance of his life-bonded talisman. Chapter 54, Mysterious Realm Transformation, Supreme Aura. The green light shimmered as Zhou Hai's life-bonded talisman within his dantian transformed once more, this time into a green-clad man wearing a green hat, bearing his exact likeness but with even his skin entirely green. What the hell? Is this talisman making me green until I lose my damn mind? Zhou Hai, who had been rejoicing in his profound cultivation that allowed his talismans to transform endlessly, was dumbfounded once again. He loved good health,
but when that healthy green hue manifested on his own skin, it was downright unbearable. Yet when he tried transforming again, he found the green tint couldn't be removed at all. Damn it, either I turn into a green turtle or turn myself green.
Looks like these talismans have to stay hidden for now.
Zhou Hai felt helpless. He knew his cultivation was still shallow. Being able to make the talismans transform endlessly was already impressive enough. For now, he simply couldn't conceal the distinctive traits of his talismans. After all, even demonic beings needed the power of a sage to achieve ultimate transformations. Before reaching sainthood, there was no way he could hide the vibrant life force radiating from this life talisman. Just as Zhou Hai and Qin Xiao obtained the supreme technique and the life talisman, an unexpected change also occurred at the Martial Palace. Behind the Martial Palace lay a peculiar realm known as the Battle Secret Realm.
Countless innate creatures are born daily in the secret realm.
These beings ceaselessly slaughter each other, emerging in waves only to perish in waves, as if they were born for battle alone.
Academy disciples often enter the realm to temper their fighting spirit by spending contribution points.
For 10,000 years, this cycle has remained unchanged. But the moment Qin Xiao obtained the Jade Slip's inheritance, thunderous roars suddenly echoed from the secret realm. Simultaneously, disciples still battling inside witnessed an astonishing sight. The originally 1,000-mile radius space now rumbled with thunder, as the entire area began expanding continuously. Doubled, tripled, tenfold, hundredfold, thousandfold. It finally stopped after expanding several thousand times its original size. Now, against the ash-gray sky, a sun and moon unexpectedly emerged. Purple mists drifted from the east as auspicious clouds enveloped the sky. Spiritual energy swept through all directions, 1,000 times denser than the outside world. All battling creatures ceased their fights as if gaining sentience, each flying toward a single direction. What was once a realm of only death and slaughter had now transformed into a serene world, a true sacred land for cultivation. At the very moment the world completed its transformation, a pillar of light shot straight into the heavens from the mountain behind the martial arts palace. The sky above the academy was utterly transformed. The heavens trembled, the sun and moon dimmed. An invincible aura radiated in all directions, carrying with it the primal essence of another world. What happened? The people within the academy were profoundly shocked, their gazes simultaneously drawn to that luminous pillar, bodies trembling uncontrollably as if their very souls were quaking. A supreme aura? Zhou Hai from the Daozan Palace also turned to look at the pillar of light and couldn't help but be startled. He possessed quite a few supreme divine artifacts himself and was extremely sensitive to supreme auras, instantly detecting the supreme presence within that radiant column. This aura was overwhelmingly powerful, though not intentionally directed at anyone. Its mere manifestation was enough to make the entire world bow in submission. Damn it, troubles come one after another. Just when the academy had quieted down for a few days, now this thing appears, won't it turn the place into a chaotic marketplace? Zhou Hai cursed under his breath. Shielded by imperial and supreme artifacts, he remained completely unaffected by the pressure, yet grew increasingly concerned about the academy's future. This supreme aura swept across heaven and earth. It wasn't just those within the academy who could sense its presence. The reality was exactly as he had speculated. As the pillar of light ascended higher and higher, even the sun and moon appeared to reverse their positions between heaven and earth. The aura of supreme dominance wildly permeated, spreading across 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles. When this aura enveloped a radius of 10 million miles, every living being across the Great Zhou, from cultivators above to mortals below, had their attention drawn toward the direction of the academy. Is this the reappearance of a supreme Dao field? In the Zhou royal domain, all members of the Great Zhou imperial clan turned their gaze in this direction. Even those ancient monsters who had remained in seclusion for years rushed out from their isolation chambers. Yet even at this moment, the supreme aura showed no signs of stopping, continuing to expand incessantly. Soon, even the sacred dynasties such as De Qian, De Yuan, and De Tang, along with cultivation holy lands like Xiongmiao, Wanjin sect, Suyin Peak, Taichu, Qingyu Valley, and the blood-refining demon sect, sensed this supreme aura. The boundless territory of the northern wastelands was entirely shrouded in the overwhelming presence of the supreme being. A supreme. This is the aura of a supreme. Could it be the reappearance of a supreme's Dao domain, or the emergence of a supreme's tomb? What an incredible opportunity, a heaven-sent chance. Countless eyes burned with greed. To obtain this supreme legacy would make one invincible across all realms. Without the slightest hesitation, major sects immediately convened emergency meetings to pinpoint the source of the supreme aura and dispatch their elite forces. Quickly, send word to the main academy at once. The academy finally reacted, with Moron Shao being the first to send news to the main headquarters. The palace elders were divided between joy and worry. Joy came from the arrival of great fortune. Those closest would naturally benefit first. Worry stemmed from the fact that this fortune couldn't be monopolized, and might even turn into misfortune. This concerns a supreme being. I fear even the main institute wouldn't be able to suppress it. Something terrible has happened. Just as all members of the academy gathered at the Dimensional Rift's entrance, over a dozen disciples rushed out from inside, every one of them pale-faced.
What happened?
Morong Xiao was preparing to lead his team in to investigate what had occurred, but his expression changed drastically upon seeing this.
Uncle Master, something terrible has happened. This is no secret realm, it's an entirely different world.
There are all sorts of demonic tribes inside, and they're charging toward us.
Among them are Dao Palace realm experts, even Purple Mansion realm sovereigns.
They're trying to break free from the entire secret realm.
The disciples' faces turned ashen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as they spoke. What? How could this be?
The entire academy crowd instantly collapsed in terror. As expected, disaster had struck.
Quickly summon Elder Zhou Hai. Without a second thought, Morong Xiao immediately thought of Zhou Hai.
And just as his words fell, Zhou Hai's figure materialized out of thin air at the secret realm's entrance. He held a Saint Experience card in his hand, ready to deal with any potential threat at any moment.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Zhou Hai. Unbeknownst to everyone, Zhou Hai had already become the backbone of the entire academy. As long as he was around, even if the sky fell, it wouldn't matter.
Junior brothers, Xiao Shidi and I will hold the fort here. You must immediately organize the disciples' evacuation, just in case.
Morong Xiao gave Zhou Hai a profound look before issuing orders to the crowd. Junior brother, it's up to you now.
Without further words, the group made their explanations and departed from the place. Before leaving, they completely ransacked all the treasures from each palace. At this moment, Qin Xiao finally came to her senses. She realized she was still alive. Everything she had just experienced was merely part of an inheritance trial.
All disciples, heed my command, evacuate the academy immediately. Where is Qin Xiao?
Retrieve all the Taoist scriptures for your master at once.
Xu Chen, hurry back and organize the Inquiry Dao Palace.
Li Changqing's voice came through.
Inside the Dao Repository Palace, Xu Chen and the others immediately became busy. What? Collecting Taoist scriptures for our master? Qin Xiao froze in surprise.
Little martial sister, I'm afraid something major is about to happen.
You're currently the only disciple of our martial uncle, so the Dao scriptures must naturally be entrusted to you. Quickly! Beside them, Bai Shushu and Ling Luoxua urgently reminded. All right.
Qin Xiao responded affirmatively, gathering all the Dao scriptures into her storage bag without hesitation, then withdrew with the other disciples.
Chapter 55, Zhou Hai. I'm a very casual person. Senior brother, are you sure you want to stay? Zhou Hai glanced sideways at Morong Xiao. Of course. As sect leader, how could I possibly leave? Besides, junior brother, with you here there shouldn't be any problems, right?
Morong Xiao said with a grave expression.
Zhou Hai's face darkened. What did he mean by should be fine if you're here? Even he didn't have that much confidence, okay?
This senior brother Sanzang not only talks too much but also has an overwhelming sense of responsibility. Alright then, this is a sacred sword, take it for self-defense.
If things go wrong, activate it immediately to escape.
Shaking his head, Zhou Hai took out a sacred artifact sword and handed it to Morong Xiao.
What? A holy sword? Such a precious thing for me? What will you use then, junior brother?
Morong Xiao was utterly shocked. He had always suspected his junior brother might be a sage, now it was finally confirmed.
I'm fine with whatever. Zhou Hai waved his hand nonchalantly.
Just to be safe, he secretly donned his supreme armor, fastened the supreme necklace, and even placed an imperial soul-calming bell deep within his sea of consciousness. At the same time, he took out an imperial crown and placed it on his head. In his left hand he held a god-slaying whip, while his right hand grasped the immortal-slaying sword. Both were genuine imperial artifacts. Now he felt much more confident.
With so many treasures protecting us, even if a supreme being arrives, we should be able to escape, right? Below the supreme realm? Just kill them outright, it's time to make our name known. My heavens, little junior brother, with so many sacred artifacts, you couldn't have achieved the Tao through artifact forging, could you?
The moved Morong Xiao was instantly dumbfounded. Unable to sense the aura of these treasures, he assumed they were all sacred artifacts. Yet even so, it was enough to shock him profoundly.
Keep it low-key, absolutely low-key. Zhou Hai turned back with a smile. Boom! At that moment, the towering light pillar vanished, and the secret realm's entrance emitted a deafening roar. Zhou Hai's expression changed as he urgently focused his gaze ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The sound continued relentlessly, each boom louder than the last. Yet no matter how thunderous it became, nothing emerged from within. What's going on? Why hasn't it come out yet?
Half an hour later, Zhou Hai frowned deeply, slightly dazed.
Could it be that these things are sealed and trying to break through? Morong Xiao murmured under his breath.
Zhou Hai also had this feeling. but he didn't let his guard down. Another hour passed, and Morong Xiao was growing impatient.
It must be correct, these things truly can't come out,
Morong Xiao said in a grave tone.
Zhou Hai remained vigilant and silent.
Before they knew it, night had fallen, and all movement inside ceased.
Morong Xiao paced back and forth, visibly losing his composure. It seems these things couldn't break the seal and have given up. Little junior brother, should we go in and take a look?
Suddenly, Morong Xiao spoke up.
Calm down, calm down. If you can't even maintain your composure, how will you achieve great things? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow. He wasn't going in there. Feeling unsafe out here, what if we get trapped inside? And if we run into some supreme powerhouse? Can't fight them, can't escape, wouldn't we just die for nothing? Should we leave first then? Morong Zhao's heart pounded too as he muttered this. You go ahead, I must guard this place for the world. If something really breaks through, I'll be ready to respond immediately. Zhou Hai refused without hesitation. Are you kidding? A supreme dojo has appeared in the world. What if there's some enormous opportunity waiting? Running away now would mean missing out completely.
Ah, junior brother, your righteousness truly shines by stepping forward in times of danger. Morong Xiao gazed at Zhou Hai in astonishment, once again utterly impressed by him. The sun rose and set, and before they knew it, another day and night had passed.
Morong Xiao felt like he was being driven mad by anticipation. The secret realm still showed no signs of movement. Junior brother, we're stuck in limbo. Leaving doesn't feel right. Staying feels pointless. What if we just go in and take a look? At least we'd die knowing. Morong Xiao truly couldn't take it anymore and said to Zhou Hai, Nonsense. Senior brother, do you know why your cultivation has been stuck at the enlightenment realm? With your current state of mind, when will you ever break through? Zhou Hai was left speechless. He was suffering too, but what could he do? For safety's sake, whoever wanted to go could go. He absolutely wouldn't go even if beaten to death. Morong Zhao's heart trembled as these words struck him with sudden enlightenment. Indeed, when had his state of mind deteriorated so badly? He couldn't even wait a day or two?
Only now did he realize that over the years, other academies had gradually strayed from the sage's original tenets, growing fat and complacent while each became stronger than the last. In contrast, his great Zhou Academy, though steadfast in upholding the sage's will, had fallen far behind in development due to insufficient resources. He had devoted himself to enhancing the strength of the academy, but neglected to temper his state of mind. Continuing like this, he feared he would never break through in this lifetime.
At this realization, Morong Xiao suddenly felt his mind clear, and his restless heart settled into tranquility.
In that instant, the realm that had stagnated for nearly a decade suddenly began to loosen.
Thank you for your guidance, junior brother.
A single word from you is worth 10 years of cultivation.
Morong Xiao was overjoyed and immediately sat cross-legged in meditation, breaking through on the spot. Holy shit, this actually works? Zhou Hai was dumbfounded. He'd just been making up a righteous excuse to avoid entering, yet it actually helped someone achieve a breakthrough?
In no time, Morong Zhao's Tao principles, divine soul, and physical body merged into one. A divine thought soared into the sky, spreading outward.
Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth stirred as rolling thunder surged. Morong Zhao's unity tribulation had arrived.
Junior brother, I'll face the tribulation first. Morong Xiao soared into the sky, his majestic aura sweeping across all directions, the roar of his sword resounding through the wilderness, leaving Zhou Hai utterly envious. Soon, heaven and earth churned, thunder and lightning tore through the sky, bringing destruction.
Morong Xiao fought against the heavens, locked in an intense battle with neither side yielding.
Meanwhile, a spirit vessel approached from the direction of the Zhou royal domain.
At the same time, hundreds of figures from the Great Qian dynasty also arrived at Dinghai City. Is that Morong Xiao undergoing the unity tribulation?
The moment these people arrived and saw the overwhelming tribulation clouds in the sky, their expressions changed dramatically with shock. The Supreme Tao field had been open for less than 2 days, yet Morong Xiao had already achieved a breakthrough. One could imagine just how immense the opportunities contained within this Supreme Tao field must be. The eyes of those rushing over immediately turned red. Without hesitation, they charged straight toward the martial Tao Palace. Ha! Truly the Academy holds greater fortunes than heaven itself. Not only has the Supreme Tao field manifested here, but fellow Taoist Morong Xiao has even achieved a breakthrough. Double congratulations indeed.
A burst of laughter sounded as an elderly eunuch stepped off the spirit vessel, chuckling as he spoke. Zhou Hai turned his head and saw hundreds of people swiftly emerging from the spirit vessel. Even Emperor Ji Wuji of Great Zhou had arrived. Moreover, Ji Wuji wasn't even the strongest among these individuals.
Beside him stood 3 elderly men, all peak-level purple mansion cultivators, clearly ancient recluses who had hidden from the world for millennia. My fellow Taoists jest, my senior brother's breakthrough has nothing to do with this secret realm. Zhou Hai smiled faintly. He didn't want these people to dwell too much on the secret realm, otherwise the academy would never know peace again.
What does it matter? Are you afraid we'll covet the supreme inheritance? Such paramount heritage, even your central academy couldn't digest it. How dare a mere branch office like yours tries to monopolize it?
Before the great Zhou imperial family could respond, a cold mocking voice suddenly rang out. Hundreds of people flew across the horizon, and among them, an old man in golden robes spoke coldly.
Who are you? Zhou Hai frowned. Xianyao sect outer elder, Qian Santong. Audacious academy.
Several elders from our sacred land came to your institution, only for their life tokens to shatter one after another.
How dare you not immediately come forth to confess your crimes?
Qian Santong snorted disdainfully, his gaze filled with arrogant contempt. Yet before his words had fully faded, a massive cauldron descended between heaven and earth, its formidable aura instantly crushing him from the skies.
Impudent! In the lands of Great Zhou, to make one of our people apologize, what gives you the right? An icy voice echoed as an elder behind Empress Zhou made his move.
Qian Santong's expression changed drastically.
Locked in place by the massive cauldron, he found himself unable to move.
Just as he was about to be crushed into pulp, a great seal suddenly flew from behind, slamming heavily into the cauldron.
Chapter 56, Yi Haoran of the Academy, picking fights with everyone he meets. Boom!
The collision between the bronze cauldron and the great seal sent intertwined beams of azure and crimson light exploding outward, the violent shockwaves instantly flattening the 300-mile academy grounds in an instant. Only a solitary courtyard near the Dao Repository Palace remained standing, along with the artificial mountain in the direction of the Inquiry Palace that was suppressing Ji Kuei.
Fuck your mother, you bunch of turtle bastards, are you out of your damn minds? Fighting is one thing, but wrecking our academy? What's your damn problem? Pay up! Zhou Hai's temper flared instantly. Having spent 7 years here, he'd long considered this place his home. How could he tolerate such destruction? Who the hell you calling names?
Qian Santong sighed. The old man holding the great seal stared coldly at Zhou Hai.
What's wrong with scolding you? Are you brain deaf and can't understand human speech? Or was the scolding not satisfying enough that you want to hear me curse you again? Today you'll pay for everything you've broken at full price. Or don't blame me for being rough with you.
Zhou Hai glared. He had a temper too.
Impudent!
Hearing this, the old man's beard and hair bristled with rage. With a sweep of his hand, the colossal seal came crushing down upon Zhou Hai like a tidal wave.
Get lost!
But at that very moment, a furious roar erupted through the sky as a stone steel came flying from the horizon, smashing heavily into the descending seal.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The void shattered, and shockwaves billowed across the heavens. The already devastated 300-mile academy grounds now looked as though they'd been plowed over 1,000 times.
What presumptuous scoundrel dares wield weapons within our academy? Do you truly believe our institution lacks worthy defenders?
An angry shout echoed as a scroll painting descended from the heavens, bearing hundreds of figures standing upon it. The stone steel flew back and landed squarely in the hands of one particular figure. This was a middle-aged man whose scholarly appearance suggested refinement and elegance, yet his eyes burned with overwhelming killing intent, clearly revealing his fiery temperament. Heh, so it turns out to be you, fellow Taoist Yi Haoran. After all these years apart, your cultivation has grown even more profound. The old man holding the great seal narrowed his pupils, glaring fixedly at the middle-aged man.
I may not know profound wisdom, but beating you, a wretched old fool who can't tell right from wrong, shouldn't be a problem. Yi Haoran's gaze was icy, his words leaving no shred of dignity for the other party. Fellow Taoist Yi, what do you mean by this? The elder from the Great Seal sect looked grim. They were revered ancestors from various sacred lands. How could anyone dare to slap them in the face like this? Heh, is there anyone in the northern wastelands who doesn't know that your great Qian dynasty produced an unrivaled hegemon, a peerless genius of unparalleled talent, one who upholds the legacy of the ancient sages and safeguards a land of purity? Yet you blind old fools allowed the major sects to persecute him, even colluding from within and without to drive him to the brink of annihilation. A dynasty like yours, the Qin dynasty, if it does not perish someday, how can justice prevail under heaven? As the supreme elder of the Haoran Palace in the Academy's Grand Court, scolding people was Yi Haoran's specialty. The scolding made the already grim-faced elder with the Great Seal look as if he had swallowed something vile. Yi Haoran, who do you think you are to dare meddle in the affairs of my Qian dynasty? The old man gritted his teeth, unleashing his oppressive aura as if preparing for imminent battle. Enough, Elder Yi. Why bother yourself with other people's family affairs? Yi Haoran was just about to retort when another burly man on the scroll roared sharply. Indeed, Elder Yi, our academy's sacred ground has always remained aloof from worldly affairs. There's no need for us to get overly involved. On the other side, a middle-aged man holding a sword, who gave off the air of a scholarly swordsman, also spoke up. Shut up, both of you. Zhang Taiye, Lei Hong, don't think I don't know about your collusion with the great dynasties in Holy Lands. Talk about not meddling in other people's affairs, haven't you interfered enough already? Moreover, Chen Bei is a descendant of my Haoran lineage and has become my disciple at the academy. As an elder of this academy, What's inappropriate about me speaking up for my successor? Aren't you just afraid that offending everyone will affect the Chen dynasty's branch of our academy? In all these years, I've seen the situation at the Great Chen Academy branch more clearly than anyone. Frankly speaking, good riddance to those selfish bastards. The sooner they're gone, the better. Yi Haoren never discriminated between friend or foe when shutting people down. His words immediately made those two grand elders question their entire existence, shaking with rage until their bodies trembled. Hand it over. Turning back again, Yi Haoren stretched his hand toward the seal-bearing elder. What? The seal-bearing elder froze momentarily, utterly caught off guard. What's the matter? Did your ancestors teach you rules saying you don't have to pay for tearing down people's houses? No wonder every Tom, Dick, and Harry dares to strut around in your Qian dynasty. This is how you people operate. But while your Qian dynasty may tolerate being trampled upon, my academy won't. Especially the Great Zhou Academy. If you don't compensate 1 million top-grade spirit stones for today's damages, don't blame me for tearing down your Qian capital another day. Yi Haoren's face carried a clear threat. He wasn't joking in the slightest. Well said. Less won't do. If I don't get 1 billion top-grade spirit stones today, I'll tear down Zhuangji and Qianwangdu right now. Zhou Hai, who had been looking gloomy, instantly brightened up upon hearing this. Truly befitting an elder scholar from the main academy, his insults cut far deeper than Li Changqing's. Such magnificent arrogance, utterly delightful. You bastard, you're asking for death. Repeatedly threatened and humiliated, the elder with the great seal could no longer contain his fury. He raised his hand and unleashed the seal, aiming to crush Zhou Hai. Fuck your mother. You don't dare hit him when he insults you, but you come after me? You really think I'm an easy target? Zhou Hai was stunned. He genuinely couldn't fathom what made him seem like such an easy mark. In his fury, he was about to strike when Yi Haoren swiftly appeared before him. With a wave of his hand, the stone steel expanded rapidly in the wind, colliding like a towering mountain against the great seal. You old fool! Among the 4 great branches of the academy, I value the Great Zhou lineage the most. Daring to lay hands on the Great Zhou lineage, do you take me for nothing? Yi Haoren glared at the old man, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. What grand authority your academy wields, to dare threaten even our Great Zhou territory, let alone the Chen dynasty. I too wish to know how the two of you dared to lay waste to my royal Zhou domain. This time, however, not only was the elder from the Chen dynasty enraged, but even the people from the Zhou dynasty wore grim expressions. What's the matter with you Zhou royals? Extra thick skin. If the Qian dynasty breaks something, they have to pay. Do you think you're exempt? Zhou Hai glared with burning eyes. He harbored no goodwill toward the Zhou imperial family. These people had been the very first to come persecuting his disciple. Well said, child. Though we don't stir up trouble, we'll never cower when threatened. Since they've come knocking at our door, reason must be spoken where reason is due. Reparations paid where reparations are owed. Should any dare act unreasonably, this old ancestor will stand behind you. We'll beat them until they learn reason. Yi Haoren gazed at Zhou Hai with deep satisfaction. This lad suited his temperament perfectly. All right, you're a reasonable one. I won't hold you accountable, just split your share among them. 150 million, let them pay for it. By the way, stop calling me ancestor. We're not that close. Just because I like your face doesn't mean you can take advantage of me. Zhou Hai grinned and patted Yi Haoren on the shoulder, saying, Ah! Yi Haoren was dumbfounded. From the sound of it, this punk was trying to scam even him. Ha ha ha. But the moment he recalled Zhou Hai's subsequent words, Yi Haoren couldn't help bursting into laughter, saying, Well said. Judge the deed, not the person. That suits my taste perfectly. Boy, from this moment forth, I shan't carry myself as your venerable elder anymore. Let us become friends despite the difference in our years. Should anyone dare bully you in the future, just invoke my name. Right as they spoke, a faint cry for help suddenly came from the direction of Wandao Palace. Venerable elder, save me. Everyone turned to look, and upon seeing Ji Kuei by the rockery, the faces of those from the Zhou dynasty instantly turned ashen. Chapter 57, Stepping on Sacred Artifacts. Who dares take another step? How audacious. Your academy has some nerve, daring to suppress even our imperial son. Upon seeing the suppressed Ji Kuei, the Zhou emperor erupted in fury, his imperial aura crushing down upon the entire hall. What kind of academy is this? Back then, our great Zhou generously took you in, yet you dared to act so recklessly, even suppressing the descendants of the Zhou emperor's line. Are you attempting to rebel? Within the great Zhou faction, Ji Feng was overjoyed. He had long wanted to chase away the meddlesome academy. Never did he expect they'd hand him such an opportunity. Naturally, he wouldn't let it slip by. Someone, come with me to rescue 7th brother. To demonstrate his fraternal respect, Ji Feng gave an order and led his men flying toward the rockery. Let's see who dares. But then a cold voice echoed as Yi Haoren flung out the stone tablet in his hand, instantly expanding to 100 zhang in size, blocking everyone's path. Yi Haoren, what do you think you're doing? Ji Wuji's eyes turned icy. As the emperor of a dynasty, his dignity would not be challenged. It's nothing special. It is well known that the Great Zhou Academy upholds the legacy of the ancient sages, carrying out the will of heaven and shielding all living beings.
For years, the major sects have taken what they wanted from the nations, deciding life and death for the common people at will.
But ask yourself, has the Great Joe Academy ever taken the slightest advantage from your Great Joe? Has it ever betrayed the trust of its hundreds of millions of people?
The achievements of the Great Joe Academy need no elaboration.
But you ought to know, the Great Joe Academy has never targeted anyone.
There must be a reason for suppressing this youth. As the supreme elder of the main academy of our Great Joe institution, I'd like to see who dares to rescue a criminal we've subdued. Yi Haoren stood with his hands behind his back, his words radiating an intangible righteousness that enveloped the entire scene, even making the surrounding sunlight appear brighter. The oppressive aura of Zhou's emperor held no effect before him.
Ha ha ha! What an excellent sinner you are!
Since you speak thus, this sovereign shall witness exactly how you intend to handle today's rescue operation.
Guards, save the 7th prince immediately. Anyone who dares interfere shall be slain without mercy.
Emperor Zhou laughed in extreme rage as a host of elite warriors soared from behind him, charging straight toward the rock garden.
Let's see who dares.
Yi Haoren's eyes turned cold as he stepped through the air, instantly blocking everyone's path.
Yi Haoren, do you realize what you're doing?
From the main academy side, Lei Hong frowned and shouted,
"Shut your damn mouth."
Yi Haoren's gaze remained icy. A man of unwavering integrity, he cared only for righteousness, showing no deference to anyone, not even fellow grand elders of the academy.
You,
Lei Hong and Jiang Tai's expressions turned ugly as they angrily waved their hands, no longer willing to deal with his troublesome affairs.
Yi Haoren, you're looking for death.
Behind the Zhou Emperor, the elderly man holding the cauldron stepped forward with a dark expression, slowly approaching Yi Haoren.
Damn it, are these people addicted to fighting? Fight all you want, but why always turn the academy into a battleground?
Zhou Hai wasn't happy about it, but Yi Haoren kept defending the academy's reputation everywhere. Unable to reprimand him directly, Zhou Hai could only say, "Elder Yi, come back here.
Let's see who dares take this person away today." %%. Hearing this, Yi Haoren couldn't help but frown.
Young man, I observe you're not the timid sort who shrinks from trouble.
A true man stands firm between heaven and earth. Why should he concern himself with pleasing others? Yi Haoren said disapprovingly. Cut the crap. When I say come back, you come back. What's the meaning of always turning my academy into a battlefield?
Don't worry, those I've suppressed, no one can save. That's my word.
Zhou Hai was speechless, secretly communicating via divine sense.
Yi Haoren's pupils constricted slightly. He hadn't noticed Zhou Hai's cultivation fluctuations at all. At this moment, sensing Zhou Hai's divine sense, he was instantly astonished.
This kid actually has the strength of at least the Unity Realm. Judging by his bone age, he's no more than 20. How did he achieve this? Ah, good, I won't stop you.
Yi Haoren burst into laughter, though harboring doubts in his heart. He still carried the stone tablet back to Zhou Hai. He was determined to see what gave Zhou Hai the audacity to make such a claim. Seeing this, Emperor Zhou snorted coldly. Both the Zhou imperial clan and the people of Daqian scornfully watched Yi Haoren, mocking his hesitating attempt to block them yet lacking the courage as a laughable spectacle. The Great Zhou Academy is nothing special.
Come with me to save someone.
With a cold sneer, Ji Feng flew with his men to the side of the artificial rockery.
Yet the moment they landed, an overwhelming pressure erupted from the artificial mountain. Within 10,000 miles, silence fell in an instant.
Every blade of grass and every tree, even the wind itself, stood frozen in place. All present stiffened on the spot, legs weakening beneath them, yet unable to even collapse to the ground. Only cold sweat poured uncontrollably from their bodies. Sage pressure, the sacred artifact. Everyone's pupils dilated wildly before rapidly contracting to pinpoints. Even Yi Haoren's mind buzzed with disbelief, teetering on the verge of collapse. All beneath the Saint Realm are mere ants. Even a peak 9th rank Purple Mansion expert stands no different from mortals before a true saint.
A single sacred artifact could effortlessly obliterate a whole crowd. Only now did Yi Haoren realize the source of Zhou Hai's confidence.
With the sacred artifact presiding, apart from its overall strength, the Great Zhou Academy alone had the qualifications to establish itself as a holy land.
Damn it, they've got the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard to even think about saving someone I've subdued. Come on, today I stand right here. Let's see who dares take another reckless step.
Zhou Hai's voice rang out at just the right moment. He strode through the air, leaving footprints with each step, until he reached the top of the artificial hill and swept his gaze across the crowd. As his words faded, the artificial hill rapidly expanded, soaring straight into the clouds.
It towered like a pillar holding up the heavens. Everyone was sent flying by an overwhelming force, all except Yi Haoren.
Blood sprayed from their mouths. For thousands of miles around, only the sacred mountain remained at this moment. Before the sacred mountain, even Dinghai City appeared minuscule, like a small village at the foot of a great peak. The crowd resembled ants at the mountain's base, nearly invisible.
Everyone's expression changed drastically. Only when the sacred mountain's oppressive aura lifted did they finally have a chance to catch their breath.
They stared at the colossal mountain before them with horrified eyes, then shifted their gaze to Zhou Hai at its peak, feeling as if they were on the verge of losing their minds. A sacred artifact, this is a genuine sacred artifact. Throughout the world, which sacred ground doesn't treat its sacred artifacts like revered ancestors? Not to mention touching one, even getting a glimpse requires the sacred artifact's permission. Zhou Hai actually trampled the sacred artifact beneath his feet. Wasn't he afraid the sacred artifact might explode in rage and blast him to pieces on the spot? The scene fell into utter silence, with everyone speechless. Heh, what's wrong? Not going to save anyone? Come on then, the person's right beneath my foot. If you can rescue them, consider it your good fortune, I won't interfere at all. Zhou Hai sneered, his words making everyone curse him inwardly. This show-off, why didn't you bring out such a treasure earlier? We all came here swaggering and ready to fight, our pretentiousness meter maxed out. Then you suddenly whip out this thing, where do we even put our faces now? The Zhou imperial family was especially affected, with the emperor's face turning deathly pale, his earlier imperial majesty completely gone. He didn't even dare to show his anger, only regretting not bringing the great Zhou sacred artifact. At this moment, he could only obediently let others manipulate him. Others from the great Zhou imperial family couldn't help but curse inwardly. Save someone? Who the hell would dare move in this situation? Looking for death? It seems everyone's tempers have cooled down. There shouldn't be any more fighting now, right? Alright then, shall we discuss the compensation issue? Zhou Hai scanned the room, instantly making everyone flush with embarrassment, their shame reaching maximum levels. Chapter 58, Extortion and Hospitality. Haha, I think this senior makes a valid point. Debts must be repaid, and lives must be avenged. Damage incurred must be compensated. Our great Qian dynasty offers to pay 300 million supreme-grade spirit stones as reparation. Suddenly, from amidst the great Qian dynasty's ranks, the old man holding the ceremonial seal burst into loud laughter. The crowd shot him looks of utter contempt. This progenitor of the Chen dynasty had absolutely no shame. Never had they seen a clan ancestor bend so easily. Now that's more like it. Come up here and speak. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, a gentle force from the sacred mountain lifted the old man to his side. The moment his feet touched the ground, this great Qian dynasty ancestor couldn't help but tremble inwardly, his very soul quivering with fear. Good heavens! What have I done? I actually stepped on a sacred artifact. This will shorten my lifespan for sure. His legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground in a heap. Zhou Hai looked at him and couldn't help but sneer. He even wondered, if not for fear of soiling the sacred artifact, whether this guy might have pissed his pants right then and there. Now this was what you called putting on airs. Showing off with sacred artifacts feels fucking amazing. As senior, how about, we talk down the mountain? The elder holding the great seal couldn't bear the horror in his heart anymore, stammering as he looked at Zhou Hai. No need. If you want to go down the mountain, wait until your Qian dynasty delivers 300 million top-grade spirit stones first. Otherwise, I really despise people who lie. At that point, whether you'll be sitting here or crawling below, well, that's hard to say. Zhou Hai waved his hand and laughed. Everyone shuddered inwardly. This was a blatant threat. Fetch the spirit stones, go get them now. The Dacian patriarch trembled in terror, hastily issuing a hoarse command. On the side of the Dacian dynasty, some turned to leave while others had a sudden inspiration, taking out communication talismans to summon people to deliver spirit stones. 300 million supreme-grade spirit stones were equivalent to a decade's worth of Great Qian dynasty's treasury reserves, but survival took precedence over everything now. Not a moment could be spared for hesitation. Otherwise, if the old ancestor dies, everyone present will die as well. What about your great Zhou dynasty? Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction, his smiling gaze turning once more toward the Zhou dynasty's contingent. Ji Feng trembled violently, nearly wetting himself in terror, his face paling to an unsightly degree. Once he had entertained thoughts of destroying the academy, but now he dared not even harbor such a notion. Elder, our great Zhou dynasty has shared both glory and humiliation with the academy for 10,000 years. Today, his majesty acted rashly out of paternal desperation. We beg the elder's magnanimous understanding. Indeed, Elder Yi is absolutely right. The actions of the Grand Zhou Academy are witnessed by all. There must be valid reasons behind the suppression of the 7th prince. Our emperor harbors no bias, but the honor of the royal family cannot tolerate a prince being punished by outsiders. Once taken back, he will undoubtedly be reprimanded for his disrespect toward the academy. However, looking at it now, being suppressed by the sacred mountain is also a stroke of fortune for the 7th prince and unparalleled honor. In light of the earlier offense, the Grand Zhou is willing to offer 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. We humbly ask the elder to accept them with a smile. A hearty laugh rang out from the crowd of great Zhou people, as a middle-aged man stepped forward with a cupped hand salute. Who do you think you are? Even your emperor hasn't spoken. What gives you the right to make decisions here? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow. Though he appreciated such straightforward words, he wasn't someone who could be swayed by mere flattery.
Reporting to the elder, this humble official is Zheng Chao, left chancellor of Great Zhou. The middle-aged man promptly responded, "Oh, so you have some authority. Then I'll give you 3 days to prepare. If you can't deliver 1 billion supreme-grade spirit stones within 3 days, then all members of the Zhou royal family present here shall join Ji Kuei down at the mountain's base." Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction, glancing toward the old man holding the great seal as he spoke. He suddenly realized he'd shortchanged himself. If someone was willing to pay 1 billion, why had he only demanded 300 million from the Great Qian faction? 2 billion. Senior, my Great Qian dynasty is willing to compensate 2 billion. The Great Qian ancestor's expression changed abruptly.
In an instant, he seemed to comprehend something and hurriedly shouted,
"What the hell are you being so clever for? Making me feel too embarrassed to hit you." Zhou Hai's face darkened. He was still thinking about how to bargain. This was way too straightforward. Quick, 2 billion top-grade spirit stones. The ancestor didn't dare waste words and immediately shouted. Zhou Hai's gaze turned once more toward the Great Zhou delegation.
3 billion, 1 billion as compensation, 2 billion as a token of gratitude.
Many thanks to the elder for disciplining our Great Zhou's prince.
Zheng Chao was startled. The imperial family could afford pride, but he certainly couldn't. At this moment, he had no choice but to take the blame for the imperial family, no matter how much the compensation would cost.
On the sacred mountain, the Great Qian patriarch wore an expression as if he'd eaten something vile. What the hell is this? It looks more like an auction than extortion with all this constant bidding. Is this some kind of sick joke? 3 billion. The Great Qian Empire offers 3 billion too.
Gritting his teeth, the Great Qian ancestor hastily shouted his bid.
Ah, wouldn't you call for a higher price?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai's expression turned somewhat disappointed. The crowd looked as gloomy as if their mothers had just died. Their expressions were downright wretched.
This guy's truly treating everyone like fools. By the way, I just remembered something. How much should the Qianyao Holy Land compensate us?
Suddenly, Zhou Hai's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Qian Santong. Qian Santong's face paled, and without a second thought, he turned to flee.
Compensate my ass.
The figures threatened by Zhou Hai from Daqian and Dazhou were all esteemed ancestors of their clans, yet even they were willing to pay the price.
What kind of person is he? Just an outer sect elder of the sacred land, nothing more.
Recalling the sacred land of Qiangyao's past actions against the academy, he realized how foolish he'd been to come here today. If he didn't flee now, it would mean certain death.
Damn it, not even a hint of mercy. Do you really think you can just run away? Zhou Hai's eyes turned icy cold.
A vine from the sacred mountain shot out, instantly piercing through Qian Santong's chest.
Ah!
A scream rang out, blood staining the sky. Everyone shuddered in terror, daring not even to breathe.
All right, this matter is settled. I'm actually a peace-loving person who dislikes fighting. Guests are always welcome. Please, have a seat and let's talk. Don't let anyone say our academy lacks hospitality. Zhou Hai stood with hands clasped behind his back, and as he spoke, the sacred mountain began to transform.
In an instant, the scenery within a 1,000-mile radius changed, restoring everything to its original state. Even the academy returned to how it had been before. The sacred mountain vanished, yet none of the gathered crowd dared to show the arrogance they had displayed earlier. Now they moved with extreme caution, fearful of even the slightest misstep. They understood all too well, though the sacred mountain appeared to have disappeared, in reality, everything within a 1,000-mile radius except the city of Dinghai had transformed into the true form of the sacred artifact. Any speck of dust here could annihilate them with but a thought.
At this very moment, Morong Xiao successfully endured his heavenly tribulation of unity. He flew forward and cast a gaze of sincere admiration toward Zhou Hai. Who would have thought our usually carefree junior brother could handle matters so swiftly and decisively? This is the true pillar of our academy. My junior brother is right. Since you are our guests, please enjoy some tea.
With a wave of his hand, countless stone tables materialized on the spot, arranged across the plaza before the grand hall of the Palace of Inquiry, now transformed from the sacred artifact. Stone cups materialized one after another as water surged forth. After taking out the tea leaves, the entire process of brewing, pouring water and steeping the leaves was completed in a single, seamless motion. The murderous atmosphere from moments ago instantly transformed into a grand reception venue.
Yet the crowd exchanged uneasy glances, not daring to move a muscle. Ha ha ha, wonderful. Truly worthy of the Great Zhou Academy, the lineage I value most upholds sage-like etiquette. Let me take the first toast. Yi Haoran roared with laughter, striding confidently to the foot of Inquiry Palace where he raised a teacup and drained it in one gulp. Chapter 59. My junior brother doesn't care for empty fame. Impressive. Truly impressive. Young man, who would have thought at such a tender age you've already obtained the legacy of a sage and mastered such a sacred artifact? With you here, our Grand Zhou Academy is destined for greatness. Oh, By the way, normally someone of your caliber should have been famous throughout Northern Wastes by now. How come I, as a fellow Academy member, have never heard of you before? May I ask how to address you, young friend? Setting down the teacup, Yi Haoran's gaze toward Zhou Hai had completely transformed. Gone was the elder's appreciative look toward a junior. Even the form of address had changed. The others also turned to stare at Zhou Hai in bewilderment. Indeed, how could such a remarkable person remain obscure and unknown? Zhou Hai wore an awkward expression. The question was so blunt he felt embarrassed even mentioning his own name. Ha ha ha, Elder Yi might not know this, but my junior brother Zhou Hai has long been famous across the Northern Wastes. It's just that people don't know the truth and love spreading groundless rumors. At that moment, Morong Xiao burst into laughter, instantly making everyone change their expressions. What? Zhou Hai? Is that Zhou Hai, the once in 10,000 years Academy legend, Zhou Hai, the talentless? The crowd gasped in shock, even Yi Haoran looked astonished. Only Zhou Hai stood there with a darkened face, feeling utterly miserable. See, who said we haven't made a name across the Northern Wastes? Isn't this reputation grand enough? Just who the hell came up with the term Heaven's Waste? It really grates on the ears. Ah, that's right. My junior brother here is none other than Zhou Hai. The world mocks our great Zhou Academy by spreading rumors that my junior brother is a worthless cripple of heaven. Little do they know his cultivation has already transcended mortal limits, making him virtually unrivaled in this era. All these years, my junior brother has anchored our academy, guarded Great Zhou, served the common people, and upheld the righteous path. Yet he dislikes empty fame and prefers solitude, which somehow got twisted into him being completely worthless. But it doesn't matter. My junior brother doesn't care about such things, so we just let it be. Morong Zhao's uproarious laughter left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Damn, this guy really knows how to spin tales. At this age, you're saying he's insanely powerful. Getting the inheritance of a sage would be one thing, but to surpass the extraordinary and enter sainthood, with no match in this world? Then have the nerve to make him put down his sacred artifact. Let's see if he still has no match. Even Zhou Hai couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. Though these words were pleasant to hear, they still made people feel somewhat awkward. Haha, let's keep it low-key, low-key. Zhou Hai forced an awkward laugh, his embarrassed expression making everyone facepalm in exasperation. Wow, you're really playing modest now. If it weren't for that unmistakable smugness you can't hide, I might have actually believed you were being humble. While everyone was inwardly sneering, outwardly they were all meek compliance, not daring to show the slightest disrespect towards Zhou Hai at this moment. In the following hours, everyone got along harmoniously, behaving like obedient schoolchildren. You wouldn't believe how docile they became. What are you up to, junior brother? Late at night, in the small courtyard of the Daozang Palace, Zhou Hai was cooking meat in a large pot when he saw Morong Xiao flying over with a beaming smile. Nothing urgent, just hungry and making something to eat. So, have those people been settled? Zhou Hai glanced back. When the academy was empty, he took charge. But now that Morong Xiao had returned, he couldn't be bothered to manage those people anymore. He simply handed them all over to Morong Xiao. Ha ha ha, junior brother, don't worry, everything's been taken care of. Honestly, once the sacred weapon comes out, it speaks the absolute truth. Just think about it, every one of these people was once a dominant figure roaming the northern wastelands. Now, with just a little intimidation from our junior brother, they're docile as a flock of meek girls. How obedient they've become. Morong Xiao burst into hearty laughter, his tone brimming with smug satisfaction. Just let them dare disobey me, I'll end them. Watching Morong Xiao's smug expression, Zhou Hai couldn't contain his own heroic spirit and blurted out immediately. No no no, junior brother, you mustn't act recklessly. These people being intimidated doesn't mean the forces behind them can be subdued. Every sacred land possesses sacred artifacts, and there might even be living sages who haven't passed away yet. It's fine if you intimidate them a little, but if you go on a full-scale slaughter, making the entire northern wasteland live in fear and provoking joint attacks from all major holy lands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even with your sage-level cultivation, junior brother, you couldn't withstand the torrent of opposing forces. Morong Zhao's expression changed as he hurriedly intervened. Don't worry, as long as they obey, I'm not deranged enough to kill everyone I see. Zhou Hai was somewhat speechless. He had just casually mentioned it, yet this senior brother actually took it seriously. The key point was, did he really consider himself a saint? How wonderful it would be if everyone in the world were like him. This is good. Junior brother, this is your sacred sword. Since there's no activity in the secret realm for now, I'm returning it to you first. Morong Xiao nodded and carefully handed the holy sword to Zhou Hai with both hands. Return what? It's yours now. It's just a sword. Between brothers like us, there's no need for such formalities. Just nag me less in the future. Zhou Hai waved his hand dismissively, leaving Morong Xiao momentarily stunned. Damn, such a divine artifact. And our junior brother just gave it away without a second thought? This isn't just generosity anymore, is it? If word got out, wouldn't it scare a whole bunch of people to death? Junior brother, this. Morong Xiao seemed somewhat embarrassed and wanted to say more, but Zhou Hai interrupted directly. This what? Take it if you want it. toss it aside if you don't. Quit being such a woman, can't you act more like a man? Sacred artifacts? Zhou Hai truly didn't care about them at all. The charred firewood stick in his hand right now was precisely one, it's just that Morong Xiao hadn't noticed it. Wait. Fine, I'll take it with me, alright? Morong Xiao was startled, after all. This was a sacred artifact. How could he possibly dare to discard it? As he spoke, he carefully cradled the sacred sword and walked away. Senior brother, since you're already here, won't you stay for a meal? Zhou Hai called out from behind. Not eating. Morong Zhao's face darkened with exasperation. He genuinely couldn't comprehend this junior brother, discarding sacred artifacts like worthless trash, yet showing such obsessive fondness for mere mortal food. Is a bite of food more important than a sacred artifact? Holding the sacred artifact, Morong Xiao arrived at the inquiry palace and carefully enshrined it in the ancestral hall, placing it alongside the venerable sages of the academy. In that instant, Morong Xiao seemed to sense a wave of cheerful emotion. He looked around in confusion, completely unable to fathom where this emotion was coming from. Meanwhile, in Zhou Hai's inquiry palace, Zhou Hai heard a series of mournful sighs. The sacred artifacts were sentient, and all were green with envy, especially the fire poker in Zhou Hai's hand, which shook violently a couple of times as if desperate to escape this spendthrift. What are you doing? All of you behave. Zhou Hai barked, opening the sacred artifact, the great iron pot. Colorful essences swirled within as spirit liquid boiled dragon bones, creating an aroma beyond description. The academy remained calm in the days that followed, until that early morning, when another grand procession arrived, shattering the prevailing tranquility. Where is Morong Xiao? The two supreme elders of our Qiangyou Holy Land have arrived. Come forth and welcome them at once. A thunderous voice echoed above the academy. The people from the two great dynasties within the academy all looked up, unable to suppress their exasperated expressions. How audacious! These people are like the god of longevity swallowing arsenic, utterly tired of living. In the direction of Daozan Palace, Zhou Hai was deeply engrossed in his book when he was suddenly startled, nearly bursting into curses. Yet it was Yi Haoren's voice that rang out first. What colossal nerve! What does your Qiangyou Holy Land amount to, daring to demand our academy's headmaster personally greet you? Get out, all of you! As the words fell, Yi Haoren charged forward, inciting the fury of everyone from Qiangyou sacred ground. Chapter 60, Unfamiliar Lands, Unprecedented Crisis. Ha ha ha, well said. A thing with no sense of propriety comes swaggering onto someone else's territory, what do you really take yourselves for? Before the people of Qiangyou sacred ground could speak, a booming laugh rang out. A group approached from the horizon, their auras surging skyward like raging flames. Blood-refining devil sect? Upon seeing them, the faces of the Qiangyou sect cultivators darkened, their eyes burning with resentment. Clearly, no small amount of conflict had occurred between these two factions. Indeed, fellow Taoists of the Qiangyou sacred land, you're being intolerably unreasonable. We are guests from afar and should follow the host's customs. How can we be so presumptuous? Another burst of laughter rang out as hundreds of sword rays shot straight into the sky. The 10,000 Swords sect? The Qiangyou sect members frowned, their eyes filled with displeasure. Fellow Daoist Haoren, 100 years have passed, yet your fiery temper remains unchanged, still as overbearing as ever. At that moment, another group of people arrived, soaring through the sky, turning Yi Haoren's expression icy cold to the extreme. Taichu scum, have you lot come to join the fray as well? Facing this group, Yi Haoren's killing intent surged to its peak. What, is it forbidden to come? Does fellow Daoist Haoren still wish to cross blows? From within the crowd, an old man said with a chuckle. Fight then. Who's afraid of who? Brother Haoren, I'm here to help you. A cold voice sounded as celestial beings descended from the skies, a group of exceptionally beautiful women arriving together. One of them, a rainbow-clad fairy, flew to Yi Haoren's side. Her eyes shimmered with emotion as she gazed sincerely at him. He, so it's the rainbow butterfly fairy from Serene Valley. I just remembered I haven't done my morning reading today, I shall take my leave first. Yi Haoren's whole body tensed up as he awkwardly chuckled before hastily fleeing the scene. Yi Haoren, you've been using the same excuse for 400 years. Do you really still think you're a student of Haoren Palace? The rainbow butterfly fairy stomped her foot in anger and shouted loudly. Yi Haoren paid her no heed and instantly vanished beyond the horizon, leaving everyone below utterly stupefied. Ha ha ha, the rumors hold true. In this world, only the rainbow butterfly fairy could make Haoren retreat 3 paces in avoidance. Another burst of laughter rang out as the people of Void Cloud Peak arrived. At the same time arrived emissaries from the 2 great sacred dynasties, the Great Yuan and the Great Tang. Within moments, powerhouses from 7 sacred lands, Jixia Academy, Qingyu Valley, Shuyun Peak, Taichu Holy Land, Xiangyou Sect,
10,000 Swords sect, and Bloodforge Demon sect along with representatives from the 4 sacred dynasties had all gathered here, creating a truly spectacular scene.
Oh my, we were unaware of your esteemed arrivals, sacred land elders. Please forgive our tardy welcome. The Wendaod Palace invites you all inside.
As the Supreme Dao Arena opened, Morong Shao, having long anticipated this day, immediately flew forward with a warm smile to greet them.
You're too kind, fellow cultivator.
We are but distant guests who have come to trouble you.
We beg your forgiveness. These sacred land powerhouses usually carry themselves with overwhelming arrogance. Why would they ever deign to pay attention to a mere branch of an academy?
But today, with so many heroes gathered, no one dared to be the first to stir up trouble, instead maintaining an unusually peaceful demeanor. Under Morong Zhao's warm hospitality, even the members of the Qiangyao sacred land obediently came to wait at the inquiry palace. As for this, Zhou Hai from the Dao Repository Palace seemed to turn a blind eye. He simply continued reading his books and carrying on with his affairs as usual. After all, regardless of how much these people debated, it all boiled down to the matter of the Supreme Dao grounds. Whoever wanted to enter that secret realm was welcome to it. He would rather die than step foot inside unless those people came back alive.
Ding! Host's second disciple is in mortal danger. The Guardian mission is now activated. Please proceed to protect them immediately.
Yet the moment Zhou Hai lay down, the system's voice suddenly echoed through his mind.
What's going on?
A flicker of doubt crossed Zhou Hai's eyes. Not only did Qin Xiao carry numerous supreme treasures with her, but with the academy elders and disciples by her side, she shouldn't have encountered any danger in the first place.
How could it even be life-threatening?
Without time to hesitate, Zhou Hai activated the Emperor's Corner teleportation array, tearing through the void as his entire figure vanished instantly from the spot.
When he reappeared, Zhou Hai was bewildered. What kind of place is this?
He had followed the system's instructions to come here. Yet, all around him was a hazy gray expanse, carrying a scent distinctly different from the northern wastelands. This place seemed far removed from the northern wastes, perhaps no longer part of the original world at all. Below Zhou Hai's feet now stretched a vast desert. Suddenly, the desert began to shift as if awakening to life, sweeping toward him in a tidal wave of sand. Zhou Hai's expression darkened as he attempted to leap skyward, but the moment he jumped, immense gravitational force crushed down on him, as though countless mountains weighed upon his back, dragging him mercilessly back to the ground.
In an instant, the barren desert transformed into a sea, drowning him within its depths. What happened? Zhou Hai's face darkened.
Without hesitation, he activated a Saint Experience card. Sacred energy swirled around him as the phantom of an entire world materialized, encasing him completely. This was his Saint's world. Within this domain, he stood invincible, a true deity. Yet just as he prepared to channel his world's power to shatter the desert sea, a violent force erupted.
The entire wasteland instantly morphed into a ferocious beast. Boom, boom, boom.
Explosions rang out continuously as Zhou Hai's holy world instantly collapsed.
But
the backlash struck, causing Zhou Hai to vomit a mouthful of blood, nearly costing him half his life. Yet the moment his holy world shattered, that frenzied force also vanished.
What the hell happened? Zhou Hai was dumbfounded.
The Saint Experience card was his life-saving trump card. Ironically, instead of saving him, using it nearly cost him half his life.
Where's the justice in that?
Snapping back to his senses, Zhou Hai raised his hand with a flick. 9 beams of light instantly appeared. The slaying immortal sword, the god-slaying whip, the soul-suppressing pagoda, and 6 other emperor-grade artifacts began revolving around him.
The 9 great imperial artifacts. What extravagant generosity! At the very moment these objects appeared, an icy voice echoed beside Zhou Hai's ear. In the next instant, endless dark radiance burst forth from the desert sea, instantly sealing away the 9 great imperial artifacts. Buzz! The 9 great imperial artifacts bloomed with radiance, their emperor's Tao principles tearing apart heaven and earth. Upon the 9 imperial artifacts manifested visions of celestial realms. There was the twilight of gods, deities perishing, a tide of ghosts arriving, suppressed by a soul-quelling pagoda, chains sealing the heavens, locking down the cosmos. All manner of celestial phenomena manifested instantly, creating infinite space for Zhou Hai as if witnessing the great explosion of the universe. As Zhou Hai gazed around, he seemed to become the very center of the cosmos. Yet the desert sea did not vanish, it had merely been forced apart. Millions of miles beyond, the desert sea seemed enraged by the 9 imperial artifacts. It transformed into endless laws, suppressing the heavens as it surged overwhelmingly toward Zhou Hai's location. Damn it, imperial Dao laws? Just what kind of place is this?
Zhou Hai's scalp tingled with terror as he finally grasped the horrifying truth of this desert sea. It was actually a manifestation of a great emperor's laws. Though the 9 imperial artifacts were formidable, their effectiveness depended on what they faced. The might of this desert sea was no less than that of the 9 imperial artifacts.
Hanjiel Yusha, I shall battle you.
A furious roar erupted as one of the 9 imperial artifacts, a massive chain, surged upwards, revealing the phantom of an emaciated old man. He rubbed his wrist with cloudy eyes that suddenly blazed with boundless radiance. Mighty imperial laws surged skyward as the chain instantly extended for countless miles, sealing the heavens and earth while scooping up all the scattered sands within its grasp.
Sealing heaven supreme, the chain that shackles the cosmos lives up to its name.
A cold voice echoed as a dark-haired man's figure materialized on the quicksand. The endless sands instantly scattered and reversed course, engulfing the heavenly shackles. The two imperial artifacts clashed fiercely, their emperor-level laws intertwining as they battled with earth-shattering intensity.
Chapter 61, Facing a True Emperor.
While Zhou Hai found himself in dire straits, the Great Zhou Academy remained unusually tranquil. After consultation among the major sects, everyone arrived at the entrance of the secret realm and joined forces to test its defenses.
Impossible. The true essence of the Purple Mansion realm can't penetrate the secret realm. The true essence of the Tao Palace realm can't enter either. Even the Unity realm is powerless. After some probing, everyone sighed and left. Possible. The true energy of the innate realm can enter it. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, and everyone's eyes lit up. This secret realm involved a supreme Tao ground. Though there were no shortage of powerful figures present, none were qualified to force their way in. In the end, who could enter was entirely up to the secret realm's judgment. Clearly, only those with cultivation levels not exceeding the Xiantian realm could enter the secret realm. Alright,
it seems the supreme path has truly opened. A heavenly destiny is about to descend upon this world. Everyone should prepare early. In 10 days, we will send our disciples to enter.
As for which family secures the supreme destiny, fate will decide. A hearty laugh rang out as the Grand Elder of Void Cloud Peak declared, "That's right, make preparations quickly."
The crowd's gazes were steady with determination, for this was an opportunity of paramount supremacy. Should one obtain even 10,000th of it, it would be enough to establish any legacy for millennia to come, flourishing without decline. If one could inherit this supreme legacy, they would dominate the world unopposed.
No sacred land could resist such temptation.
As they spoke, the various sacred lands sent out transmissions one after another, ordering their sects to dispatch their strongest young disciples for the trials.
Boom! Yet the moment the last transmission ended, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted.
The entire world trembled, and the sky darkened at a visibly alarming rate. Lifting their heads, the crowd saw the radiant sun rapidly blacken as mysterious forces enveloped it completely.
What's happening? Is it a solar eclipse?
No, this isn't an eclipse, it's the protection of heavenly laws, the self-preservation of all worlds.
What kind of existence could possibly threaten the heavenly laws enough to force them into eternal silence?
Everyone's expressions changed drastically, their hearts sinking like dead ashes, their courage utterly shattered. It's unimaginable what kind of power could actually affect the normal functioning of the entire world.
Boom, boom, boom.
An earth-shattering explosion sounded again, like thunder from the ninth heaven crashing down upon the whole world. To the naked eye, nothing was visibly falling, yet the ground of this world kept splitting apart. At any moment, the entire world might crumble into pieces. At the same time, two overwhelming auras that seemed capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart swept through the area. Everyone's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground simultaneously, trembling uncontrollably in terror. Imperial might, this was true imperial might.
Good heavens, what exactly is happening? Are those legendary Imperial Realm experts battling? Do Imperial Realm experts still exist in this world?
Imperial majesty is indescribable, even those who have never experienced it can recognize it instantly.
Too formidable.
When the slightest wisp of imperial majesty descends, it feels as if all heavens crumble, as if the heavenly Tao itself exerts its might.
The Imperial Realm, it is a supreme existence.
A state that stands alongside the heavenly Tao, capable of annihilating all creation in the universe. At this moment, no one knew exactly where the Imperial Realm experts were battling, but everyone felt the looming threat of death.
Could it be that a new cycle of the dark turmoil is about to ignite?
Someone suddenly recalled something, their eyes brimming with despair. That was a forbidden term people dared not even whisper. At this moment, in some distant corner of the universe, the two imperial artifacts, the chains of heaven and the flowing sands of vast seas, had escalated their battle to a fever pitch. Across countless billions of light years around them, stars by the millions shattered, and innumerable nebulae collapsed into oblivion. The very fabric of the cosmos was being torn apart, threatening to implode upon itself. An unnamed life-bearing planet abruptly burst apart, instantly obliterating all life upon its surface. The quicksand sweeps across, a blazing sun transforming into a grain of dust, dissolving into the flowing sands. Beneath that quicksand, myriad realms are deemed as nothing, life and death seized without hesitation. Chains that bind the heavens repeatedly attempt to restrain the quicksand, trying to nullify its power, yet to no avail. The heavenly sealing chains cannot hold back the quicksand, nor can they save the living beings upon the countless life-bearing planets. The clash between two imperial artifacts proves destruction is always simpler and more straightforward than protection. Damn it, I told you. Cultivators are the glitches of this world. God damn it, it's like cancer metastasis. The stronger their cultivation,
the greater the threat to this world. This isn't a battle between imperial artifacts, they're trying to annihilate the entire universe. Zhou Hai remained at the epicenter of the battle, unharmed only because 8 imperial artifacts shielded him. Otherwise, with his meager cultivation, he would have been instantly annihilated, leaving not even a trace behind. Why are you still standing there? Get rid of this damn sand now. Witnessing the madness of the desert-flowing sands firsthand, Zhou Hai was furious. Yet when he saw the 8 imperial artifacts remaining motionless, he couldn't help but frown. Ha ha ha, do they dare to move? At that moment, a burst of laughter rang out. Zhou Hai abruptly turned to look, his face instantly twisting with shock. The phantom that had previously appeared amidst the vast desert of flowing sand was now approaching him from the depths of the cosmos. No, this was no mere illusion. This was a real person. He carried no discernible aura, yet with each step he took, celestial bodies revolved around him, and the laws of heaven and earth submitted to his command. As if the entire universe belonged to him, he was the only deity between heaven and earth. Zhou Hai's scalp tingled, his heart surging with a mix of awe and exhilaration. Damn, this was the master of the vast sea quicksand, a true great emperor. What was Zhou Hai compared to him? A mere nothing. A mere Unity Realm cultivator, an existence as insignificant as an ant, had actually crossed paths with the great emperor. Who could possibly understand this feeling? Buzz. The emperor artifacts around Zhou Hai trembled incessantly, their boundless imperial might spreading as countless phantoms manifested on their surfaces, all staring warily at Emperor Han Hai. Though these were emperor artifacts, facing a genuine great emperor had instantly diminished their imposing momentum. Don't anyone move. What are you doing? Don't you know any better? This is a true great emperor of boundless seas, whose divine power knows no limits, in heaven and on earth, unrivaled and supreme. Your humble junior, Morong Xiao, pays respects to the great emperor of boundless seas. Zhou Hai's face turned deathly pale. Facing a true great emperor, he couldn't muster even a shred of fighting spirit. He didn't even dare to command the 8 emperor artifacts to attack, instead immediately spouting a stream of flattery. He. With 9 emperor artifacts following you, I thought you might be some heaven-sent genius, yet here you are, merely a bootlicker. I can sense the insincerity in your words. You hold no genuine reverence for me. But strangely, there seems to be something about you that obscures the heavens' designs. Even someone like me cannot fully grasp the thoughts of an insignificant ant like you. That's quite interesting. Your name is Morong Xiao, right? The Emperor of Vast Seas was amused, looking at Zhou Hai with a chuckle. Great Emperor, you must be jesting. How could this junior speak one thing while thinking another? He always says what he means. This junior's admiration for you is like the surging river water, unstoppable once unleashed. Among all the great imperiors past, present, and future, it is you whom this junior venerates most. Exactly so, this junior Morong Xiao. To behold the great emperor's true visage today is a blessing spanning 10,000 generations. I could die without regret. Zhou Hai bowed deeply with palms pressed together in utmost reverence. The spirits of the 8 imperial artifacts beside him all covered their faces with their hands. With such a master, they truly had no face left to show the world. Is that so? Then die without regret. I shall see precisely what secrets you harbor within you, to attract the allegiance of 9 imperial artifacts. Emperor Han Hai chuckled lightly, raising his hand to seize Zhou Hai. Chapter 62, The Great Emperor utters Morong Xiao's true name. Boom! Across billions of light years, the celestial stars turned into flowing sand, converging into one place and instantly forming a massive hand that blotted out the heavens, descending upon Zhou Hai with overwhelming force. Holy shit! I haven't even shown this much respect to my own father. Are you treating my reverence like trash? Zhou Hai was dumbfounded. They say you don't hit a smiling face, yet such a rule-breaking bastard immediately provoked him into a furious outburst. Seeking death. The eyes of the vast sea emperor flashed with severity as his massive hand instantly descended. Buzz. The 8 imperial artifacts around Zhou Hai surged simultaneously, condensing the laws of the myriad heavens, instantly clashing with that enormous hand. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens trembled, cosmic space distorted, as if the battle sought to shatter the entire universe. Under the protection of the 8 imperial artifacts, Zhou Hai remained unshaken by the imposing aura even when facing an emperor. But now that the battle had erupted, the emperor's majesty permeated the air. Merely a wisp of its leakage made him feel as though the sky was collapsing and the earth splitting. The universe turned upside down. The overwhelming pressure twisted his entire body, his bones continuously fracturing, leaving him on the verge of being utterly annihilated. A Supreme Realm expert wouldn't even need to lift a finger against him. A mere glance or wisp of aura could annihilate him utterly without leaving a corpse. Goddamn broken teleportation array. You sent me straight into some idiot emperor's lair, trying to get me killed. Zhou Hai cursed inwardly as he activated his imperial artifact, hastily summoning over a dozen sovereign tier artifacts to shield against the imperial aura. Yet even divine sovereign artifacts couldn't withstand the leaking imperial pressure. Zhou Hai's body deteriorated rapidly under the overwhelming force that threatened to snuff out his life at any moment. He activated another Saint Experience card,
forcibly boosting his cultivation to barely stabilize the situation.
Boom!
However, the laws of the heavens went berserk, and the 8 imperial artifacts were simultaneously blasted away. As the violent power surged forth, numerous supreme artifacts exploded one after another without pause.
Johai's pupils dilated, his supreme divine artifact couldn't withstand this force at all.
The leaking power instantly blasted him into coughing up mouthfuls of blood, his internal organs shattered, and his saint-level cultivation crumbled on the spot.
Again, without hesitation, Johai activated the Sage Experience card once more.
Yet it proved utterly futile, merely strengthening his endurance slightly before crumbling swiftly under the Imperial Might's pressure. Once after another, 10 Sage Experiences were exhausted rapidly, with Johai already using up his 8th attempt. In these mere moments, it was as if 7 saints had perished on the spot. Just as Johai was preparing for his 8th experience of explosion and hurriedly opened the 9th Sage Experience, a familiar aura rushed towards him. This was the aura of a supreme being, identical to the supreme aura that had leaked from the secret realm of the Academy.
Vast Sea Heavenly Venerable, are you trying to incite chaos?
A cold voice sounded. In the next moment, Johai saw the laws of the universe condense, forming a heavenly talisman that coalesced into a human figure. This is an exceptionally beautiful woman, dressed in green robes, with such intense life force swirling around her that it seemed to rejuvenate this nearly destroyed corner of the universe. Bathed in the woman's aura, Johai's severely wounded body felt as if it had instantly drunk from the fountain of life, healing at a visible pace. Young one, a mere supreme Darren like you dares to appear before this venerable one. Hai Tianzuan frowned, finally turning his full attention to the situation.
We are both supreme beings, what right have you to look down upon me? Do you truly still believe yourself to be the sovereign emperor of old?
The true emperors have long perished.
Those still living are mere insects scurrying in the dirt. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her expression serene, yet every word she spoke struck deep, each remark dripping with contempt. You're asking for death.
When the vast sea celestial sovereign raged, countless realms shattered as his overwhelming power poured forth.
Go away! Leave the imperial artifact behind.
With a wave of her hand, the woman gently whisked Johai away from the scene with effortless power.
Many thanks, gorgeous supreme being.
Take the imperial artifact, just beat this wretched bastard to death. Johai's furious roar made the Emperor of Vast Seas glare at him with murderous intent. Had there not been supreme beings shielding him, he would have been instantly killed by the Emperor's gaze alone. Yet even so, explosive sounds continued erupting around him without cease. Countless supreme artifacts shattered one after another under nothing but the Emperor of Vast Seas' single glance.
The might of the great Emperor overshadows all realms under heaven. To hell with you, what are you glaring at? One of these days, I'll fucking end you. Wait, no, why wait at all before her supreme beauty? You're dying today. Johai cursed loudly, but before he could finish his words, he vanished from the spot.
Morong Shao, you dare insult this emperor? There will be no place for you in any realm across the myriad heavens. I swear to make you wish you were dead. Great Emperor Hanhai had never been this furious before. His roar of anger reverberated through every corner of the universe. In the ancient desolate star domain, at the Great Zhou Academy of the Northern Desolate, everyone prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in terror. Suddenly, a thunderous voice boomed from beyond the heavens, leaving everyone dumbstruck.
But
Morong Shao coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning ghastly pale as even his soul trembled with shock. All eyes turned toward him with bizarre expressions.
What just happened? For an emperor to personally invoke Morong Zhao's name, what unparalleled glory this was.
But this honor was too lethal. No one could understand why Morong Shao, lying here, had managed to anger an emperor.
In a corner of the universe, battle erupted once more.
Above the supreme realm lies the emperor's domain. Supreme cultivation ultimately cannot rival the laws of an emperor. Yet, by simultaneously controlling 8 emperor's weapons and recalling the heaven sealing chains, the woman managed to block the attack of the vast sea emperor in a corner of the cosmos. The two fought with earth-shattering ferocity, forcibly tearing this universe apart until it became a lifeless sea. The great battle persisted for a full 6 days, before everyone was finally released from its oppressive tension. No one knows how this battle ended, nor does anyone know its final outcome. All that was known was that this battle had likely quelled the impending dark calamity. At the very moment the great battle ended, the entrance to the secret realm of the martial arts palace in Great Zhou Academy suddenly became sealed. A line of majestic characters soared into the heavens like a divine command. 3 months hence, the secret realm shall reopen, supreme inheritance, destiny-altering fortune awaits.
Following this, the secret realm fell into silence, emitting waves of deathly aura from within, as if the entire realm were mourning.
Even the vast world of the primordial star domain seemed to resonate with sorrow, as though bidding farewell to a certain someone.
What's going on? What happened again?
Witnessing this, everyone at the Great Zhou Academy entrance was stunned, followed by boundless ecstasy.
A true legacy has manifested. This is a supreme being seeking an inheritor for their mantle. If the hope of obtaining the inheritance seemed faint before, then this time, someone is destined to succeed. This is an unprecedented opportunity that no one would possibly let slip. People from various sacred lands and dynasties no longer lingered, all rising to hurry back to their ancestral domains for preparations. Even representatives from the Great Qian dynasty and Great Zhou dynasty departed after leaving their compensation. Thus began the grand contest for the supreme inheritance. What's going on? The world that was full of life just a moment ago has suddenly turned gloomy and gray. At this moment, in another world, Zhou Hai suddenly shed tears for no apparent reason. Having just finished meditating to recover, he should have been relieved to have survived, yet he couldn't muster any joy. His mood remained inexplicably heavy. He stood amidst a sea of flowers. Yet now, the blossoms withered, and the once vibrant world turned to monochrome. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the 9 great emperor artifacts fell beside him, all broken and incomplete. Their former glory diminished forever. The emperor artifacts lay dormant, no longer carrying any remnants of their divine essence. Chapter 63, The Sealed Great Emperor. Fucking bastard Hanhai, you smoke-belching piece of shit. You just destroyed all 9 of my life-saving trump cards? Zhou Hai's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. This battle didn't just shatter all his supreme artifacts, not even a single imperial artifact remained intact. What a disastrous loss. Morong Shao, I swear I'll never let you get away with this. Suddenly, the voice of the vast sea celestial venerable echoed, startling Zhou Hai so much that his legs went weak, nearly causing him to crumple to the ground. Holy shit, where are you? Zhou Hai looked around blankly, his eyes filled with wariness. Pitter-patter. With a casual swipe of his hand, over 100 divine-grade treasures appeared, ready for battle. Damn it, how many Emperor's treasuries have you looted, kid? Where did you get so many treasures? The voice of the vast sea's heavenly sovereign echoed again, filled with both rage and speechlessness. He realized even his own lifetime accumulation couldn't compare to Zhou Hai's, utterly infuriating. What the hell? Were you sealed away after being slain? Zhou Hai was startled to realize that the voice of the vast sea heavenly venerable actually emanated from the 9 emperor artifacts. The vast sea heavenly venerable snorted coldly, filled with intense unwillingness and fury. Logically speaking, even after inflicting self-harm, his strength remained unmatched by any. Not even peak supremes wielding 9 emperor artifacts combined could rival him. At the critical moment, the 9 imperial artifacts suddenly transformed, concealing the ultimate killing moves left behind by the ancient 9 emperors. They ruthlessly severed him into 9 pieces. Of course, this alone wouldn't be enough to kill him. Severely wounded, he had no chance to resist before being sealed away by the combined hidden killing techniques of the 9 great emperors. Currently, trapped within the 9 imperial artifacts, he had no access to any source of power. All he could rely on was his own imperial physique, slowly accumulating strength bit by bit, waiting for the day he could shatter the seals and break free to unleash his vengeance once more. Oh dear, you really got yourself sealed away. Zhou Hai burst into laughter, his courage swelling instantly as he stepped forward and delivered a series of furious kicks to the 9 great imperial artifacts. While this couldn't physically harm the boundless sea heavenly sovereign sealed within, the humiliation was absolutely devastating, enough to nearly make the enraged sovereign cough up blood. Ha ha ha. Ancient legends speak of Chi Yu being slain and sealed across 9 provinces. Today we witness the boundless sea old villain destroyed and suppressed within 9 artifacts. Serves you damn right. Alright, you stay here and enjoy yourself. I'm leaving. After a long while, Zhou Hai burst into laughter and, thoroughly satisfied, turned to leave. Wait. Aren't you taking these 9 emperor artifacts with you? A gentle voice spoke up. It was the beautiful supreme being, bringing a feeling as refreshing as a spring breeze. For some inexplicable reason, Zhou Hai felt a faint pang of sadness in his heart. It was an utterly perplexing sensation. Rubbing his eyes, he suddenly realized tears had begun streaming down his face once again without him noticing. Damn it! Why am I crying for no reason at all? Do I have some kind of eye condition? Zhou Hai rubbed his eyes and said, Beautiful Supreme One, does this still count as my imperial artifact now? There's a cunning old villain hiding inside it. I carry it with me. You wanted to kill me, don't you? Fine, since you like it so much, you can have it. Zhou Hai saw things clearly. While imperial artifacts were truly treasures, their danger mattered too. He wanted nothing to do with deadly things. No, you must take them with you. I have fallen in battle and can no longer suppress him. Only your supreme power can keep him sealed for longer. If you abandon these 9 imperial artifacts here, within 10 years he will refine and master them all, breaking free. When that day comes, none shall restrain him, and a cataclysm will engulf all realms. The beautiful supreme being's voice echoed, clearly surprised by Zhou Hai's generosity, to think he would discard 9 imperial artifacts without hesitation. What, you died? What kind of joke is this? Is this a haunting? Since when do corpses talk to people? Besides, at your level of combat, would there even be ghosts left if you died? Zhou Hai widened his eyes in disbelief, completely unconvinced by the beautiful Supreme Master's words. Fool! This woman sacrificed her body to revive countless star realms,
long since merging with the heavenly Tao, becoming part of it. Otherwise, do you think she would have the right to stand before this emperor? She has long since turned to ashes, and even the remnants of her divine will in the heavenly Tao can barely last half a year. Do you wonder why you weep? When a supreme bleeds, the heavenly Tao grieves, how could you not weep? Percent. The voice of Han Hai Tianzuan came through, dripping with disdain. What? He's really dead? Zhou Hai's heart skipped a beat, a wave of sorrow rising from within. This woman had died saving him. This time, the debt of gratitude he owed was enormous. Take the 9 imperial artifacts. If they remain with you, perhaps they could seal this person away for 100 years, 1,000 years, even 10,000 years. Otherwise, in 10 years' time, the dark turmoil will come, and the consequences will be unimaginable. The voice of the beautiful Supreme Being echoed once more, filled with compassion for the world's suffering. But, Zhou Hai's face was twisted in anguish and bitterness. He was truly terrified. But when he thought about how the other had risked his life to save him, how the debt of gratitude weighed so heavily, refusing now would be utterly unreasonable. Fine, I'll take them with me, okay? After much hesitation, Zhou Hai finally stammered an agreement and stowed all 9 imperial artifacts into his possession. Thank you, rootless one. You who brave dangers for all living beings shall receive heaven's favor and the virtue of the multitudes. Good fortune will be yours. The vast sea heavenly venerable knows many great secrets. Perhaps you can extract some information from him to gain even greater benefits. The beautiful Supreme Being's voice rang out again, like a goddess bestowing blessings. In an instant, Zhou Hai felt a warm sensation spreading through his body, as if a mysterious power had entered him, even manifesting a halo of virtue above his head. Soon after, the halo of virtue receded. Though Zhou Hai didn't sense any so-called heavenly blessing, he vaguely felt as if the entire world was embracing him. Yet, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't quite reach him. This sensation was extremely peculiar, so much so that even he couldn't explain what was happening. Haha, looks like I'm a man of great virtue too. Alright, Supreme Beauty, if you want to offer prayers, go ahead, but this rootless wretch business doesn't exactly sound flattering, does it? Zhou Hai grinned to himself. Although he had never gathered merit power or heavenly blessings, after 7 years of struggle in the cultivation world, he understood the importance of such things better than anyone. In the world of cultivation, the profound sect wages war against the heavenly Tao to seize its blessings of prosperity, longevity, and good fortune. Outside the Taoist sects, Buddhist disciples diligently accumulate merit. Legend has it that when these two forces reach their peak, one might even surpass the heavenly Tao and become that fabled immortal. Of course, the truth remains unknown. But since ancient times, even mighty emperors have desperately pursued these things, one can imagine how precious they must be. Alright, rootless one, your disciple is fine now. You may leave. The voice of the Beauty Supreme rang out again, and the scene before Zhou Hai's eyes transformed, instantly transporting him to another place. A familiar scent washed over him. It was the smell of the ancient desolate starfield. Zhou Hai hovered in the sky, tens of thousands of meters high, standing atop a drifting cloud. Before he could steady himself, another figure came plummeting down from the sky, startling Zhou Hai. Xiya! He hastily reached out to catch her, cradling the unconscious Qin Shiyao in his arms. Chapter 64. This emperor has never seen someone so shameless. Xiao, how are you? Wake up quickly. Qin Shiyao's face was deathly pale. Zhou Hai carried her to a grassy area and shook her vigorously before finally feeding her a handful of miraculous elixirs, at which point she slowly regained consciousness. Xiao. Seeing Qin Shiyao open her eyes, Zhou Hai immediately wanted to ask what had happened. But before he could finish speaking, Qin Shiyao cut him off. Master, thank you. Xiao thought she would never see you again. You're truly amazing. Even the great emperor was no match for you. Did you slay the great emperor to save Xiao? The moment she clearly saw Zhou Hai, Qin Shiyao's tears fell as she tightly wrapped her arms around his neck and sobbed. Zhou Hai froze completely, utterly stunned. What in the world, slaying the great emperor? How could this girl even dare to imagine such a thing? Xiao, have you perhaps misunderstood something? Zhou Hai wanted to explain himself, but Qin Shiyao refused to give him the chance. Master, no need to say more. I've already seen everything. A great emperor appeared, intent on killing disciples. Even the demon palace couldn't withstand him. If it weren't for the green veil barrier at the critical moment, I would have died. I knew it was Master protecting me. Sure enough, Master appeared shortly after. He clashed with the great emperor's treasure weapon, and eventually confronted the emperor himself. I couldn't hold on until the end, but without Master slaying the great emperor, how could I have been saved? Thank you, Master. Qin Shiyao was moved beyond words. She knew her master would always be her greatest support in life. As expected, with her master present, even an emperor would prove worthless. You're welcome. It's only natural. How could anyone bully my master's precious disciple? Zhou Hai's face stiffened slightly. He truly hadn't expected to hold such an exalted image in Qin Shiyao's mind. This feeling of being worshipped, damn, it feels amazing. This venerable one has never seen someone so shamelessly thick-skinned. Within the chaotic system space, the boundless heaven sovereign, sealed within the 9 supreme imperial artifacts, was hopping mad with rage. To think that he, the emperor of vast seas, unmatched through past and present, was said by others to have died at the hands of a mere ant. The damned bastard even admitted it, utterly infuriating. If he could materialize right now, he felt his face would turn green with rage. There, my disciple, it's all right now. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, just make them remember the fate of Hanhai Tianzuan, no, Hanhai the great emperor. Let me see who would dare lay a finger on my disciple from now on. Zhou Hai's voice came again, infuriating Hanhai Tianzuan to the point where he couldn't even muster the energy to rage. Just how shameless could this kid be? He actually plans to rise to fame by stepping on me? How outrageous. Understood, master. Qin Xiao nodded. At that very moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully guarding the path. A Grand Guardian reward package is hereby awarded. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai didn't hesitate and immediately opened it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Puppet Emperor's weapon, one piece of the vast sea-flowing sand. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've obtained a Great Emperor experience card. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Temple of Merit. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10,000 years of cultivation. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up as the system's voice faded, and a torrential surge of power flooded into his body. His cultivation soared instantly. Unity Realm, 3rd layer. Unity Realm, 4th layer. Unity Realm, 5th layer. Unity Realm, 9th layer. In the span of mere moments, his cultivation successfully broke through to the Unity Realm 9th layer. Yet this wasn't the end. Boom, boom, boom. A violent surge erupted within his body. Zhou Hai's ears roared with thunder as a palace materialized in the depths of his consciousness, radiating the most primordial aura of the great Tao, as if heaven and earth were being formed anew. In an instant, Zhou Hai's cultivation broke through to the 1st level of the Tao Palace realm, 2nd level of the Tao Palace realm, 3rd level of the Tao Palace realm, 4th level of the Tao Palace realm. Soon, Zhou Hai's cultivation broke through to the peak of the Tao Palace realm, finally coming to a halt. Feeling the surge in his own cultivation, Zhou Hai was stunned. In just a short while, he had actually reached the 9th level of the Tao Palace realm. Although this journey as a Tao protector had suffered heavy losses, the gains were truly sweet. In addition to 10,000 years of cultivation, he also obtained an Emperor experience card. Doesn't this mean he could become an Emperor anytime he wants? Now he finally had something tangible to back up his boasts. He decided that starting today, he would claim to be the one who killed the vast sea celestial lord. This was something he needed to spread far and wide as quickly as possible. As for evidence, isn't the endless quicksand of the vast sea proof enough? A puppet imperial artifact. Now forcibly controlled by the system, this imperial artifact remains completely undamaged yet incapable of resistance, forever destined to serve as Zhou Hai's obedient puppet. This would become one of his ultimate life-saving trump cards. Temple of Merit. With merit blessings and faith empowerment, the dead can be brought back to this world. Holy shit, this is even better. After learning more about the Temple of Merit, Zhou Hai's eyes instantly lit up. He still hadn't figured out how to repay the life-saving debt he owed, and here came the perfect opportunity. By the way, system, do you know what that beautiful supreme expert's name is? Thinking of this, Zhou Hai hurriedly asked the system. The system, however, remained silent, same as always, as if dead. Damn it! Seeing this, Zhou Hai could only pout. At that very moment, fluctuations of spiritual energy rippled through the heavens and earth, faintly resembling the sounds of combat. Zhou Hai raised his head, his gaze piercing through 1,000 miles. Far off in the distance, he saw the Academy's members being suppressed by formidable experts. Many had already fallen dead or wounded, seeking death. Zhou Hai's eyes flashed with intensity as he abruptly rose to his feet. Xiao, come with me. Grabbing Qin Xiao's hand, Zhou Hai didn't even need to use the Emperor-grade teleportation array. With each step covering miles, they traversed 1,000 li in moments. Humph, Academy scoundrels, how dare you lay hands on my Holy Valley's people? Today shall be your final day with no burial ground to claim your corpses. A cold voice rang out as Li Changqing, Wu Yang, Chen Shuang, and their disciples were suppressed by the forces of the 10,000 Poison Valley. Wu Yang and the other 2 Tao Comprehension Realm experts joined forces, yet they were completely immobilized by a single Unity Realm powerhouse. Drenched in blood, even their desperate efforts proved futile. The remaining disciples had no strength to resist, lambs ready for slaughter. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as a disciple from the academy instantly burst apart, splattering blood and flesh in all directions. No! The other disciples' eyes widened in fury, while the elders shed tears of blood, yet it was all in vain. Ha ha ha, they say the academy is the holy land of the northern wastes, but it turns out to be nothing special. A mere bunch of ants, truly not worth a single blow. The killer was another harmonization realm expert. As he spoke, he raised his hand and blasted another disciple's body apart, silencing the victim before a scream could escape.
What's wrong? Does your academy not pride itself on meddling in others' affairs and saving the common people? Now your academy can't even save yourselves, how will you save anyone else? Ha ha ha, is this despair? The real despair is yet to come.
Beside him stood a harmonious Unity Realm expert, who stepped forward and declared, "Stop the killing, leave them to me. I'll make sure they wish they were dead.
I'll torment them into undying vengeful spirits and refine them into Tao soldiers. Now sit back and enjoy their despair."
With a wave of his hand, the harmonious Unity Realm expert unleashed sinister toxic fumes, threatening to engulf everyone in the academy.
Chapter 65, Words as Law, the Might of a Sage. No. As the toxic fumes billowed toward them, Elder Woyang and the others stared wide-eyed with fury. The current group before our eyes represents the future backbone of the Great Zhou Academy. If they fall today, the academy will lose its next generation and face complete extinction.
Among the crowd, Xu Chen, Xiao Ting, Ling Luoxue, Bai Shu,
and others all showed faces ashen with despair.
They harbored the will to resist, yet under the oppressive might of a Harmony Realm expert, even the surrounding void seemed to solidify, rendering them utterly immobilized, left with no choice but to await death.
You enjoy tormenting people, do you? I happen to share that hobby too. How about we exchange some thoughts?
Just as everyone thought they were doomed, a chilling voice rang out. In the next moment, the spreading poisonous gas rapidly contracted, returning within seconds to the Unity Realm expert before him, pouring back into his body.
Who? The Unity Realm expert's face changed drastically. Before he could react, an authoritative voice sounded. I declare there shall be light, and henceforth this world is illuminated. I decree there shall be life, and from this moment forth you creatures are born. Now I shall make you reap what you've sown, poisoned by your own venom. You shall live a fate worse than death, to be refined into a Tao soldier. As these words fell, the Unity Realm expert immediately felt the Tao principles within his body collapse. His own power instantly rebounded, surging through his meridians. Heart-rending agony overtook him as his entire body collapsed limply to the ground. Ah! A tortured howl echoed across the wilderness, leaving all witnesses staring in stunned silence. Before their eyes, the Unity Realm expert's body visibly darkened and hardened. Then it gradually softened again, finally liquefying completely on the spot. But even this wasn't the end. When his body completely dissolved, a pitch-black primordial spirit flew out, still writhing in agony amidst the poisonous fumes. Even in death, he couldn't escape the torment that originated from the depths of his soul. A poisonous soul banner flew out. This was the Unity Tao weapon belonging to that Unity Realm expert. The Tao soldier trembled violently as a ferocious suction force instantly pulled the Unity Realm expert's primordial spirit into the banner. Ah, no.
The agonized screams intensified, even causing the poisoned soul banner itself to tremble. This poisoned soul banner primarily specialized in nurturing venomous souls. Every person killed, once tainted by the poisonous gas, will suffer eternal torment without end. Year after year of agony drives these poisoned souls to madness, growing ever more powerful and brimming with boundless destructive force. After being sealed within the banner of poisoned souls, this torment is amplified 1,000-fold. By nurturing thousands of such tormented souls, when the banner of poisoned souls is unleashed, virtually no opponent of equal strength can withstand its might. He could even slay those beyond his level, effortlessly reducing stronger foes to nothingness in the blink of an eye. Yet no one could have anticipated that the Unity Realm powerhouse, despite exhausting his strength to forge this divine weapon, would ultimately find it becoming the very tomb that buried him. Who the hell are you? Realizing the situation, the other two Unity Realm experts in the field immediately panicked. They hurriedly gathered together, looking around in bewilderment. You reckless fools! My master has even slain the Emperor of Vast Seas, yet you dare harm members of our academy. A cold voice rang out, this time belonging to a woman. What? Slaying an emperor? What the hell is the Ocean Emperor? Never heard of it before. The two Unity Realm experts were startled. The title Emperor alone carried immense intimidation. Yet, paired with the preceding words, the two Unity Realm experts wore expressions of utter confusion. If you've got the guts, show yourself. Stop hiding like a coward. Even killing the Emperor of Boundless Seas, what kind of nonsense is that? If you're going to boast, at least make it believable. One of them shouted angrily. Clearly, they couldn't fathom just who this Emperor of Boundless Seas was at all. Zhou Hai felt a surge of pride upon hearing Qin Xiao's words. Having someone boast for him was undeniably satisfying. His reaction left him feeling somewhat deflated, as if he had punched a ball of cotton. Instead of showing off, he ended up feeling thoroughly humiliated. Damn it, Han Hai, how did you end up like this? Weren't you supposed to be a great emperor once? How'd you fall so low? No one even recognizes you now. Zhou Hai silently roared at the sealed great emperor Han Hai, leaving the mighty emperor speechless with choked indignation. Scram, you ignorant brats. I attained enlightenment 8 million years ago. What could these mayflies who don't live past 10,000 years possibly know? The Emperor of Vast Seas roared in anger, clearly infuriated by being cursed by a group of ants. So this is it. It seems the era that belonged to you has long since ended. You really are useless.
can't even put on a proper show of arrogance. Johai suddenly understood, and his words nearly made the venerable Vastsi spit blood in rage. That speech wasn't particularly damaging, but damn was it insulting. Enough, disciple. 2 mere ants, even sages would struggle to reach them. You're discussing great emperors with them? How could such existences be within their realm of comprehension? Johai's helpless voice came through, sending waves of delight through the academy's crowd. This time they caught the meaning loud and clear. That was the voices of the junior sister and uncle master. In an instant, everyone collapsed to the ground, lying there utterly relaxed, without even a trace of guard left. It felt as if the pillar of the household had arrived, and nothing needed to be worried about anymore. What the hell is going on? The only person standing in the crowd was young Chinkuan, who looked utterly bewildered at the scene, feeling completely out of place. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to join the crowd and lay down too. Have you no shame? The moment I arrive, you all just drop down? Johai stepped out from the void with a dark expression, accompanied by Qin Shio who appeared alongside him. Uncle Master, we disciples have suffered so much. They say when the sky falls, the tall will hold it up. But why did it take you so long to arrive? We've endured endless hardships along the way. Now that you're finally here, won't you at least let everyone rest for a while? Chu Chen wept with snot and tears, putting on a truly pitiful display of grievances. Indeed, Uncle Master, we've endured terrible suffering. First we battled the sword sect, then we ran into those damned Taichu bastards. If it weren't for Elder Howren passing by, we'd have died without even a burial place. We thought we'd escape disaster, only to run into these old poisonous fiends. Elder Howren was severely poisoned, yet he single-handedly held back a purple mansion expert and over a dozen Dao Palace realm monsters. Can you imagine how desperate we were throughout this journey? A group of disciples wailed, and even elders like Woyang felt as if they had narrowly escaped death. Was it really that bad? Johai was stunned, unable to help feeling a twinge of sympathy. No wonder these people are so miserable. It turns out after fleeing the academy, they encountered so many life and death calamities. Surviving alone counts as fortunate. Among the crowd, Zheng Qiankuan watched as the other disciples tearfully poured out their grievances, acting so intimate with Johai, while he alone couldn't even get a single word in. That inexplicable bitterness surged in his heart once more. Originally, he should have been Johai's closest person. Thinking back to his initial choice, he was so filled with regret that he nearly coughed up blood. Alright, everyone lie down and get some sleep. I'll seek justice for you. Johai shook his head, his gaze shifting toward those 2 Unity Realm experts. 2 streaks of light flashed as the 2 Unity Realm experts immediately turned and fled without hesitation. Just kidding, they couldn't even see how this person had appeared. What right did they have to fight back? Do you really think you can escape? Come down. Johai narrowed his eyes slightly. His words became law as the violent forces of heaven and earth surged forth, crashing down upon the 2 in an instant. Chapter 66, The Powerful Senior of Great Zhou Academy. Boom. But, as if struck by 100 million mountains, both spat out a mouthful of blood simultaneously. By the time they hit the ground, every tendon, meridian, and bone in their bodies had already shattered. The previously laid out academy members all sat up in shock, gaping dumbfounded at this scene. No one had seen how Johai killed that Unity Realm expert before, but this time, everyone witnessed it. This was the true phenomenon where words manifest as law, and heaven and earth move in accordance. This is the legendary hallmark of the supreme sages. Johai was actually a sage. No sooner had one wave subsided than another rose. Before the shock from Johai's previous revelation could fade, this new astonishment was beyond measure. No, spare me, sacred one. We were blind fools who dared offend a sage. We beg for your mercy, noble one. We vow to serve you as slaves through all our lifetimes. The 2 Unity Realm experts fell into despair and desperately pleaded for mercy. If they could have gotten up, they would have already kowtowed until their heads bled by now. Serving me? You lot aren't even worthy. Johai's gaze was icy as he gradually clenched his palm. Ah! A heart-rending shriek pierced the air. An invisible law of nature locked onto the 2 figures, grinding them away atom by atom. The crowd from the academy watched in stunned silence, witnessing with their own eyes as the 2 figures turned to ashes. Not even their primordial spirits remained. Rise now. Turning around, Johai waved his hand, sending an invisible surge of energy into each person's body. Everyone instantly felt their injuries mostly healed, their bodies brimming with strength. Junior brother. Wu Yang and the others experienced a storm of emotions. Never had they imagined that the junior brother they had always teased was actually a supreme powerhouse on par with the ancient sages. The disciples were thrilled, with a powerful guardian like the young uncle master, who in the world would dare lay a finger on the great Zhou Academy? From now on, when they ventured out, even if they encountered disciples from those sacred lands, they wouldn't have to bow their heads anymore. Speak! Where has that old fox Yi Haoren gone? Johai demanded sternly. He actually quite liked Yi Haoren. This man speaks his mind freely. Most importantly, he distinguishes right from wrong clearly, values reason over force, never bullies others with his power, and above all, he's a man who fears no authority. Having someone like this around as a mouthpiece would be an absolute dream. Junior Martial Uncle, over there, he went that way. Xiao Ting quickly pointed in a direction through the crowd. Little Martial Uncle, you must hurry. Elder Haoran is severely poisoned and surrounded by a monstrous foe of the same realm leading over 100 attackers. The situation is dire. Shu Chen also urgently added. Over 100 people? Zhou Hai frowned. Yes, Elder Martial Uncle, besides that old monster at the Purple Mansion realm and over a dozen old ghosts at the Dao Palace realm, there are also 72 experts at the Unity realm. They formed some so-called 72 Earth Fiends deadly poison formation. Mighty Elder Haoran fell into their trap and was poisoned with a deadly toxin. With so many of them attacking together, Elder Haoran is in grave danger. Bai Shushu spoke up. Hearing this, Zhou Hai hesitated no longer. With a single step spanning dozens of miles, he instantly traversed thousands of miles and finally sensed the ripples of battle. Clearly, Yi Haoran had been fleeing the entire way, attempting to divert more powerful enemies and create escape opportunities for his academy companions. Alas, he alone was destined to be trapped and captured. After advancing another few thousand miles, Zhou Hai finally followed the spiritual energy fluctuations to the battlefield only to freeze in astonishment at the sight before him. Here, Yi Haoran was indeed severely poisoned and covered in wounds, hovering on the brink of death. However, the situation wasn't as dire as expected. Out of nowhere, dozens of experts appeared, the weakest among them at the Unity realm. Even stronger were those at the Dao Palace realm, along with 3 major cultivators at the Purple Mansion realm. Although those 3 grand cultivators hadn't reached the peak of Violet Mansion realm, by joining forces, they barely managed to hold off that old monster from the 10,000 Poison Valley who was at the peak of Violet Mansion realm. Without that old monster suppressing the scene, the remaining few dozen people also struggled to block the other cultivators from 10,000 Poison Valley. Hiss, these people don't seem to be experts from the main academy, do they? Zhou Hai gave these people a glance and confirmed they weren't part of that group that had come from the main academy. But strangely, they were using academy techniques, all carrying traces of the righteous and honorable path. They were undoubtedly members of the academy. Could this be a senior from our lineage? Zhou Hai pondered silently and soon arrived at an answer. Scoundrels! Our great Zhou Academy has stood for 10,000 years, with each generation innovating upon the last. Many predecessors have indeed perished, but we old-timers are still alive. How dare you provoke our great Zhou Academy? Have you no sense of propriety or fear of retribution? A white-haired elder roared hoarsely, his entire body surging with primal energy as an overwhelming aura of righteousness filled the heavens and earth. My academy values reason, but that doesn't mean we can't fight. If you want war, who fears whom? This was a burly middle-aged man who didn't appear old, yet one could easily discern from his aura that he had already reached the twilight of his years. At this moment, his form swelled to a towering 30 feet, battling alone against 5 opponents of equal rank without yielding, like a colossus. Clearly, this was a senior from the martial Dao Palace. Battlefield spiritual energy surged, primal essence raged, and Dao principles shook heaven and earth. The group cheered each other on, appearing to hold their ground, but in reality, each of them was already drained to the bone. Their defeat was only a matter of time. What they showed now was nothing more than desperate resistance. Seeing this, Zhou Hai hesitated no longer and instantly transformed into a bolt of black lightning. The Tao of destruction coursed through the lightning, tearing through heaven and earth wherever it passed. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of violent explosions. Many masters of the 10,000 Poison Valley didn't even realize what was happening before their bodies instantly exploded. In less than 3 breaths' time, 72 Unity Realm experts perished, their very souls extinguished, completely annihilated by Zhou Hai's Tao of destruction. What's going on? 18 Palace Realm experts paled in horror, instantly abandoning their opponents to gather together. Yet they only felt a ripple in space as a figure materialized in their midst. You're all going to die. Zhou Hai's voice rang out, clearly explaining their impending fate. Then, heaven-obliterating Tao principles coiled around each person. From the void descended a great Tao path, nearly condensing into an order of cosmic laws. Boom, boom, boom. The entire space exploded instantly, with spatial cracks slithering like spirit snakes. Even the heavens and earth couldn't withstand the devastation of Zhou Hai's annihilation great Tao, let alone these Tao Palace Realm experts. In just an instant, their bodies shattered, but even their blood had no time to spray forth before being refined on the spot. Ah! Heart-rending screams tore through the air as the area was cleansed in an instant. All the powerful experts from the academy were left dumbfounded, staring in shock at the sudden turn of events and the young man standing tall on the battlefield. No one had seen how he made his move, only that the moment he appeared, none of the Wan Poison Valley experts could withstand a single strike, perishing instantly on the spot. Who are you? The Purple Mansion Realm expert from Wan Poison Valley turned pale with fright, hastily retreating from the battle as his wary eyes locked onto Zhou Hai. Brother Zhou Hai, you've come? On the ground, the severely wounded and dying Yi Haoran saw Zhou Hai and immediately felt relieved. At some point unknown to him, Zhou Hai had not only become the pillar of Great Zhou Academy,
but also the stabilizing force in his heart. The moment he saw Zhou Hai, he knew all danger had been averted. Chapter 67, Obliterating a Peak Purple Mansion Realm Expert with a Flick of the Hand. TSK, just look at you people. If not for me, this academy would have been completely wiped out by now. Zhou Hai shook his head. Over the past half-month, the academy had endured one ordeal after another, facing existential crises on multiple occasions. He didn't know whether to call this academy unlucky or what. Everyone bowed their heads, their faces flushing with shame despite their seniority. Though they wanted to argue, they had to admit that if Zhou Hai hadn't come today, everyone would have died here. The Great Zhou Academy truly faced annihilation. Enough! Our academy isn't some soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Let's see how many lives those daring to harm our people have to lose. Zhou Hai waved his hand, turning his gaze to the Void Sea Realm expert from the 10,000 Poison Valley, and said coldly, I'll give you a chance, kill yourself. That way, you'll at least go out painlessly. Hearing this, the Void Sea Realm expert's face darkened. He sized up Zhou Hai for a long while, completely unable to discern his cultivation base, though he could tell Zhou Hai's bone age was merely around 20. He couldn't fathom how a youth like this could possibly possess such formidable strength. Ha ha ha, young man, if I'm not mistaken, you must be the sacred son of the General Academy. Do you really think you can scare me away by hiding your cultivation with secret techniques and killing these people with treasures? You underestimate me too much. I can tell you're merely at the Enlightenment realm. Today, even if I'm the only one left, everyone present, every last one, will die. Suddenly, the Purple Mansion realm powerhouse burst into booming laughter as his primordial chi surged violently. An inexplicable divine energy spread through the air like primordial chaos opening to creation. Is this his true power? The faces of those present changed drastically, and aside from Yi Haoren, a trace of panic flickered in everyone's eyes. The power of origin, the moment of creation. This is the key to touching that realm. Once the primordial power takes form, it can cleave heaven and earth, achieving the status of a saint, dominating an entire domain with unmatched might. A person who has cultivated the power of a sage's origin is destined to be unmatched. Under the gazes of all onlookers, his true essence surged, faintly condensing into the phantom of a world. The immense energy filled heaven and earth, creating a sensation as if space itself might burst apart. Young whelp, die! With an angry roar, the illusory world phantom spun wildly, its destructive force permeating thousands of miles in all directions. Upon the earth, all vegetation and living creatures were instantly annihilated. The assembled crowd simultaneously summoned their Dao weapons, barely managing to stabilize their footing. Yet some still spat blood from their mouths, their faces twisted in despair. Amid such devastating killing intent, all present felt death's approach looming over them. You reckless fool, did you truly believe merging with a Dao weapon would make you a quasi-sage? Since you wish to die with eyes wide open, I'll gladly oblige. Zhou Hai's icy voice rang out as he flicked a single grain of sand with his finger. Hum, boom, boom, boom. In that instant, heaven and earth shattered as the very laws of the universe began collapsing endlessly. A massive spatial black hole appeared as the grain of sand continued its unstoppable trajectory, arriving instantly before the peak-level Z-Palace realm expert. The world before him crushed everything in its path, as though intending to annihilate all creation with the power of an entire realm. Yet the moment he touched that grain of sand, the illusory world shattered. Before the backlash force could strike, the grain of sand instantly pierced through his brow. His spiritual sea collapsed instantly into chaos. His dantian shattered on the spot. His body turned to ashes in an instant, with only his soul being swiftly drawn into a speck of dust. Though merely a grain of sand, the moment the Purple Mansion realm powerhouse's soul fell into it, it felt as though he had plunged into an endless ocean, tossed endlessly by the waves. Heart-wrenching agony followed. This speck of dust ceaselessly corroded his soul. The torment was so unbearable that he wished his soul would shatter on the spot. Holy shit, what's happening? Everyone's minds buzzed with disbelief. Just moments ago, they had believed themselves doomed. Yet against all expectations, that peak-level Purple Mansion realm expert had unleashed his ultimate technique with overwhelming might, only to be utterly destroyed by a single grain of sand. What the hell? Had the world gone mad, or had they all lost their minds? Before anyone could process this, Zhou Hai calmly retrieved the minuscule particle of dust, nodding in satisfaction. This is the flowing sands of the vast sea. Every grain of sand is composed of a stellar world, containing power comparable to a living saint, far surpassing ordinary sacred artifacts. Carrying this thing, one could instantly form an emperor's weapon or transform it into countless sacred arms in the blink of an eye. It's simply too good to be true. Alright, everyone recuperate and return to your posts. Storing away that grain of sand, Zhou Hai casually tossed out dozens of revival pills, which the crowd hurriedly caught with outstretched hands. Revival pills? Upon clearly seeing what they held in their hands, the crowd gasped in astonishment once more. One must know such treasures were scarcely obtainable even for them. These were items only saints could refine. How could this youth before them possess so many? Elder Yi, do you need my help to detoxify? Zhou Hai looked at Yi Haoren and said with a smile, Many thanks,
but the Huiyuan pill is sufficient. I can suppress it for now, detoxification can wait. Yi Haoran cupped his hands and swallowed the Huiyuan pill in one gulp. Nearly drained of all energy, he immediately regained some of his true essence, promptly suppressing the poison in his body. Brother Zhou Hai, did you happen to see those youngsters from the academy on your way here? Yi Haoran was a domineering person, yet meticulous at heart. Concerned for the safety of the younger generation, he hadn't even caught his breath before urgently questioning Zhou Hai. Don't worry, they're all safe and sound. Since everyone is unharmed, let's return to the academy first. Zhou Hai waved his hand, turned around, and disappeared from sight in just a few strides. Seeing this, the crowd quickly followed. Yet aside from Yi Haoran and those 3 Purple Mansion realm experts, none could match Zhou Hai's speed. Junior sister, that mysterious force suddenly took you away that day. What happened all these days? Meanwhile, Shu Chen and the others gathered around Qin Xiao, deeply concerned about her experiences during those days. Back then, when the Supreme Dao Field appeared, to prevent accidents in the secret realm from endangering the Academy's legacy, Morong Xiao ordered everyone to evacuate. As a result, Qin Xiao was taken away by a mysterious force on the way, and no one could find her even after searching for 2 days, instead encountering various dangers along the way. They clearly remembered that the moment that power descended, even the natural laws of heaven and earth made way for it. It was unimaginable what kind of figure lurked behind such power. Recalling the hardships she had endured these past days, Qin Xiao couldn't help but shudder with lingering fear. Just about to speak, she suddenly noticed Zhou Hai approaching and quickly stood up to greet him, calling out, "Master." Zhou Hai smiled faintly and stepped forward, ruffling her head affectionately. The others turned and also noticed Yi Haoran walking alongside him, their anxious hearts finally settling. "Grand Master, you've returned?" Suddenly, the voice of Elder Chen Shuang from the Sword Palace rang out as he hurriedly approached an old man and bowed respectfully. This elder was one of the 3 Purple Mansion realm powerhouses from the Great Zhou Academy. Before Zhou Hai arrived, it was he and 2 other elders who had jointly blocked the Purple Mansion realm monster from the 10,000 Poison Valley. Disciple pays respects to the ancestral master. Disciple pays respects to the patriarch. At the same moment, Li Changqing and Dan Shenzi recognized the other 2 elders and hurried forward to pay their respects. Seeing this, the entire academy followed suit in bowing, leaving only Zhou Hai and Qin Xiao still standing in the center of the gathering. "We're leaving now, you all continue your conversation." Zhou Hai knew the academy rules were strict and didn't want to imitate these people's endless bowing rituals, nor did he wish to become gossip material. He immediately turned around and led Qin Xiao away from the scene. By the time they returned to the Dao Collection Palace, dusk was approaching. That evening, elders from various palaces arrived, bringing great joy to the academy. Morong Xiao ordered a grand feast to be prepared. Chapter 68, Enjoying a Banquet, while casually making a breakthrough. "Uncle Master, why are you still here? The academy banquet has already started, you and junior sister are the only ones missing." Deep in the night, within the small courtyard of the Dao Repository Palace, Zhou Hai was waiting for Qin Xiao's delicious meal when Shu Chen hurried over, wearing a helpless expression. "Buzz off. It's not like I've never attended those academy banquets before. You're lucky to see even vegetables, let alone meat. Whoever enjoys that can have it, count me out." Zhou Hai rolled his eyes disdainfully. "Little martial uncle, are you sure about this? Today's banquet is serving all the immortal delicacies and spirit fruits collected by the Supreme Elders over the years. I heard Elder Haoran even brought a whole vat of monkey wine. Are you really not going? Moreover, all the other palaces have attended, yet your Daozang Palace is conspicuously absent. This is rather unacceptable." Shu Chen's words put Qin Xiao, who was busy cooking, on high alert. "You people are so annoying. Fine, I'll send someone to represent us, how about that? Xiao, you go and feast. It's rare to make the trip. Eat your master's portion too while you're at it." Zhou Hai waved his hand and gave Qin Xiao an order. "Master, why do I have to go?" Qin Xiao wore a bitter expression, already knowing her fate was sealed. "Your senior brother isn't here. If don't take this punishment, should your master? Are you trying to kill me with filial piety?" This master-disciple banter left Chu Chun utterly bewildered. Who would have thought that this grand feast countless cultivators could only dream of witnessing was considered torture in their eyes? Who knows if the old master would drop dead from anger if he heard such words? "Fine, I'll go. Master, save some soup for your disciple." Qin Xiao reluctantly followed Chu Chen away, leaving Zhou Hai alone to lift the pot lid and enjoy the delightful feast. "Alright, we've learned a bit about those 3 academies. They're indeed stronger than ours. I hear each institution has trained a divine ability realm disciple. In this 4 academy competition, our academy indeed doesn't hold the advantage. In that case, hand these youngsters over to us. Let us old-timers guide them for a while and see if they can catch up." At the academy's inquiry hall,
Qin Shio had just arrived when she heard a white-haired elder speak these words. That's right. The disciples of our current generation all possess excellent innate talent. What they lack is sufficient resources and real combat experience. Leave it to us old folks. We'll pile resources on them even if we have to stack them high. I'd like to see which disciple from any other institution could possibly surpass ours.
Another elder chimed in. Ha ha ha, exactly. After wandering free for centuries, it's about time we old-timers made some contributions to our academy.
As they spoke, the group of elders burst into hearty laughter. As the long-retired supreme elder of the academy, he learned during the banquet that the institution had been persistently suppressed by the other three major houses. He felt compelled to give the younger generation a helping hand. Witnessing this, the disciples were overjoyed. Previously, everyone had been worrying about the upcoming 4 academies debate in 2 months. Now, with the support of several supreme elders, their morale soared.
Xiao pays respects to our honored ancestors and esteemed uncles.
At this moment, Qin Xiao's voice rang out, instantly drawing everyone's attention.
Xiao, why didn't your master come?
Morong Xiao frowned with obvious dissatisfaction. Reporting to senior uncle, master said the academy banquet was too bland for his taste, so he sent this disciple to eat in his stead.
Qin Shio hinted subtly. Morong Zhao's face darkened, nearly jumping up in anger.
How could he not understand the implication? The youngster clearly looked down upon the academy's grand feast.
Before he could say anything, a burst of laughter sounded. Ha, this junior elder from the Dao Inquiry Palace is quite a character, clearly wanting his disciple to gain more benefits, yet too embarrassed to say it outright. It's alright, if he's not coming then so be it. As he said, let this little girl take his seat. The speaker was a white-browed elder, Wu Daoxian, the supreme elder of the academy and one of the 3 Purple Mansion realm powerhouses. Absolutely right.
Come now, child, since you're here, take your seat quickly.
Listen to your master and make sure you eat well. Wan Jiani, the supreme elder of the Sword Palace, also chimed in with a hearty laugh. Absolutely. Tell us what you'd like to eat. Don't hold back with us old ancestors. Even the Dan Palace's supreme elder Yao Xin chimed in with a smile. When the 3 great ancestors spoke simultaneously, the other supreme elders also greeted her with beaming faces. In that moment, Qin Shio became the center of everyone's attention. All the disciples cast envious glances. This was the only disciple who could sit as equals with the supreme elders. After all, in the cultivation world, strength commanded respect. Despite the strict rules of the academy, Zhou Hai's power was undeniable. Even the supreme elders had adjusted his seat to be placed higher, far above even the sect leader, Morong Xiao. As Qin Shio stepped onto the seat, she immediately stood out like a crane among chickens. Even Morong Xiao, who had wanted to reprimand Zhou Hai, chose to keep his mouth shut after seeing this scene. The esteemed elders were treating their junior martial brother as someone of their own caliber. However, what left everyone speechless was that after Qin Shio sat down, she truly didn't hold back at all, immediately picking up food without hesitation. She kept her master's mission firmly in mind. Even if it killed her, she'd eat enough to make up for her master's share. Thus, during everyone's conversation, she kept eating non-stop, a spirit fruit in her left hand, a spiritual herb in her right. By the time everyone regained their senses, all sorts of spirit fruits and herbs on the table had been utterly devoured. This spectacle left the disciples exchanging bewildered glances, while Morong Zhao's eyelids twitched violently. Is this the disciple that kid brought out? Such poor manners. The supreme elders can't bear to eat it hastily, savoring every bite. How can she wolf it down like a whirlwind without shame? Ha ha ha, what a pure little lass. This old ancestor likes her. Child, this is a plate of soul-nourishing pills. Have some, it'll be good for your cultivation. With a hearty laugh, Elder Yao Xian waved his hand, sending the plate of soul-nourishing pills flying towards Qin Shio. Qin Shio didn't hesitate, grabbing the pills one after another and stuffing them into her mouth. All the while, she felt utterly speechless inside. No wonder the old master refused to come. What was supposed to be a banquet turned out to be either fruits or medicinal herbs. Now even elixir pills are being served. Compared to the fragrant stewed meat at the Daozang Palace, stuffing this stuff down is pure suffering. Fortunately, these were indeed rare treasures of nature. After the meal, she felt various energies coursing through her body, and even her core essence had undergone significant refinement. The cultivation power within his body was in violent turmoil, showing signs of an imminent breakthrough. Slow down, child, take your time, there's plenty more, he laughed heartily. Here are 2 jars of monkey spirit wine, drink one here and take the other back for your master. Yi Haoran roared with laughter, waving his hand as 2 jars of monkey spirit wine flew forward. Exactly right. We've got endless spiritual fruits here, eat slowly, no need to hurry. The other supreme elders shook their heads with amusement too, each bringing out their own precious treasures to present to Qin Shio. They could clearly see that Zhou Hai's cultivation was unfathomably profound. Having saved everyone's lives, though he was of a younger generation, none treated him as such. As his sole disciple, Qin Shio naturally received their utmost care. Thank you. Qin Shio thanked them and continued eating. The other disciples watched with envy, no longer chewing their food slowly but gulping it down in large bites,
casting hopeful glances at the elders only to be completely ignored. Burp! After what felt like an eternity, Qin Xiao, utterly stuffed, let out a loud belch. Instantly, she felt a convergence of energies within her, as if countless streams were merging into one vast ocean. Her cultivation had finally reached its bottleneck. Without the slightest hesitation, she knelt into a meditative posture and immediately began her breakthrough. The Supreme Elders who had been discussing serious matters earlier initially just watched amused as she ate with such fervor. Gradually, their expressions grew increasingly grave. This girl was merely at the foundation establishment stage's 8th layer. By all reasoning, a single banquet table should have been enough to overwhelm her. Yet after devouring 2 tables full of heavenly treasures and rare delicacies, she still showed no signs of breaking through. Yet she devoured 7 full tables before finally beginning her breakthrough.
What kind of foundation must one possess to withstand such an immense amount of medicinal and spiritual energy?
The solidity of this woman's Tao foundation is unparalleled throughout the ages.
Chapter 69. A single breakthrough triggers collective enlightenment.
Under the gaze of everyone, the moment Qin Xiao broke through, the night sky grew even darker. Even the surrounding lights seemed to extinguish in that instant. To the naked eye, not a glimmer of light could be seen. Everyone was startled, swiftly circulating their true essence, only to realize the lights hadn't gone out. Yet a mysterious power seemed to veil the workings of heaven, obscuring the cosmos itself.
This place no longer appeared to be the same world they knew. What's happening?
The academy disciples trembled with terror, suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming aura of death. As if they had all become corpses, sealed within coffins and buried in a grand tomb. Even the group of supreme elders wore solemn expressions. Their gazes turned to Qin Xiao, where they saw the flow of primordial energy. Between fleeting glimpses, a celestial coffin seemed to manifest behind her.
Watch out!
Morong Zhao's face drastically changed as he reacted immediately, raising a barrier with a wave of his hand to protect all the disciples. The aura of death surrounding Qin Xiao was utterly pure.
Though not overwhelmingly potent, it affected anyone nearby.
Particularly for lower-level disciples, excessive exposure to this deathly energy could bring dire consequences.
No! Yet the moment the barrier formed, Yi Haoran shattered it effortlessly.
All disciples, heed my command. Commence cultivation immediately and meditate upon the Tao of life and death. Yi Haoran stood up and issued the command.
Yes.
Though the disciples were bewildered, the strict rules of the academy left no room for defiance against the Supreme Elder's decree, especially since this Supreme Elder, Yi Haoran, had come from the headquarters itself. In an instant, all the disciples sat cross-legged, circulating their cultivation techniques, fiercely absorbing the surrounding death qi.
Brother Haoran, what is the meaning of this? Grand Elder Wu Daoxian of the academy frowned. No more questions.
From this day forth, by my command, unless Elder Zhou of the Tao Repository Palace requires it, no one shall set foot in the backyard of the Tao Repository Palace,
including all of you, and me as well.
Do not attempt to understand the master-disciple relationship of Perimeter Elder from the Tao Archives Palace. Should the need arise, all academy resources are at the disposal of the Tao Archives Palace.
Yi Haoran's grave expression made even the venerable elders unable to suppress their surprise. Everyone knew Yi Haoran well.
Though his actions may seem impulsive, he is upright and virtuous, never one to make light of matters. His words are truth. Whatever he does, there is always sound reasoning behind it.
Enough idleness, everyone.
This heaven-sent opportunity is the perfect moment for us to contemplate life and death. Whether we can ascend to greater heights rests entirely on this very night. Yi Haoran's gaze turned solemn. As he spoke, he crossed his legs and sat down, beginning to absorb the deathly aura radiating from Qin Xiao's body.
Seeing this, all the elders followed suit and began meditating as well. The deathly aura spread, plunging the space into deeper darkness. After inhaling large amounts of the deathly aura, some experienced an unprecedented dizziness.
Their bodies grew numb, as if they were truly dead. Gradually, some even began to hear the cawing of crows and the flapping of vultures' wings. A horde of death-bringing creatures gathered, seemingly gnawing at the flesh and blood of everyone present.
No, don't do this.
Some were terrified, nearly driven to madness. They wanted to withdraw from their cultivation and escape this predicament, yet found it impossible.
Even the elders foresaw their own doom, dissolving into handfuls of yellow earth after their demise.
Between heaven and earth, no one is destined to escape the great calamity of life and death. Since ancient times, all great emperors have been like this. How could they be exceptions? Some elders were bewildered, while others let go and accepted this scene with calm acceptance.
Yi Haoran was utterly at peace.
He saw himself amidst the mountains and rivers, at death's door, with only his last breath remaining.
Ha ha ha, more than enough.
In my lifetime, Yi Haoran has eradicated evil thoroughly, with no shame before heaven above nor regret before earth below. In this life, I've experienced worldly fame and fortune, as well as unfettered freedom in the cultivation world, but death alone remains untasted.
Let me have my wish fulfilled today. With one final laugh, Yi Haoran exhaled his last breath and embraced his death.
After death, he watched his own body turn to dust, returning ashes to ashes, dust to dust. None of it stirred much emotion in him. He observed his own disappearance as if he were an outsider, watching himself sink into endless darkness.
The entire world seemed to fall into silence.
Yet when he looked up again, light returned before his eyes. Endless vitality surged in, finally transforming the aura of death around Qin Shio into one of life. Yi Haoran sought his parents from childhood days, feeling as though he'd been reborn. Everything he had experienced before, he watched himself relive all over again. Some things he desperately wished to change, only to find all attempts utterly futile. In the end he gave up, letting his life pass by like fleeting images on a galloping horse. He knew full well this was all an illusion, and with his current cultivation, he could withdraw at any moment. Yet from start to finish, he never retreated even half a step. Aside from intervening a few times in past regrets, he immersed himself completely in understanding this sensation, from death to rebirth, then moving towards aging.
Life is truly wondrous, as if everything were predestined yet still brimming with unpredictable elements.
When time passed by the Great Zhou Academy once more, at the very moment Qin Shio achieved her breakthrough, Yi Haoran opened his eyes.
Everyone present wore expressions of lingering fear, including Morong Shao.
Only a handful of supreme elders smiled serenely, their faces showing enlightenment, as if they wouldn't regret dying after hearing the truth they sought.
Ah, Elder Yi looks so delighted. You must have gained profound insights, haven't you?
A hearty laugh burst forth as Wu Daoxian gazed at Yi Haoran with fiery eyes.
I have comprehended the way. So this is the true essence of life and death.
I've finally overcome that layer of fear. It seems the next breakthrough is right before my eyes. A supreme elder at the Dao Palace realm chuckled.
Ah, Xu Yazi has attained enlightenment.
It appears it won't be long before our Great Zhou Academy gains another Purple Mansion realm expert.
Yao Xian laughed heartily.
Elder Yao Xian, you seem so delighted.
Could it be that you've made no gains at all?
Su Yaji asked with a chuckle.
Yes, there absolutely must be.
It seems elders Wu Daoxian and Yi Haoran have also gained considerable rewards. Yao Xian nodded with a hearty laugh, turning his gaze toward Wu Daoxian and Yi Haoran. Not at all, not at all. It's merely that both body and mind feel much more at ease now.
The path ahead shall be smooth. Wu Daoxian waved his hand with a humble expression.
In 3 years, I will surely reach the Saint Realm. Yi Haoran, however, lacked his humility, and his words instantly silenced the crowd. All eyes turned to him simultaneously.
Brother Haoran, are you so certain?
Wu Daoxian said in disbelief.
Do any of you know what kind of cultivation technique this young girl practices? Yi Haoran laughed heartily and said, What kind of technique is this? The crowd wore expressions of curiosity.
30,000 years ago, there was a woman named Qinyan. Her fate was full of hardships. During a certain deadly tribulation, she obtained the legacy of an ancient great emperor.
From then on, he reversed life and death, mastered creation and destruction, ultimately becoming a supreme sovereign.
Alas, with the previous great emperor having recently fallen, the opportunity to attain the Tao was lost. She was destined never to ascend to emperorship in this lifetime. That year, the Great Dark Rebellion raged, and more than half of all realms in the cosmos were destroyed. To save all living beings, she offered her body as a seed, sacrificing herself to the heavenly Tao, and briefly gained the power of a great emperor, forcing all formidable enemies to retreat. Yi Haoran slowly began speaking, pulling everyone's thoughts toward that long-buried ancient history. Chapter 70, The Supreme Divine Temple, The Legacy of a Great Emperor. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though people caught a glimpse of a peerless woman of extraordinary elegance sweeping across the heavens, shielding all realms. Her name alone was worthy of being praised for generations to come. Now that Yi Haoran had brought her up, people finally remembered her existence. As a symbol of her era, she had once been revered as the uncrowned celestial emperor.
What happened next?
Elder Yi, we all know this part, but what happened afterward remains a mystery.
Could you elaborate?
Snapping back to attention, everyone looked at Yi Haoran with curiosity, eager to know if there was more to the story. Later, she buried the emperor's body to nourish countless realms and all living beings. She made a grand vow to resurrect the myriad realms. 10,000 years ago, a sage from our main academy's Haoran Palace came to the Great Zhou to preach and picked up a jade slip, uncovering the truth. Thus, he established the Great Zhou Academy right here.
Do you see that? That secret realm is the path leading to the 10,000 worlds.
That is the tomb of Supreme Qinyan, and also the buried land where the 10,000 worlds were once revived. Morong Shao raised his hand and pointed toward the martial Dao Palace, his words once again stirring profound shock in everyone's hearts.
What? Does this mean that secret realm is actually Supreme Qinyan's dojo? The crowd's expressions changed dramatically.
Having long wondered whose dojo it was, they had finally found their answer.
But Elder Yi, what does this have to do with Xiao?
Morong Shao frowned and said,
Right, what does this have to do with Xiao? Everyone also looked at Yi Haoran with confusion on their faces. Haven't you all figured it out yet?
Xiao is merely at the foundation establishment realm. How could someone of her level possibly affect us old fellows? But her cultivation technique is profoundly mysterious. Just through the flow of her Dao rhythms, she can make us gain sudden enlightenment. That's the cultivation technique of the Qingyan Supreme. Yi Haoran shook his head with a faint smile,
causing their pupils to instantly dilate in shock. Does that mean this child has already obtained the supreme inheritance? Wait, no, rather than the supreme inheritance, isn't this the actual emperor's legacy? Even Wu Daoxian and the others were utterly stunned, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Their gazes burned with delirious joy, yet also disbelief, leaving them momentarily paralyzed with shock. There's no choice, the titled Great Emperor's legacy is simply too shocking. Little girl, have you truly gained Qin Yan Supreme's approval and acquired that inheritance? Medicine sage Xian was the first to look at Qin Xiao, unable to resist asking. By this time, Qin Xiao had already successfully broken through, her cultivation reaching the 9th level of foundation establishment. Just as someone was about to speak, Zhou Hai's voice echoed through the air. Why ask? Didn't Elder Yi say so already? Stop prying into others' family affairs. She's just a child. If this leaks out, think of the trouble it could bring her. Not just her, all of you are in danger. From today onward, whoever dares to reveal this matter, even if they flee to the heavens or descend to the underworld, I swear I'll make them wish for death but find no escape. As soon as Zhou Hai uttered these words, not to mention the disciples, even the group of grand elders couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. There was no doubt that Zhou Hai possessed the strength to kill every single person present. No one knew the limits of his true strength, but this very sense of unfathomable depth filled even the supreme elders with fear. I've told you to stop being so nosy, why do you love asking questions so much? Yi Haoren smiled sheepishly, drawing eye rolls from the venerable elders. Wasn't this guy the one who spilled the beans in the first place? They hadn't even wanted to know initially. Ahem, my mistake too. Everyone knows our Haoren lineage loves playing the teacher, we just adore answering others' questions. I just couldn't help myself this time. You lot really should have reminded me. Yi Haoren scratched his head, drawing another round of furious glares from the crowd. Wow, so after the secret got out, you're not blaming your big mouth, but the listeners instead. Enough already, we're all family here, so what if they found out? This is the temple of Qin Yan the Supreme, erected today in Dinghai City to welcome devotees from all directions. Qin Yan the Supreme has merged with the heavenly Tao, achieving great virtue. With 10,000 generations of worship, she may be resurrected. Her virtuous deeds deserve to be remembered for eternity. From now on, the temple shall be entrusted to your care. Zhou Hai's voice echoed as everyone witnessed a golden light shoot out from the Palace of Inquiry and settle upon a mountain peak beyond Dinghai City. In an instant, the golden radiance spread, purple mists arrived from the east, and remarkably, the sky brightened. All those present were struck with astonishment. This isn't a celestial phenomenon, it's the world turned upside down, for dawn has truly broken. Consider that it's only the hour of the ox right now. The emergence of this divine temple has actually reversed yin and yang. One can scarcely imagine the boundless divine majesty contained within. The temple stands erected. As for how to inscribe its legacy, well, my literacy isn't high, so I'll trouble you all to put your minds to work. Zhou Hai chuckled lightly. His reason for not stopping Yi Haoren from continuing was that he'd actually been listening to the tale in secret all along. Finally, the most pressing desire is to learn the true name of the Qin Yan Supreme, paving the way for her resurrection. For now, establishing the temple awaits only the day when the Qin Yan Supreme is revived, thus repaying a debt of gratitude. Ah, now I understand. It wasn't this little girl who inherited the supreme legacy after all, it was our junior brother. I knew it. Our junior brother clearly couldn't cultivate, how could he have attained such power otherwise? It turns out this was caused by the supreme inheritance. Even the supreme temple has fallen into junior brother's hands. All disciples heed my command. Starting today, each of you shall take turns cleaning and making offerings at the temple without negligence. Suddenly, Morong Shao burst into laughter and issued an order. Yes, the disciples' eyes burned with fervor as they cupped their hands in acknowledgement. Supreme Divine Temple. Though it was merely a temple, the chance to remain near the Supreme One was something they coveted without Xian Morong even needing to command them. Who knows what opportunities may arise with the passage of time? At this moment, the entire academy was elated. Who would have thought that the so-called supreme inheritance had long since landed within their halls? The other major factions were destined to fail in competing with the academy. The upcoming trials in a few months would be nothing more than a ceremonial formality. Only Zhang Qianquan felt a heart-wrenching pain. Every time he discovered something good happening at Wendaegon, he wished he could slap himself twice. The supreme inheritance was actually at Wendaegon, and yet, he had missed it all because of his initial ignorance. This was missing out on the supreme inheritance. Had I not repeatedly refused, this supreme inheritance should never have fallen to Qin Xiao, nor should it have gone to Qin Bei, it should have been mine alone. To this day, he still believes that Zhou Hai only took Qin Bei as a disciple to save face after being rejected, deliberately choosing a worthless candidate out of spite, yet somehow ended up with Chen Bei by sheer accident. Little does he know, even without Chen Bei, Zhou Hai would never have chosen him. Enough! In just half a month,
the inter-palace debates of our academy will commence. All disciples must take turns tending to the temple while maintaining diligent cultivation. Since the Supreme Elders have shown such intention to mentor you, do your utmost and never let them down. Morong Xiao issued another decree, marking the beginning of preparations for the upcoming inter-palace debate in half a month.
From this day onward, the academy launched an unprecedented wave of cultivation.
Under the careful guidance of numerous Supreme Elders and with unparalleled academy resources at their disposal, the disciples' cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds every day. At the same time, with the endorsement of great scholars, the academy composed biographical records. Shortly after its establishment, the temple attracted devotees from all directions who came to worship. With the compassionate savior's virtuous deeds preceding it and the academy's 10,000-year reputation to boot, attracting countless devotees from across the great Zhou dynasty, let alone the northern wastelands, was just a matter of time.
Chapter 71, The Third Disciple Emerges. Little Martial Sister. Little Martial Sister. Early that morning, Zhou Hai had just risen when he used his divine sense to inspect the situation at the temple. Seeing countless devotees worshipping within a 10-mile radius of the temple, he was about to withdraw his divine sense when he noticed a commotion outside the Tao Scriptures Palace. Xu Chen and a gaggle of disciples were gathered there, shouting loudly. They seemed eager to enter the Tao Repository Palace courtyard, yet none dared disobey Yi Haoren's command. Master, my senior brothers and sisters are calling me. Qin Xiao emerged from her room, still dressed in Zhou Hai's clothes. Yet even in men's attire, nothing could conceal her extraordinary beauty. Go ahead. These days all the disciples from various palaces are out training. It's time for you to venture out too. Keeping behind closed doors does you no good at all. Zhou Hai nodded in agreement. Qin Xiao's face lit up with joy as she immediately turned and flew out the door. Damn, I'm so bored I'm going nuts. If only I could improve my cultivation through real-world experience too. Watching Qin Xiao's retreating figure, Zhou Hai felt a pang of envy. Though having someone assist his cultivation was enjoyable, this aimless, lazy life was becoming unbearable after prolonged exposure. In his mind, the once nightmarish scene surfaced, yet a warm smile curled at the corners of his lips. He remembered it was 7 years ago, when he was still living on a planet called Earth. Because of his obsession with gaming, he frequently skipped school, so often that his mother's feathered duster had been broken countless times. Even the coat hangers at home were frequently replaced due to him. One night, his father personally stepped onto the battlefield, wanting to prove with facts that gaming really wasn't that fun. As a result, while his views remained unchanged, his old father's views had shifted, and thus began his nightmare. Every day after school, he was dragged into playing games. The worst part was that his father wasn't even good at it, hopeless yet obsessed, making him so sick of gaming he wanted to vomit at the sight of it. During that time, he wished he could immerse himself in school studies every day. At least he could see his own progress. Unlike gaming, where he kept losing from the start, dozens of games, dozens of ranked accounts, losing until his stars were all gone. Back then, his only dream was to escape his father's games and his mother's feather duster. Yet now when he recalls those days, he feels such nostalgia. Dad, Mom, I miss you. Before he knew it, Zhou Hai's lips began to tremble. Only then did he realize it wasn't that he didn't have a goal, it was just that he hadn't dared to think about it. His childhood dream had been to cultivate to sainthood, traverse the cosmos, and find his way back home. Now 2 disciples are diligently cultivating, and this goal is finally within reach. Perhaps, he could achieve this goal right now. With this thought, he pulled out an Emperor Experience card from his hand, wondering if, within the limited duration of the card, he could scour the entire universe to find that inconspicuous yet immensely important planet. Ding! Detected the presence of an ancient demonic ape bloodline within a radius of 10 million miles. Initiating disciple recruitment mission. Ding! Host's third disciple is detected to be in mortal danger. A guardian mission is now issued. Host is requested to execute it together. Just as Zhou Hai hesitated whether to use the Emperor Experience card, the system's voice sounded, causing Zhou Hai's expression to change. Senior brother, senior sister, what's the matter? Qin Xiao arrived outside the Tao Repository Palace and, seeing Chu Chen and the others gathered there, asked with a smile. Little martial sister, Elder Yi said he's taking us to train in the primordial mountains, and we'll get to see elite talents from all regions when we enter the 8 Desolates Passage. Let's go ask if you want to come. Bai Shushu stepped forward and pulled Qin Xiao's arm while smiling. The 8 Desolates Passage? You mean that secret realm connected to the other 7 domains? Great! I've been wanting to see this for a long time. Qin Xiao, who had occasionally browsed the books in the Tao Repository Palace during this period, knew about the so-called 8 Desolates Passageway and immediately nodded in agreement. Let's go! With a shout, Zhu Chen prepared to lead everyone away. Suddenly, a spatial passage silently opened above them, and Zhou Hai soared through the air, instantly vanishing into it. What's going on? Where is Junior Martial Uncle rushing off to in such a hurry? Everyone frowned, turning their gazes in that direction. I don't know. Qin Xiao also wore a puzzled expression, only following the crowd after a long hesitation.
Half an hour later, the most talented disciples Qin Xiao, Chu Chen, Ling Ruoxue, Bai Shushu, Lu Danyang, Wu Ming, Zheng Qinkuan, and Yuan Bupo departed from the academy under Yi Haoren's leadership, embarking on their journey of training. As they set off, Zhou Hai had already arrived at the Taichu mountain range. The Taichu mountain range stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles in all directions. In its central Taichu dragon vein stood a major sect known as the Taichu Holy Land, the true forbidden territory of the entire mountain range. The area was usually eerily quiet, with few people coming or going other than disciples of the Taichu Holy Land. But today was exceptionally lively, with streams of people coming and going, almost wearing out the mountain gate from all the foot traffic. At this very moment, the various entrances to the Taiyi mountain range, designated as the trial grounds for the northern wastes, were hundreds, if not thousands, of times busier than here. Who are you? At one of the mountain entrances, Zhou Hai stepped forward through the air, about to enter the Taiyi mountain range, only to be stopped by a group of people. These individuals were dressed in white robes, each carrying a sword on their back, with sword energy swirling around them. Clearly, they were a group of sword cultivators. Got a problem? Zhou Hai frowned. Though the Taichu mountain range spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, legend had it that an ancient emperor had cast a forbidden spell upon this land. None could enter except through its designated entrances. Even a supreme being would perish if attempting otherwise. There were only 18 entrances in total, and this was one of them. Zhou Hai had no choice but to proceed through this passage. This path is closed today. Please choose another route. A young man dressed in white stepped before Zhou Hai, speaking with an unmistakable air of arrogance. He couldn't sense any cultivation fluctuations from Zhou Hai, and at Zhou Hai's age, it was impossible for him to possess considerable strength. Therefore, he didn't regard Zhou Hai as a threat at all. Did your family build this passageway? Zhou Hai laughed. Normally, these entrances were shared among the major sects of Northern Wasteland, but today it seemed like someone had monopolized them. How outrageous. Normally it wouldn't be, but for the coming period it certainly is. After you, sir, the young man in white said disdainfully. And what if I insist on leaving? Zhou Hai's eyes gradually turned icy cold. The heavenly secrets of the Taichu mountain range were in complete disorder. Even the system couldn't calculate his little disciple's whereabouts. At such a critical moment, he still had to go in and search. With each second these people delayed him, his little disciple faced greater peril. Do you know who we are? The young man's eyes turned fierce, ready to leverage his background to intimidate. Junior brother Kai, why waste words with him? Kill him. But then a cold voice rang out as a flash of swordlight arrived before Zhou Hai in an instant. This was a sword cultivator at the life-stealing realm, his blade swift and relentless, overflowing with lethal intent. The sword light froze abruptly just before reaching Zhou Hai, as if mired in quicksand. The cultivator's face drastically changed color as he felt his blade slip beyond his control, gripped by an invisible force. The next instant, his arm trembled violently as he watched his sword disintegrate inch by inch like wind-blown sand. How could this be? Terror flashed across the cultivator's face as he whirled around, desperate to flee. He knew he was in serious trouble. Chapter 72, The Demon King Chenbei, Killing Without Blinking an Eye. Humph. If you want to learn how a thief steals, you must also learn how a thief takes a beating. You think you can run just because you can't win? It's not that easy. Zhou Hai's eyes gleamed sharply as he raised his hand and struck out with a palm, instantly freezing that cultivator's body midair. Boom! The next moment, his entire body erupted, exploding into a bloody mist on the spot. Senior brother Gao. Over 100 youths nearby paled in horror, screaming in anguish. You dare! We are members of the sword sect. How dare you lay a hand on us? The young man addressed as junior brother Kai turned pale and hastily retreated, eyeing Zhou Hai with wary vigilance. Humph, so it's none other than the sword sect. I'm going through here today. Anyone who dares stop me again, be it your insignificant sword sect or even the 10,000 sword sect, I'll slaughter them all without hesitation. Zhou Hai snorted coldly. The name sword sect might sound intimidating, but across the entire northern wastelands, there were at least 100 sects bearing that title. Their influence spanned every corner of the northern wastelands, though their true origins traced back to one of the region's sacred grounds, the 10,000 Sword Sect. As another sacred ground, Zhou Hai had dared to fight and kill even the lofty Qianyao sacred ground. What then were mere minor sword sects under the dominion of the 10,000 Sword Sect? The foundation strengths of these sword sects can't even compare to any one of the 4 great academies. With Zhou Hai's power, annihilating them would be simplicity itself. How dare you! Fellow disciples of the sword sects, this man is too arrogant, capture him now. With that roar from the swordsman surnamed Kai, over 100 people immediately closed in from all sides. At the same time, thousands of sword lights came flying from all directions, all of them disciples of the sword sect, with the weakest among them having at least foundation establishment realm cultivation. Humph. So many people. Seems they won't be happy unless I exterminate all 100 school sword sects. Zhou Hai's eyes turned icy. He knew a single sword sect couldn't possibly gather this many disciples above the foundation establishment realm. Judging by this spectacle, it appeared every sword sect had assembled here. Seeing these people refusing to acknowledge their doom, Zhou Hai wasted no more words and prepared to wipe them all out.
At that very moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out.
With your pathetic skills, how dare you think yourself worthy of facing my master?
As the words fell, heaven and earth trembled as dark clouds descended.
The ominous clouds carried overwhelming force and boundless slaughter energy, sweeping hundreds of miles in an instant to strike this place. Zhou Hai's heart stirred as he sensed that familiar aura of annihilation. He couldn't help but turn his head to look. Wherever those dark clouds passed, heaven and earth turned dim, an endless expanse of slaughter.
Not good, that demon has appeared.
Here, the disciples of various sword sects all changed expression dramatically, their faces filled with terror.
Kill him first, someone roared, stirring up the morale of all present.
Thousands of sword rays instantly shot toward that direction. The overwhelming torrent, capable of annihilating heaven and earth, collided in an instant with a wild-haired man shrouded within the dark clouds.
Boom, boom, boom.
For a moment, heaven and earth erupted in turmoil. By sheer numbers, these sword sect disciples barely managed to withstand the cataclysmic force of the anomaly. A swarm of ants, courting death.
The man amidst the dark clouds snorted coldly, a vertical eye opening between his brows.
In the next instant, the strange phenomena across the sky coalesced into a massive descending palm. With that single glance, he seemed to instantly perceive the flaws in these people's sword formation, just as the heaven-shrouding palm imprint came crashing down. The sword chi river formed by thousands of cultivators shattered, the disciples of the sword sect screaming as blood sprayed from their mouths.
Die!
The man's eyes were icy cold as he instantly plunged into the crowd. Destructive energy surged around his body, and wherever he passed, figures exploded one after another. The strongest among these sword sect disciples had merely reached life-stealing realm, utterly powerless before him. In just a quarter of an hour, the scene became deathly silent, filled only with boundless blood and a nauseating stench. Zhou Hai frowned as he watched the scene unfold. Through the system's feedback, he knew Chen Bei had been on a killing spree during this period, but he hadn't expected such madness. The phrase killing without blinking is just an adjective when applied to others, but just now, he had truly slaughtered thousands in succession without so much as blinking an eye. If this continues, Zhou Hai is even starting to worry about his mental state. Has this senior disciple fallen into demonic madness? Chen Bei? Seeing that only the two of them, master and disciple, remain within a 100-mile radius, Zhou Hai called out. Chen Bei, however, remained silent and immediately fled. Zhou Hai was about to give chase when his divine sense spread out and caught Chen Bei arriving at a mountain hollow, removing his clothes, and summoning rain to wash his entire body. Finally, he changed into a gray robe, tidied his hair, and even donned a hair crown before flying in this direction. Disciple Chen Bei pays respects to Master. Master, your disciple has missed you dearly. Chen Bei walked up to Zhou Hai and knelt on both knees, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. You brat! Zhou Hai chuckled lightly, though not without a tinge of bitterness. Born into royalty and tutored since childhood by the eminent scholar Zhu Yu from the Grand Qian Academy, Chen Bei had always adhered strictly to propriety. Even at this moment, he still wanted to appear in front of himself in the best possible manner. Yet when he looked back at his own actions during this time, he had completely neglected him. At this thought, Zhou Hai couldn't help but feel guilty. How have you been during this time? Zhou Hai stepped forward to support Chen Bei, asking with a smile. Master, your disciple is doing well. Though everyone in the world wishes to kill me without hesitation, with the many treasures you bestowed, who in the entire northern wastelands could possibly harm me? In the past half-month, your disciple has slain no fewer than 10 Purple Mansion realm experts and hundreds of Dao Palace realm masters. The number of cultivators below the Enlightenment realm from various sects slain by your disciple is truly innumerable. Your disciple has finally comprehended the profound truth of annihilation. I had planned to enter the primordial mountains, seek opportunities to temper myself in the Eight Desolates Passage, before returning to Great Qian to begin our undertaking. Yet I never imagined I would encounter Master here of all places. Chen Bei wiped away his tears of joy, looking at Zhou Hai with childlike happiness. Zhou Hai had become the closest person to him in this world. The time spent with Zhou Hai was the most peaceful and comforting period since his father's departure. Even now that he had left, the treasured artifacts bestowed by his master still protected him. He would never forget his master's kindness for the rest of his life. Disciple, with you killing so many people, you're going to make all the major sects see red with fury. Zhou Hai felt a pang of distress in his heart. Chen Bei spoke lightly of it, but he understood full well what this meant. In just half a month's time, Chen Bei had managed to offend and kill representatives from every single faction across the entire northern wilderness. At this moment, all major factions would likely fight him to the death. So what? With the treasures my master bestowed, who in the northern wasteland dares touch me? Chen Bei's body trembled as an overwhelming aura erupted from him like an invincible war god standing tall between heaven and earth, or a supreme emperor ruling the celestial court. Seeing his slightly frenzied expression, Zhou Hai was about to say something. At this very moment, 1,000 razor-sharp killing intents locked onto their position from the horizon. Traitor Chen Bei, how dare you show your face here, seeking death? Both Zhou Hai and Shan Bei looked up simultaneously, witnessing over 1,000 figures soaring towards them. The weakest among them had cultivation at the Tao Comprehension realm, while leading the charge were over a dozen powerful experts at the Purple Mansion realm. There are hundreds of cultivators at the Unity realm and Tao Palace realm gathered here. Such a massive pursuit to hunt down a single person, even Zhou Hai couldn't help but feel his heart tighten at the sight. It was unimaginable just how many times had Chen Bei been besieged like this during this period? Chen Bei, we are disciples of the Myriad Sword Sect and the 100 Sword Schools gathered here. How dare you slaughter them? I will kill you. A roar echoed through the crowd as someone witnessed the horrific scene before them, instantly driven to madness. Howling with rage, they charged towards Chen Bei. Chapter 73, The Sage's Might, suppressing the entire scene. Form the formation, kill him. A gray-haired elder screamed in fury as 9 sword cultivators at the Tao Palace realm rushed out from behind him, swiftly surrounding Chen Bei and his master amidst the chaos. At the same time, 36 Unity realm experts and 81 Peak Comprehension realm cultivators joined the sword formation. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens twisted, and earth and sky reversed. Zhou Hai and Shan Bei seemed to have been pulled into another world.
This was no longer merely an abnormal celestial phenomenon, it was a true severing of heaven and earth, cutting through the cosmos.
Here, Zhou Hai and Shan Bei could sense no fluctuations of spiritual energy, only endless slaughter, with sword chi soaring straight to the heavens. Zhou Hai frowned, unable to help but marvel at the fact that, as a sacred land, the Myriad Sword Sect truly possessed the capital to dominate the northern wastelands. Merely a single sword formation could recreate the majesty of a saint, carving out an entire world of swords. With such power, who would dare oppose the Myriad Sword Sect? Kid, who are you? How did you end up with this devil? A cold voice rang out as countless sword lights descended from the sky, landing in this world of blades and transforming into numerous figures that encircled Zhou Hai and his disciple. The purple-haired elder was among them, his aura interconnected with all the others, exuding a faint yet palpable sage-like majesty. Humph, is there any problem with my disciple walking alongside me? On the contrary, you've brought so many people to kill my disciple. Does this mean you don't take me seriously at all? Zhou Hai sneered. Master. Chen Bei's expression changed. He didn't want to disturb his master's peace because of his own affairs. But seeing Zhou Hai standing up for him like this, Chen Bei couldn't help but feel his eyes growing moist. What? You're Chen Bei's master? Upon hearing this, all the swordsmen present, including the purple-haired elder, couldn't help but change expressions. Then their faces turned strange. This person looks so young, barely older than Chen Bei. How could he possibly be the master of that demon Chen Bei? You damned old fool purple son, this matter has nothing to do with my master. I don't want anyone disturbing my master's meditation. You'd better wise up and stop seeking death before my master. Whatever grievances we have, we'll settle them later. Chen Bei's gaze turned icy as his words completely dispelled everyone's doubts, firmly establishing their master-disciple relationship. Settle grievances later? Chen Bei, you choose the path to hell when Heaven's Gate was open. You knew this passage belongs to our 10,000 Swords sect, yet you dared to come here. That alone is unforgivable, but you actually slaughtered thousands of disciples under our sect's rule. Do you think you can escape today? I know you have sacred artifacts protecting you, but today you must die. Since he's your master, then let him accompany you on your final journey. The purple-haired elder's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept through the air. This was a world of swords, shrouded in gloomy gray nothingness. The roaring wind carried countless sword energies, instantly engulfing Chen Bei and his master in their path. You're asking for death. Chen Bei raised his hand, ready to summon his sacred artifact. Facing such an overwhelming ambush, he wasn't foolish enough to rely solely on his own strength in battle. Disciple, leave this to your master. At that moment, Zhou Hai placed a firm hand on his shoulder and forcibly pulled him back. Master! Chen Bei turned his head and couldn't help but shout. Don't worry, they wouldn't dare disturb your master's peace. My disciple, you may go through trials when necessary, but no one else has the right to bully you at will. Today, I shall stand up for you. Zhou Hai smiled faintly as Chen Bei watched with reddened eyes, noticing sacred chi coiling around his body. With the activation of a Saint Experience card, his cultivation instantly soared to the Saint realm. Do you really think you're a saint just because you've constructed a world with a sword formation, trying to keep me here? Even if your 10,000 sword sect saint were present today, they'd have to die. Zhou Hai's icy voice rang out. The pressure of a saint radiated outward, the wind rushing toward them instantly died, along with the countless sword energies within, as if they'd never existed. Not good. The faces of the 10,000 sword sect members changed dramatically. In an instant, they felt as if something had immobilized their entire bodies. This world was clearly one they had constructed with their sword formation, yet it was now completely beyond their control. As if Zhou Hai were the true master of this world. Are you a saint? How could this be? The purple-haired old man's lips trembled, his entire being stunned. Pathetic. A mere violet sanctum cultivator dares dream of killing me. Now you realize, but it's already too late. Zhou Hai sneered, raising his hand with a sweep as countless sword-light soared into the sky. Even the treasured swords wielded by the mighty experts of the 10,000 Sword sect flew out in an instant, attacking the purple-haired old man. Relying on the power of the sword formation, the purple-haired old man had already touched the threshold of sainthood. But at this moment, he was utterly powerless to fight back. No! Facing the overwhelming sword light, he barely had time to let out a heart-wrenching scream before being completely engulfed in an instant. When the sword light finally passed, every trace of him had been completely erased, not even a drop of blood remained. Elder Xiang. The other Wanjian sect experts present went mad, roaring furiously, but it was utterly futile. You all can die too. Zhou Hai snapped his fingers, transforming countless sword beams into a colossal dragon that instantly pierced through the bodies of everyone present. No! Countless agonized screams erupted. All beings below the saint realm are but ants. Before a saint, these people couldn't even fight back. When death came, they couldn't even move, left with no choice but to await their doom. Is this the sword domain of the 10,000 Sword sect saint? Meanwhile, outside, representatives from various sects were gathered before this illusory realm. This world is not very large, covering only 100 square zhang, as if it were a projection of a world. Yet within lies profound mystery, no one dares to set foot inside. This time Chen Bei is surely doomed. Suddenly, someone burst into loud laughter. Indeed, legend has it that the sword domain of the 10,000 Sword sect saint is comparable to a strike from a true saint. Many half-saint powerhouses have fallen under this sword formation. Even if Chen Bei possesses a saintly artifact today, he will not escape his doom. Chen Bei the butcher has committed countless atrocities. Today, we sects shall bear witness to his demise right here. The sound of conversation continued endlessly, with no one doubting the overwhelming power of the saint's sword domain. In their eyes, even with a sacred artifact, Chen Bei was bound to die. After all, a sacred artifact is not equivalent to a true saint. Yet, just as everyone waited for the 10,000 Sword sect to announce Chen Bei's demise, no one could glimpse the scene unfolding within that sword domain. Until the moment the sword domain dissipated, everyone's gaze burned with anticipation, eager to see the disciples of the 10,000 Sword sect emerge carrying Chen Bei's severed head. Yet, when the dust settled, not a single member of the 10,000 Sword sect remained, only two figures stood alone on the field. How is this possible? Where is Elder Xiang of the 10,000 Sword sect? And what of the other elders? Horror dawned on every face as a dreadful premonition tightened their hearts. Sorry to keep you waiting. Zhou Hai's cold voice snapped everyone out of their daze instantly. Who are you? All eyes turned toward Zhou Hai simultaneously. Though Chen Bei was supposed to be the protagonist, right now everyone realized Zhou Hai was actually the most dangerous one present. Chapter 74. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, borrowing your lives for a demonstration. Allow me to introduce myself, gentlemen. Chen Bei, whom you've been hunting relentlessly, is my disciple. Truth be told, I wouldn't have minded you powerful families bullying the weak, if only you hadn't done it right under my nose. Seeing my disciple hounded without respite made me realize how little regard you all have for this old man. Today I'll speak fair words. Whatever grievances existed between you before, let them be wiped clean from this moment onward. In future rivalries among peers, I won't interfere. But if any sect dares to mobilize its full force against my disciple, you'll find me far less accommodating. Zhou Hai chuckled lightly, gazing calmly at the crowd. Who do you think you are? The enmity between Chen Bei and us, do you imagine you can resolve it with mere words? Yet the moment Zhou Hai's words fell, a cold and furious rebuke rang out. The speaker was a middle-aged purple mansion realm cultivator. Judging by the aura emanating from their group, they must be from the Qiangyao Holy Land. Exactly. What kind of nobody are you to dare mediate disputes? Never imagined Chen Bei actually had a master. As the saying goes, poor discipline reflects the teacher's fault. Since your disciple's hands are stained with blood and his crimes reach the heavens, you can't escape blame either. Today, with all our major sects gathered here, how could we let you master and disciple off? Kill him. Today we must deliver justice for all under heaven. As the people of the Qiangyao Holy Land spoke up, the others also revealed murderous intent, raising their voices to denounce the master and disciple pair. Master, do you see it now? These people, upon learning I possess the sacred artifact, all seek to seize it by force. Many among them have even brought their sect's sacred artifacts, all for the purpose of suppressing me and stealing the sacred artifact. They claim to denounce me for the sake of the masses, but in truth, they're nothing but a bunch of sanctimonious hypocrites, utterly shameless villains. You want to plead for your disciple? I'm afraid it's too late for that. Chen Bei sneered, utterly disdainful of their actions. Zhou Hai also sensed that there were at least 10 sacred artifacts present on the scene. Apart from the 10,000 Sword sect deploying their sage's sword domain, other sacred grounds had truly invested heavily to eliminate Chen Bei. Folks, I'm a reasonable man with a good temper, but if reasoning doesn't work, I know a thing or two about fists. Are you really sure we need to fight before we can talk properly? Zhou Hai shook his head, his gaze turning icy as he stared at the group. Let me see just who this master of yours from Chunbei is, capable of teaching such an utterly wicked disciple. Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out as the purple mansion elder of Qiangyao Holy Land instantly appeared before Zhou Hai. With a wave of his hand, a silvery white pearl shot forth, radiating brilliance that instantly enveloped Zhou Hai. Within the pearl, sacred might erupted. It was an authentic saintly artifact. Qianbei, you little thief, prepare to die. Qianbei, you traitorous scum, I've come to claim your life. All sect disciples, heed my command, swear to kill Qianbei, show no mercy. Seeing Qiangyao Holy Land strike first, the powerful experts from other great holy lands could no longer remain idle and surged toward Qianbei in unison. Even the other powerful experts from Qiangyao Holy Land rushed forward immediately, vowing to kill Qianbei on the spot. Rumors suggested that Qianbei had exposed at least 3 holy artifacts these days. Whoever could kill him first would obtain all 3 artifacts for themselves. Under such circumstances, the various holy lands naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to kill Qianbei. However, just as everyone rushed before Qianbei, a cracking sound was heard. Crack! The voice wasn't loud, but at the moment it sounded, the entire world fell silent, as if heaven and earth had shattered along with it. Everyone's hearts clenched as they simultaneously turned their gaze towards the sacred pearl of Qiangyao Holy Land. The pearl had been flawless, perfectly smooth without a single blemish. Under the enveloping silver light, Zhou Hai's body was firmly pinned in place. Ordinarily, he should have been obliterated in an instant. Yet at this moment, Zhou Hai within the light beam remained completely unharmed, while cracks began to appear on the sacred pearl instead. Crack! With another faint cracking sound, everyone felt as if their cholesterol had been scared out of them, their adrenaline skyrocketing wildly. Another fissure split across the sacred pearl before it disintegrated into a shower of dust, the might of the sage instantly crumbling away. No! The violet-robed elder from Qiangyao Sacred Land's pupils dilated. He couldn't believe that the dust-returned pearl crafted by the ancient sage had shattered just like that. This was one of the Sacred Land's foundational treasures. The others were instantly paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling as they stared at Zhou Hai with terrified gazes. The dust-bane pearl shattered while suppressing this person. Doesn't that mean he possesses the strength to destroy a sacred artifact? At this realization, only one thought remained in their minds: flee. Yet their legs refused to obey, trembling uncontrollably, utterly incapable of movement. Before a powerhouse of this caliber, what chance did they have to escape? Sigh, I've already given you a chance. Since you don't know how to appreciate it, I'll have to borrow something from you to serve as a warning to others. Zhou Haifeng walked out calmly, sighing lightly as he spoke. What was that? The speaker was a Violet Mansion elder from the blood-refining demon sect. His aura pulsed with immense blood energy, blazing like the scorching sun, so intense that others couldn't bear to meet his gaze. But at this moment, before Zhou Hai, he was like an ant, trembling in fear, not daring to move a muscle. Killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, naturally, it's your lives we'll borrow. Zhou Hai raised his hand. As the words fell, his palm clenched, and sage laws flooded the heavens and earth, divine chains of order enveloping the void. Boom, boom, boom. The divine chains of order slithered through the air. As the sage spoke, so it was done one by one. The bodies of everyone present burst apart without cease. No! Countless people screamed, exploding into clouds of blood mist without even qualifying to make Zhou Hai take action. Thousands vanished on the spot in an instant. Only 9 sacred artifacts flew out, attempting to escape. Do you think you can escape? Yet with a single wave of Zhou Hai's enormous hand, he instantly grasped all 9 sacred artifacts in his palm. The sacred artifacts were incredibly powerful, capable of instantly obliterating even demi-saint experts, truly invincible against all foes beneath the saintly realm. But facing a true saint, even saintly artifacts prove utterly powerless. Even with 9 saintly artifacts combined, they couldn't escape Zhou Hai's suppression. Stop idling around, teach the newcomers some rules. Seizing all 9 saintly artifacts, Zhou Hai casually tossed them into his system space. At the sound of a command, hundreds of saint-level treasures and above flew out, instantly overwhelming the 9 divine artifacts. The 9 divine artifacts, which had been struggling moments before, were instantly dumbfounded. The artifact spirits within them trembled in fear. Among these treasures, they sensed the presence of great saints, even saint kings. Compared to these auras, they were like a group of children stumbling into a den of giants. Before they could even beg for mercy, they were already getting beaten up. The 9 sacred artifacts despaired. They dared not imagine what kind of formidable being Zhou Hai was, nor how he could possess such overwhelming reserves of power. Forget about his own strength, based solely on the magical treasures he wielded. Sweeping through the entire northern wasteland would be child's play. Unlike their despair, the moment Zhou Hai slaughtered everyone, the ancestral halls of major sects witnessed the shattering of countless life tokens. For a moment, all the sacred grounds went mad. Chapter 75, The Sacred Grounds launch a joint siege. Ha ha ha, Elder Qianghua graces us with your presence, what an honor. Please, come right in. My goodness, isn't this the 7-star sword master of the 10,000 Swords sect? To think you've emerged from seclusion. Hurry, hurry, take the seat of honor.
The Fairy of 100 Flowers from Serene Valley has arrived. Master Qingshu of Empyrean Cloud Peak pays his respects. At the central dragon vein of the Taichu mountain range, the Taichu sacred grounds remain tranquil as visitors gathered from all directions. Who would have thought news of the primordial devil ape would draw sacred grounds from far and wide? How could we not come? The legends say the primordial demon ape is connected to the primordial mountain range and holds the secret to achieving the great Tao. Who could pass up such an opportunity? Exactly. I heard these past few days, the beasts in the primordial mountain range have been in violent turmoil. The commotion caused by that primordial demon ape is no small matter. Amid the hushed conversations of the crowd, everyone had the same target in mind, the primordial demon ape. Yet just as everyone was sharpening their blades, preparing to collaborate with their host, the primordial Holy Land, to venture into the primordial mountain range and capture the demon ape, a terrified voice suddenly rang out. Bad news, Sect Master. Something terrible has happened. The normally bustling Taichu Grand Hall fell silent as this piercing cry shattered the atmosphere. What's all this panic about? Zhang Taixian, the formidable middle-aged leader of the Taichu Sacred Land, thundered with an intimidating glare. The Sect Master, Grand Elder Tai's life tablet has shattered. The disciple who came to report stammered out the news. What? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Taishuan's face drained of color. How could this happen? Grand Elder Tai's life tablet broken? Impossible? Legends say that Patriarch Tai of the Taichu Holy Land had already reached the peak of the Purple Mansion realm 500 years ago. By now, he should have either become a half-saint or be close to it. How could he have fallen so suddenly? The people from other sacred lands also changed their expressions, clearly aware of the so-called Tai Elder. Could it be that he was killed by that Chen Bei? I remember running into Elder Tai earlier, who claimed he was carrying out justice by chasing down Chen Bei. He even brought a sacred artifact along for the task. Could it be that Chen Bei still holds some hidden cards up his sleeve? Suddenly, an elderly woman in the crowd spoke loudly. The crowd instantly recognized her identity. She was none other than the Grand Elder of Xiangyo Holy Land, Manhwa. What? Chen Bei? Could it really be him? At the same moment, the expressions of everyone present turned grave. How are the others doing? Zhang Taixian fixed his gaze on the disciple and demanded in a stern voice. Reporting to the sect leader, the disciple replied, "The life tablets of everyone who went after Chen Bei have all shattered." The disciple's lips trembled, his voice exploding in everyone's hearts like a mighty temple bell. Pitter-patter. Everyone rose simultaneously. Their minds were already certain Chen Bei was the one who killed those people. This lad actually possesses such strength. This is certainly not good news. Now that everyone sent out by the Taichu Sacred Land has died, what about those dispatched by the other major families? As if in response to their thoughts, streaks of light suddenly flew across the sky. Elder Xiang has fallen. We implore the 7-star sword master to investigate thoroughly. Elder Qiangyan has perished. We plead with Elder Qianghua to conduct a thorough investigation. Elder Yushu has fallen. Elder Qingshu, we implore you to conduct a thorough investigation. Voices echoed through the great hall, transmissions sent from various holy lands. The moment these words were spoken, the scene fell into complete silence, as if everyone present had been frozen in place. The Taichu Holy Land no longer possessed the lively bustle of just moments ago, leaving only an eerie stillness. Many experts trembled violently, barely able to restrain their auras. Chen Bei, you traitor, I swear I'll tear you to pieces. The elderly Madame Qianghua of the Qiangyao sect let out a furious roar, spitting out a mouthful of aged blood as her eyes turned crimson. Other holy lands only lost fellow disciples, but she was different. Elder Qiangyan was both her senior brother and her lifelong cultivation partner. She absolutely couldn't accept this outcome. Everyone, I know where Chen Bei is. Follow me. Suddenly, Xianhua produced a jade pendant. As she channeled her primal energy into it, the pendant seemed to resonate with something and flew outward. Let's go, follow it. The Sacred Land's other members quickly reacted, surging forward in a mighty procession behind her. For a moment, dark clouds blotted out the sky as countless streaks of light shot into the heavens. Looking up from the ground, it was as if an army of 100,000 celestial soldiers had been dispatched, their overwhelming aura stifling to behold. Master, it was entirely my fault for stirring up trouble and disturbing your peace. At the entrance of the Taichu mountain range, Chen Bei gazed at Zhou Hai with eyes brimming with hot tears. He had thought that after all these battles, his heart had become as hard as stone. Yet every time he met his master, that frozen heart was somehow warmed anew. Enough! Disturb my peace? They're not even worthy. Just wait. Today, Master will stand up for you. Zhou Hai stood with his hands behind his back in the void, calmly waiting for the arrival of the major Holy Lands forces. Now possessing the cultivation of a saint, his divine senses spanned 100,000 miles, clearly seeing the frenzied rush of the major Holy Lands charging toward this location. Even the primordial sacred land trembled violently,
actually summoning their primordial sacred artifact. It was clear that the deaths of this group had truly struck a painful nerve among the great sacred lands.
Yes, Master. Chen Bei lowered his head.
Though he disliked troubling his master with his own affairs, before his master he would always remain obedient. At the same time, he also enjoyed this feeling of being sheltered by someone. Perhaps in this lifetime, only his master could give him such a feeling.
Boom, boom, boom.
Suddenly, fierce winds swept across the heavens and earth. The sky, clear just moments ago, was instantly covered by oppressive dark clouds. At the same time, countless figures rushed forward, forming an encirclement from afar as they surrounded Zhou Hai and his master.
Chen Bei, you treacherous villain, I'll kill you. As the encirclement barely took shape, an old woman charged at Chen Bei with a loud roar.
Elder Qianghua, hold your strike. The disciples of Taichu Holy Land quickly moved to restrain her.
Elder Qiangyan died even with the sacred artifact Tongchen Pearl in her hands. What use was there for her to charge barehanded except to seek death?
Fellow cultivators, the traitor Chen Bei has committed heinous crimes.
Today we gather here to join forces and execute him. This is our sect's ancestral sacred artifact, the primordial fate disc.
If we join hands to activate it, even if this traitor possesses a supreme sacred artifact, he will perish. Zhang Taixian raised his arm and summoned a fate disc, which instantly expanded to 10,000 miles, blotting out the sky and enveloping the heavens and earth. Beneath the fate disc, everyone felt a solemn chill in their hearts, sensing a strange premonition, as though their very lives and deaths were now inscribed upon that celestial wheel. This fate disc held dominion over the rise and fall, the life and death, of every living being in the world.
Good. Let us all channel our power into the primordial fate disc together. No matter what opportunities this traitor has seized or what allies he relies upon, today we must slay him without fail. Charge together. Realizing what was happening, cultivators from the sacred lands rushed forward and positioned themselves on the lifeplate, scrutinizing Chen Bei and his disciple with the condescending gazes of superiors. Chen Bei, do you admit your crimes?
Zhang Taixian roared, his voice amplified by the lifeplate and carrying boundless pressure. In an instant, mountain ranges collapsed across thousands of miles.
Even the earth itself began sinking ceaselessly.
The might of the sacred artifact was now displayed in all its glory. Chen Bei shuddered violently, feeling as though every bone in his body was about to shatter. Under the life compass, he instinctively wanted to prostrate himself, as if facing something of irresistible terror. Just as Chen Bei was about to succumb to this immense pressure and take out his sacred artifact to resist, Zhou Hai waved his hand, and instantly, all the pressure vanished.
Chapter 76, Three Fists Shatter an Ancestral Artifact, Sweeping Through the Sacred Grounds. Audacious! Who dares pass judgment on my disciple?
The icy voice rang out, and only then did the crowd notice Zhou Hai standing nearby.
Who are you?
Zhang Taishuan's gaze turned frosty as he shouted sternly.
You must be hard of hearing, seems I'll have to clean out your ears for you.
Zhou Hai snorted coldly and abruptly grabbed toward Zhang Taixian.
In an instant, winds and clouds shifted as sage laws intertwined, transforming into a massive hand that lunged straight for Zhang Taixian.
At the sight, everyone's expressions darkened in alarm.
The sage, he is the sage. This is the power of laws.
Under the influence of the heavenly destiny plate, no one can summon celestial phenomena. All Tao laws are mere jokes beneath the heavenly destiny plate, serving only as nourishment for it. Yet at this moment, Zhou Hai acted right before everyone's eyes. And what he employed wasn't celestial spiritual energy nor his own Tao principles, it was genuine law.
The kind of law only saints could comprehend. Be suppressed and slain.
Seeing the massive hand formed by the convergence of laws, Zhang Taixian, who had been dominating the situation moments before, instantly turned deathly pale, overwhelmed by panic. Without a moment's hesitation, he desperately channeled all his cultivation into the fate disc.
In an instant, the disc erupted with blinding radiance, countless runes swirling across its surface.
Every inscribed line surged with the power to obliterate all existence as it hurled toward Zhou Hai and his disciple.
Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth shattered as innumerable spatial rifts were violently torn open. Countless flowers and plants upon the land instantly turned to flying ash.
Numerous mountains and vast marshes were leveled in an instant. Under the looming wheel of fate, devastation beyond precedent ravaged a radius of 10,000 miles.
Many human settlements, villages and towns shattered like illusory bubbles in the first moments. Many didn't even realize what was happening before offering their lives to the fate disc. Wanton slaughter, utterly inhuman.
Zhou Hai's pupils contracted as he watched the fate disc's destructive radius expand wildly. He immediately used his divine sense to shield thousands of miles of mountains and rivers.
Boom, boom, boom.
At the same moment, his hand of cosmic order clashed with the fate disc.
Countless talismanic symbols came pouring forth, their annihilative power shaking heaven and earth. But the fate plate trembled violently, barely managing to block Zhou Hai's strike. But Zhang Taixian on the fate plate couldn't withstand it.
As the tremendous force struck, he felt all his cultivated power scattering like loose sand. His internal organs ruptured, and he immediately vomited a mouthful of blood.
Break for me! Zhou Hai waved his hand again, sending the massive order hand seal soaring into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The fate plate radiated brilliant light as its artifact spirit desperately resisted, yet remained powerless to suppress the attack. People from the various sacred grounds were instantly shaken off the fate disc, their faces deathly pale. What are you waiting for? This is a true saint, we must join forces to suppress him. Zhang Taishuan's eyes bulged with fury, his expression bordering on madness. He knew all too well what it meant to provoke a saint. The grudge that shouldn't have been formed today has already taken root. If we can't suppress and kill Zhou Hai, everyone will die. All sacred grounds will face retaliation, and the Taichu sacred ground will bear the brunt of it. Everyone, attack together. Realizing this situation, the crowd's expressions turned utterly grim. No one had ever imagined that Chen Bei had a sage standing behind him, otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to openly hunt him down. Now that everything that shouldn't have happened has already occurred, they had only one thought left: to suppress Zhou Hai with the primordial ancestral artifact. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. Legend had it that the ancestral elder of the primordial Holy Land was a peak sage, and the disc of fate he left behind, when pushed to its limits, could unleash power rivaling that of a true sage. At this moment, the disc of fate was the only thing capable of standing against Zhou Hai. All individuals simultaneously channeled their cultivation power into the fate disc. In an instant, countless runes on the disc transformed into divine chains that filled the skies, sweeping toward Zhou Hai with overwhelming force. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, a towering divine power erupted, forcibly repelling Zhou Hai's giant law-formed palm imprint. Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, fatally sensing his cultivation being suppressed. Within the fate disc's law power, not only was there an immense divine force, but also a mysterious energy intertwined within it, constantly eroding one's lifespan. At this moment beneath the fate disc, a mere quarter hour equates to several years, even decades in the outside world. For ordinary mortals, mere moments would mean aging to death. As the overwhelming divine chains descended and enveloped everything, the power to erode lifespan grew increasingly formidable. Humph, such paltry tricks dare to flaunt before the master. Zhou Hai scoffed coldly, enveloping Chen Bei with sacred laws to shield him from harm. Then waves of extinction energy surged around him as the laws of destruction filled heaven and earth. Break for me! Boom, boom, boom. With a single punch, millions of divine chains shattered instantly. Bang, bang, bang. The void itself fractured as countless divine chains were reduced to dim runes, then obliterated entirely by Zhou Hai's devastating blows. The newly stabilized fate disc violently trembled once more at this moment. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically as they desperately channeled their energy into the fate disc, striving to fully activate its power. But Zhou Hai moved with overwhelming force. With each gesture, heaven and earth shattered as sun, moon, and cosmos danced to his will. The fate disc had no chance to unleash its might before being thoroughly suppressed by him. Break for me! Destroying all the fate inscriptions on the disc, Zhou Hai soared skyward and delivered a devastating punch directly onto the fate disc with his bare fist. Boom, boom, boom. The power of annihilation surged into the fate disc. Ah! A shrill scream echoed as the ancestral sacred artifact of the primordial Holy Land suffered devastating damage, its spirit directly shattered. No! Pft, pft, pft. Ah! Everyone on the fate disc was violently hurled away, some spurting blood, others wailing in agony, while some exploded outright. A sacred artifact that fails to protect the people, instead reaping lives everywhere, what use is keeping you? Zhou Hai's gaze turned icy as he smashed the fate disc's spirit with a single punch. Without the slightest hesitation, he delivered another blow, causing cracks to spiderweb across the disc's surface. Under the law of annihilation, even a so-called indestructible divine artifact could not hide its flaws before him. Boom! With the third punch, the fate disc shattered completely, an invincible sacred artifact thus reduced to ruins. At the very instant of the disc's destruction, a streak of radiant light erupted outward, shooting straight for Zhou Hai's face. Zhou Hai's complexion changed dramatically as the laws around him surged, only to shatter in an instant. Boom! A dazzling light struck him, instantly sending him flying thousands of feet away. No sooner had he steadied himself than a trickle of blood silently slid from the corner of his mouth. Boom! Another deafening explosion rang out as that drop of blood struck the ground, instantly carving out a crater hundreds of miles wide, like a vast basin. This is the power of a saint. Even a single drop of blood or a strand of hair contains the laws of heaven and earth, enough to crush a Violet Palace realm cultivator. Master, are you alright? Are you harmed? Seeing Zhou Hai being repelled, Chen Bei quickly stepped forward and asked. It's nothing. Zhou Hai waved his hand, his aura stabilizing instantly. Chen Bei breathed a sigh of relief while feeling somewhat exasperated. With a supreme master like his, who in all heaven and earth could possibly rival him? What need was there for his worry? Meanwhile, all around them, the faces of over 10,000 cultivators had turned ashen with dread. The experts from the various sacred lineages were plunged into utter despair. Especially the people from the Taichu Holy Land, including Zhang Taishan, all seemed to have lost their souls. They couldn't believe that the Holy Ancestor's sacred artifact had been shattered just like that. Chapter 77, the entire crowd trembled with fear, all kneeling in worship. At the entrance of the Taichu mountain range, looking around, an eerie silence stretched for 10,000 miles. The people from the great sacred grounds usually strut about arrogantly, looking down upon the world with disdain. Yet now, every single one of them wore ashen faces, their eyes filled with utter despair. With their sole reliance now gone, how could this contemporary sage possibly let them off? At this thought, everyone's bodies trembled uncontrollably, their eyes reflecting nothing but sheer terror. Only old lady Qianghua of the Qiangyao sect had bloodshot eyes, filled with intense resentment and rage. "Come here, all of you." Zhou Hai's voice resonated across heaven and earth. Everyone tensed up instantly as an invisible force restrained them and dragged them before Zhou Hai. They came in overwhelming force, not quite 100,000 strong, but certainly tens of thousands of troops. Yet now, struck by the aftermath of battle, every cultivator below the Enlightenment realm had exploded and perished. Fewer than 2,000 survivors remained, all tossed into the pit before Zhou Hai. Every pair of eyes fixed on Zhou Hai with terrified gazes. In this world where the strong reign supreme, when practitioners like them encountered someone even more powerful, they were no different from ordinary mortals. Apart from fear, there was nothing left but pitiful despair. "Starting with you." Zhou Hai, however, felt not an ounce of pity for them. With a swift grab, Zhang Taishan among the crowd instantly flew up and landed in his grasp. "What do you want?" Zhang Taishuan's face was etched with terror. Suppressed by Zhou Hai, he could not move a muscle, nothing remained but utter hopelessness. Crack, crack, crack. Zhou Hai wasted no words, raising his hand to deliver several heavy slaps across his face. But a large mouthful of blood mixed with teeth sprayed from Zhang Taishuan's mouth. Yet Zhou Hai didn't stop, continuing until blood streamed from Zhang's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Only then did he relent. The onlookers shuddered with horror. Who would have thought this revered sage was not only overwhelmingly powerful but also a sadist who took pleasure in torment? As a sage, enemies were usually slain swiftly and cleanly. His method, however, was clearly meant to destroy both body and spirit, making death itself feel unjust. "Kill me if you want. But humiliating me like this, what are you trying to do?" Zhang Taishan's eyes instantly turned red. The overwhelming humiliation and fury even momentarily eclipsed his fear of death. "That's strange, no earwax at all. Why can't you hear what I'm saying?" Zhou Hai's voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone's eyes to widen instantly as they felt their heads buzzing. "What do you mean?" Zhang Taishan was also stunned, even nearly forgetting the pain on his face as he spoke through his broken teeth. "I just told you Qin Bei is my disciple, and you still dare ask who I am. I thought your ears were clogged with wax and you couldn't hear me speaking. Can you hear me now? Or do I need to clean out your ears again?" Zhou Hai curled his lips into a smirk, an expression so infuriating it made everyone's faces darken. Zhang Taishan sprayed out a mouthful of old blood, nearly dying from sheer rage on the spot. All because of one simple question: this bastard wouldn't fight anyone else, but immediately started slapping him senseless? Please, you're after all the sect master of a major sacred ground. Getting slapped in the face like this in broad daylight, have you no dignity left? No reply? Seems you still can't hear me. Zhou Hai's voice rang out again as he raised his hand threateningly for another slap. "Please no, senior. This junior heard you, this junior truly heard you." Zhang Taishuan's expression drastically changed as he shouted through gritted teeth, suppressing his sense of humiliation. Caught in a sage's grasp, life and death were no longer his to decide. Now unable to even preserve his dignity through death, he could only beg for mercy, if nothing else, to lessen his torment. "Oh, I can hear you. Then, can we have a proper talk now?" Zhou Hai smiled again, gazing at Zhang Taishan with an utterly harmless demeanor. "Absolutely, whatever you command, senior, I will not refuse." Zhang Taishan nodded hurriedly. While his heart was filled with sorrow, he also felt a flicker of relief. Judging by the speaker's tone, it seemed they weren't planning to wipe out everyone entirely. As long as there was room for negotiation, there was still a chance to turn things around. "Good, I was waiting for you to say that. What do you all think? Is there room for negotiation?" Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction, casting his gaze upon everyone below. The crowd grew solemn, their eyes flickering with a glimmer of hope amidst their humiliation. Yes, there was room to negotiate. No one wanted to die, after all. But just as everyone was about to voice their opinions, a frenzied voice rang out. "Demon, this old woman will kill you. I'll chop you and your disciple into minced meat." All faces turned pale as they saw the venerable Qianghua of Qiangyao sect flying toward Zhou Hai like a madwoman. Her face twisted in rage, she advanced against the saintly pressure, each step forward causing another bloody hole to burst open on her body. The might of a sage was something no purple mansion cultivator could withstand. "Elder, please don't." The other members of Qianghua sect paled dramatically, wishing to intervene but finding themselves utterly powerless. Old crone Qianghua, What do you think you're doing? Stop her. The others' eyes burned crimson, their minds consumed by a single thought to restrain her, capture her, even kill her. At this moment, everyone's life and death hung on Zhou Hai's whim. By provoking Zhou Hai now, this crazed old woman was trying to doom them all. Unfortunately, under the saint's oppressive aura, while the frenzied old Xianghua woman could charge forward heedless of death, the rest simply couldn't muster such resolve. Even the slightest movement made them feel they'd meet a gruesome end, so the scene was filled with roars, yet no one dared act recklessly. Fools who court death. Zhou Hai's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand and clenched it, instantly immobilizing the elder Qionghua's body midair. Sacred laws coiled around her neck like vicious shackles, leaving her trapped between life and death, unable to survive yet forbidden to perish. Humph. When cultivators across the land targeted my disciple, I refused to intervene, for I desired his tempering. Now that I've captured you all, my restraint from slaughter isn't mercy, but sheer distaste for bloodshed. But do you really think I have no temper, that I can't kill? Zhou Hai's gaze sharpened like lightning. As his words rang out, a series of explosions erupted without pause. Boom, 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 boom. One after another, bloody wounds burst open on the elderly Qionghua's body. In an instant, all four of her limbs exploded into pulped flesh, shrouding the air in a mist of blood. Only a torso remained, dangling in midair like a mutilated stump, emitting piercing, agonized shrieks. Spare us, saint. Below, everyone trembled in fear, kneeling simultaneously to beg for mercy. Before a saint, no one knew the meaning of dignity. Spare us, spare us. Begging for mercy requires proper manners. How can I possibly forgive you like this? Zhou Hai's icy gaze swept over them as he raised his hand. With a mere flick of his wrist, heaven and earth distorted, and the entire space where the Qiangyao Holy Land elders stood instantly collapsed. No, spare me, O sage. The elders and disciples of the Qiangyao sect howled in terror, begging for mercy while casting venomous glances at the old woman from Qianghua. It's all because of that damned old hag. She only cares about her own grudges and completely disregards everyone else's lives. Amidst this fury and terror, their bodies crumbled to dust as heaven and earth collapsed. Holy sage. Some people were so scared they pissed themselves on the spot, while others fainted from sheer terror. Those who could still react immediately began kowtowing desperately, pleading in despair. Chapter 78, Ancestral Elder, why must you kill me too? You old hag, how dare you challenge me? What makes you think you're qualified? Zhou Hai's gaze turned once more towards old lady Qianghua as he spoke in a bone-chilling tone. Kill me, if you've got the guts, kill me. You demonic master-disciple pair murdered my husband. From this day onward, so long as I draw breath, I'll never let you off the hook. Resistance was futile, and the elder Qianghua now wished only for death. He. So your husband died by my hand. No wonder you've gone mad. Pity. Even if you die, you'll never reunite with him. Not only did I ensure his soul was utterly destroyed, but even if traces remain, do you really think I'd let you have your wish? Since you refuse to listen to reason, I'll make you wish for death but find it beyond your reach. Zhou Hai sneered, clenched his fist, and instantly crushed the body of the elder Qianghua. All that was left of elder Qianghua was a piercing scream as her primordial soul was revealed before everyone. Instead of destroying her soul outright, Zhou Hai summoned a soul poison banner and sealed her primordial spirit within it. Another heart-wrenching scream echoed, as if narrating boundless agony, making the crowd below hold their breath in terror. None had anticipated that Xianghua Crone, a mighty purple mansion realm expert, would ultimately be imprisoned by a Unity Dao weapon, doomed to suffer eternal torment. Gentlemen, my master and I have slaughtered many from each of your sects. Anyone else who wishes to fight to the death, please speak up now. Zhou Hai put away the poisoned soul banner and scanned the scene. The air was eerily silent, so quiet that one could almost hear the sound of cold sweat dripping onto the ground. Everyone held their breath. At this moment, even the slightest sound, let alone speaking, felt like committing an unforgivable crime. This oppressive feeling tormented one's will incessantly, forcing bitter cries within their hearts while they endured desperately, praying for this moment to pass sooner. Zhou Hai remained completely unperturbed, his gaze calmly sweeping over the assembled crowd. Only when the tension became unbearable for everyone did he finally speak again. It seems no one intends to fight to the death. Shall we negotiate now then? At these words, everyone hurriedly demonstrated their compliance. Please impart your sage wisdom, Holy One, we would gladly die 10,000 deaths for you. At this moment, they weren't afraid of the sage making demands, they feared only that the sage wouldn't even give them a chance to declare their stance. If you knew it would come to this, why did you act that way in the first place? Listen, all of you, if you wish to kill my disciple, go ahead, but it must be a fair fight among peers. Even if my disciple dies, I'll harbor no resentment, it would only mean he hadn't mastered his skills well enough. But from this day forward, should anyone dare to bully others with their power, or mobilize an entire sect to persecute my disciple, don't blame me for shattering their gates and severing their lineage. Zhou Hai's tone was icy, his words exploding across the sky like thunder,
chilling the hearts of all present.
So domineering, this is what a true saint is like.
Legends say not a single saint has emerged in this world for 10,000 years. This lone sage of our era is enough to suppress an entire generation, leaving none unconvinced.
As you command.
No one dared utter nonsense. In this moment, only obedience remained.
As additional compensation for harming my disciple during this period, surely it wouldn't be excessive for me to seek a favorable omen from you? Zhou Hai spoke again. We reverently listened to the sage's teachings.
The crowd had forgotten all other words, knowing only this single phrase by now. From this day forward, I wish my disciples to pass unobstructed through all major sects.
%. All sects' secret realms shall be freely accessible for any training needs.
Of course, you may also set traps to ambush them, just weigh the consequences carefully.
Zhou Hai's additional words made everyone's pupils constrict. Wasn't this practically asking the sacred lands to hand over their inheritances on a silver platter? How could this be? This is utter desecration of our ancestors' graves. How could we face our forefathers in the afterlife?
Our 10,000 Swords sect humbly welcomes the arrival of the sage's successor.
Our Misty Cloud Peak humbly welcomes the arrival of the sage's successor. Our great Tang dynasty, our great Yuan, our Tai Chu,
all their hearts tangled in conflict, until finally, after much deliberation, they chose between the shame of facing their ancestors and never seeing them again, opting for the former. After all, meeting one's ancestors is a matter for the future. If you end up like the wretched old woman of Xianghua, you won't even have the right to think about it. Chen Bei watched the scene quietly, without realizing that tears had already filled his eyes. As a notorious demon whose infamy spread across the northern wastelands, no one had ever seen him shed tears before. But at this moment, he could no longer control his emotions. He truly didn't need his master to intervene.
Had any of his ancestors simply spoken a single word, given the might of the great Qian dynasty,
any sacred land wishing to harm him would have had to think twice. Yet, after his father's demise, it was as if he had been completely abandoned by the entire Great Qian dynasty. Not a single one of Great Qian's ancestors spoke up for him. Instead, they joined outsiders in hunting him down. Now, as his gaze swept over Zhou Hai and the crowd of Great Qian dynasty members below, the immense disparity made his heart tremble. In contrast to the warmth his master gave him, the ancestors of De Qian had brought him nothing but heartbreak.
What's with those red eyes, you little brat? If you have any other requests, just say them. I'd like to see who dares refuse you today.
Zhou Hai's voice came through as he laughed and scolded.
That's enough.
With master here, this disciple has no other wishes. My only hope is to fulfill Father Emperor's wishes soon, then serve at master's side forever. That would be enough for me. Chen Bei's parched lips curved in a faint smile, but then he suddenly jerked his gaze toward the group from the Great Qian dynasty.
Ancestor, can you tell me why? Everyone in the Great Qian dynasty couldn't help but shudder upon hearing these words,
especially the elder at the forefront, whose face turned deathly pale.
At this moment, they truly didn't want to become the center of attention. I don't understand. As descendants of the Chen family, I'm the most outstanding one. I've always taken the revival of Great Qian as my sacred duty.
Perhaps I harbored hostility toward other sects, but I have never betrayed the Great Qian lineage, nor have I wronged a single person from Great Qian.
Then why, in the end, was it Great Qian that hunted me down with the deadliest intent? Are you also my ancestors? Do you truly find this descendant of yours so unworthy of your regard?
Seeing no one respond, Chen Bei felt a sharp pang in his heart. During this time, he had slain members of every major sect, yet spared the ancestral elders of the Great Qian dynasty. He couldn't bring himself to do it, nor could he understand why they kept relentlessly hunting him down. The old man's face turned deathly pale, his lips purpled. He wanted to speak, but his mouth refused to open.
What? Are you all deaf or dumb? Can't you speak? Zhou Hai's icy voice sent another shudder through everyone present.
Elder Qinshu, what exactly can't you say? The actions of your Great Qian dynasty have appalled all our sacred sections.
We too want to know what's really going on. Indeed, Elder Qinshu.
Not even sparing your own descendants, your Great Qian dynasty shames the name of sacred sect.
If you've brought disgrace upon yourself, speak plainly and don't drag us into it. Old man Chen Su. Representatives from the Great Sacred Lands quickly chimed in, following Zhou Hai's lead in condemning the Great Qian faction.
They truly didn't want to die. To avoid further provoking Zhou Hai, they had to comply with all his demands, and force others to comply as well.